Accompanied by a system, I have transformed into Kibutsuji Muzan, encountering the reborn Kaneo Tsuyuri. Fortunately, with the system's assistance, I have managed to cling to life for the time being. System, Task 1. Locate the person of utmost sunlight. System, Task 2. Engage with the person of utmost sunlight for 1 minute. Muzan, there are countless ways to end my life. Why not allow me to bask in the sunlight instead? System, Final Task. Raise Kaneo Tsuyuri's favorability to 100. Muzan, I am truly grateful. He nearly plunged a blade into my heart. Under the system's guidance, Muzan, disguised as a human, trembles in fear, pleading, "Please do not approach. I am frightened." Kaneo Tsuyuri reveals a faint smile, saying, "Do not be afraid. From this moment forth, you shall remain by my side." Muzan, saveme. Chapter 1. On the first day of being Muzan, I found myself in critical condition. In a dimly lit, opulent loft, an enchanting beauty with flowing dark green hair collapses onto the bed. Ugh! The after effects of my transmigration make me feel nauseous, and my mind is flooded with a plethora of the original owner's memories. I have become the king of all demons. Kibutsuji Muzan. As Muzan lies in bed, slowly digesting the aftermath of his transmigration, a gentle knock resounds at the door. Lord Tsukihiko, the celebration is about to commence. A clear, youthful voice calls from beyond the bamboo door. A celebration? Muzan hastily rises from the bed to adjust his attire. The memories of centuries are overwhelming and chaotic, so he discards the irrelevant ones and searches for the most recent recollections of the original owner. He currently resides in the Yoshiwara Flower District, holding the identity of the courtesan of the Shijimo house. And within this place of vice and depravity, there are two of his subordinates, Gyutaro and Daki. Muzan, distressed, presses his forehead and sits back on the bed. Not only does he lack knowledge of feminine adornments, but he also harbors no interest in being a courtesan. Is it not preferable to lounge idly as a mere fish until the end of the world? Why must I stand in opposition to justice? Ding! Succubus system binding in progress. Binding successful. Task issuance in progress. Complete courtesan parades 0/0. Locate the person of utmost sunlight 0/0. Task issuance complete. Countdown 3 days. Please complete the tasks promptly. Muzan laments that his native language is not one of silence. What is this? What on earth is the succubus system? The tasks of the courtesan parade and locating the person of utmost sunlight glaringly hang in crimson on the upper left corner of Muzan's vision, mocking his identity as the source of all evil. "My lord, are you within?" Not long after, the youthful voice at the door transforms into a gentle tone belonging to a young maiden. "Shall I come in to assist you?" Muzan recalls the owner of the voice. She is the second most popular girl of the Shijimo house, with a lovely name, Kisaki. In order to fulfill the task, Muzan clenched his fist and cleared his throat, altering his voice slightly. "Come in." Creak. Li Xiao pushed open the door, respectfully bowed her head, and knelt on the ground, daring to glance up at him only because she had not heard his scolding. At just one glance, she was utterly captivated. Li Xiao had never encountered a Miss Tsukihane with such an unconventional style. Her long hair cascaded like a winding waterfall over her delicate undergarment, her striking features exuding brilliance, while her skin was as flawless and white as that of a snow maiden. Her proud, ruby-like eyes evoked a sense of guilt in those who dared to gaze upon her, starkly contrasting with their own lowly and filthy existence. Typically, Tsukihane always presented herself with utmost tidiness. Her hair was always elegantly pinned up, much like her demeanor, lofty and unattainable. Li Xiao hesitated momentarily, realizing that time was running short, and Miss Tsukihane showed no intention of preparing herself. She finally gritted her teeth and spoke. "My lady, allow me to assist you with your grooming." Muzan nodded indifferently. In his memory, Li Xiao was merely a named symbol, let alone possessing any character depth. There are indeed perks to being the Demon King. As long as one does not overstep, there is at least no fear of shattering one's persona. While Li Xiao styled him, Muzan seized a moment to inquire of the system. What would happen if I were to shatter my persona? Random penalty. What happens if the task fails? Random penalty. Are you a parent? The system indicated its disinterest in engaging with him. Adorned in the intricate and elaborate attire of a courtesan, Muzan, with Lixia's assistance, slowly descended the stairs. At the entrance, the proprietress of the Turtle Slave Inn and others had long been awaiting, their impatience palpable yet restrained in front of Muzan, prompting them to urge. The courtesan has arrived. Hurry, hurry, everyone prepare, do not allow the other two houses to overshadow us. This was a grand celebration. The three largest establishments in the Yoshiwara Flower District would dispatch their most beautiful courtesans for a parade. Each year, at the conclusion of the festivities, one would be selected as the most popular courtesan of Yoshiwara. Muzan was lifted into the sedan chair amidst the relentless sound of firecrackers and the clamor of the crowd, transported to the heart of the celebration under the curious gazes of the onlookers. Muzan sensed that Daki and another ordinary woman sat alongside him in the sedan chair. After 3 resounding explosions, 3 luxurious red carpets unfurled in different directions. The 3 top courtesans from Oigetsu, Kyogi, and Shijin would parade along their respective carpets, and when they returned to their houses, the one who attracted the most attention would be crowned the title of courtesan. The courtesan disembarks. With the shout of a man, the 3 curtains were drawn aside. Muzan stepped out of the sedan chair, donning the courtesan's traditional wooden clogs. His expression suddenly shifted, his eyes widening like those of a startled cat. It was murderous intent, such overwhelming malice. It felt as though it sought to pin him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Every cell in Muzan's body screamed for escape, leaving him rigid and frozen in place. Warning, warning, warning. Host's life is in serious jeopardy, entering near-death mode. Just as the system announced this, Muzan felt a sudden release, the murderous intent dissipating without a trace, as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, the near-death sensation induced by the system caused his throat to taste sweet, forcing him to swallow the blood that surged within. With every step he took, it felt as though he trod upon blades. The agony was excruciating, so painful, so painful. His head, throat, lungs, and joints, every part of his body clamored in torment. Only through sheer willpower did Muzan refrain from collapsing as he walked. System, what is happening? Had Lixia not been there to support him, he would have been unable to question the system. Ding! The person of utmost yang has been located. System inputting. Courtesan parade completed. Finding the person of utmost yang completed. Input successful. Reward calculation in progress. Could you possibly expedite this? I am on the verge of dying from pain. The lifetime access permission for the demon barrier has been granted, detecting the host's near-death state, and it has been automatically equipped. Near-death state lifted. After such repeated turmoil, he finally expelled a mouthful of congealed blood. Muzan's complexion turned pale, and just before losing consciousness, his ears were filled with the terrified screams of those around him. Who would have anticipated that on his very first day here, such a delightful surprise awaited him? It was akin to a Bulbasaur savoring a puffin upon arriving at Mickey's magical house. Truly delightful. Who could elucidate the source of this murderous intent? Who is the person of utmost yang? Why must he endure such torment by crossing over? Chapter 2. Although he choked me and struck me, I believe he is a good person. Muzan's self-healing abilities are remarkably adept. By the time the crowd carried him indoors to rest, his consciousness had already begun to stir. The task of parading through the streets was delegated to Kiyoshi. And upon learning of this, Muzan felt a slight sense of relief, for he truly lacked experience in the role of a courtesan. With his hair cascading around him, he leaned against the edge of the bed, engaging in idle conversation with the system. What on earth just transpired? Am I not the Demon King? How could this happen? He questioned the system. The answer to your query will soon be revealed, the system replied. Just as the system concluded, the sound of the landlady ascending the stairs with a doctor echoed through the air. Doctor, this is the place. Ms. Tsukahane was perfectly fine until she suddenly fainted. Please, you must save her. Kiyogoku spoke unhurriedly, reassuring her. As he pushed open the door, he was met with an unguarded gaze from Muzan. The man before him had a striking ponytail adorned with gold and crimson, his expression indifferent, yet his handsome visage held a subtle scrutiny as he regarded Muzan. He calmly seated himself on the chair beside the bed and said, Ms. Tsukahane, please extend your hand. If Muzan's eyesight was intact, and he was not afflicted with senility, he would recognize this man as Kiyogoku, the very one who had forced the original host to shatter into 1,000 pieces and flee. The invincible Kiyogoku. Muzan's dread of Kiyogoku had seeped deep into his very being. He longed to escape, and the overwhelming desire to flee left him paralyzed, rendering him deaf to Kiyogoku's words. Ms. Tsukihane, Kiyogoku stated, unwavering, as he fixed his gaze intently upon Muzan's eyes, reiterating, please extend your hand, I shall examine your condition. Muzan, unable to endure the intensity of the stare for more than 2 seconds, averted his gaze. He was certain that if Kiyogoku realized he was the Demon King Muzan, he would not survive the night. No, not even until nightfall. He might very well be sliced into a myriad of pieces on the spot. He feigned weakness, coughing softly, internally pleading with the system, help. This fiend should have perished long ago. If he discovers my true identity, I might as well be dead. Do not worry, host. The demonic aura barrier will ensure you appear to be merely an ordinary human, the system reassured him. Only then did Muzan relinquish his hand to Kiyogoku. The pulse was steady, akin to that of an ordinary human. Kiyogoku, with an inscrutable expression, closed his eyes and opened his perception to the world. The woman before him possessed only a heart and a brain. Uncertain, he decided to investigate further. Doctor, how am I? Muzan timidly inquired, embodying the essence of a delicate, innocent woman, his gaze towards Kiyogoku filled with genuine trepidation. This was not an act. He was truly afraid that Kiyogoku would discern something amiss. Fear not, Kiyogoku replied, taking hold of Tsukihane's hand. To an unknowing observer, it appeared as though he was comforting her, but only Muzan understood that he was fearful of her fleeing. A simple acupuncture treatment will suffice. Normally, acupuncture would leave marks on an ordinary human, but the healing capabilities of demons were formidable. Such minor wounds would leave no trace. Kiyogoku scrutinized the frightened expression on Tsukihane's face, narrowing his eyes slightly as he addressed the others. No one is to remain in the room during the treatment. With that, he squeezed Muzan's hand, an obvious reminder. Muzan nodded, you may leave now. Once everyone had vacated the room, Kiyogoku stood, offering Muzan no chance to resist, and forcefully pressed him down onto the bed. Doctor, what are you doing? Tsukihane gasped in anger, turning around. His actions were no different than those of a lecher. With a tearing sound, his clothing was ripped apart, and Kiyogoku, unfazed, grasped Tsukihane's neck while deftly inserting several needles into Muzan's vital points. Can you no longer maintain your facade, Kibutsuji? Tsukihane gasped, tears welling in her eyes. Who is Kibutsuji? Let me go? Kiyogoku swiftly withdrew the needles, observing as droplets of blood oozed from the puncture wounds, waiting half a minute for the bleeding to slow. The unexpected turn of events left Kiyogoku momentarily stunned, and he loosened his grip on her neck. Coughing, Tsukihane clutched her throat, curling up in the corner of the bed, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at the towering man before her. You, Kiyogoku frowned, questioning his own perception. He had felt the familiar demonic aura the moment he laid eyes on her. How could it have vanished so suddenly? He could not help but grasp the hilt of his Nichiren blade. If she were truly human, he could not afford to take such a risk. Just as Kiyogoku was lost in thought, Muzan suddenly grasped his clothing, bare feet hitting the floor as he sprinted toward the door, shouting, help, help. Kiyogoku, ever vigilant against a sudden attack, was taken aback by this unexpected plea for aid, momentarily flustered. In an attempt to silence him, he struck the back of Muzan's neck with his hand. Thus, when Kiyoshi and the landlady burst through the door, they were met with the sight of Tsukihane, exposed and tear-streaked, having suffered violation, while Kiyogoku stood behind her, mercilessly knocking her unconscious and cradling the limp Muzan in his arms. The crowd was utterly shocked. They rushed forward to separate Kiyogoku from Muzan, the landlady furiously demanding, what are you doing? I never expected you to be such a beast. How could someone so handsome be a pervert masquerading as a doctor? Kiyoshi, especially disdainful of such individuals, felt a surge of anger. The thought of the usually proud Tsukihane being toyed with in such a manner changed his perception of Kiyogoku. Clearly, now was not the time to investigate whether she truly was a demon. After releasing Muzan, Kiyogoku stepped back and explained, this woman may be a demon. At the statement, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically, particularly the landlady, who advanced aggressively, scolding, don't you dare speak such nonsense. How could there be a demon in our establishment? You scoundrel, spouting lies. I see you as the true demon. Muzan, feigning unconsciousness on the floor, nearly laughed at the landlady's words. Kiyogoku was indeed formidable, but his emotional intelligence was evidently lacking. Even if he spoke the truth, the establishment would never acknowledge Tsukihane as a demon, especially without evidence. The strongest demon slayer being accused of being a demon by ordinary people was perhaps the most absurd joke imaginable. Sadly, only Muzan understood this, while Kiyogoku remained indifferent to others' opinions of him. Leave, the landlady commanded, gently placing Muzan back on the bed and covering him with a blanket, glaring at Kiyogoku. If you do not depart, I shall be quite ungracious. At this moment, Muzan feigned awakening, grasping the landlady's hand and weakly stating, it's quite all right. Though he tore my clothing and choked me, I believe he is a good person. With that, he offered Kiyogoku a sorrowful smile. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Who are you searching for? How amusing. This man, undeniably powerful yet excessively cautious, could momentarily be repelled by humans, but to survive, one must employ cunning strategies. Chapter 3. What malice could I, as a mere cat, possess? Tsukihane, get a grip. He is not a good person. The landlady was nearly exasperated. Unsure of what had caused the typically unflappable Tsukihane to suddenly become so accommodating toward this man. It could even be described as a mindless defense. Muzan lowered his head, biting his lip, his exquisite face hidden beneath the covers, his lashes fluttering as he timidly stole a glance at Kiyogoku, then quickly looked away, as though afraid of saying something wrong and incurring another beating. Kiyogoku, never adept at explanations, chose silence instead. He cast a complex glance at Muzan, finally sighing, very well. Then, under the fierce gaze of the proprietress, he departed from the current establishment. The matter finally reached a conclusion, having sent off Koi and the others. Muzan let out a quiet sigh of relief and began conversing with the system. Who is the person of utmost yang? Why is Kiyogoku Yoriichi here? Wasn't he supposed to have perished centuries ago? The charm demon system requires nurturing from the most yang-infused human. And Kiyogoku Yoriichi is the individual of utmost yang in this realm. So you resurrected a corpse? Are you a devil? If you need yang energy so desperately, why not just send me out to bask in the sun? Muzan was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity. Please, host, engage more with Kiyogoku Yoriichi to ensure a sufficient daily supply of yang energy. Muzan was momentarily taken aback, eventually accepting the disheartening fact that the system he carried was utterly incompetent. Based on the host's wishes, system tasks are being generated. Daily task, touch Kiyogoku Yoriichi once. Reward, 1 yang energy point. Hidden task, any intimate interaction with Kiyogoku Yoriichi will convert into yang energy points. Accumulate over 10,000 yang energy points to return to the real world. So, you mean I have to spend 27 years with Kiyogoku Yoriichi without being killed by him, and also touch him? Is that right? How audacious of you. Host, please do not lose heart. Embracing and kissing can yield more yang energy points. Accumulating them will be swift. I don't believe a word of this. Show me my current yang energy points. Person of utmost yang, Kiyogoku Yoriichi. Affection level, 10. Yang energy points, 3. So few. Muzan seethed. I just got beaten senseless by him, and I only get this paltry amount of yang energy? Am I being treated like a beggar? The acquisition of yang energy points is contingent upon the affection level towards the target. The higher the affection level, the more yang energy points earned. Speak plainly. Due to Kiyogoku Yoriichi's negative affection level towards you, contact yields only 1 point. If it were 100, then a mere touch could yield 100 yang energy points. For the sake of yang energy points, please strive to elevate your affection level. Upon hearing this, Muzan thoughtfully stroked his chin, only to realize that Kiyogoku Yoriichi despised him so much, to the extent of having a negative affection level. It must be a vague sense of dislike, which truly saddened him. Soon, however, Muzan smirked, a plan forming in his mind. To return home, he would have to apologize to Kiyogoku Yoriichi. At that moment, Kiyogoku Yoriichi, who was pawning off his valuable belongings, suddenly sneezed, an inexplicable chill washing over him. He had been living peacefully in paradise, only to awaken and find himself back in the mortal realm, a century later no less. Without time to ponder, he sensed the presence of a malevolent entity in the Yoshiwara Flower District, ready to eradicate it entirely, but that sinister aura abruptly vanished. All clues pointed to the courtesan Tsukihiko of the establishment. To unravel the mystery, Kiyogoku Yoriichi decided to rent a residence in the area temporarily. Mew. Just as Kiyogoku Yoriichi finished tidying up the house, he discovered an unexpected guest. A tiny, snow-white kitten with red vertical pupils stumbled out from a shadowy corner. Its 4 little legs were as round as potatoes, and despite its best efforts to run, it was hardly swift, bumping comically into Kiyogoku Yoriichi's foot. Instantly, it flipped onto its back, its tiny paws flailing in the air, utterly adorable. Noticing the kitten struggled to right itself, Kiyogoku Yoriichi bent down and gently lifted it by the scruff of its neck. The two faced each other, and the kitten innocently mewed. You look like a pet cat. Kiyogoku Yoriichi cradled the kitten, pondering how a stray cat could possess such striking features. He wondered which household it had escaped from, being so small. He set the kitten back down, and it immediately began circling around him, mewing incessantly, showing no intention of leaving. Do you want to follow me? Kiyogoku Yoriichi felt troubled. He had no experience caring for pets, but looking into the kitten's ruby-like eyes, he ultimately decided to take it in. Hee. Muzan chuckled inwardly, watching as Kiyogoku Yoriichi busied himself preparing a home for him, comfortably stretching in his embrace. Indeed, This adorable kitten was Muzan's disguise. What could facilitate prolonged contact with Kiyogoku Yoriichi better than a cat? Nothing. No one could resist the allure of a kitten, especially one as charming as himself. Seeing the kitten unguardedly exposing its belly in his palm, Kiyogoku Yoriichi couldn't help but smile softly, gently scratching its fluffy, soft belly. Mew. Muzan immediately clutched Kiyogoku Yoriichi's fingers, rubbing his head against them, and upon seeing the panel display 111 yang energy points, he squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Kiyogoku Yoriichi tenderly concealed the kitten in his arms, one hand cradling it while the other grasped his Nichiren blade, heading out to purchase cat food. Yashitake, as usual, was out collecting debts. His gaunt, hunched figure and his black-green hair were quite distinctive, and he happened to be facing away from Kiyogoku Yoriichi. This was a demon. Kiyogoku Yoriichi halted, and to prevent it from fleeing, he activated his transparent world ability to suppress his aura, disguising himself as an ordinary person. The demon energy in the Yoshiwara Flower District was exceptionally thick, yet Kiyogoku Yoriichi hadn't anticipated encountering such formidable demons merely 2 days after his resurrection. Excuse me, how much is the cat food? Kiyogoku Yoriichi approached Yashitake, lowering his gaze to inquire of the trembling pet shop owner. The pet shop owner, having just paid his protection fee, was still shaken, casually stating a price. Kiyogoku Yoriichi's presence attracted Yashitake-teru's attention, who looked disdainfully at this ordinary person. Prepared to say something, when suddenly a kitten's head popped out from Kiyogoku Yoriichi's embrace. Simultaneously, Muzan's voice echoed in his mind. Run. Yashitake recognized the kitten as Muzan, instantly becoming more cautious. Although he didn't understand why his boss wanted him to flee, he turned and left, driven by an ingrained respect for Muzan. However, Kiyogoku Yoriichi clearly had no intention of letting him go so easily. Just as Yashitake turned, Kiyogoku Yoriichi's Nichiren blade was drawn in an instant. Mew. Muzan let out a cry, and Kiyogoku Yoriichi, momentarily distracted by the kitten, managed to slice off half of Yashitake-teru's neck with that strike. Yashitake-teru clutched his neck, his pupils trembling. This man, devoid of any fighting spirit, was stronger than any demon slayer he had encountered. He finally understood why Muzan had urged him to flee. With a few leaps, he vanished into the darkness. Utterly bewildered as to why such a terrifying being would allow Muzan to remain as a kitten by his side. Was he a captive? He needed to relay this information to the other demons, urging them to assist in eliminating him. Chapter 4. Akaza, I command you to strangle my neck. If Muzan knew Yashitake-teru's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of gratitude, as he feared he wouldn't meet his demise swiftly enough. Unfortunately, he was currently being pampered by Kiyogoku Yoriichi, fretting over his yang energy points. After a whole day of interaction, his yang energy points had only pitifully increased to 15. He couldn't possibly rely on remaining a kitten beside Kiyogoku Yoriichi forever. He needed to devise a strategy to boost his affection level. I'm afraid that this body, as a specter, has inevitably developed an insatiable craving for flesh and blood. System, are you present? Is there any method to restrain my urge to consume humans? Muzan, having traversed into this realm, finds the notion of devouring human beings utterly unacceptable. What could possibly be appetizing about humans, when they are merely hosts for pathogens? Their insides filled with excrement. 10 yang energy points can be exchanged for a sustenance reagent. I might as well smash you to bits, such an exorbitant price. Muzan is heartbroken. The yang energy points he so desperately accumulated from Yoriichi Tsujikuni are worth so little. This is an unavoidable circumstance, host. After all, your favorability with Yoriichi is exceedingly low. Alas, several days pass, and Muzan continues to masquerade as a cat in order to accumulate the necessary yang energy points while summoning capable subordinates to assist him. He is not indiscriminately calling upon demons. First and foremost, the demon must possess a certain level of strength, lest they be swiftly dispatched by Yoriichi. They must at least have the ability to escape. Secondly, they cannot be too intelligent. Should they discern that Muzan's persona has changed, it would lead to complications. Lastly, they must be able to keep secrets and not become traitors. A few faces flash through Muzan's mind, ultimately settling on Akaza. Akaza, you are commanded to arrive at the Kyogoku Flower District within 3 days. There is a task for you. Akaza, who is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku aboard the Infinity Train, suddenly hesitates. Momentarily struck by Rengoku's blade, which severs a portion of his forearm, he swiftly regenerates his damaged flesh, ceasing to extol the virtues of becoming a demon to Rengoku, and instead furrows his brow, saying, I have urgent matters to attend to today. We shall continue our duel another time. Rengoku and Tanjiro are instantly taken aback. Witnessing the Flame Hashira, though gravely injured, still standing resolute, Tanjiro's tears cascade as he shouts at Akaza's retreating figure. Despicable fiend. You are not permitted to flee. Rengoku-san is far superior to you. You coward. You have lost. It is you who has lost. Tanjiro falls to his knees before Rengoku, pounding the ground in fury. Yet Rengoku, with a bright and embracing smile, reassures, "It is all right, Tanjiro. I am not yet at death's door." He knows he is at his limit. Even one more second of combat would hasten the burning of his life force. Rengoku steadies himself with his sword, slowly rising from the ground, his expression turning contemplative as he watches Akaza's retreating form. He must promptly report this matter to his lord. It is likely that something significant has transpired to compel Upper Moon 3 to depart in haste. As Akaza dashes away, the taunts of that insufferable brat echo in his ears, yet Muzan's command takes precedence above all else, and he grits his teeth. "The next time we meet, I shall eliminate that brat first." A gentle breeze stirs the flower curtains of the establishment, and in the blink of an eye, Akaza finds himself kneeling before a stunning woman with flowing green seaweed-like hair. "I have come to report, Lord Muzan." Muzan, reclining languidly in a beautiful chair, glances up from the literature of this era, his demeanor relaxed. "How terribly dull. There is no internet. I yearn to watch anime and play games." Observing Muzan engrossed in his reading, Akaza speaks. "The whereabouts of the blue spider lily are still under investigation, and I encountered the flame Hashira. I am aware. Had it not been for Muzan's sudden summons, Rengoku would have surely met his end. Do not concern yourself with trivial matters, Akaza." Muzan sets the book aside, his crimson gaze piercing down at him. "I have a more pressing task for you to undertake." "Yes, my subordinate shall exert every effort." Akaza bows his head, immediately pledging his loyalty and determination. "Now, come here and hold me." Akaza nearly wonders if he is imagining things, unable to resist raising his gaze to Muzan. Noting Muzan's unwaveringly calm expression, he hesitantly asks, "Hold you?" Muzan gives a slight nod, with the affirmation granted. Akaza awkwardly approaches and gathers him into his embrace from the reclining chair. In his female form, Muzan feels light and soft, exuding a faint floral fragrance. The figure in his arms appears fragile, as if a mere touch could shatter them. Yet Akaza knows he is the very source of malevolence, the progenitor of demons. The softness in his arms juxtaposed with the coldness of awareness renders him stiff, uncertain of Muzan's intentions. Is this a test of his loyalty? Will he betray him now that they are so close? Akaza soon finds his thoughts laughable. Muzan could effortlessly end their lives, rendering proximity meaningless. Muzan's peripheral vision catches a glimpse of the data panel, noting 10 yang energy points, and he is momentarily taken aback. System, why does Akaza's embrace yield yang energy points? Is he not a demon? Regardless of being a demon or a human, the system adjusts the data to align with their peak yang energy levels for the host's convenience. Muzan finds himself pleasantly surprised by the system's utility. Could this not be a case of killing two birds with one stone? Elated, he tightens his hold around Akaza's neck, and the panel's data instantaneously increases by another 10 points. By the heavens! By the heavens! By the heavens! I've struck gold. Muzan nearly beams with delight, instantly deciding to forsake Yoriichi in favor of Akaza. In comparison to Yoriichi, Akaza is simply too generous. Splendid. Unparalleled. Please focus on courting Yoriichi Tsujikoni. The system seems to sense his thoughts and reminds him. Akaza's favorability towards you is a remarkable 60. Thus the increase in yang energy points is substantial, yet still not comparable to Yoriichi. Understood. Muzan pouts, a hint of disappointment evident. Noticing Akaza's body is as rigid as stone, Muzan pinches his cheek. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Akaza remains silent for a moment, candidly admitting, "I am somewhat anxious, Lord Muzan. What is your intention?" Muzan narrows his eyes, a benevolent smile gracing his lips. "I am setting a trap." What sort of person necessitates that one as formidable as Muzan set a trap? Akaza is intrigued, but chooses not to voice his curiosity out of respect for Muzan, merely nodding in silence. "Lay me upon the bed." Muzan pats Akaza's arm to encourage him to relax. Akaza attempts to lighten his touch, his heart quaking as he gazes at the enchanting beauty upon the bed, sensing that Muzan has changed in some way. "Come here." Muzan seizes Akaza's arm, and though he looks up at Akaza, his demeanor remains icy. "Grip my neck, Akaza." Akaza's pupils dilate in shock, staring at him in confusion. This must surely be a test of his loyalty. Absolutely. He immediately kneels beside the bed, declaring, "Lord Muzan, I cannot." A sharp slap resonates as Akaza's face is violently turned aside. Had he been human, such force would have surely resulted in decapitation. "Are you defying me?" Muzan narrows his crimson eyes upon him. "Do as I say, or there will be little left for you to keep." Gazing at Muzan's frostbitten visage, Akaza grits his teeth and rises, one hand tightening around Muzan's delicate throat. His fingertips gradually constrict, and though he knows Muzan would never permit him to kill him. Witnessing the pain etched upon Muzan's finely drawn brows sends shivers through him. Why must it be this way? Akaza finally voices his question. Though it is Muzan who is being choked, he feels as if he himself is being tortured, every cell within him bubbling with exhilaration. More invigorating than the pursuit of martial prowess. Chapter 5. How to elevate Akaza's favorability to 90. Gazing at the 101,010 yang energy points, Muzan struggles to articulate. This is an order. You must grow accustomed to treating me this way. May I release you now? Akaza's eyes are filled with conflict. Yes. Upon receiving Muzan's consent, Akaza promptly released his grip and stepped aside, slowly taking deep breaths to calm himself, all while remaining unnoticed by Muzan. Coughing, Muzan covered his bruised neck with satisfaction. A smile gracing his lips. It was good, but still not sufficiently tragic. To persuade Kinotsuyuri to believe in him, he needed to refine his methods further, ensuring that Akaza instinctively developed a series of attacks. Now, command me to kneel, he stated flatly, propping himself up on the bed. Akaza nearly choked in disbelief. Clenching his fists, he opened his mouth only to realize that this was far more challenging than turning 8 Hashira into demons. He regretted not fabricating an excuse to avoid this. How could such a predicament befall him? He attempted once more, silently uttering the command, and after doing so, pressed his lips tightly together as if guarding against some primal beast. Are you mute, Akaza? Muzan glared fiercely at him. Or do you consider me deaf? An invisible gust of wind struck Akaza's face, instantly leaving a few crimson marks. Damn it, did he wish for death? Gritting his teeth, his jaw tensed like iron. He barked at Muzan, come here and kneel. Muzan, unperturbed, immediately descended from the bed, kneeling before Akaza, revealing a charming swirl of hair. He continued to command, now, grasp my hair. Akaza realized there was no escaping today. He could not defy Muzan's orders. Grasping Muzan's flowing locks, he pulled him toward the rocking chair, his face betraying discomfort as he said, my lord, the floor is cold. Excellent. You have learned without a teacher, Muzan remarked, pulling Akaza closer by his collar. Now, we must practice your verbal skills. Their eyes were merely a nail's breadth apart, allowing him to easily observe Akaza's wildly trembling pupils. The kind words he had just uttered were utterly inappropriate. He must humiliate me fiercely, do you understand? Akaza nodded thoughtfully, having grasped the concept. Understood, Muzan-sama. Do not call me Muzan-sama. My name is now Tsukihiko. Very well, Tsukihiko. Now, let us give it a try, Muzan encouraged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Akaza suddenly snarled, you worthless fool. You're too weak. Pathetically weak. Unworthy of pursuing martial arts. Infuriated. He was about to continue when Muzan interrupted him. Stop, stop, stop. Supporting his bouncing forehead, he added, that is not the kind of humiliation meant for an enemy. You fool. Akaza, looking innocently at Muzan, scratched at his flamboyant red hair, having exhausted his vocabulary of insults, only to find it was not what was required. Muzan leaned in, whispering softly in Akaza's ear, and soon Akaza's cheeks flushed crimson, steam rising from his skin. Bong. Akaza felt as if he had heard the sound of his sanity shattering. This was exceedingly difficult to articulate, especially directed at Muzan. Treat me as an ordinary courtesan. Do not feel pressured, Akaza, Muzan praised, patting his arm. You have performed admirably today. Continue tomorrow, and strive for greater proficiency. However, Akaza, visibly conflicted, wished to offer further counsel. Muzan interrupted, no buts. This is all for the greater good. Following Muzan's instructions, Akaza knelt behind him, kneading his shoulders, and emboldened, asked my lord, why are we performing this charade? Muzan resumed perusing the bizarre compendium. Remember, always call me Tsukihiko. This is your special privilege. Akaza, a man of integrity, feared that a slip of the tongue could jeopardize all of their efforts. His heart quivered. Muzan had granted him the privilege of omitting honorifics. He felt elated yet perplexed, prompting him to inquire, Tsukihiko, is that person formidable? Smack. Muzan closed the book, turning to meet Akaza's gaze, very strong, exceedingly so. Even I cannot defeat him. Therefore, your only task is to escape. Do not engage in a desperate battle. Though Akaza was earnest, he was not dim-witted. After a moment's reflection, he deduced Muzan's intent. You aim to gain his trust, and then strike when he is unprepared? Amused by Akaza's sanguine thoughts of violence, Muzan found his deduction amusingly close to the truth, though the goal was more about fostering goodwill than outright assassination. Upon noticing Muzan's tacit agreement, Akaza's resolve strengthened, and his curiosity intensified. His yearning for strength and desire to confront this formidable opponent compelled him. Even if Muzan commanded him to flee, he would fight until the very last breath. By the way, Muzan retrieved a transparent glass vial from his robes, filled with blood as crimson as a lake stained by a blood moon. When he arrives, pour this over yourself. Whose blood is this? Akaza frowned. Mine, Muzan replied with a slight smile. Not long ago, my identity was nearly exposed by him. And I need you to help me rectify that. Akaza carefully stowed the vial, his curiosity about Kineo Tsuyuri nearly overwhelming. What kind of person would he be? 8 eyes, 8 arms, 18 heads, 20 legs? Surely, he would have 2 more eyes than Kibutsuji Muzan. Noticing Akaza's vivid imagination, Muzan offered a brief description of Kineo Tsuyuri's appearance. He appears to be an ordinary human, with black hair in a high ponytail, the ends dyed red, and a deep crimson flame pattern on his left forehead. Since Kineo Tsuyuri gifted the Hinakami Kagura earrings to the Kamadu family during his lifetime, he does not wear those iconic earrings upon his resurrection. Do not provoke him unnecessarily. Akaza, Muzan warned once more. He understood how fiercely Akaza yearned for power, yet Kineo Tsuyuri was not someone he could confront lightly. Drawing Akaza closer by his collar, their noses nearly touching, he enunciated each word. Promise me. Gulp. Akaza swallowed hard, unable to remain unaffected by Muzan's striking beauty, his heart racing audibly. Promise me you will not easily perish. Muzan tugged him closer, their proximity intensifying. The data panel reflected Akaza's favorability skyrocketing, now reaching an astonishing 90. From the essence of Muzan's threat, Akaza discerned a note of concern, and he found himself swearing uncontrollably. I will protect you. I will not die. Chapter 6. The gentle Akaza becomes a mentor. A new mentor arrived at the Tsuzumi mansion, with red short hair that belied an unexpected air of authority despite his youth. The courtesans of the mansion were summoned by the proprietress, standing in neat rows in the guest room, some whispering nervously amongst themselves. What does a mentor do? They certainly do not seem like good people. I caught a glimpse of him before. He was terrifying. His eyes seemed capable of murder. What? Is he that frightening? Shoo, be quiet. He is coming. As the proprietress guided the mentor to stand before the gathered crowd, the murmurs fell silent. The dimly lit guest room enveloping them in an atmosphere akin to a graveyard, where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. The newly appointed mentor was none other than Akaza, disguised as a human. Clad in a classic Japanese male kimono, he stood expressionless with arms crossed. His gaze briefly flickering to Muzan, who smiled warmly at him from the center, before quickly averting his eyes. The proprietress cast a sycophantic smile towards Akaza. Rubbing her hands together as she spoke, Lord Kineo, the courtesans are all gathered here for your inspection. Kineo was the name Akaza bore during his human life. A name he had long since forgotten after his transformation into a demon, a moniker bestowed upon him by Muzan the previous night. The name Kineo felt foreign to Akaza. Yet simultaneously, a tumultuous sensation stirred within his mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. He had little concern for his past as a human. His existence was solely dedicated to becoming stronger. However, another thought now flickered in his mind as he subtly glanced at Muzan. He wished to protect Muzan by eliminating that man. Upon concluding her announcement, the proprietress turned sternly towards the courtesans, declaring, "This is the Punisher. From now on, any girl who disobeys the rules shall be punished by Lord Kineo. Do you understand?" A wave of panic rippled through the crowd. What is happening? I'm so scared. Will he beat us to death? I dislike him. Can we not have a Punisher? The room erupted into a cacophony. The voices of the courtesans rising in protest, making it difficult to discern who was speaking, as if they all protested in unison. At that moment, Muzan stepped forward. His elegantly styled hair adorned with exquisite golden hairpins resembling serpents, enhancing his unparalleled beauty. He held his head high like an imperious swan and coldly asserted, "I will not go to the Punisher, and neither should any of you." The proprietress's expression instantly changed. She grasped his hand and urgently exclaimed, "Kineo, what nonsense are you speaking? This is the Punisher." One could only speculate what terrifying experiences the proprietress had endured. Her anxiety nearly palpable as she gripped Muzan's arm tightly, causing him pain. Muzan, fully aware that Akaza had employed certain tactics to compel the proprietress into appointing him as this inexplicable Punisher, recognized that it was part of his plan. In response to her well-meaning concern, he feigned confusion, as if unaware of why the usually compassionate proprietress had suddenly become so unyielding. An ember of anger ignited within him as he forcefully shook off her hands and stepped before Akaza, enunciating each word with clarity. "You are not welcome here. Please leave." A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. After all, the Punisher appeared formidable, and none would dare confront him directly, even if granted 100 lives. Yet, upon reflection, it was typical for Kineo to exhibit such a bold temperament. As Kineo's voice rang out in their defense, the courtesans, who had previously feared him, began to alter their perception, realizing he was not as cold-hearted as they had imagined. "Akaza, do you remember what I taught you yesterday?" Muzan's voice resonated within Akaza's mind. Yes. Just as Akaza confirmed, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room, with Muzan caught in its fierce embrace, toppling him to the ground. His forehead striking the low table, blood cascading down to stain his eyelashes. The strange wind rendered him unable to open his eyes, while Akaza, unwilling to relent, placed a foot on Muzan's chest, gazing down at him with a chilling demeanor. What were you saying just now? I didn't quite catch that. Kindly repeat yourself. Silence enveloped the room, everyone struck dumb by the display of power. Was he still human? No, a human could never contend with him. Witnessing Kaneo being beaten, a sense of dread spread among the onlookers, a mixture of relief at not being the target of the Punisher's wrath and fear of facing such treatment themselves. Only Muzan understood that Akaza had not exerted any real force. Had he done so, the fragile bodies of the courtesans would have succumbed long ago. As Muzan wiped the blood from his eyes, Akaza seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground, leaving him to thrash in agony. Kaneo, must it come to this? Akaza's inner turmoil raged, suffering even more than Muzan. It is necessary, otherwise, how can you establish authority, and how can my persona be maintained? Muzan coldly urged him to continue. If you wish for me to feel better, then speak your lines. Do you seem to harbor some discontent towards me? Akaza struggled to steady his voice, chuckling darkly. Next time, it won't be so simple. With a resounding thud, Muzan was violently hurled to the ground, as if every bone in his body had been shattered, leaving him sprawled, barely breathing. Noticing the terror in the eyes of those around him, Akaza turned away and departed, fearing he might lose control and rushed to aid Muzan. Cursed! A mighty tree snapped in response to his fury. Cursed! 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 The woods surrounding the Yoshiwara district lay in disarray, several trees shattered and strewn upon the ground. Even without having met Kaneo, Akaza harbored a profound hatred for him. It was this man who compelled Muzan to inflict such torment upon himself. He resolved to kill him. Akaza silently vowed that regardless of the formidable presence Kaneo represented, he would fight to eradicate him for Muzan's sake. Kaneo sat cross-legged upon a tree, murmuring the name that echoed within him. Muzan had revealed that it was his name from his human days, but why had Muzan chosen to share this with him? Was it to awaken memories of his humanity? Akaza, though uninterested in his past, felt an undeniable curiosity. From the moment he transformed into a demon, his focus had been solely on Muzan, a bond that was ineffable. Did Muzan hold other intentions? Unable to decipher this, he anxiously rubbed his temples and chose to dismiss the thought. Meanwhile, the flamboyant Tamayo had finally located Doma and informed him of the events transpiring in the Yoshiwara district. Doma, concealing his mouth behind a folding fan, chuckled. Oh, this is becoming quite intriguing. He tilted his head, appearing to find the situation rather entertaining. Chapter 7. The hellishly challenging inherited fate of Kaneo is quite detestable. On a sun-drenched day, Muzan lowered a half-drawn curtain, retreating into the shadows behind it as he rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window. Rarely did he don a crescent-hued long dress, the golden threads reflecting a subtle glow even in the absence of sunlight. Transforming into a feline, Muzan was more finicky than the average cat, refusing to consume the ordinary cat food available on the market. His new caretaker, Kaneo, found himself compelled to procure fresh seafood daily to satisfy the whims of his feline charge. Today was no exception. Muzan toyed with a hairpin intricately carved with wisteria as he observed Kaneo passing by below, a slight smile gracing his lips. He extended a delicate, snow-white arm, releasing the hairpin, which fell from the air. With a swift motion, Kaneo caught it, his gaze drawn to the direction from whence it had fallen. Muzan immediately feigned a look of surprise, touching his styled hair as if unaware of how the hairpin had accidentally slipped from his grasp. A fleeting glance exchanged between them before he quickly shut the window. A familiar demonic aura enveloped him once more. Kaneo, contemplating the exquisite wisteria hairpin in his hand, sighed and redirected his path toward the entrance of the establishment. The proprietress was busy enticing customers at the door, her expression shifting upon seeing Kaneo. She had not forgotten how he had disguised himself as a doctor to take advantage of Kaneo. Ignoring his presence, she busily attended to other patrons with her smiles. In the dimly lit establishment of the Timeless House, Kaguya Yuichiro had grown accustomed to being looked down upon, having once been expelled by the Demon Slayer Corps. With an air of calm, he approached the proprietress and stated, "Pardon my intrusion, but I wish to speak with Miss Tsukihiko." The proprietress rolled her eyes and dismissed him, saying, "How dare you return? Our establishment does not welcome ruffians." Upon entering, Yuichiro sensed not only Tsukihiko's presence, but an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloping the entire Timeless House. His expression shifted to one of gravity as he declared, "Miss Tsukihiko has left something with me." Producing a hairpin as proof, he observed the proprietress's demeanor soften slightly, though she still appeared reluctant. She queried, "Last time, I found your demeanor rather intrusive, yet do you not sense an unclean presence within this house? The proprietress's face paled abruptly. Indeed, during Yuichiro's previous visit, she had dismissed his claims as nonsense, but this time, her resolve wavered. Ever since the instructing Master Kibo arrived, although the courtesans had remained unharmed, numerous patrons had mysteriously vanished. After merely spending a night in the company of the courtesans, they disappeared without a trace. While those outside the house remained oblivious and continued their investigations, the proprietress harbored a foreboding suspicion. The perpetrator was likely the instructing Master Kiba. She scrutinized the tall, composed man before her, transferring her duties to another attendant and quietly leading Yuichiro to a secluded corner. In hushed tones, she asked, "Are you truly a demon slayer?" Yuichiro remained silent, yet the presence of his Nichiren blade instilled a sense of confidence in her. However, she recalled his previous assertion that Tsukihiko was a demon, causing her conviction to falter once more. What had happened to Tsukihiko? The proprietress nearly shed tears as she pondered. "What is amiss?" Yuichiro inquired, frowning. In a desperate act, the proprietress knelt before him, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Regardless of your authenticity, I beseech you to save Tsukihiko." Yuichiro gently helped the aged woman to her feet, speaking with calm authority. "Do not panic. I will assist you. Please, tell me what has transpired." The proprietress briefly recounted the events involving the instructing master and the recent occurrences within the establishment, voicing her concerns. She glanced around cautiously, noting that Kibo was absent today, and urged, "If you visit Tsukihiko, you will understand. I suspect she has incurred his wrath for speaking out against him." Heavy-hearted, Yuichiro ascended the stairs, clutching the hairpin tightly. He stood before Tsukihiko's door and gently knocked. "Miss Tsukihiko, you have dropped something." "Ah, yes," came her response. As Muzan opened the sliding door, their eyes locked, and he appeared to recall something, recoiling slightly as he murmured, "Is that my hairpin?" "Thank you, please give it to me." Instead of handing it over, Yuichiro grasped his delicate hand, pushing the door open and stepping inside. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving Muzan startled on the chaise, fear gripping him as he clutched his clothing. As Yuichiro rolled up his sleeve, silent tears streamed down Muzan's cheeks. The stark contrast of bruises against his pale skin told of the torment he had endured. These marks were not inflicted by Yuichiro during his last visit. He quickly arranged Muzan's clothing and closed his eyes to perceive the ethereal realm, discovering that the malevolent energy surrounding him was not emanating from within, but rather had been acquired. Yet, how to broach the subject? Observing the fragile beauty before him, trembling like a startled bird, Yuichiro dismissed the thought of him being a demon, leaving only a sliver of caution in his heart. "Did he inflict those injuries upon you?" he inquired. Muzan gazed at him in surprise, his expressive eyes seeming to convey gratitude for his concern. Not sensing any inclination toward violence, Muzan gradually calmed. Bowing his head respectfully, his voice soft yet tinged with resignation. "No, it was merely an accident. I fell." Yuichiro's brow furrowed deeply. Even a fool could discern that he was lying. "Speak the truth," he urged, his tone firm. Seeing Muzan flinch in fear, he softened his voice. "I can help you." Muzan looked into the eyes of this striking man, tears welling as he thought how kind he was. Yet, the instructing master was not someone to be trifled with. He could not allow his selfishness to endanger Yuichiro. Gritting his teeth, he insisted, "I assure you, I am fine. Please, just leave." He feigned a menacing demeanor. Yet he was oblivious to how his wide, cat-like eyes appeared innocent and endearing in Yuichiro's gaze, devoid of any intimidation. The system quickly checks Kaguya Yuichiro's favorability level. Querying. 10. Upon hearing such a dismal figure, Muzan struggled to maintain his composure. This insufferable man was proving to be quite the challenge. Compared to Akaza, it was as if he were in a realm of ease versus a treacherous abyss. Under Muzan's fierce glare, Yuichiro finally exited the room without returning the hairpin. The system, bewildered by Muzan's actions, cautioned, "Akaza will return tomorrow." "I am aware. That is precisely the effect I desire. This is a strategy of feigned retreat. You shall see whether that man comes back tomorrow." Muzan was still incensed. He had painstakingly raised his favorability by such a meager amount. 10 points was hardly commendable. Any normal person would have at least 30, given his appearance. Oh, that infuriating Kaguya Yuichiro. Was he even a man? How vexing. Fortunately, no one was around, for should they witness Muzan writhing on the bed like a worm, his entire image would be shattered. Chapter 8. These minor injuries, if left untreated, would soon heal. As for Akaza, who had been dispatched, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Doma, barely returning to the timeless house at night, with his wounds gradually mending. Upon receiving news of Muzan's presence there, Doma headed straight for the establishment. Muzan could sense the situation through his blood, yet he was too lethargic to inform Doma, fearing he might detect flaws in his facade. After all, Doma was far from naive, and the prospect of explaining his plans to him was daunting. Doma, unlike Akaza, was a purely malevolent entity. Muzan could easily surmise that his arrival would complicate matters further. Thus, he instructed Akaza to thwart Doma from barging in, leading to the initial scene. Meanwhile, Doma, clutching his swollen cheek, chuckled maniacally. The third has grown stronger again. Let me guess. His head tilted in a neurotic manner, suddenly realizing. It must be Lord Muzan who provided him with blood. How amusing. This is simply too delightful. Doma's multi-hued eyes glinted with a sinister light. What secrets was Akaza desperately trying to conceal? His curiosity piqued. Doma licked his lips and, dragging his battered body into the shadows, left behind a chilling voice that sent shivers down the spine. How could I miss out on such a splendid performance? How did you sustain such grave injuries? In the timeless house, Muzan maximized his concealment of demonic energy, enveloping the entire establishment to prevent Yoriichi from finding him. He assisted Akaza, who collapsed upon entering, a look of confusion crossing his face. Did I not instruct you to dissuade Doma? Why did you engage him in battle? He would not listen. I had no choice. Akaza sat in a corner, making an effort to avoid staining Muzan's room with blood. He observed as Muzan knelt before him, unconcerned about the blood splattered on his clothing and hands, wearing a nonchalant smile as he lifted his shirt to reveal his abs, saying, "It's just a minor injury. See, it's already healing. Minor injury, my foot." Muzan abruptly jabbed his finger into his abdomen, and indeed, he witnessed Akaza's face contort in agony, his lips parting to inhale a sharp breath. To endure such internal injuries, yet feign strength. How foolish one must be. Muzan scornfully berated him, though his hands delicately wiped Akaza's body with a cloth. Akaza gazed vacantly at Muzan, grinning like a simpleton, offering no retort. He felt that his battle with Doma had not been fierce enough. He yearned for a more grievous injury, believing it would garner Muzan's greater affection. Fortunately, Muzan remained oblivious to his thoughts, or else he might have been driven to fury. After tidying the room, he gently assisted Akaza to the bed, patting his shoulder like one would soothe a child. "You shall rest here tonight. Make sure to recuperate. Tomorrow brings another arduous battle." When Akaza attempted to rise, Muzan pressed a finger against his brow, firmly urging him back down. "You've worked hard, Akaza. Sleep now." Muzan's voice was as soothing as a gentle breeze, lulling the previously unwearied Akaza into a gradual slumber. The following morning, Muzan awoke from the beauty chair beside him, draped with an extra blanket. The bed, however, lay empty, and upon touching the mattress, he found it cold, indicating that Akaza had departed long ago. Muzan yawned, squinting his eyes in reflection. "How tender-hearted you are, Akaza. What a pity you are not a target of my affections. Please focus, host." I know. Muzan glanced at Akaza's strikingly high affection level of 95, then compared it to the meager 10 points of Gyutaro, feeling a pang of sorrow. Despite my utmost efforts to impress Gyutaro, I find that mere casual interactions with Akaza yield far greater results. This is truly disheartening. Since Akaza's arrival, you have scarcely visited Gyutaro, host. Relax. My little feline doppelganger is a system product I purchased with my credit. I trust it won't draw any suspicion. Today marked an exceptionally important day. One must commend Muzan's remarkable adaptability. He had already mastered the art of grooming and, having adorned himself, stepped out to join the landlady in welcoming esteemed guests. Gyutaro, on this rare occasion, donned a gray linen robe, his high ponytail let down, cascading over his forehead and cheeks to obscure his conspicuous markings. He bent slightly to diminish his height, blending into the crowd like any ordinary passerby. The Shimazuki house was undoubtedly troubled by a formidable demon, and Gyutaro trusted his instincts. However, the demon had conveniently been absent the previous day, allowing him to disguise himself and infiltrate the bustling throng at the Shimazuki house. Due to the drastic change in his demeanor, the sinister guise that suggested displeasure at everyone he encountered left even the landlady oblivious to his true identity. His gaze meticulously scanned the room until it settled upon Muzan. As Gyutaro approached, a rotund, greasy man pressed close to Muzan, his clammy hands repeatedly caressing Muzan's palm. "My dear, let us retreat to my quarters for some amusement." One arm slung possessively around Muzan's shoulder, while the other rudely shoved the landlady aside. The man dragged Muzan toward his room, his beady eyes glinting with lascivious intent. How revolting! Muzan screamed internally, wishing fervently to sever the man's claws. Yet aware that Gyutaro was watching, he could only suppress his discomfort and plead, "Sir, please refrain from such behavior. I implore you." The corpulent man paid no heed to Muzan's words. To him, the struggles appeared as a coy invitation, threatening, "You, a mere courtesan, think your body is pure? Continue to resist, and I shall end you." Turning to the landlady, he cast a tearful look, yet saw her bowing her head, murmuring, "I am sorry, Tsukiyakari." These esteemed guests are beyond our means. My sincerest apologies. Witnessing this unsettling scene, Gyutaro furrowed his brow in dismay. He had not anticipated such coercive dealings persisting even centuries later. Pausing, he decided to infiltrate the rotund man's chamber based on the information he had gathered. With a violent motion, the man tossed Muzan onto the bed, preparing to disrobe. In tears, Muzan quickly fled to a corner of the room. He was acutely aware that humiliation awaited him, yet he could not reconcile himself to accept it without resistance, hoping to delay the inevitable. Damn it, filthy whore. The man's words clearly enraged him, and in swift strides, he pursued Muzan, pinning him to the floor, his hefty form nearly suffocating him. Muzan let out a muffled groan as his bright crimson eyes dulled with despair. He recognized the futility of escape, but felt an overwhelming bitterness, his tears long dried, leaving his disheveled hair and torn attire even more pitiful. In that moment of utter hopelessness, his gaze met another pair of eyes from within the wardrobe. Chapter 9. The Revelation of Gyutaro's True Self. Those crimson eyes, similar in hue, yet vastly different in essence. Sukiakari could never be mistaken. Gyutaro was indeed concealed within the wardrobe. Hope reignited within his heart, and as the overweight man hoisted him again toward the bed, Gyutaro delivered a swift kick to the man's groin. The man fell to the ground, clutching himself in disbelief, howling like a slaughtered pig. Sukiakari, momentarily disoriented, widened his eyes, aware that this commotion would surely attract the attention of the instructors. Do not cry out. Please, keep silent, he urged, furious yet incapacitated by the blow. The man paused before bellowing, someone, help. Sukiakari's complexion turned pale, streaked with dried tears, his clothing in tatters. He knew the inhabitants of Shimazuki House would never come to his aid, and recalling Gyutaro's words from the previous day, fresh tears welled anew as he rushed to the wardrobe door, banging on it desperately. Help me. I beg you, save me. The blade of the Nichiren's sword slid from its sheath as Gyutaro restrained the impulse to burst forth to rescue him. This was a prime opportunity to lure the demon. If he missed this chance, it might not present itself again. Foolish creature. The man, misinterpreting Sukiakari's actions as madness, shouted for assistance. Meanwhile, Sukiakari, having received no response from the wardrobe after persistent knocking, gradually realized Gyutaro's refusal to emerge indicated his resolve. Abandonment, sorrow, rage, confusion, resentment, a torrent of negative emotions threatened to engulf Sukiakari. Like a marionette stripped of its strings, he leaned against the wardrobe door, sliding down to the floor, curling into a ball as he trembled, gazing at the man's mocking and venomous face. Why? On the other side of the thin wooden barrier, Gyutaro gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, unable to articulate his thoughts to Muzan, praying fervently that this woman could endure just a little longer. Just hold on a bit more. I'm sorry, just a little longer. Gyutaro's affection level. 30 days. After a brief dialogue with the system, Muzan summoned Akaza. It is time. Come in. With a soft click, the door opened again, then gently closed, revealing a red-haired youth exuding a potent aura of demonic energy, who squatted before the overweight man, smiling as he asked, well, esteemed guest, what seems to be the trouble? Teach her a lesson. The man's eyes widened in astonishment. Go kill that wretched harlot for me, and I will pay you handsomely. As he gazed upon Muzan, curled up and trembling in fear, Akaza's fury reached a boiling point, causing him to erupt into laughter, revealing his sharp fangs. He exclaimed, very well, pay close attention now. Destructive killing foot technique, crown of the first cut. In an instant, Akaza exerted his strength, launching a powerful kick aimed at the man's head, his speed astonishingly swift. With a resounding thud, a head flew from the vicinity of Tsukuyami, rolling to a stop before him, locking eyes with his downcast gaze. A terrified scream pierced the air as Tsukuyami kicked wildly, sending the severed head into a corner, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. Get away! Get away! But the cries abruptly ceased as a gentle hand rested upon Tsukuyami's head, as if pressing a pause button, halting his sobs and trembling form. The only sound that lingered was Akaza's voice, laced with mirth. Now, you shall face your punishment. Do you understand? Tsukuyami stared blankly at him, surrendering his thoughts, nodding numbly. Come here, kneel. Akaza lounged in a chair, crossing his legs, teasingly inquired, why are you hiding in the wardrobe? Is there something of value inside? His mood was surprisingly lighthearted. You have no right to add lines for yourself, Akaza. Tsukuyami thought, realizing that everything that had transpired was a meticulously orchestrated play by Muzan. And Akaza's sudden improvisation startled him. Akaza remained silent, fixated on the wardrobe, his smile gradually fading. He grasped Tsukuyami's hair, forcing him to look up and demanded, what have you done wrong? I should not have opposed our esteemed guest. I should not have resisted. Tsukuyami trembled as he spoke. Akaza's other hand caressed Tsukuyami's face. his finger tracing from his brow to his chin, finally pressing his thumb against his crimson lips. No, you have yet to realize your error. With a flick of his fingers, he disregarded Tsukuyami's furrowed brows, seizing his neck and lifting him to press against the rocking chair, enunciating each word. You must not hide people in the wardrobe. I did not. Tsukuyami gasped, nearly choking, instinctively struggling, his mind raging. Akaza, why are you changing your lines again? Just as Tsukuyami felt himself on the brink of suffocation, the wardrobe door burst open with a kick. The Nichiren blade unsheathed, Kaneo swiftly advanced, forcing Akaza back with a single strike, while Akaza carelessly tossed Tsukuyami to the ground. He even took care to ensure that Tsukuyami fell onto a soft woolen blanket rather than the cold floor. Akaza narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him, opting not to recite any lines from Muzan's script. His gaze fell upon Muzan, who lay on the ground, coughing blood, and a pang of pain shot through him. The pent-up anger and resentment that had been simmering for so long now found an outlet. Every word felt superfluous, Akaza thought, as no language could encapsulate his current emotions. This was the moment of confrontation he had long awaited. Destructive killing foot technique, flying star thousand wheels. Akaza bellowed, unleashing a barrage of chaotic kicks in rapid succession. His speed was extraordinary, the trajectory of his strikes elusive and unpredictable, akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky. Dragon head dance of the solar halo. Throughout history, there have always been a few legendary geniuses who, though human, possessed the ability to rival the divine, and Kaneo was precisely such a genius. The high-speed flurry of strikes, reminiscent of a fire dragon, clashed with Akaza's technique, igniting the blade in a blaze hotter than the sun. The rapid exchange allowed both to glean insights into one another's prowess, each standing firm across the distance. Indeed, they were formidable. Akaza had initially thought Muzan's claims exaggerated, but the pain in his foot served as a reminder that this man demanded his utmost attention. Simultaneously, Kaneo furrowed his brow, astonished that after centuries, the strength of demons had surged so significantly. If all demons were thus empowered, humanity would surely face annihilation. You wouldn't want this place to become ruins, would you? Akaza shrugged nonchalantly. Shall we step outside to fight? Kaneo, glancing at the nearly lifeless Muzan on the ground, nodded in agreement. The bizarre pairing of one man and one demon followed suit, the atmosphere around them thick with tension, as they departed the house and ventured into the forest. Akaza, do not act impulsively. It's best to retreat now, do you understand? I will find a way to win. Akaza. Muzan's voice brimmed with anger. This fool. He has no idea what Kaneo represents to demons. Without the constraints of humans and buildings, Akaza might not withstand a single blow. Obey. What did you promise me? Have you forgotten? Damn it. Akaza's eyes blazed with defiance as he glared at Kaneo. Who exactly are you? My name is Kaneo Tsuyuri. The Nichiren blade shone with dazzling brilliance. Go to hell and atone for your sins. Do not become a demon in your next life. He offered his sincere counsel. Who do you think you are to dictate to me? Akaza, incensed by Kaneo's dismissive demeanor, unleashed his ultimate technique. Destructive killing final technique. Azure Silver Chaotic Light. Ironically, in that very moment, Akaza found himself empathizing with Rengoku Kaijuro's conviction, that unwavering determination to defeat his adversary even at the cost of his life. To protect those behind him, he understood. Countless needles surged from Akaza's center, instantaneously launching in all directions, hundreds of projectiles zipping forth at lightning speed, their might overwhelming. Kaneo abandoned all attempts to slice through. This technique was beyond what a human could endure. Transparent world. Kaneo elevated his perception and control to the utmost limits. Akin to leaves swaying in a tempest, navigating through a storm of perilous needles with an incredible precision, as light as a feather. Akaza beheld the spectacle before him, his pupils constricting. This was the pinnacle of martial arts he had long sought, the realm of selflessness. Why does this inexplicably appearing man so effortlessly display that which I have pursued all my life? He could not comprehend, nor accept. Was the creator biased? How much effort had he expended on this human? He was nothing short of a child of the gods. Now it is my turn. Kaneo, hand upon his sword, raised his gaze, his crimson eyes shining brightly in that moment. Flame dance. Two arcs of flame reed slashes cleaved toward Akaza, cleaving through the night sky with thunderous force. Chapter 10. Akaza is still but a child. Do not let him escape. Trees, earth, sky. The scenery spun within his vision, as Akaza stood frozen in place, his head sluggishly turning. It was the image of his head being severed, spinning through the air. He was dying. If his head fell off, he would perish. No. Akaza's ears rang with a deafening roar, his eyes wide with disbelief. He would not accept such a fate. How could he die so easily? He had promised Tsukuyami that he would protect him, that he would survive. His head throbbed, a searing pain coursing through him. The fervent desire to live kept Akaza conscious even as his head was severed. He heard Muzan's furious inquiry, "Fool, why didn't you run when you had the chance?" "I'm sorry, I merely wished to protect you." Akaza stared into the pitch-black sky, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Was this the end? He truly finds it hard to accept. As Kagaya Yoriichi gazes at the headless ghost that stubbornly clings to life, he cannot help but wonder about the depth of the obsession that allows it to persist. He crouches before Akaza, letting out a sigh. "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Spare me your false sympathy, bastard." Akaza's eyes are bloodshot, brimming with hatred that seems ready to spill from his very sockets. Meanwhile, Muzan is in a state of frantic despair, violently expelling a mouthful of blood in the room. That fool Akaza. Idiot. Imbecile. System, is there any way to save him? 1,000 yang chi points. Damn it, I'll owe you later. Hurry and save him. Data conversion in progress. Conversion successful, initiating transport. Both Akaza and Muzan simultaneously close their eyes, as time begins to slow, ultimately freezing at the moment Yoriichi extends his hand. Thud. Muzan crashes to the ground, landing on his back, rubbing his backside. He curses, "You told me to save someone, and where did you send me?" At that very moment, a throng of people passes by Muzan, a black-haired, tattooed boy being escorted to the center of the village. A coarse rope is fastened around his neck, his hands bound behind him, and his lashes, an uncommon pink, defy the executioners with a rebellious glare. A dull thud resounds as the executioner strikes his knee, forcing him to the ground. Muzan, having been too far away to see the boy's face, feels an ominous premonition, pushing through the crowd until he lays eyes on Akaza's visage. How could this be? The executioner's blows rain down mercilessly upon Akaza, each strike echoing with a chilling thud that sends shivers down the spine. What is the limit of human endurance? Kojo Shinjiro does not know, but after countless strikes, pain rends his flesh, urging him to succumb to death. Yet he cannot die. Coughing violently, Kojo begins to spew blood, clearly suffering from internal injuries. Muzan, inheriting memories from a previous life, stands aghast, rage igniting within him. The moment Akaza receives the first blow, he yearns to charge forward and rescue him, only to quickly realize he possesses no extraordinary abilities, just like an ordinary person. System, what is happening? The system remains silent. Damn it, Muzan swears, rolling up his sleeves and charging toward the execution platform. Incredibly, despite the chaos surrounding him, he cannot allow this young Akaza to be subjected to such indignities. Someone has left a shoe print on Muzan, who brushes off the dirt and stands protectively in front of Kojo, demanding, "He is just a child. Why strike him so brutally?" These words act like a single drop of water plunging into boiling oil, instantly igniting the fury of the crowd. This wild child steals every day. Who the hell are you? Get out of the way. You think being a do-gooder is as simple as this? Are you insane? Someone, drag him away. As two burly men approach to seize Muzan, he finds himself with no choice but to leap in front of Kojo. Damn it. He is just an ordinary person. Without the system, his combat prowess is far from impressive. I am his guardian. If you have a grievance, direct it at me. Not the child. His gaze piercing, he meets the executioner's eyes, a chill emanating that forces the man to take a step back. Enough. The village chief rises from his seat, striking the ground with his cane. Since you claim to be his guardian, either compensate for the damages or take his punishment in his stead. The chief's proposal finds favor among most villagers, who, after all, only wish to teach a lesson, not indulge in the cruelty of child abuse. Muzan's vision darkens, gritting his teeth. System, for heaven's sake, stop playing dead. Just as Muzan unleashes his frustration upon the system, the battered Kojo turns to glance at this bewildering man. Stay out of it, go away. His face bruised and swollen, he utters these words before losing consciousness. Muzan, in exasperation, flicks Kojo's forehead. Indeed, a fool is a fool, even in a smaller form. An ordinary person in such a predicament would long have clung to their savior, yet Kojo remains stubbornly resistant, unwilling to accept help. The despondent Muzan is forced onto the execution platform, suffering indignities that leave him half-conscious. Carrying the young Kojo up the mountain, he finds that the villagers harbor deep-seated animosity towards them, likely due to Kojo's past misdeeds. Even Muzan's attempts at charm fail to earn them temporary shelter. He can only seek refuge in a nearby mountain temple. Oh, it hurts so much, Muzan thinks, bereft of the Demon King's healing abilities. Tears of pain nearly spilling from his eyes. Ever since arriving in this world, he has been subjected to beatings nearly every day. What sins have led to this? Ouch! Kojo cries out, suddenly awakening. You're awake. Muzan adjusts him on his back, admonishing, don't move around. I've been beaten too, and it hurts. At first, Kojo attempts to climb down, but realizing he lacks the strength, he gives up and cautiously asks, "Who are you?" "I have no money." "TCH, little brat," Muzan scoffs. "I'm your future godfather." Kojo, with a head full of questions, is unable to comprehend this declaration. However, apart from this explanation, his simple mind cannot conceive of any other reasoning. He is utterly inept beyond thievery, denounced by villagers as scum, who would bear the punishment for a worthless delinquent. Approaching the temple, Muzan wraps Kojo in his outer robe and guides him inside. Fortunately, the kind-hearted old monk is willing to temporarily shelter them, and Muzan manages to procure some medicine to tend to their injuries. In his desperate quest to save Akaza, Muzan urgently seeks to understand Kojo's circumstances. Lying side by side on the tatami mat, he inquires, "Why do you steal?" "I have no money," Kojo promptly replies, devoid of any shame. "I sell stolen goods for cash." "Then you could earn money through honest work. Stealing will only get you beaten." Muzan is taken aback. He had no idea that young Akaza had a habit of petty theft. "But I steal based on my own abilities." Kojo protests, glaring defiantly, "You don't understand anything." Thwack! Kojo clutches his forehead, tears welling in his eyes, and exclaims, "Why did you hit me?" Muzan smiles helplessly. "How can you be so ignorant and still expect to become my godson?" Chapter 11. How to make Akaza cry with a single sentence. Humph! Kojo, caught in Muzan's words, falls silent for a moment before confessing, "My father is ill and needs money. Stealing is the quickest way to earn it." His expression is earnest and sincere, as if asserting that people are meant to eat, feeling no shame in theft, and even possessing a hint of pride. Just like in reality, when a fool challenges Yoriichi and meets his demise, it evokes a sense of helplessness, yet makes it impossible to blame the innocence of youth. "If only I had money, my father could recover." Young Kojo holds steadfastly to this belief, the very conviction that keeps him fighting for survival. No matter the disdain he faces, it does not matter. As long as his father can get better, he is willing to do anything. Muzan, momentarily at a loss for words, quickly realizes that this young boy has never received a proper education. He resembles a robust reed, growing wild amidst a storm, having forged his own survival philosophy under the cruel hand of fate. This is quite remarkable for a mere 11-year-old child. Muzan could find no words to reproach him. Instead, he could only embrace him tenderly. At that moment, the air was suffused with silence, and Kobachi was jolted from his thoughts by this unexpected hug. The man's body was soft, exuding a faint, ethereal fragrance, akin to a cool spring in the sweltering summer, soothing Kobachi's restless heart. "You've worked hard, Kobachi." A voice filled with compassion resonated from the man's chest. It felt as though a hollow space within Kobachi was being filled, a realization dawning upon him that he had never known such a void existed in his heart. It was as if he heard the thunderous crash of something he had long clung to collapsing. Despite having endured severe beatings without shedding a single tear, believing that tears were a sign of weakness, he now found his eyes brimming with moisture at the man's words. He returned the embrace, silently weeping against his chest. And after a pause, he looked up with tear-stained eyes, asking, "Are you truly my godfather? What will I become in the future? Will my father's illness be cured?" Muzan gently ran his fingers through his tousled black hair, smiling as he replied, "You will grow to be formidable. You will protect me when I am in danger." He was uncertain whether Akaza's father had recovered, so he chose to remain silent. "Really? Am I truly that formidable?" Kobachi wiped away his tears, his gaze fixed intently on Muzan's eyes. Indeed, a soft chuckle escaped him. Kobachi's sorrow melted away, his smile radiating like a little sun. "Hee. I knew I would be exceptional." "Yes, you are indeed the most exceptional," Muzan said, gazing at him with a grin before shifting the conversation. "Might I ask a favor of the remarkably talented Lord Kobachi?" "Humph, go ahead." The young Kobachi raised an eyebrow, brimming with confidence. "Whatever you desire, I can grant it." In a remarkably short span, his external injuries had healed, showcasing a resilience that surpassed even that of ordinary demons. Muzan found his child's exuberance amusing and shook his head, saying, "I don't require anything." He gazed earnestly into Kobachi's pale blue eyes. "Promise me you won't steal anymore, all right?" Seeing Kobachi's inclination to protest, Muzan swiftly interrupted. "I will find a way to earn money, a great deal of it, so you need not worry. After some time, I will take you to the neighboring village for schooling. Would you be willing?" Kobachi's mouth opened and closed as he processed this. The life Muzan described felt like an unattainable luxury to him, yet undeniably, it was a tremendous temptation for a child of 11. He longed to refuse. But upon meeting Muzan's gentle, hopeful gaze, he eventually lowered his head, stifling the shameful tears in his eyes, and softly said, "Then thank you. Thank you for your kindness, for showing me what it feels like to be cared for, and for being by my side. Thank you." The following day, Muzan ventured into the village, dragging his aching body in search of 3 jobs. He caught the morning transport, toiled in the fields by afternoon, and spent the evening cutting hair to sell. There were 100 easier ways to amass wealth, yet he opted for the least efficient and most arduous method, prompting even the system to express disapproval. Host, you won't earn enough in 10 years doing it this way. Oh, so you're awake now? Muzan rolled his eyes. I have my reasons. Although the host was weak, the system, having spent considerable time with him, recognized his intelligence and fell silent, allowing him to continue his endeavors. In the dead of night, Muzan finally returned to the temple, greeted by the sight of Kobachi rushing towards him, having set aside his scriptures, wearing a fatigued yet tender smile. I'm back. How many characters did you learn today? This was a task far too easy for Kobachi. He was eager to boast about his day's learning, but suddenly noticed that Muzan had removed his hat, revealing a head of short, fluffy hair similar to his own. His expression changed instantly, brows furrowing as he asked, "What happened to your hair?" "I sold it," Muzan replied nonchalantly, playfully poking Kobachi's puffed-up cheeks. "How could you sell such beautiful hair?" Little Kobachi was infuriated, swatting his hand away, demanding, "Why would you sell it? Long hair would look splendid on you." "Is that so?" Muzan's eyes sparkled as he turned the conversation. "Do you think I look good with long hair?" He chuckled as he embraced the fuming Kobachi. "Don't worry, hair can grow back. But you've missed the age for schooling, and that cannot be recaptured." "You." Kobachi's fierce gaze gradually softened, his voice turning meek. "You shouldn't be so kind to me. I'm a bad person." "You silly child." Muzan flicked Kobachi's forehead. "Here, take this medicine for your father tomorrow." Though he felt no shame when stealing, Kobachi couldn't help but avert his gaze, feeling embarrassed in front of Muzan, who offered him help without reservation. He clenched his fists, reluctant to accept the medicine. "The little rascal is being stubborn again," Muzan chuckled lightly, producing a small wooden box as if performing magic. "Enticing. I was going to give you a little gift. But it seems you don't want it." In response to Kobachi's incredulous gaze, Muzan pretended to be disappointed as he tucked the box and medicine away. "Well, I suppose I shall give it to some other child tomorrow. I won't allow that." Kobachi was infuriated, his blue eyes widening adorably as he reached for Muzan, awkwardly insisting, "Give it back." "What?" Muzan feigned ignorance, enjoying his teasing. "Just hand it over." Kobachi, though innocent, was no fool. He could see through Muzan's playful antics and decisively snatched everything from his hands, feeling as though he had suffered a great injustice. He crossed his arms and sat on the tatami mat, presenting Muzan with an obstinate back. Chapter 12. You've broken your promise, Kobachi. Aren't you going to take a look? Muzan smiled, nudging him. Reluctantly, Kobachi opened the box, his forcibly suppressed smile betraying his genuine excitement. Inside lay a string of simple, yet exquisite prayer beads. He curiously brought them to his nose, and then turned to Muzan, his eyes sparkling. "They smell so good." Muzan nodded. "These are made of small leaf-red sandalwood. They are calming." Kobachi promptly adorned himself with the beads, dashing around the room like an exuberant puppy, alternating between admiring them in the flickering firelight and gazing at them in the moonlight through the open window. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging furiously. Muzan watched his silly antics, silently smiling. So easily satisfied, honestly. "You little fool." In the late hours of the night, under a starry sky, Kobachi caressed the prayer beads on his wrist, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Muzan. Finally resolute, he quietly climbed out of bed, opened the window, and, casting one last glance at Muzan, slipped out like a fish, racing down the mountainside. Meanwhile, the seemingly slumbering Muzan opened his eyes, sitting up in bed with a soft sigh. Though everything had unfolded as anticipated, he felt a twinge of weariness. "It's all right. Everything is worth it." Little Kobachi took some time to locate the grocer and, having easily reclaimed Muzan's hair without selling it, hurried to his father's dwelling, carefully preparing the medicine and bringing it to him. "You've stolen again." His father pushed the medicinal broth away, his eyes filled with guilt and disappointment. "Didn't I tell you not to steal? I'd rather die than live like this." A violent fit of coughing ensued, and Kobachi quickly handed him a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. He held the soup spoon and medicine tightly, rapidly blinking before lowering his head, softly saying, "Father, I didn't steal it. Someone gave it to me." Smack. Kobachi's face was turned aside by a harsh strike, the medicine spilling onto the floor. In his father's eyes, there was a profound anguish. "So you've learned to lie as well. Look at the tattoos adorning your skin. Do you not feel any shame? Theft and deceit. How could I have such a son? Cough. Get out of my sight." Kobachi clenched his fists defiantly, his head bowed deeply. "I did not steal." Slap. Another blow echoed in the air. Kobachi's father fixated on him with a frigid glare. "A thief is a thief. A man must take responsibility for his actions. You have forgotten that entirely. You are unworthy of being my son." "I did not steal." Kobachi abruptly lifted his gaze to meet his father's, tears threatening to spill from his eyes, the corners stained crimson. "This is for me." He suddenly realized he didn't even know his godfather's name and hastily added, "I will bring him to see you tomorrow." "Father, I truly did not steal." Witnessing Kobachi's struggle to contain his indignation, his father wavered slightly and composed himself. "Then show me what you have hidden in your clothes." Kobachi froze instantly. Within his garments lay a bundle of Muzan's hair, a truth he could not explain. Observing his son's expression, Kobachi's father comprehended everything. "I command you to reveal it." Seeing Kobachi paralyzed, he swiftly reached in and extracted the hair, scattering it across the ground, mingling with the medicinal broth and rendering it filthy. Kobachi's pupils dilated, and he hurriedly absorbed the liquid with his clothing, carefully gathering the hair together. The thunderous coughs from his father turned his face pale as a ghost. "You claim you did not steal? You have disappointed me gravely, Kobachi." His father's coughing disturbed the neighboring residents, who, out of goodwill, rushed in to check on him, only to encounter Kobachi. The hair, hastily strewn about, was soon recognized as that of the handsome youth sold earlier in the day. Due to Muzan's striking appearance and tireless labor, the townsfolk had a vivid impression of him. "He has stolen again," a woman shrieked. "Everyone, check your homes for missing items." Soon, cries erupted. "A bowl of rice is missing from my house. My chickens are gone. My bracelet." Night descended into chaos, a cacophony of grievances as torches illuminated the sky. Kobachi found everything bizarre. Why was it that his mere theft of someone's hair had summoned so many to accuse him unjustly? "Look, whose prayer beads are those on your wrist?" A keen-eyed individual spotted the extra item on Kobachi. Instantly, someone lunged to seize it. Kobachi retaliated, shouting fiercely, "These are mine. You shall not touch them. You've struck someone. The bastard has struck." No one paid heed to his protests. A throng of burly men surged forward, pinning Kobachi down, disregarding even his father's pleas as they dragged him towards the village chief's home. Coincidentally, a young monk, who had been nearby, witnessed the entire scene. He alone knew that Kobachi had indeed not stolen anything, as he had been studying scriptures at the temple all day with the elderly abbot. Understanding he could not quell the frenzied crowd alone, he hurried up the mountain, urgently knocking on Muzan's door. "Trouble. The young disciple has been captured." Muzan sprang from his bed, hastily donning his clothes and rushing downhill. By the time he arrived, Kobachi had already been brought to the execution platform. Previously, he had faced his deeds without fear, but now, wrongfully accused, he had only taken that man's hair. Such punishment was utterly unwarranted. As Kobachi struggled desperately, Muzan finally arrived. Positioning himself before Kobachi, panting as he spoke, "I have failed to guide him properly. I shall take his punishment. Do not harm the child." "I did not steal," Kobachi cried, struggling even harder, his skin abrasively scraped. "They are accusing me unjustly. And what is this?" Muzan's expression was devoid of emotion as he pointed to the severed hair. Kobachi halted, tears welling in his eyes, blurring Muzan's silhouette as he choked out. "I merely wished to reclaim what belonged to you." In a brief span, Kobachi had received slaps from the two closest individuals to him, yet he felt no grievance, only a disquieting sense of dread. He heard Muzan's disappointed voice. "You promised me, Kobachi. You have broken your vow." A sharp pain throbbed in his head, as if something buried deep within his memories was striving to resurface. Something that resonated with a similar promise made to another figure. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Muzan swiftly incapacitated Kobachi with a precise strike, dismissing the crowd with resolute finality. "Proceed with the execution." When Kobachi regained consciousness, he beheld a tattoo adorning Muzan's neck, an emblem of crime, a mark that should have been etched upon him instead. Now it marred the form of such a virtuous being, tarnishing his beauty. He could not bear the reality, gripping Muzan's hand tightly, tears brimming in his eyes. "I'm sorry, do not concern yourself with me. I will bring you harm. Just go." Chapter 13. Is life always so painful, or is it just in childhood? Muzan inhaled deeply, as if stifling a torrent of unspoken words, yet held them back. He withdrew his hand from Kobachi's grasp, incredulous. "Are you certain you want me to leave?" Kobachi's cheeks bulged defiantly as he gritted his teeth. "Leave." A moment of silence enveloped the air, seeing Kobachi's bowed head, devoid of any intention to retract his words. Muzan no longer hesitated. He rose, donned his outer garments, and, without a backward glance, turned to depart. "I am leaving. I wish you well." The wooden door was gently shut, and Kobachi abruptly lifted his gaze, wide-eyed with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this person had left so effortlessly. The emptiness of the room loomed like a colossal beast, gnawing at Kobachi's hollow heart. He hastened to the window, spotting Muzan's retreating figure. As if the reality finally dawned upon him, he was truly gone. He had abandoned him. His recently mended heart felt as though it had been forcibly torn asunder by a great hand, and Kobachi gasped, clutching his chest. How could it hurt so much? He had not been struck, yet this pain was unbearable. A wave of intense fear surged over him like a torrential flood, suffocating his breath. He felt as though he were on the brink of death. He had believed he could endure alone, that if he had never encountered this person, he could have managed on his own. I do not want to. Kobachi felt as though he would shed every tear he possessed, droplets plummeting to the ground, splashing like a downpour. Do not go. The door burst open, and Kobachi sprinted after Muzan's departing form, tears cascading in the wind as they fell to the earth. Do not go. From afar, he spotted Muzan's silhouette, and his eyes brightened. He wiped his tears and snot on his trousers, like a fledgling swallow's diving into its embrace, wrapping his arms tightly around Muzan's slender waist. Do not leave. Little Kobachi sobbed helplessly, clinging to Muzan, finding a flicker of security within his grasp. The joy of holding on to someone and the terror of losing them intertwining, compelling him to laugh and cry in a chaotic blend of emotions. Please, do not leave. Muzan turned, exhaling deeply, and inquired, You are the one who wanted me to leave, yet you are also the one who does not wish for my departure. What do you truly desire? Hearing him neither reject nor dismiss him, Kobachi's heart found a moment of solace, and he nuzzled closer in a childlike manner. I regret it. I do not want you to leave. You are to be my future godfather. You must take responsibility for me. Thud. Komaharu bit down hard, grimacing in pain as he squinted his eyes to cautiously observe Muzan's reaction. The ungrateful child. Of course, Muzan would not abandon him. He couldn't bear to hit him. So he merely scolded him in exasperation. No more chances. Muzan gently patted his head. Komaharu tugged at the hem of his garment, sniffled, and finally broke into a smile. How dare he smile? Muzan pulled him inside, exasperated. I can't be bothered with you anymore. You won't listen anyway. He feigned a sigh of disappointment. If you want to steal again, go ahead. I won't stop you. I won't. Haru gazed at the glaring tattoo on Muzan's neck. Too frightened to steal again. He could not allow this person to suffer even the slightest harm. Absolutely not. Thus, he sulked, crossing his arms. I won't steal again. I promise. Do you believe me? Speak. He was indifferent to others' opinions, only fearing that Muzan wouldn't believe him, incessantly nagging him, nearly swearing to the heavens. All right. You sound like a chattering sparrow. Muzan flicked him away with a finger, pointing out the window. If you don't sleep now, the sun will rise. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Little benefactor, something terrible has happened to your family. During Muzan's moment of shock, Haru's expression changed drastically as he grabbed Muzan's hand and rushed down the mountain toward home. Muzan felt a sense of foreboding, but was still taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. A frail man hung lifelessly from the beam, a note left beside him. I am but a burden in this life. I'm sorry, Haru. After experiencing great joy and sorrow, Haru lost all expression, staring blankly at Muzan. Am I not ridiculous? All the suffering he had endured seemed utterly worthless in the wake of the death of someone he cherished. Haru knelt before his father's dirty corpse, murmuring, Why must I endure this? It hurts so much. Clutching the note, his blue eyes dulled like stagnant water, he asked Muzan, Is life always this painful? Or is it just during childhood? Muzan closed his eyes, holding the fragile child in his embrace. The scars of Akaza's past were profoundly deep, and after learning about his life through the system, Muzan realized he had been too late. He could scarcely imagine how such a small child had managed to endure such misfortune. He patted Haru's back, never having spoken so earnestly before. It is always so. But fate has brought us together. Before anything else, you must survive. Thank you. As the last tear fell to the ground, everything around them rippled like the surface of a lake. A blinding white light flashed, and time shifted to the young Haru's side. Muzan steadied himself. The young man before him bore an even closer resemblance to the Akaza of his memories. The contours of his face had shed the innocence of youth. Yet he remained charming. You. The young Haru seemed startled, glaring fiercely at Muzan, his gaze reminiscent of an abandoned wife. You actually returned. With a cold snort, the young Haru turned and walked away, his hurried steps like a gust of wind, suppressing his anger without walking so fast that Muzan could not catch up. What was going on? Muzan was bewildered, quickly following to grasp his sleeve. He keenly noticed that the prayer beads had shifted from Haru's hand to his ankle, resembling shackles rather than mere adornments. The young Haru wore an expression of indignation but did not break free, halting in place as though waiting for an explanation from Muzan. Did the young Haru still retain memories of Muzan from his childhood? Muzan carefully began. Do you remember me? A vein throbbed on Haru's forehead, his mouth twitching as if to accuse Muzan of asking such an unfeeling question. I was just a child, not an idiot. How could I possibly forget you? But you. Why did you suddenly disappear for so many years? Hurry up and explain. The more Haru spoke, the more agitated he became, wiping away the embarrassing tears from his eyes with his sleeve, lamenting that he didn't even know Muzan's name and could find no trace of him. If it weren't for the little rosewood you left behind, I would have thought you were just a figment of my imagination. How infuriating. Fool. Muzan gently flicked him. Did I not tell you to wait for me in the future? But it seems you've been doing well. Noticing the decent clothes Haru wore, Muzan nodded in satisfaction. How have you been lately? That said, given the events that had transpired, Muzan realized he had traveled back to a significant moment in Akaza's life as a human. The first time Muzan encountered Akaza, he only remembered it as a hellish scene. Akaza had killed over 60 people with his bare hands, standing amidst the corpses like a malevolent spirit. Although Akaza's childhood experiences were profoundly tragic, Muzan knew that his inner strength was remarkably formidable. It was hard to imagine what painful circumstances the grown Haru had faced to have darkened into such a state. That unfortunate child. Muzan's heart ached for him, though he did not show it, merely gazing at him with a gentle smile. Chapter 14. When you fall in love with someone, you grant them the power to hurt you. The young Haru, rarely shy, blushed slightly. I met a kind master, Keizo, and I now reside at the Suryu Temple. By the way, ever since you left, I haven't stolen anything. He looked eagerly at Muzan, his sparkling blue eyes silently asking if he was doing well. How adorable. Muzan chuckled, ruffling his hair. I've always known you were wonderful. Hee hee. Haru let out a silly laugh, walking alongside Muzan through the countryside. Now no longer needing to look up at him, his height allowing him to better observe the contours of those around him. Haru. From a distance. A cheerful uncle called out, his hands cupped to form a trumpet shape. Ah, master. Haru excitedly pulled Muzan along as they rushed over, beaming as he introduced Muzan to Keizo. Master, this is, the words Godfather spun around on his tongue, difficult to articulate. Muzan removed his hat and smiled slightly, showing respect for Keizo, who had taken Haru in. I am Tsukihiko, Haru's cousin. Thank you for taking care of this child over the years. Oh, you are Haru's relative. Please come in. Keizo warmly invited him inside, sharing amusing stories about Haru's past that made Haru blush like a tomato, almost steaming. Haru, go tend to Renka for now. I'll talk to Mr. Tsukihiko for a moment. Yes, master. Haru held great respect for Keizo during the years Muzan was absent. It was thanks to Keizo's help that he had managed to persevere. Since you are Haru's relative, I will speak plainly. My daughter, Renka, has long held feelings for Haru, and I wish to betroth her to him, allowing him to inherit the Suryu Temple. Muzan had not anticipated such a significant development in Akaza's life. After all, in his memories, Akaza had never been preoccupied with love. His thoughts were solely on becoming stronger. I apologize. I just arrived today and am unaware of Haru's feelings on the matter, Muzan tactfully reminded, understanding that such matters could not be decided by just the two of them. Haru would not refuse. Keizo was confident. After spending so much time together, he had long known Haru to be a wild exterior concealing a delicate and gentle heart. They were well matched. Regarding this unexpected marriage proposal, Muzan felt a bit dazed, but he had no inclination to forcibly disrupt the union of a good family. Out of respect for Koma, Muzan summoned him forth. In the presence of Kizaburo, he earnestly inquired of Koma, do you wish to take Miss Renyuki as your wife and protect her for a lifetime? Koma's eyes widened in astonishment. Seemingly bewildered by Muzan's unexpected question, he furrowed his brow and replied, Renyuki is like a sister to me. I will safeguard her, honor her, and love her. But I am a sinner. Marrying me would be too much of a burden for her. Suddenly, Renyuki, who had been eavesdropping behind the door, rushed out anxiously, throwing herself into Koma's arms, weeping. Brother Koma, I love you. I do not feel burdened. Witnessing Renyuki's tear-streaked face, Koma felt a profound ache in his heart. Yet, in the midst of his painful existence, he found himself perplexed by the nature of love and uncertain whether his desire to protect Renyuki constituted true affection. He embraced her and turned to Muzan. Without this man, he might have readily accepted Renyuki's request to marry her, but if this was love, what then did his protective instincts towards Tsukihiko signify? I am sorry, Renyuki, Koma struggled to articulate, as disbelief clouded her eyes. I cannot yet determine my feelings. Please grant me some time to understand, and even if I am not your husband, I will protect you and master with my life. To Muzan's surprise, Renyuki proved to be more resilient than he had anticipated. Upon hearing Koma's words, she wiped her tears, lifted her head from his embrace, and despite her sorrow, managed to smile and say, It's all right, brother Koma. I am willing to wait for you. A gentle breeze swept through the fields of blooming rapeseed, as Koma reached out to caress the tender yellow petals. Tsukihiko, he murmured, still unable to connect the person before him with his godfather, and thus resorted to calling out randomly. Muzan raised an eyebrow, inquiring about his thoughts. A beautiful dark green vintage silk scarf appeared in Koma's hands, which he offered to Muzan while gazing intently at the tattooed neck of the latter. For you. Muzan blinked, softening his gaze as he smiled. Koma has truly grown up. He even gifts others now. Though he felt a sense of warmth from Muzan's praise, Koma feigned indifference and turned away, muttering, "It doesn't matter if you don't like it." With a furtive glance, he nervously watched Muzan, fearful that he might indeed refuse. "Fool," Muzan chuckled, amused by his antics, and, as Koma had hoped, tied the scarf around his neck. "What do you think?" He smiled as he approached Koma, tilting his head. Bong. The young Koma felt his neck flush crimson. His heart racing. Tsukihiko was so adorable, he longed to embrace him. It took him a considerable amount of time to steady his emotions. And in an attempt to initiate conversation, he randomly voiced a concern of his own. "Should I have rejected Ryuki? After all, I have chosen to repay their kindness with my life. So what difference does it make if I take on the title of husband?" "No, you did the right thing." Muzan shook his head. "Love is a matter between two people. It cannot thrive on unilateral affection. Mutual feelings are essential," he concluded. Koma was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly as he asked, "What constitutes liking someone?" The setting sun cast a warm glow upon Muzan, who, liberated from the sun's lethal grasp, savored the rare warmth. As the wind tousled his dark green hair, he regarded the innocent 18-year-old Koma with a smile. When you love someone, you think of them when they're absent, and your heart swells with joy upon seeing them. You will find yourself devising countless ways to be near them. You will dream about them, and even a brief conversation will bring you happiness. You will weep out of love and share in their sorrow. Love is a vulnerability. When you love someone, you grant them the power to hurt you, and henceforth, they hold sway over your emotions. Yet love is also an armor. You will strive to become stronger to protect them, and for the one you cherish, you will fearlessly face any challenge. He sighed softly, as if lamenting the bittersweet nature of human affection. "This is love." A prolonged silence ensued. Koma's lashes lowered as he pondered Muzan's words, standing still for what felt like an eternity until dusk settled in, smoke rising from the Suryu dojo. Finally, he resolved, "What I share with Ryuki is not love. I wish to protect her, but I do not long for her, nor will I let her dictate my emotions. If love were as you describe, Ryuki must be suffering greatly right now." He closed his eyes. "I am truly a scoundrel. I am unworthy of Miss Ryuki's affection." Upon returning, Kizaburo did not dwell on Koma's predicament and warmly invited Muzan to dinner. However, Koma, feeling disheartened, fabricated an excuse to hide away in his room. He needed time to process his feelings and contemplate how to minimize the harm he might inflict on Ryuki. While he quietly wallowed in his sorrow, anguished groans suddenly echoed from outside the door. What happened? As unwelcome memories surged forth, Koma hurriedly flung open the door and rushed into the guest room. Kizaburo, Ryuki, and Muzan lay collapsed on the table. Kizaburo had foam at the mouth and was unconscious, while Ryuki was vomiting blood, her gaze toward Koma vacant. The only one in a better state was Muzan, who had consumed nothing but a little water, yet was still doubled over in pain, his brow furrowed and pallor alarming. "The water is poisoned." "Why? Surely Kizaburo did not poison himself. Someone seeks to harm this already struggling household." Chapter 15. Koma, he likes you. An overwhelming terror engulfed Koma's mind. Why must fate play such cruel tricks on him, allowing him to grasp at light only to mercilessly strip it away? Oh God, why? Muzan's pained groan jolted Koma from his stupor. He clumsily cradled Muzan in his arms. "Does it hurt? What should I do? What should I do?" This remote countryside was far from the nearest village, at least a half-day's journey away. By the time he fetched a doctor, he feared that Muzan, Ryuki, and Kizaburo would not endure until then. "Is there any milk?" Muzan questioned, clutching his agonizing stomach. Yes. Koma's eyes brightened with hope. He carefully moved Muzan and the others onto the tatami mat, instructing the only conscious Muzan, "Please wait for me. I will return quickly." Koma had never run so fast in his life. He forcibly milked the cow raised at the dojo and hurried back inside. "First, give milk to Kizaburo and Ryuki." "I can manage myself," Muzan directed. Though unsure of the efficacy of milk, Koma's unwavering trust in Muzan compelled him to follow his orders. Before long, Kizaburo and Ryuki finally regained consciousness. Though still suffering from the effects of the poison, at least they had not perished on the spot. Koma was both astonished and relieved and finally entrusted Ryuki and Kizaburo to Muzan's care while he dashed to the village in search of a doctor. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, a dozen burly men with malicious intent stormed into the Suryu dojo. "Who are you?" Muzan barely managed to stand and positioned himself protectively in front of Kizaburo and Ryuki. A sense of foreboding settled over him. The sun had set, Koma was conveniently absent, and they had been poisoned. This was likely a sinister plot orchestrated by the men before him. Should anything happen, it would be entirely justifiable for Akaza to succumb to darkness. Muzan could scarcely envision how Awazo, having lost everything, would contort into a grotesque figure. He must endure until Koji returns. Muzan's thoughts raced, and as he considered his current diminished combat prowess, he softened his tone. Any matters can wait until Koji is back. For now, we must rest. He invoked Koji, the strongest among them, as a means of intimidation. The leader, a burly man with a repulsive demeanor, scoffed, forcefully pushing Muzan to the ground. He must have gone to fetch a doctor. He won't be back before dawn. The lewd brute seemed to recall something amusing, his eyes brimming with derision. Oh right, that little brat Koji greeted us earlier, asking us to keep an eye on the Suiryu dojo. Ha ha, isn't that hilarious? He turned to his companions, filling the room with their mocking laughter. Damn it. Muzan glared at their gleefully twisted faces, gritting his teeth in silence. He had come to a grim realization. The poison had been administered by these fiends, and they were waiting for the very moment Koji departed. Scoundrels! I shall eliminate you first before dealing with that brat. As he spoke, several burly men circled around Muzan. A few lecherous individuals even set their sights on the delicate Renyuki behind him. With a swift motion, Muzan's dagger sliced through the throat of the man leering at Renyuki, blood spraying against the ceiling. This was Muzan's first act of murder since his traversal. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, struggling against the urge to retch, entangled in combat while battling the debilitating effects of the poison. Renyuki was cherished by Koji. She must not be violated, for if she survives, she would be haunted by nightmares day and night. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, Muzan, on the verge of collapse, knelt as blood pooled at his feet, his insides ravaged. Only when Keizo awoke to provide support could he barely regain his composure. Renyuki was instructed to cover her ears and close her eyes. Seeking refuge in a safe corner, her soft whimpers echoing as she refrained from disturbing her desperately protective father and Muzan, fearful of distracting them. In her heart, she prayed, Koji, please return soon. Muzan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, observing the men sprawled across the ground, some dead, some injured, having lost their combat ability. Yet, he himself was far from unscathed. He remained barely conscious, and while Keizo could have supported him, the poison coursing through his veins had accelerated, seeping into his heart, rendering his life truly precarious. Renyuki, drenched in blood, collapsed against Keizo, her tumultuous emotions nearly causing her to faint. At that moment, Keizo, his breath faint, turned to Muzan and called out, Mr. Tsukihiko. Yes, I am here. Muzan knelt beside Keizo, aware that this man's time was drawing to a close. These final words may go unheard by Koji. He had to convey them. Renyuki and Koji were good children. His gaze lingered on Renyuki, heavy with paternal love unspoken. My time is short, and only Mr. Tsukihiko is someone I can entrust these two children to. Coughing, he struggled to speak. But Muzan's resolute eyes grasped the hand he extended into the void. I will do my utmost to care for them. Upon hearing Muzan's promise, a look of relief washed over Keizo's face, and a long breath finally escaped his lips. Then I can rest easy. As the final word fell from his lips, Keizo's eyes closed for eternity. Father. Renyuki could not bear the weight of her loss, collapsing into inconsolable tears. The loss of a loved one felt as if the sky had caved in, an unbearable dream. She could not accept it. A torrent of blood surged from her mouth. Her frail body could not endure the crushing weight of her father's demise, the final straw breaking her spirit. Renyuki. Muzan caught her as she suddenly slumped, insisting, Koji will return soon. Dawn is approaching. Do you not wish to see Koji one last time? Renyuki's tear-filled eyes sought Muzan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She gently shook her head. I do not want Koji to witness my death. Why? Muzan could not comprehend. You love him so dearly. How could you bear to leave him alone in this world? Mr. Tsukihiko. Renyuki clutched his garment, tears streaming as she smiled through her sorrow. When I saw the scarf around your neck, I understood. She paused, swallowing blood. That was the first item he saved up to buy, treasured for a long time, not to be touched by anyone. I thought he would give it to me. But it was meant for you. Renyuki gazed at the handsome man before her. Jealousy should have filled her heart, yet in this moment of impending death, all she felt was a profound desire for him to care for Koji. Koji, he likes you, not me. Renyuki finally voiced her truth, tears mingling with blood upon Muzan's attire. I truly envy you. Upon hearing this, Muzan closed his eyes, pressing against Renyuki's cheek. She was indeed a remarkable girl, deserving of Koji's affection. As for himself, he had initially regarded Awazo merely as a means to garner favor. He was unworthy of Awazo's love. Forgive me, Muzan murmured, unsure of what else to say, holding her tightly, wishing to slow the warmth ebbing from her body. Mr. Tsukihiko, perhaps this is for the best. Renyuki smiled softly. Living is too painful. Death brings a sense of relief. She feigned lightness, her tone bright. With you caring for Koji, I can rest easy, reunited with my father. It hurt so much. She clung to Muzan, whispering, I rarely complain about my ailments, fearing they would worry. The feeling of complaining is quite liberating, Mr. Tsukihiko. I am in so much pain. Her brow furrowed deeply, and Muzan realized her time was drawing near. Sleep now, Renyuki. Muzan gently coaxed. Once you fall asleep, the pain will cease. Will you take good care of Koji? Her eyes sparkled with fleeting light as she fixed her gaze upon Muzan. Muzan looked at her tenderly, his crimson eyes shining even in the darkness. I will, he promised. Muzan held Renyuki's lifeless form in silence for a moment, suppressing the tumult of sorrow within. He opened the door, intending to seek assistance in town, only to be met by a figure standing quietly at the entrance, seemingly encased in frost, motionless, having stood there for an indeterminate time, listening to everything. It was Koji. Chapter 16. What a farcical, tedious, and laughable tale this is. Did you hear everything? Muzan gazed at him, his head bowed, revealing the crown of his hair. After a prolonged silence, Koji raised his head, informing him, the doctor refused to come. He struggled too fiercely, so I killed him. Though the response seemed disjointed, Muzan understood that Koji's nerves had frayed to their breaking point. Any slight provocation could plunge him into madness. Even as he felt close to death, Muzan swallowed blood, smiling as he embraced Koji, tenderly stroking his hair as he had in their childhood. You did your best, but I have failed, Tsukihiko. Koji felt as cold as ice. I am in so much pain here. He pointed to his heart, wishing desperately to crush it in his hands. Keizo and Renyuki entrusted me to care for you. Muzan gripped his shoulder, locking eyes with Koji's dull blue gaze. You cannot think this way, Koji. I heard everything, Koji said softly, his tone a mix of calmness and madness. I heard what they said. It turns out a person's heart can die twice. Are you the third? He suddenly asked Muzan. Why do you appear and disappear so abruptly? Why do you always show up in my moments of despair? He fell into silence for a moment before speaking. Surely, the future me must have encountered some dire circumstance, normally appearing innocent and untainted. Kaneo's analysis at this moment was remarkably astute. This matter undoubtedly pertains to you. In the future, you face a crisis, and I either perish in an attempt to safeguard you or am on the verge of death. Am I right? Muzan stared in astonishment, his eyes widening. He had always perceived Akaza as a dog with an exceptional sixth sense, yet he never anticipated that his instincts would prove so alarmingly accurate. What a failure this is. As Kaneo observed Muzan's lack of rebuttal, he bowed his head and murmured, every time, I end up causing you harm. I truly am a scoundrel. I apologize. I am too weak. Had I possessed sufficient strength, I would not have allowed you to endure such tribulations. Even Mitsuri may face the same malevolent fate as her father. And yet, I am powerless to save you. The future me remains feeble. I simply cannot fathom a reason to continue living. I am sorry. Mitsuri was entirely correct. Existence is unbearably painful. I can no longer hold on. This truly is a farcical, tedious, and laughable tale. Muzan listened intently as Kaneo bared his soul. And it was only at this moment that he truly perceived Kaneo as a living, breathing individual rather than a mere caricature. Before his traversal, he had been aware of an anime titled Demon Slayer, but apart from recognizing a few characters from the posters and knowing the protagonist was named Tanjiro, he was utterly ignorant of the series' intricate details. He had no idea whether Kaneo was a mere pawn or an essential supporting character. Nor was he aware of his own role within this narrative, as he was not depicted in any promotional material. Aside from the chaotic memories of Muzan spanning centuries, he was utterly perplexed, striving daily to find a way back home. Yet now, gazing at the despairing Kaneo, he felt a stirring within him. He empathized with this youth, feeling his heart ache for him. He could not bear the thought of this pure-hearted boy plummeting into the abyss, reminiscent of the malevolent demon slayer from his memories. With a sanguine smile, he approached the despondent Kaneo. No, you've misunderstood. I do not require your protection, for I am strong. Indeed, I have come to save you. That is true. It is because I need you to live for me. Kaneo, it is not solely you who yearns to protect those dear to you. I wish to protect you as well. Please, I implore you, continue to survive. This was an answer Kaneo had never contemplated. He expressed his desire to protect him. It dawned on him that there had always been someone safeguarding him. The black-haired youth emitted a soft sob. He clenched his fists tightly to suppress his cries, his voice choking as it emerged from his throat. I understand now. I will. Thank you. Thank you for your willingness to protect me. Thank you for your existence, which gives me a reason to continue living. Thank you. In the blink of an eye, Muzan found himself back in the familiar confines of the Tsuguko's abode. The perspective shifted to Akaza. Time resumed its flow, and just as Kaneo's hand was about to settle upon Akaza's eyes to close them, Akaza's fierce will to live shattered the limitations of his demonic form, and astonishingly, a new head sprouted from his severed body. Kaneo stared in astonishment at this unprecedented spectacle, momentarily forgetting his intent to attack. His brows furrowed slightly, The transparent world revealed that this demon had indeed lost its head. And it was neither a blood demon art nor any other trickery. It was the demon's fervent obsession. The newly regrown head of Akaza gazed deeply at Kaneo. No longer exhibiting the previous taunts, the murderous intent and hatred in his eyes transformed into disdain. Farewell. Now recalling memories from his human past, Akaza no longer sought battle. He had challenged the strong to grow stronger and to protect Muzan. But now, he comprehended Muzan's will and would no longer seek death in a state of inadequacy. He did not wish to burden Muzan with further concern. With a few leaps, Akaza vanished into the dark forest. Just as Kaneo was about to pursue him, a small kitten suddenly leaped out, playfully biting at his pant leg. Meow, the little kitten nuzzled against Kaneo's trousers, its well-fed body boasting a striking coat of fur. Kaneo looked down, scooping up the kitten, which mewed, signaling its hunger for fish. Instinctively, he abandoned thoughts of the chase, opting instead to search for food with the kitten. Disguised as the cat, Muzan chuckled softly within Kaneo's palm. How amusing. Violence pales in comparison to cuteness. Observing his little feline's inexplicable, cunning grin, Kaneo pondered, how curious. Can a cat exhibit such a range of expressions? Ah, it seems I haven't named you yet. Kaneo personally fed the fish balls to Muzan, gazing at the night market illuminated as if it were day, and then at the moon, gleaming like fresh snow. A subtle smile graced his lips. Shall we call you Little Suki? Muzan momentarily froze, fearing he had been discovered. He furtively glanced into Kaneo's eyes and saw nothing but affection for his pet reflected in those crimson depths, reassuring himself that it was merely a coincidence. Little Suki, come with me to do something good. Perhaps due to social anxiety, Kaneo felt much more relaxed in the presence of his pet than he did around people. Even willing to share many whispered secrets with the little creature. You resemble her quite a bit. Kaneo ruffled Muzan's head, teasing him about another of his identities. Equally foolish. Chapter 17, Kaneo's dangerous statements. Kaneo returned home briefly to place the kitten back in its cozy nook, gathering all his savings to head to the Tsuguko's abode. He knocked on the landlady's door. I have come to redeem someone. Kaneo did not indulge in any superfluous pleasantries, stating his purpose directly. The landlady, who had just sent Mitsuri for treatment, felt a deep sense of guilt regarding her. Consequently, the process of redemption became surprisingly simple. After handing over all his money to the landlady, Kaneo carried the battered Mitsuri back to his residence. Noticing that he remained unconscious, Kaneo poured a bowl of water and placed it by the bedside. Wake up, he softly urged. Ugh, Muzan weakly groaned. Although back in the real world, these injuries were insignificant due to the Demon King's regenerative powers, he stubbornly refrained from healing his wounds to deceive Kaneo. Muzan understood why the system had abruptly transported him to Akaza's past, and did not dwell on it, opting instead to inquire about the essentials. Affinity, Akaza 100. Kaneo 30. There was no change whatsoever. Even after enduring such severe beatings, this person had not increased his affinity in the slightest. Reflecting on the substantial loss of his vitality points, Muzan was engulfed in sorrow. Kaneo, the Bodhisattva knows how distressed I am. How will you repay me for the vitality points you owe? My hatred for you is as solid as a stone. He noticed Kaneo appeared exceedingly surprised and, with great effort, managed to rise and kneel on the ground, dazedly asking, how did I end up here? Kaneo recognized him as akin to a frightened bird. Aware that he had been unsettled by prior events, yet unsure of what to say, he bluntly remarked, you need not remain in the Tsuguko's abode any longer. First, drink some water. Huh. Muzan's eyes widened in astonishment, his green, seaweed-like curls cascading down around him. Crawling out from the warmth of the covers sent a chill coursing through him, yet in the presence of Kibutsuji Muzan, he dared not act impulsively. Bowing his head in submission, he obediently drank the water. Yes, my lord. The two sat in silence, facing each other for an extended duration. Long enough for Muzan to feel the biting cold, compounded by the injuries he bore, until he swayed precariously and collapsed. It was only then that Kibutsuji stepped forward to catch him, lifting him back onto the bed. His body was alarmingly hot. As Kibutsuji placed his hand on Muzan's forehead, it too burned with feverish heat, prompting him to speak. You have a fever. Muzan, nestled within the blankets, gazed up at him with tear-filled eyes and softly murmured. It's nothing, I'll be fine in a bit. Kibutsuji, though not particularly loquacious, was no fool. A robust man like him could endure a fever, but a frail woman like Tsukiyo might be in grave danger from mere overheating. A century ago, while he was alive, he had a mother and brother in his youth, and as he grew, he had the Demon Slayer Corps, followed by the Kamadu family. Throughout his life, he had seldom cared for others. It was a source of shame that after leaving the Kamadu family, he spent his remaining years toiling for survival, let alone tending to a delicate woman. If she were a demon, a swift strike would resolve everything, but alas, she was not. Kibutsuji contemplated many things, his expression betraying none of his thoughts as he remained impassive before Muzan. Consequently, Muzan felt like a burden and spoke in increasingly hushed tones, eventually pulling the covers higher to shield his face, seeking to evade Kibutsuji's gaze. Amused by his adorable, almost animalistic gesture, Kibutsuji smiled momentarily before swiftly adopting a stern demeanor and pulling him from the blankets. "Do you wish to suffocate yourself?" Muzan fidgeted with his fingers. His cheeks flushed like a ripe, sweet apple. In a quiet voice, he replied, "I just need to sweat it out for a while. You stay here. I will step out for a moment," Kibutsuji declared, not allowing him a chance to respond before striding out with his blade. When he returned, weary from his endeavors, he found Muzan clad in pristine white undergarments, leaning against the bed's edge, breathing weakly, his cheeks flushed, lips vivid as blood, resembling a captivating creature that could ensnare one's vitality. He paused momentarily before offering the medicine to Muzan's lips. "Take this, and you will feel better." Internally, Muzan silently cursed the hard, woody rhizome he received. This was meant to be brewed into a concoction, not chewed raw. Nevertheless, under Kibutsuji's watchful gaze, he complied, cautiously placing a piece into his mouth. The bitterness made him recoil entirely. How bitter! He wished to punch that insufferable man and discover what was wrong with him. With tears brimming in his eyes, he looked at Kibutsuji, chewing the rhizome as he endeavored to convey guilt through his gaze. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Kibutsuji, perplexed, inquired, "What troubles you? Do you wish to return?" "Return to what? Are you a devil? Even a stoic man would have more emotional intelligence than you." Muzan feared that he might genuinely send him back, hastily coughing twice. "No, my lord, I am merely too happy." "What are you happy about?" Kibutsuji asked, utterly bewildered. "Does a fever bring you joy?" "This is quite odd," he mused. Muzan suppressed the urge to leap up and strike him, annoyed that he could not absorb any more of that vitality. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. "My lord, please go about your business. Tsukiyo will take care of herself." "I am not busy. How can you care for yourself in your sick state?" Kibutsuji's lack of social awareness was astounding. As he frowned at Muzan, Muzan lamented that his native tongue did not permit him to express his exasperation, his expression one of genuine despair. "Then why are you staying here?" "This is my home. Naturally, I will remain," Kibutsuji replied, continuing to frown. Upon hearing this, Tsukiyo abruptly flung aside the covers, bracing herself against the bed's edge, forcing a strained smile. "I apologize, my lord. I shall take my leave." Kibutsuji grasped her arm, pausing, seemingly confused by her sudden desire to depart. "I did not mean to send you away." He pressed Muzan back onto the bed, finally disclosing his intent. "I wish to see you take your medicine. You seem rather foolish. I am genuinely concerned for you." In a fleeting moment, Muzan's emotions surged like a roller coaster. "If you're worried about me, just say it. Do all those previous statements from stoic men mean you want me gone?" Yet, under Kibutsuji's impassive gaze, he reluctantly uttered, "The medicine is exceedingly bitter, quite unpleasant." He had intended to mention how difficult it was to chew, fearing Kibutsuji would insist on strengthening his jaw, so he settled on the taste instead. However, the stoic Kibutsuji did not disappoint him. He appeared puzzled, taking a piece of the rhizome into his own mouth to chew. "Bitterness is common. Just endure it, and you'll finish it," he said. Chapter 18. The Nemesis. The Adversary. Kibutsuji. The Nemesis. He must be the nemesis. The adversary. Undoubtedly the adversary. "System, can I change my target?" "No." "Oh, worthless system, you can leave now." Under Kibutsuji's scrutiny, Muzan, with no means to protest, could only endure the bitterness until he consumed the entire rhizome. With each piece swallowed, he cursed internally. "Just wait, man. You've successfully piqued my interest. You better keep both eyes peeled tonight." Once he finished, Kibutsuji finally displayed a faint smile. "Rest assured, a good sleep will remedy your condition." "Yes." Muzan revealed a pair of grateful eyes, his teeth clenched tightly beneath the covers. "How infuriating. If I do not avenge this wrong, I shall die without peace." As night fell, the sky darkened, reflecting Muzan's ominous visage. Kibutsuji extinguished the candle and, shedding his outer garments, laid down on the bed. Indeed, as night deepened, Muzan's fever subsided. Despite Kibutsuji spreading every cushion and blanket on the floor, he callously insisted that Muzan sleep on the ground. A dark night. With a lone man and woman, he truly allowed a beautiful woman to sleep on the floor. Favorability. 31. Muzan smiled while grinding his teeth. It was late. And now it was time for his stage. Kibutsuji, despite being formidable, was excessively cautious. Muzan could only smear a trace of toxin onto the lone piece of rhizome he had consumed. Non-lethal, yet it would temporarily weaken him and produce other effects as well. As Kibutsuji's breathing grew steady on the bed, Muzan stood at his bedside, a strange smile gracing his features. Suddenly, in his slumber, Kibutsuji felt an intense thirst and a burning heat enveloping him. He sat up, attempting to drink water, only to sluggishly realize he could not move. It could not be a ghost. If there were even a hint of ghostly energy, he would not have succumbed. The enchanting woman's eyes glimmered, her long, dark green hair cascading like waves across the bed, her white undergarments slipping from her shoulders, delicate fingers caressing Kibutsuji's cheek. My lord. Her voice was as soft as spring blossoms, capable of dripping with sweetness. Are you not feeling well? Kibutsuji heard nothing of her words. His gaze fixated on her lips as they moved, plump and vividly red. Ah! Muzan gasped, only to be seized by Kibutsuji's hands encircling her neck. His eyes filled with timid embarrassment. My lord, what ails you? Vitality level, 50. Comfortable. As the vitality gauge on the panel soared, Muzan exerted himself even more, blooming like a resplendent peony before Kaguya Yoriichi. Damn it! The sight of the body before him, more beautiful than moonlight, momentarily jolted Yoriichi awake, prompting him to abruptly toss Muzan off the bed. What are you doing? He stood up, wrapping Muzan in the blanket like a cocoon, his expression stern. My lord. Muzan whimpered, tears brimming in his eyes, casting a fleeting glance at him that was more alluring than 1,000 words. My lord saved Tsukihiko's life. I can only repay this debt with my body. Not necessary. Yoriichi interjected, a headache brewing. The very presence of this woman ignited a fiery turmoil within him. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware of the effect she had on him. Then, be quiet. Yoriichi cut her off again, knowing that even her voice would elicit a response from him. Maintaining his stern demeanor, he coldly commanded, stay away from me. My lord. Muzan looked up at him, her round, ruby-like eyes wide with disbelief, resembling an abandoned kitten. Leave. Yoriichi chastised. Struggling out of the blanket, Muzan donned the outer garment he had tossed her and fled, concealing her face. She feared that if she laughed too loudly, Yoriichi would hear, and that would not bode well for her. A sleepless night ensued. Yoriichi, tormented throughout the night, opened the door, revealing dark circles under his eyes. Tsukihiko lay on the stone steps at the threshold, draped in his thin outer garment. Head leaned against the wall, mouth slightly ajar, curled up like a hamster in deep slumber. Yoriichi gazed at him helplessly, letting out a long sigh. When Muzan awoke, she found herself back in bed. The man. Favorability level, 35. All right. Muzan had accepted that this person was a hellishly straightforward man, and after a night of turmoil, this was an unexpected delight. I'm back. Just as Muzan was chatting with the system, Yoriichi rushed into the kitchen with a bag of unknown contents. When the cooking smoke began to rise, Yoriichi, smelling of smoke and fire, carried her into the dining room. Muzan, of course, would not refuse such a blessing. Happily basking in the vitality, only to turn and see a mound. Indeed, it could only be described as a mound of dark, multicolored sludge. What in the world was that doing on the dining table? Gulp. Muzan struggled to swallow, attempting to calm her fear and anxiety. Surely, Yoriichi would not make her eat that, right? No way, right? Eat up, why not? Yoriichi, with an unchanging expression, placed a piece of the dark, purplish mass soaked in a greenish broth into his mouth, crunching it down with a rustling sound until it was gone. Muzan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Honestly, anyone witnessing another consume something that resembled a corpse soaked in thick juices would feel the same. If he could eat that, why would he need to exchange for filling potions with the system? Compared to the delicately flavored Muzan, Yoriichi was the true monster, covering her mouth with one hand. She turned her head away from the repulsive food and asked him, My lord, do you have any leftover vegetables or minced meat at home? None. So you went out just to buy a pile of disgusting things to repulse me? Muzan internally roared, thinking even cats eat better than this. When she was a cat, she had never realized Yoriichi's culinary skills were this dreadful. However, this time, Muzan had indeed misjudged him. Yoriichi had previously had some wealth. Besides buying dried fish, he could easily resolve his meals at restaurants. Now, all the money had gone towards redeeming Muzan, forcing him to cook for himself. Sigh. Life is not easy, Muzan lamented. With little hope, she asked, Can you catch 2 wild chickens in the forest? Sure. Unexpectedly, Yoriichi quickly agreed. Perhaps sensing Muzan's dissatisfaction with the meal, he effortlessly lifted her onto his back, securely supporting her legs. What do you want to eat? Just tell me, and I will fetch it. At that moment, the sun was shining brightly. Chapter 19. I'm sorry, Tsukihiko didn't mean to. No way. Muzan screamed internally. Going out to bask in the sun at this time was tantamount to seeking death. System. 100. Damn it, buy it. Without hesitation, Muzan exchanged for a sun-blocking potion, her heart aching to the point of contorting her face. Internally cursing, Yoriichi. Left. Right. Watch out. Muzan pretended to be anxious, kicking her legs while perched on Yoriichi's back, gesturing wildly. Yoriichi could not comprehend how things had escalated to this point. He had merely been concerned for her injuries, never expecting her to be this lively. Stop moving. Yoriichi furrowed his brows. You're making it impossible to catch anything. Muzan immediately slumped back against his neck, resembling an innocent snow woman bewitching unsuspecting passers-by, softly exhaling in his ear. I'm sorry, Tahiko, didn't he mean to? Hee hee, how hilarious. She did it on purpose. Unfortunately, Yoriichi could not hear her thoughts. Otherwise, he might be so enraged he spit blood. He let out a low sigh, a sound he had repeated countless times. He realized he had no way to deal with this woman, and even began to doubt whether redeeming her from the brothel had been the right decision. Forget it. He had committed so many wrongs in his life that this one more hardly mattered. You wait here for a bit. Yoriichi cleared a patch of green grass with one hand and gently placed Muzan down. I'll be back shortly. Yes, my lord. Muzan nodded obediently, sitting sideways on the soft, grassy ground. When Yoriichi returned with 2 wild chickens in hand, he found Muzan adorned with a crown of chamomile flowers atop her dark green, flowing hair, surrounded by a plethora of foraged herbs and ordinary white mushrooms. Sunlight streamed through the forest's gaps, illuminating Muzan's face, making it appear like a peach with short, fuzzy hair. Her simple white linen dress harmonized beautifully with the forest, resembling a woodland fairy discovered by chance. Yet, this fairy's eyes were filled with innocent ignorance of the world's malice. Upon seeing Yoriichi, Muzan released the long leaves she had been idly weaving, joyfully leaping into his embrace, her eyes sparkling like 2 radiant rubies. My lord, you're back. Tsukihiko has been waiting for you for so long. She seemed a bit aggrieved, looking up at Yoriichi with a pout. For a fleeting moment, Yoriichi's heart skipped a beat. If he hadn't seen her directly exposed to sunlight, he might have suspected she was a siren, captivating humans. It took me a while to find the other one. Favorability level, 40. Spending $100 and still not achieving the favorability level of an average person seeing a beautiful woman? Is this person like toothpaste? Is favorability squeezed out bit by bit? Look at the neighboring Akaza. Doesn't he feel ashamed? Clearly, Yoriichi felt no shame at all. He ruthlessly grabbed Muzan by the back of her garment, tearing her from his embrace. Can you walk now? Later, I shall return home on my own. Muzan seethes with rage. Oh dear, he suddenly calls out in a soft and delicate manner. Just moments ago, he was dashing about with vigor. Yet now he collapses to the ground as if devoid of bones. I've fallen. I need an adult's embrace to rise. Muzan innocently blinks at Yoriichi. Yoriichi, contemplating why he has not yet gone blind, wonders about the peculiar behavior of Michiro. Overwhelmed with confusion, he relinquishes his thoughts and hoists Muzan onto his back. He carefully gathers the mushrooms and natural plant ingredients that Muzan had painstakingly collected and stows them away in his own attire before returning to the residence, laden with bounty. Muzan, suppressing his restless energy, feigns a smile and invites Yoriichi to come closer. Sir, could you lend a hair tie to Yoriichi? He implores, looking pitiable as he approaches Yoriichi. Yoriichi gently pushes him away a distance, unclenching a red hair tie with one hand and offering it to Muzan. Here, take it. With his hair cascading down, Yoriichi's thick locks resemble a burning black curtain, exuding an air of aloofness that mirrors his own demeanor, yet concealing within it a fervent flame. Grasping the hair tie, Muzan bites onto the red string, allowing his ample sleeves to slide down to his elbows, revealing his snow-white arms. With both hands, he deftly combs his long hair, gathering it high and securing it tightly with Yoriichi's hair tie. He spins in place for Yoriichi's admiration. Sir, do I look charming this way? The high ponytail lends Yoriichi a more spirited appearance, the red hair tie complementing his dark green curls. Yoriichi cannot help but concede that he indeed possesses an astonishing beauty. Yet, Yoriichi's mouth has its own intentions. Go prepare the meal. Yoriichi's words prompt Muzan to enter the kitchen with a dejected demeanor. He emerges moments later, serving a hearty chicken stew, then meticulously chopping wild greens to add to the ingredients, creating a refreshing cold dish with a simple stir of his chopsticks. Sir, he gazes expectantly at Yoriichi, pushing the freshly steamed rice toward him. Please enjoy. The plump grains shimmer, each distinct and glistening, adorned with heart-shaped cold dishes that Muzan had artfully arranged, accompanied by a few miniature mushrooms. The sight is utterly appetizing. Gulping, Yoriichi silently swallows, capable of enduring flavors that would be intolerable to most, yet not lacking in taste itself. The bowl quickly nears the bottom, and upon noticing that Yoriichi consumed only the rice, Muzan ladles a bowl of chicken soup for him. Sir, here comes the chicken soup. He scoops the tenderest parts of the chicken along with the largest, freshest mushrooms into the bowl, gazing at Yoriichi with satisfaction as he devours it swiftly. Why aren't you eating? Yoriichi inquires, puzzled, noticing that Muzan merely smiles back at him. Hesitantly, Yoriichi praises. It is truly delicious. Yoriichi, your cooking surpasses mine by far. This marks the first genuine compliment Yoriichi has uttered in days, nearly causing Muzan to lose his composure. Did those words really come from Yoriichi's lips? Is it possible he has been bewitched? Your expression is quite peculiar. Yoriichi remarks while ladling a third bowl of chicken soup. Is something amiss? No, I'm just exceedingly happy, Muzan replies too quickly. Realizing too late how familiar that sentiment sounded. Does watching me eat bring you joy? Yoriichi blinks with intrigue. The notion that he could bring happiness to Muzan is utterly unique, Yoriichi muses. He serves Muzan a bowl of chicken soup as well. You may watch me eat every day. Now eat up, don't just stare. Muzan is caught off guard by his sudden straightforwardness. Does this man comprehend how suggestive his words are? Were it not for his profound understanding of Yoriichi's character, he might have thought he had succeeded in his pursuit. Affection. Before Muzan could articulate his thoughts, the system adeptly responded. 50. Then all is well. Muzan's excitement instantly dissipates, reminding himself that the road ahead is long and fraught with challenges, and not to be swayed by this insufferable man. Meanwhile, Yoriichi grapples with thoughts that diverge from his previous intentions. Initially, he had contemplated offering Yoriichi a sum of money to leave the brothel, recognizing that having her persistently by his side was not a viable solution. However, witnessing Muzan's blissfully naive smile, his emotions became entangled. If remaining in his company brings Yoriichi joy, then so be it. When Yoriichi eventually feels regret, he shall depart alone. Chapter 20. Muzan has been quite unhappy these past few days. He reclines languidly in a rocking chair in the yard, basking in the sun. Yoriichi has gone out to work, earning money to support the household. His doppelganger, the little cat Yu, toils diligently in the kitchen. Standing on its hind legs atop a stool, its body upright, its tiny paws grasping a ladle, striving to prepare 4 dishes and a soup before Yoriichi returns home. Meow? Though it is Muzan's own manifestation, it does not prevent it from exhibiting an adorably tearful demeanor. Meow meow meow, detestable Yoriichi, I loathe him, I truly do. The reclining Muzan chimes in simultaneously. Do not be deceived by his seemingly leisurely appearance. He is, in fact, facing an imminent crisis. For Yoriichi has taken to dragging him out to soak up sunlight each day, fearing he might become moldy if left indoors. How could he possibly possess enough yang energy to bask in the sun? Oh woe. The debts owed to the system remain unpaid, and now, due to the necessity of sunbathing, Muzan finds his already meager resources further depleted. Let us rewind to this morning. Muzan was entwined with the realm of dreams, when a sudden cold breeze swept through, and the dream world abruptly slapped him awake. He jolted his eyes open to find Yoriichi gripping his wrist, pulling him from the warm embrace of his bed, his thin nightclothes leaving him half suspended. Terror and confusion etched across his face. What are you doing? Muzan internally raged. How could anyone drag another from their bed at the crack of dawn? Is this the work of a devil? Surely, it must be. For the first time, he displayed anger towards Yoriichi, his finely arched eyebrows knitting together, glaring at him. What on earth is the meaning of this? Pouting in a pitiful manner, he whines. What time is it? It is already 4 o'clock. The sun is up, Yoriichi replies, noting the clarity in Muzan's cat-like eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. You must get more sunlight. Being cooped up indoors all the time is unhealthy. If he heard correctly, Yoriichi had just suggested that he should bask in the sun at 4 o'clock in the morning? Basking in the morning sun at 4 o'clock? The mere thought left Muzan in a stupor for 5 minutes, slowly processing the absurdity of it all. Sir, are you unwell? Yoriichi inquires, puzzled. I'm fine. Why do you ask? No, I just recalled some painful experiences, Muzan stammered, trying to suppress his elation. I am merely very tired. With the agility of a squirrel, he seized the opportunity when Yoriichi momentarily released him, slipping back beneath the covers and rolling around, successfully cocooning himself into a fluffy bundle. Only his striking red eyes remained visible, gazing at the bewildered Yoriichi, arching his brows in farewell, speaking at an astonishing pace. Sir, you've worked hard. I shall sleep a little longer. You hurry out, and I will prepare the meals for your return. With that, he buried himself beneath the covers, transforming into a long, plump, sticky rice dumpling. Yoriichi fell into deep contemplation. 2 seconds later, a startled cry erupted from beneath the covers. The person within was abruptly embraced by Kunikuzushi, blanket and all, and carried out of the room to a rocking chair situated under a wisteria tree. Before the blanket was lifted, Muzan hastily exchanged for an anti-sun serum, narrowly escaping annihilation before Kunikuzushi. You are too pale. Basking in the sun would be beneficial for your health, Kunikuzushi remarked before swiftly departing, leaving Muzan in a state of disarray amidst the breeze. As memories flooded back, Muzan sighed deeply, feeling utterly disenchanted, tapping his toes on the ground as he rocked the chair. This simply wouldn't do. What if one day he inadvertently got dragged out into the sunlight by Kunikuzushi and met his demise? Even if he didn't perish from the sun, The energy he accrued would hardly outweigh the cost of the serum. He would be perpetually in deficit, akin to a fool suffering self-inflicted torment by remaining here. An idea suddenly struck Muzan, but then he remembered that Akaza had just experienced a roller coaster of emotions. He couldn't exploit him like a sheep for his own gain. Thus, he turned to the system and inquired, "Are there any swift methods to earn energy?" "Indeed, there are," came the reply. "Then why are you not hurrying to tell me?" Ding. Detecting host's will. Task initiating. Maid outfit, 400 energy. Caged bird, 500 energy. Cat ear cosplay, 200 energy. Type binding, 300 energy. Master slave roleplay, 400 energy. Forced love, 800 energy. Training and discipline, 1000 energy. Muzan began to ponder how to once more torment Akaza. Is there not a slightly milder option? He felt as though all his bones had been extracted, leaving him languidly slumped in the rocking chair. There are none. Please endeavor to complete all tasks. Muzan began to regret his question. Was it merely to torment himself? You may leave. He waved dismissively at the void, closing his eyes to calm himself. Then, despite his protests, he donned the maid outfit provided by the system. After all, it was 400 energy he could acquire without effort. Moreover, he could conveniently exploit the 400 energy from master-slave roleplay as well. Quite splendid, Muzan thought with gritted teeth and a smile. After all, 2 caged birds would suffice to exchange for 1 Akaza. His integrity was hardly valuable. When Kunakazushi returned home, he was greeted by a table laden with an array of delectable dishes. Tsukuyami, clad in a black and white maid outfit and cradling a kitten, rushed to him upon sight. Muzan lowered his head, allowing Kunakazushi to glimpse only the black and white lace-trimmed headband and his lush, green, curly locks. "Master, you have returned." Kunakazushi appeared perplexed, almost visibly questioning what was occurring. Muzan eagerly pressed his hand on Kunakazushi's shoulder, guiding him to sit. Deftly picking up a piece of tender tofu with chopsticks while supporting it with his other hand to prevent it from falling. "Master, please dine," he urged. Kunakazushi opened his mouth and consumed the tofu offered to him, knowing that if he hesitated any longer, Tsukuyami would resort to poking him with chopsticks. Then, he removed the headband from Muzan's head and seized his slender wrists with one hand. "What are you doing? This is quite peculiar." Muzan looked up at his master with tearful eyes, his hands aching. Noticing Muzan's lack of further mischief, Kunakazushi finally released him, saying, "Do not call me master. Simply refer to me as Kunakazushi." To prevent any misunderstanding, he even provided an explanation. "Redeeming you does not equate to purchasing you as a maid. Just be yourself. Do not engage in such antics again. I will not cast you aside." This time, without Muzan needing to inquire, the system automatically replied, "Ding. Affection level, 60. Chapter 21, Astonishing. The source of joy is him." In the dim confines of the Kiyogoku house, Daki and Gyutaro knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in reverence to another demon seated above them. His hair resembled white oak, and his multicolored eyes bore the number 2, while the right side of his hair seemed splattered with bright red, an eerie yet captivating sight. This was Kokoshibo, summoned by Gyutaro after a skirmish with Akaza, now hiding within the flower district to observe discreetly. Akaza had been deceived by Muzan into relocating to a remote countryside to establish a new abode and seek the blue spider lily. The number of demons in Infinity Castle was overwhelming, and with Nakheim keeping a watchful eye, Akaza had no desire to settle there. Witnessing Akaza's departure from the Yoshiwara flower district, Kokoshibo felt invigorated. He toyed with the decaying head of Akaza that had been severed, laughing heartily. "This is truly amusing. The third has been defeated by a mere human. Why does he not perish?" Concealing half of his face with a fan, his colorful eyes sparkled with mirth as he regarded Gyutaro, his tone gentle, yet teasing. "Do you not know?" Gyutaro, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, "Perhaps. Perhaps it was the intervention of that esteemed individual." Kokoshibo fanned himself, a smile stretching across his face. "You are correct." Suddenly, he directed the fan towards Gyutaro, the ornate surface unfurling with grandeur, as for severed limbs scattered across the corners of the room. Gyutaro let out a scream, while Daki, disregarding all decorum, lunged at her brother, exclaiming in terror, "Brother!" Fortunately, as a demon, Gyutaro's limbs grew back. Only then did Kokoshibo close his fan with a satisfied smile. Tapping Gyutaro's head, "You answered splendidly. This is your reward. Do you like it?" Gyutaro hastily pushed Daki away, forcing her to kneel, trembling as he bowed his head. "Master Kokoshibo, your brilliance is unmatched." Oh dear, Kokoshibo stood and vanished into the night, leaving behind only a lingering echo, as the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. Meanwhile, Muzan, residing in Kunakazushi's estate, sensed Kokoshibo's presence, his memories informing him of the demon's extraordinary power and malevolent nature. Having previously focused on stabilizing his relationship with Kunakazushi, He could now finally dedicate time to contemplating his grand scheme. With Akaza absent and Kokushibo seemingly presenting himself, it would be remiss not to seize the opportunity. Furthermore, considering that Gyutaro and Daki were unaware of Tsukuyumi's true identity, Muzan smiled slyly. Energy, I am coming. The weather today was gloomy. Master Kunikuzushi. It's terrible, Muzan exclaimed, cradling the kitten in Kunikuzushi's arms, urgency lacing his voice. Little Suki has suddenly gone still. I don't know what's wrong. Kunikuzushi examined the kitten briefly and promptly declared, I shall take it to the pet shop for treatment. You stay here and behave. Yes. Muzan nodded vigorously, obediently settling into his chair as he watched Kunikuzushi depart. Just after Kunikuzushi left, a man clad in red, holding a golden fan and wearing wide-legged cream trousers, knocked on the door. Muzan chuckled inwardly, moving silently to the door. He opened it a crack, initially expecting Kunikuzushi's return, and displayed a delighted smile. However, upon seeing a stranger with white hair standing outside, his smile gradually faded, and with a half-closed door, he inquired, Mr. Kunikuzushi is not home. May I ask who you are? Kokushibo observed every expression on his face, finding it increasingly amusing. Miss Tsukuyumi, I am not here for him. I am here for you. Muzan's expression abruptly shifted. What could a man seeking a courtesan possibly want? Moreover, he was alone at home. Yet, considering how hard Kunikuzushi worked to provide, he couldn't afford to add to his troubles. Muzan reluctantly lifted the corners of his mouth. I apologize, but I am no longer a courtesan. Please take your leave. With that, he attempted to shut the door. However, Tamayo, unhurriedly, propped the door open with his fan. Boldly stepping inside as he caught sight of Muzan's astonished expression, he strolled leisurely through the residence, eventually standing before the freshly hung garments, admiring and caressing them with a fervent curiosity. What a delightful fragrance. Is it your scent? How blatant of him. Muzan, fully aware of the malice behind his visit, forced a smile. These are not my clothes. They belong to Mr. Yuya. Tamayo immediately released his hold, his expression momentarily frozen. Nonchalantly fanning himself, he approached Muzan and stood before him. Truly, you are the famed courtesan Tsukihiko. Your beauty is indeed as divine as the rumors suggest. Pressured by Tamayo's overwhelming presence, Muzan retreated 2 steps, nervously fiddling with the hem of his garment, his gaze cast downward, afraid to meet his eyes. Do not be afraid. Tamayo's smile was gentle, his voice soft. He forcibly embraced Muzan, settling into the rocking chair where Muzan typically reclined. Like an emperor, he opened his fan, drawing Muzan closer. Pardon my boldness, but although it is our first encounter, I find myself deeply enamored with you. Tamayo concealed his tongue behind the fan, licking his teeth before revealing that perfect smile once more. Muzan, rendered speechless, felt Tamayo's grip tighten around his waist, his body trembling slightly as he lay on his side. He could only stammer, Mr. Yuya will return shortly. Please leave. I beg of you. Overwhelmed by Tamayo's piercing gaze, Muzan closed his eyes, trembling like a lost fledgling. Ha! Tamayo laughed as if he had heard the most amusing of jokes, his laughter echoing for 2 to 3 minutes amidst Muzan's growing terror. With a playful pat on his cheek, he wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, jesting, What do you take me for? A robber? A rapist? Or perhaps a demon? Tamayo waved his fan dismissively, casually stating, I merely came to retrieve my lost kitten. This unexpected revelation left Muzan in shock. So little Tsukihiko was a pet of his? Tamayo chuckled lightly, his tone laden with meaning. You have misjudged. She is not merely a pet, but the master of the cats. Perhaps mentioning Tsukihiko eased some of Muzan's apprehension, as he hesitated, but Tsukihiko is unwell. Mr. Yuya took her to the doctor today and is not at home. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. Tamayo's mind raced. The boss mingling with the human who had slain Akaza. What role did this woman play in the unfolding narrative? A colossal enigma enveloped Tamayo, igniting an unusual blush of obsession upon his face. It had been ages since he encountered something so intriguing. How thrilling. Tamayo's excitement surged, a jolt of electricity coursing through him, causing his face to twitch as if in ecstasy. Unaware of his mania, Muzan seized the opportunity to escape from his embrace, darting back into the house and securely shutting the door, gasping for breath. How terrifying this man was, akin to a madman. As he glanced up, he caught sight of a white-haired man on the beam, revealing a perfect, sinister smile. Chapter 22. Mr. Yuya, there's a pervert in the house. A piercing scream summoned the just-returned Yuya Tsukiguni, who unsheathed half of his Nikarin blade and kicked open the door. Inside, Muzan lay crumpled on the floor, his face a mask of dread. Mr. Yuya. His dazed eyes slowly scanned the room as if he had found his anchor and collapsed into Yuya's arms. Muzan buried his pale, frightened face into Yuya's chest, pointing shakily toward the beam. There's a pervert over there. Yuya, cradling Muzan with one arm, immediately activated his transparent world to survey the surroundings. Everything was clean and as he had left it. Sheathing his Nichiren blade, he gently patted Muzan's back. It's all right. The pervert is gone. When Muzan turned to look, there was no sign of the white-haired man on the beam. Fearing Yuya might not believe him, he dashed outside, nearly in panic. Just a moment ago, he was right there. He appeared out of nowhere. Yuya frowned, noting that Muzan appeared sincere and reassured him. I will stay home tomorrow. Do not be afraid. Upon hearing this, Muzan finally calmed. Yuya was a man who had triumphed over the demon training master. His presence provided Muzan with solace. That night, Muzan anxiously clung to Yuya's arm, murmuring softly, Mr. Yuya, I am afraid. I am here, Yuya replied, not pushing him away. Observing Muzan's anxious eyes, he lay beside him, sharing the bed for the first time. The Nichiren blade rested at the bedside, while Yuya leaned against the wall, keeping watch throughout the night. The following morning, Muzan, his face nestled against Yuya's chest, groggily lifted his head, rubbing his eyes. He was astonished to find himself lying on Yuya, leaping half a meter away, his face flushed. Mr. Yuya, how did I end up here? With bloodshot eyes. Yuya rubbed his temples in pain. Your sleeping posture is quite unseemly. Tsukihiko, please correct it promptly. Muzan had grown accustomed to Yuya's every unexpected remark, pretending not to hear. With a stoic face, he replied, yes. Tsukihiko will certainly behave. After a while, Muzan felt something was amiss in the house and suddenly exclaimed, oh, Mr. Yuya. Where's little Tsukihiko? Yuya shook his head helplessly. For some unknown reason, she remains unconscious and is currently at the pet hospital for observation. Meanwhile, at the pet hospital, a small kitten lazily stretched its paws and casually raised its head. The cat Muzan silently summoned. Tamayo, where are you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tamayo materialized at the pet hospital, kneeling on one knee, still wearing that cheerful smile. Master Muzan, your subordinate is here. The small kitten waved its paw in acknowledgement, its round, glistening eyes fixed on Tamayo's red hair. Is that dye? Can it be dyed green? Unfortunately, Tamayo lacked telepathy and was oblivious to the chaotic thoughts swirling in the seemingly haughty Muzan's mind. He shared all the information he possessed with the kitten Muzan. Instantly, a sinister smile spread across the cat's face. Do not kill that woman just yet. Her unique constitution allows the demons that come into contact with her to move in sunlight for a period. Tamayo's expression turned to one of surprise. I shall capture her for you. Absolutely not. The kitten Muzan shook its head. The man protecting her is formidable. We must not act rashly. Tamayo recalled that the last demon who underestimated that man had lost his head and was subsequently banished to the countryside. He certainly did not wish to repeat Akaza's mistake. I assure you, I will not engage him. He then shifted the conversation, asking the kitten Muzan, how can we make that woman Tsukihiko serve our purposes? Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, slamming Tamayo against the wall, causing him to fall, bloodied and dazed, as he looked toward the instigator. Are you an idiot? Do you not know how to employ a stratagem? Use your brain. Tamayo, do not just come to me with every issue. Do you wish to become the second Akaza? Muzan, with an air of unrelenting authority, rebuked Doma, who, upon kneeling once more, irritably waved his feline paw. Leave. Despite the reprimand from his superior, Doma nonchalantly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and left the pet hospital with an insouciant smile. Boss, Tsukihiko, that man, the scheme. A morbid flush crept across his visage as he muttered to himself, a scheme, how delightful. The house remained eerily silent throughout the day. Perhaps Tsukihiko's demeanor had stirred long-buried memories within Kaneo Yuri. Even a grasshopper that dared to enter would meet its demise at his hands. Doma, twisting the binoculars slowly, focused his gaze upon the imposing figure of Kaneo Yuri. Such patience he possessed. A wistful thought seemed to cross his mind, and he licked his lips. What a pity he is a man. His flavor pales in comparison to Tsukihiko's exquisite taste. How dreadfully boring. He set down the binoculars and reclined on his bed, instructing Kibutsuji Taro, keep a close watch, alert me when he departs. Yes, Kibutsuji Taro respectfully accepted the binoculars, gazing at the distant woman, her laughter echoing, unaware of her joy. He contemplated asking Doma, but a furtive glance at Doma's serene, sleeping face filled him with trepidation, prompting him to turn back. No matter, it would not hinder Doma from eliminating them, and such trivial matters need not be voiced. Muzan, with a cheerful demeanor, was engaged in plotting with Kaneo Yuri beneath the wisteria tree in the courtyard, strategizing how to capture the pervert. To sustain their livelihood, Kaneo Yuri could not remain at home indefinitely, and after deliberation, he departed to earn money. No sooner had Kibutsuji Taro thought it unnecessary to alert Doma than Doma's eyes fluttered open. The door was knocked upon yet again, and Muzan, sensing the arrival of a troublesome soul, stirred slightly. When no one answered the door, Doma boldly pushed it open. With a splash, a bucket of water cascaded down. But Doma deftly sidestepped, only his pant leg receiving a few drops. Irritated, he approached Muzan, using his fan to playfully lift her chin. Heh, a mere trick. His eyes narrowed, devoid of mirth. Such antics bore no significance to him, merely serving to provoke his ire. Perhaps emboldened by Kaneo Yuri's words. Muzan shot a glare at the flamboyant dandy and hurled a hairpin at Doma before turning on her heel to flee. Doma caught the slender silver hairpin with one hand, inhaling its scent with a fervent obsession, leisurely trailing behind her like a cat teasing a mouse. I yearned to devour her. Doma's countenance radiated excitement, his smile stretching to an almost grotesque degree. Since he had consumed Kanemato, Tsukihiko was the first woman to captivate him so. Do not approach me. Muzan stood at the edge of the kitchen well, threatening, if you come any closer, I shall leap to my demise. Doma immediately raised both hands in a gesture of peace, smiling. Miss Tsukihiko, I believe we are under some misunderstanding. He was covered in the dust from earlier mishaps. But with a flick of his blood demon art, he restored his appearance. As he strolled towards her, she indeed leaped into the depths of the well. Doma's expression darkened. Should she perish, the boss would undoubtedly not spare him. He hurriedly approached the well's edge to peer inside. A black gold Nichiren blade shot forth from the well, piercing Doma's multicolored left eye with the force of a projectile. Chapter 23. Doma, I am utterly exhilarated. It turned out the well was devoid of water, a dry pit. Kaneo Yuri's Nichiren blade had been ensnared by a trap at the bottom, and Muzan's leap activated the mechanism, resulting in the blade striking Doma. He fell back, arms splayed. Motionless on the ground, his golden fan discarded beside him. Muzan cautiously waited for 2 minutes, ensuring Doma had succumbed, before climbing out of the well and cautiously approaching him. Overwhelmed by the gruesome scene, he covered his face with his sleeve, suppressing his nausea as he grasped Yuri's Nichiren blade. Failing to notice Doma's mocking gaze upon his arrival. With a sudden motion, as Muzan seized the Nichiren blade, Doma sat upright as if resurrected, grasping his hand. Ah! Muzan shrieked in terror, shaking him off and wildly swinging the blade. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Doma, who could have easily subdued Muzan, instead evaded while laughing maniacally. Anyone witnessing his frenzied, elated visage would tremble in fear, whispering to themselves, madman. Ah! Muzan was engulfed by Doma's horrifying laughter. Shutting his eyes and striking down with all his might, a force halted him. Despair washed over Muzan as he slowly opened his eyes to a suffocating sight. Kaneo Yuri stood at the doorway, gripping the blade that had been aimed at him with one hand, blood dripping steadily from the blade onto the ground. Clang! The Nichiren blade clattered to the floor, but Muzan dared not leap into Kaneo Yuri's embrace as before. He felt as if he had lost his sanity, uttering incredulously, Mr. Yuri? Kaneo Yuri picked up the Nichiren blade and set it aside, tearing a sheet into strips to wrap around his hand, offering no reproach to Muzan. His demeanor was the same as any other day upon returning home. Muzan, now a weeping mess at Yuri's feet, clutched at his trousers, having just been a demon. Unharmed, even with a blade embedded in his eye. He sobbed, I don't know why. Then he just vanished, and you returned, Mr. Yuri. I am so sorry. Kaneo Yuri looked down at him, sighing softly. I do not blame you. What transpired? Muzan recounted the events to Kaneo Yuri, tugging at his arm to inspect the mechanism. Apart from the dry well, there were no signs of any traps, exactly as it had been when Kaneo Yuri left. A chilling realization coursed through Muzan's veins, leaving him stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in outrage, It must be that demon's trick. Suddenly recalling something, he rushed to the door, holding an empty basin before Kaneo Yuri. Look, he was here. Water nearly splashed on you. Observing the glimmer of hope in Muzan's expression, Kaneo Yuri hesitantly spoke. This is what I left when I returned home. The water was poured by me. Impossible. Muzan thought, bewildered by the notion that he might be losing his mind. His eyes reddening in desperation as he grasped Kaneo Yuri's large hand. Truly, I am not lying. Kaneo Yuri, having sustained considerable injuries from the Nichiren blade, winced slightly at the pain, yet Muzan misinterpreted this as disbelief and disdain. Fearful of Kaneo Yuri's expression, Muzan released his grip and fled back into the room, trembling as he burrowed beneath the covers. How could this be? How could this be? Muzan bit his lip. He must have been ensnared by a demon. Kaneo Yuri changed out of his outer robe, donning casual attire, and entered Muzan's room to sit beside him. Noticing Muzan wrapped tightly in his blanket, he lifted a corner. Gazing steadily into Muzan's eyes with calm determination, his voice imbued with a unique strength. I believe you. Do not overthink. Since Muzan frequently returned home injured, Kaneo Yuri kept disinfectant iodine on hand. He applied the iodine to Muzan's delicate fingers, And only then did Muzan notice that climbing the well had scraped his fingers and knees. Mr. Yuri, Muzan observed him tending to his own wounds, tears welling in his eyes. I am sorry, I always bring you trouble. Kaneo Yuri remained silent for a moment, seemingly gathering his thoughts. You need not apologize. It is I who should be apologizing. On that day, you sought my help from within the confines of the cupboard, and I regretfully declined your plea. I extend this belated apology, for Muzan, devoid of malice, genuinely felt a sense of astonishment. Let this be my penance. Kaneo Tsuyuri tended to his wounds, casting a gentle smile upon Muzan, urging him to cease with the apologies, assuring him that all was well. Yet, as Muzan beheld Kaneo's warm smile, a shadow of melancholy crept upon his countenance. He found it increasingly difficult to maintain his facade in light of Kaneo's sincere contrition. Mr. Tsuyuri, you possess such kindness. Muzan murmured softly, retreating beneath the covers. Being with you has instilled in me a courage I never knew I could possess. Your unwavering goodness makes me fear that I may fall in love with you. Is that so? Kaneo replied with a smile, not taking Muzan's words to heart. For his psychological age exceeded 80, often perceiving Muzan as a younger peer, even a granddaughter. The image of Muzan as a fragile being in need of protection was deeply ingrained in his mind, far removed from the mundane desires that might lead guests of Tsukihiko to exploit him. All you need to do is live healthily and happily until the end. Kaneo's thoughts were simple. Although he remained unaware of the divine reasons for his second chance at life, he chose to view his bond with Muzan as a guiding thread of fate. His gaze upon Muzan was filled with profound compassion. Come, let us eat something. I have brought you grilled eel. With that, he departed, allowing Muzan the space to process his thoughts. How could everything be unfolding as I had envisioned? Yet I feel an ominous foreboding? Muzan pondered, akin to a salted fish, his eyes half closed. Perhaps due to the remnants of memory. He could accurately predict the behaviors of Akaza and Doma. However, he found it impossible to foresee Kaneo's actions. What would transpire if, one day, Kaneo were to discover that the person lying beside him was a demon, that he had been deceived all along, toying with his emotions? The memory of Kaneo's calm, yet seemingly tempestuous crimson gaze sent shivers down his spine, much like a beach that could sweep one away at any moment. He understood the inherent danger, remaining vigilant against Kaneo's perilous tendencies, accustomed to his grotesque antics. Yet, should a volcano, long dormant for centuries, suddenly erupt, one could scarcely fathom the terrifying devastation it would unleash. The very tranquility of the volcano rendered it all the more fearsome. A thought flickered in Muzan's mind. Recalling the tasks assigned by the system, the methods to accumulate abundant yang energy, a chill coursed through him. Surely not, could it be? Would Kaneo become corrupted upon discovering the truth? He felt genuine fear, devoid of any pretense. It was imperative that he amassed sufficient yang energy to escape before Kaneo succumbed to darkness. System. What will happen to my original body once I gather enough yang energy and depart this world? What of Akaza? Each dimensional realm operates under its own set of laws. Upon your departure, another will assume Muzan's identity. As for the fates of others, the system paused. Host, you are not a deity. Chapter 24. Mr. Tsuyuri, I fear I may be unwell. The weather had been capricious of late, mirroring Muzan's own fluctuating emotions, shifting from shadow to light. Moments spent with Doma felt like a nightmare, whereas those with Kaneo were akin to a beautiful dream. The alternating nightmares and dreams wove a web around Muzan, ensnaring him ever deeper, rendering him unable to escape. On another overcast day, prior to Kaneo's departure, Muzan helped him arrange his clothing, acutely aware that Doma would soon arrive. Thus, he subtly tightened his grip on Kaneo's hand. What troubles you? Kaneo inquired, placing the Nichiren blade into Muzan's palm. Ever since Muzan had mentioned the presence of a ghost in his home, Kaneo had refrained from taking the blade outside. Although he had never witnessed the specter Muzan spoke of, Kaneo insisted on keeping the blade close for Muzan's protection. Kaneo had also attempted to remain indoors with Muzan for several days, but to no avail. Not even the faintest shadow of a ghost had materialized. Humans, after all, needed sustenance. Kaneo, while a formidable human, was no deity. To maintain a semblance of life, he had to venture out for provisions or hunt in the forest. He and Muzan could not remain as inseparable as conjoined twins at every moment. Yet, it was precisely during these times that Doma would invariably appear, tormenting Muzan's spirit. Kaneo, observing Muzan's increasing pallor, felt a pang of sorrow and attempted to impart the techniques of sun breathing. However, as a fragile woman, Muzan struggled even with the basic swordplay, let alone the more complex breathing forms. Sir, he is coming again. Muzan trembled, seeking refuge in Kaneo's broad chest. Today is overcast. I can sense his presence. Kaneo had not stepped outside for 3 consecutive days, and the household provisions had mostly been shared with Muzan. leaving him with a slight pang of hunger. Nevertheless, he embraced the petite woman in his arms, his voice steady and calm. I shall not venture out today. Do not fear. Muzan sighed with relief, engaging in a game of chess with Kaneo in the courtyard. An awkward rumble emanated from his stomach, shattering the tranquility between them, causing Muzan's cheeks to flush like a sweet shrimp. He hastily covered his belly, avoiding Kaneo's gaze, murmuring, I am not hungry. How could that possibly be the case? Kaneo replied, his expression darkening slightly, as he prepared the last meager bowl of rice for them. Despite Muzan's repeated protests, Kaneo insisted he eat. Tears welled in Muzan's eyes as he protested. But, sir, you have not eaten for 4 days. Do not worry about me, Kaneo reassured, leaning against the wall. To Muzan, he resembled an unyielding pine, the first time he had seen Kaneo needing support. He appeared weary. Muzan understood the reason. Kaneo had been plagued by nightmares, fearful that Muzan's health would falter under such strain. To ease Muzan's worries, Kaneo had stayed awake every night, vigilantly watching over him. For consecutive days without sleep or sustenance had taken their toll, even on a warrior like Kaneo. This could not continue, Muzan thought. That night, after freshening up, Muzan sat at the edge of the bed and shared his thoughts with Kaneo. Sir, I fear I may be unwell. Kaneo, who was preparing the bedding, paused, reaching out to check Muzan's pulse. Unwell? Muzan, eyes closed, pointed to his head with a trembling finger, pea-sized tears trickling onto the linen. I believe something is amiss in my mind. He confided in Kaneo. Perhaps I have endured too much stimulation. My mind has begun to conjure illusions. Only in this way could he make sense of it all, allowing Kaneo peace of mind to venture out. Though terrified, he recalled Kaneo's demeanor from earlier. Grasping his trembling right hand with his left, steadying his voice, there are no ghosts. This is all a figment of my imagination. He lifted his gaze to Kaneo, striving to present a sincere smile. Sir, would you kindly bring back some medicine for me tomorrow? Kaneo gently stroked Muzan's lovely long wavy hair and simply stated, it is time for rest. The following day, Muzan sat listlessly in the courtyard, awaiting Doma's arrival. Little Tsukihiko, you are particularly well-behaved today. Doma's voice reached him before he even appeared, as he dangled upside down from a tree, his head peering curiously at Muzan. Does this person possess chakra? Muzan silently criticized. Having spent a considerable amount of time in this world, he had nearly assimilated the memories of Kibutsuji Muzan. As the progenitor of demons, he possessed the ability to hear the inner thoughts of all demons. However, due to their overwhelming numbers and their varied nature, he typically refrained from passively listening, lest his mind become overwhelmed. Muzan would only perceive the thoughts of a demon when he wished to do so. He had once listened to the thoughts of Doma while masquerading as Tsukihiko, but found them to be a cacophony of unsettling desires, filled with phrases that made one's sanity teeter, such as so adorable, I want to devour you, prompting him to sever the link to Doma's thoughts. Among the multitude of demons, he only occasionally maintained contact with Akaza through brief conversations. During this time, he also became acutely aware of his own formidable strength, capable of annihilating all demons with but a flick of his fingers. He had inquired of the system, can I eliminate them all? The response was a cautionary note. Host, please prioritize acquiring yang energy and minimize interference with the timeline. When he pressed further, what if I insist? The system warned of light-hearted consequences that would lead to the emergence of new evils, and that he would be forcibly ejected from this world for disrupting the established order. Muzan was elated. Could such a delightful prospect exist? The system, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, swiftly dispelled his dangerous notions. Be advised, being ejected from the world does not equate to returning home, but rather to being cast into the void, a realm of emptiness where you may wait for centuries before being transported again, and even then, it might not be to your original world. Host, would you prefer to venture into the world of Naruto, One Piece, Hunter x Hunter, or Detective Conan? Jujutsu Kaisen is also quite popular recently. Would you like to explore that? Let me express my gratitude. I've only watched Naruto, Muzan replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he dismissed the system. You may leave. Even when Doma made a rather terrifying entrance, Muzan remained that lifeless puppet, his once vibrant red eyes now dull and vacant. What did this signify? Doma, smiling benignly, embraced Muzan as a child would a cherished toy, inspecting him from his eyelids to his fingertips. Is this your form of rebellion? Muzan disregarded him, muttering to himself. False. All false. I shall merely pretend not to see. Chapter 25. Are all demons truly malevolent? Tsukihiko. It was no mere illusion. Doma descended from the tree and sat beside Tsukihiko, his demeanor akin to that of a lover reunited after a long separation, even exhibiting a hint of bashfulness. It seems Tsukihiko detests me, he lamented, obscuring his face with a fan and emitting a sound of distress. Yet I hold great affection for you. Doma set aside the fan, suddenly gripping Muzan's shoulders with fervor. Can you not perceive my feelings? I adore you. His eyes widened, compelling Muzan to see his own distorted reflection within them. Doma forcefully embraced Muzan, panting like a beast, desperately restraining the urge to consume him, nearly choking him in the process. Muzan wept silently, clutching himself with eyes shut tight, engulfed in a sense of insecurity. How terrifying, how painful. Love me. Doma whispered in his ear, enticingly, for in loving me, you shall attain eternal life. I refuse. Muzan trembled. I shall never love you. Simply kill me. He feared that Doma might use him to threaten Yoriichi, as he believed he possessed little value beyond that. Deliberately provoking Doma, he taunted. You are nothing but a despised coward, a pitiful creature. Yoriichi is akin to the sun in the sky, while you only dare to appear in his absence. Ha ha ha. Doma, despite being insulted, erupted into laughter, tears of mirth glistening in his eyes. You are quite right. Opening his folding fan, he waved it nonchalantly, his tone soothing. But what of it? To you, I may appear a coward and a wretch, yet to others, I am the exalted son of a deity. Doma dramatically raised his arms, the golden fan resembling a butterfly alighting upon flames. At that moment, a small cat appeared in the courtyard. Muzan pushed the frenzied Doma away, joyfully rushing to scoop up the feline. Little Moon, how did you return alone? Mimi, the cat coldly regarded Doma, transmitting the message, do not waste time, take me directly. No sooner had the words escaped than Muzan found himself enveloped in darkness, awakening to a vast lotus pond. A network of broad, straight wooden walkways intertwined above the pond, and he was seated upon a throne at its center. This grand structure bore the semblance of a colossal temple, with countless flowers converging to form the throne, behind which stood an ornate golden screen. Before he could process his fear and astonishment, he heard hundreds of devotees fervently chanting from beneath the throne, prostrating themselves before Muzan and Doma. All hail the saint, eternally blessed. The adherents ceaselessly bowed, rendering Tsukihiko utterly dumbfounded. What were these people doing? He turned to Doma. Disbelief etched across his face. This man is a demon. How could they kneel and worship before a demon? Doma paid no heed to Muzan's astonished expression, instead wearing a smile imbued with compassion. Saint, a man crawled, weeping, to the foot of the floral throne, his face awash with tears. I am unable to repay my gambling debts, yet my wife lies in the hospital, and my child is but 3 years old. Please, Saint, heed my plea and grant me guidance. Upon his utterance, the crowd collectively cried out, Please, Saint, hear our plea. Grant us guidance. Doma, upon hearing this, shed tears of sympathy, rising to tenderly caress the man's head. The divine requires you to bring your wife and child here. The Eternal Bliss sect shall grant them everlasting life. In the man's tearful gaze, Doma's tone shifted. However, this comes at a price. I am willing. I shall do anything to save my wife and child. He fervently proclaimed, bowing fervently before Doma. Your hands are the source of sin. The divine commands that I take them in safekeeping. Doma spoke chilling words with a smile. When you recognize your errors, perhaps the divine will forgive you. The man hesitated for a moment, yet still bowed in reverence. Yes, Saint. In full view of the congregation, Doma severed the man's hands, declaring the prayer concluded. All the devotees departed along the wooden walkways, some murmuring, It will be 15 days before my prayer is heard. How infuriating that they are ahead of me. Everything unfolding before Muzan conveyed a singular message. This white-haired man represented the faith of certain humans. In their eyes, he indeed embodied the role of a savior. How absurd. Muzan could not fathom it. The powerful and gentle Yoriichi was still toiling for survival, while this vile and despicable demon had become the object of their veneration. He resided in such opulence, adorned in fine garments, surrounded by fervent followers. Yoriichi, Muzan wept amidst the blossoms. It had been 4 days since Yoriichi had eaten anything. Why? Why did this demon possess all of this? It was unjust. How pitiful, Doma remarked, cradling the weeping Muzan upon the throne, much like a mother tenderly caressing her child. This world is so absurdly laughable. There exists no true paradise. Rather, humanity excels at delusion, fabricating a fairy tale to provide an outlet for their transgressions. Humanity is so fragile and foolish. Their existence is fraught with unbearable anguish, yet they dare not seek an end. As he spoke, Doma shed tears. How pitiable. I yearn for these sorrowful souls to find happiness. I long to rescue them. Upon uttering these words, he turned to Muzan, his face a portrait of sorrow. Was what I just did wrong? Without my intervention, that man would continue to gamble, unrelenting. His wife would perish in suffering, and his children would be subjected to the malice of this world. Yuhiko, tell me, Doma implored, fixing his gaze upon Muzan, am I still the villain in this tale? Muzan fell silent, furrowing his brow as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. finally managing to say, "But you are a demon." At this, Doma's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Is it truly the case that all humans are virtuous and all demons are malevolent? I have long maintained that you harbor misconceptions about me. With affection in his eyes, Doma produced a silver hairpin from his robe, saying, "This is the item you lost that day. I have preserved it for you. You do not hold it against me, do you?" He gently inserted the hairpin into Muzan's hair, exclaiming, "If I am the divine son, then you are the divine daughter, the celestial pair destined to be together." Muzan felt a tumult of emotions. He sensed something was amiss, yet could not articulate it, even beginning to question whether he had misjudged this demon. Meanwhile, Kaneo was returning home, cradling a warm dumpling in his arms and holding calming herbal medicine. Yuhiko? Upon spotting the Nichiren blade set aside, Kaneo frowned deeply. He had instructed Yuhiko to keep the Nichiren blade close at all times. Yuhiko had never before neglected it. After searching thoroughly, he concluded that Yuhiko may have been taken. At this juncture, Kaneo was compelled to acknowledge the truth of Yuhiko's words. There was indeed a demon that had been stalking him. Each time he was absent, it would come to harm Yuhiko, and now it had abducted him. How dare it? An unspoken fury ignited like a tempest within Kaneo's reason. He closed his eyes, and after what felt like an eternity, he reopened them. In his past life, he had been a coward, going with the flow regardless of the circumstances, deceiving himself into believing he could endure. He escaped from his wrongdoings, and until the moment of his demise, his life was a string of failures. He could not care for others, could not earn a living, could not argue, could not fight for what was right. Even when bestowed with the innate power to slay demons, he squandered the latter half of his life in mediocrity. Now that Yuhiko had been taken by a demon, a parallel existence unfurled before Kaneo once more. His crimson hair danced in the absence of wind, come what may. He vowed never to allow those he cherished to perish again. He would seek out that demon and then reduce it to a mere shadow of its former self. If Yuhiko were to die, Kaneo thought coldly, then let every demon in existence accompany him to the grave. The breath of the sun sliced through the night like lightning. Within the Yoshiwara Flower District, both demons and the hidden members of the Demon Slayer Corps gazed in astonishment at this earth-shattering strike. How terrifying! Such power must be reported to Lord Muzan. How terrifying! Such power must be reported to our Lord. Both humans and demons sprang into action as the Demon Slayer Corps surged toward Kaneo's abode. Chapter 26. There are no deities in this world. Yet Doma stands as humanity's savior. Doma placed Muzan within the lotus pond of the Paradise cult, then moved behind a screen, kneeling before the feline form of Muzan. Lord Muzan, all is proceeding according to plan. The adorable feline visage of Muzan broke into a classic villainous smile, commending Doma, excellent. Soon there will be a spectacular performance to behold. Little Yuhiko. Muzan, adorned in the splendid attire gifted by Doma, glided across the lotus pond, calling out for the little cat. As he wandered, he suddenly spotted a woman holding a pipa in a courtyard by the pond. It was none other than the woman summoned by his feline counterpart, the humming girl. Clad in a kimono with her dark hair cascading down, thick bangs obscured her eyes, revealing only half of her exquisite visage. She played a mournful tune, her presence starkly contrasting with the tranquility of the lotus pond. Pretending to be oblivious, Muzan assumed she was yet another human captured by Doma. He approached her swiftly, sitting down quietly beside her. Upon finishing a piece, Muzan immediately exclaimed, "Sister, what are you playing? It sounds wonderful." Just as the humming girl was about to respond, she suddenly heard Muzan's voice advising her to act like a human to gain his trust. "Just something I played casually," she replied, her words few, which led to a prolonged silence between them. "What brings you here to play?" Muzan inquired. "Are you one of his followers?" The humming girl remained silent for a long while before hesitantly nodding. Muzan was unfazed by her cold demeanor. After a moment of internal struggle, he glanced around to ensure they were alone and whispered in her ear, "I wish to leave this place. Can you assist me?" The humming girl thought to herself, "Is this human a fool? If it weren't for Lord Muzan's orders, I would have handed him over to Doma long ago." With a gentle pluck of the strings, the humming girl shook her head and replied, "I cannot help you." The vast lotus pond, once bustling with followers, now held only the humming girl and Doma. Muzan was unaware of Doma's whereabouts, but at present, he felt no desire to see him, opting instead to converse with the humming girl. He recounted his experiences, gazing at her with pleading eyes, tears glistening within them. "To remain here, you must be a person of great significance, right? I understand you may be a demon like him, but that is of no consequence. I simply have someone very important waiting for me at home. If you require anything from me, I will comply, but may I see him just once more?" He knelt beside the humming girl, grasping her garment with both hands, weeping. He left without a word. "Mr. Kaneo will surely be very worried. I implore you." Had he been an ordinary human, The humming girl would not have entertained his lengthy discourse. She would not have allowed him near her at all. Yet, he was the one favored by the boss. In her heart, she established a connection with the boss. Lord Muzan, what should I do? Promise him. Tell him it requires time. Most importantly, make him trust you and rely on you, understand? Understood. Thus, the humming girl, with her usual stoicism, spoke. Now is not the time. You must obey and earn Lord Doma's trust. She deftly shifted the responsibility onto Doma, unafraid of his potential ire. Yes, Muzan replied, overwhelmed with joy at her lack of rejection, fervently expressing his gratitude. Thank you. My name is Yuhiko. May I know your name, sister? Humming girl, she replied, gently plucking the strings, her lips as vibrant as petals. I currently reside here. Muzan's fondness for her sword, and he mused to the system, in my memories. The humming girl is a remorseless killer, yet, she seems quite agreeable. Host, relinquish your unrealistic fantasies. Had you been an ordinary human, you would have perished countless times by now. Very well, Muzan conceded, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, the humming girl was one of his subordinates, prompting him to inquire further. By the way, what is the humming girl's favorability rating toward me? 30. As an ordinary human, such a score was commendable, especially when compared to Kaneo's mere 10. And Doma? 90. How can it be so high when he has done nothing at all? Muzan gently caressed his smooth chin, pondering the enigma of his twisted psyche that defied conventional reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired with a tinge of complexity, and what of him? Kaneo Tsuyuri? His heart sank, recalling how, prior to being abducted by Doma, he had painstakingly cultivated a rapport with Kaneo, managing to elevate their affection level to a commendable 70. Yet, upon his capture, it inexplicably surged by 10 points. What could this signify? Is it akin to the saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder? Truth be told, it was not solely Kaneo who had developed an affinity for him. During their interactions, Muzan had also discovered an unexpected charm in Kaneo that contrasted with his initial demeanor. While Kaneo might not possess high emotional intelligence, he stood like a steadfast mountain, silently providing Muzan with an unexpected sense of security and a gentle thrill. Although Muzan had no doubts about Kaneo's sincerity, he recognized that for the sake of his plans, he must make certain sacrifices. Is he faring well? Muzan asked hesitantly. He isn't succumbing to darkness prematurely, is he? No, the system replied. He has merely established contact with the Demon Slayer Corps, and they are currently scouring the world for you. Despite this being part of the plan, Muzan found himself devoid of joy. By the way, he has already slain dozens of demons in less than a day, demanding to know your whereabouts. Even the members of the Demon Slayer Corps now fear him. Muzan's heart tightened at this revelation, an ominous sign indeed. He restrained his inexplicable heartbeat, reminding himself that he would eventually return to the real world and must not entertain any thoughts that could jeopardize that. Let us expedite the plan and quickly maximize the affection level. Regardless of the tumultuous changes occurring within the Demon Slayer Corps, Doma continued his prayers with meticulousness on the second day. This time, a young boy of 6 or 7 knelt before the floral throne, pulling out a family genealogy from his pocket. Unlike the burdened adults around him, his eyes sparkled with clarity. Great master, he began, I have discovered a secret. As he opened the genealogy and counted the names, he continued, I have realized that the earlier generations in the family have met with untimely ends. And soon it will be my mother's turn. Bowing his head with reverence and sincerity, he added, she has been increasingly unwell lately, and I wish to beseech the divine to place my name before my mother's. My mother is truly kind. She is the most beautiful and gentle person in this world, and I cannot bear to lose her. Not only was Muzan rendered speechless by the boy's heartfelt words, but an enveloping silence fell over all present. Contrary to Muzan's expectations, Doma did not shatter the boy's innocent hopes. Instead, he displayed a look of compassion as he stroked the boy's hair. The divine has granted your request, my child, he said gently. I assure you, you and your mother shall never be parted. All hail the master, the benevolent savior. Instantly, everyone bowed in homage, extolling Doma's merciful heart. Doma, concealing his face with a fan, thought to himself how pitiful it was for such a child and his mother, and resolved to consume them entirely, sending them to the blissful realm. There are no gods in this world. Yet, Doma sees himself as the savior of humanity. In chapter 27, Have Faith in Me, Tsukihiko. Doma, having learned from Kanoa's lessons, refrained from revealing his true intentions to Tsukihiko. He told Muzan that he had provided the boy with a sum of money for his mother's medical treatment. As for why the boy never returned, it was simply because his mother had recovered. With no desires left for the divine, there was no need for further visits. After all, Doma was not a cult leader coercing others into his faith. Doma chuckled innocently as he caressed the cold, smooth skull of a woman, placing the boy's skull opposite that of his mother on the shelf, filled with neatly arranged skulls. Now you shall have endless conversations, he mused, touched by his own benevolence. He glanced at the skull of Kano, positioned in the center, and pondered, will you feel jealous? Quickly dismissing the thought with a shake of his head. He reassured himself that soon Tsukihiko would come to keep Kano company, and he believed they would enjoy each other's presence. Upon exiting the dim chamber, Doma encountered Muzan, who was chatting with Nakime while plucking a lotus blossom, having just feasted on a delectable human child and conversed with Kano. Doma felt unusually elated as he silently approached Muzan from behind. Rather than teasing him, he bent down to get closer and inquired calmly, what are you discussing? Muzan turned in surprise, and it was at that moment that Nakime, holding a pipa, departed. Nothing, Muzan replied, his demeanor gradually cooling. He understood Doma had sought him out. He could not behave as he did with Kaneo, believing he could hide beneath the covers. A gentle rain began to fall from the sky, prompting Doma to hold a larger lotus leaf over their heads. Do not be so cold towards me, Tsukihiko, Doma lamented. I, too, can feel sorrow. But we have nothing to discuss, Muzan replied with a stony expression. As the master, you should be responsible for your followers, not waste time here with me. If you truly cared for me, please send me back. He lowered his eyes, his eyelashes trembling. Kaneo will be worried about me. Upon hearing the name Kaneo, Doma feigned a sudden realization. Ah, you mean the man you live with? He smiled, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes, and deceitfully stated. He is with the Demon Slayer Corps, merely using you to attract demons before slaying them. That is impossible. Muzan could no longer tolerate Doma's slander against Kaneo. Rising in fury to swat away the lotus leaf Doma had held above him, clutching his chest in anger. Do not speak such nonsense. Ha! Doma nonchalantly released his hold, allowing the vibrant green leaf to fall into the pond, causing ripples to spread across the water's surface. Humans always prefer to deceive themselves with false imaginations and self-serving sentiments. Be quiet. Do not say another word. Muzan cried, covering his ears. Yet Doma was relentless, his gentle tone betraying a hidden malice. If you were a demon, would he still treat you the same? He does not care for you. You are merely a convenient tool to him. Though Muzan covered his ears, Doma's voice penetrated his eardrums with every word, as he drew Muzan tightly into his embrace, speaking with pity. Have faith in me, Tsukihiko. With me, you shall attain eternal peace. With that, seizing an opportune moment, Doma sank his teeth savagely into Muzan's neck. Muzan was taken aback, and so was Doma. Why did Doma suddenly bite me? Muzan thought. This was not part of the plan. Doma, astonished, wondered. Why is this person's body filled with the blood of the master? Surely, he could not have bitten the wrong person? Muzan was thoroughly exasperated with his unpredictable subordinates, quickly transmitting a message to smooth over the situation. Idiot. The blood in his body has long been replaced. Otherwise, do you think I could walk in sunlight in the form of a cat? Doma stared at Tsukihiko in disbelief. But why is his body filled with the master's blood, yet he is not transformed into a demon? Muzan paused for a moment, fearing that prolonged silence would reveal a flaw to Doma, and concocted a lie. I have always mentioned that this woman has an unusual constitution. I require her blood until I find the blue spider lily. Yes, my lord Muzan, Doma replied, though he was not as easily deceived as Akaza. He pondered for a moment, still sensing something amiss. Muzan cunningly decided to play along with the scheme, stating, however, I have devised a superior plan, to transform this woman into a demon and have Kaneo Tsuyuri accompany her in search of the blue spider lily. Once it is found, we shall seize it directly. With these words, Muzan successfully persuaded Doma. Empowered by Muzan's command, Doma shed all restraints, revealing his sharp teeth with unrestrained delight. Just as Doma was about to savor the essence of Tsuyuri, Nakime, following orders, presented him with a syringe filled with an enigmatic liquid. Her expression devoid of emotion as she departed, leaving behind an aura of resentment as if Doma owed her an astronomical sum. Muzan's voice echoed. This is a special serum capable of transforming this woman into a demon, containing 300 times the concentration of my blood. One injection, and she shall become a demon beyond the lower ranks. Holding the serum, Doma hesitated, for the delectable taste of humanity was all too enticing, and he had yet to experience even a morsel of Tsuyuri's flavor. What are you hesitating for? The feline Muzan urged, dare to delay my plan, and I shall have you killed. He certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of Doma's fangs. Yes, Lord Muzan, Doma replied, irritation flickering as he retracted his sharp fangs, unhesitatingly injecting the serum into Tsuyuri's body despite her struggles. As the needle pressed in completely, Muzan's appearance began to undergo a transformation. System, enhance my appearance. 100 yang value. Purchase. Muzan cursed the opportunistic system. There was not a single soul around him who could bring him peace. Theoretically, Muzan possessed the ability to morph into any creature in existence, as long as he desired. Yet, Within the countless years of his original self's monotonous, barren existence, rife with sin and slaughter, he had scarcely utilized this skill. It was akin to a prodigious artist with a full repertoire of painting skills, having only touched a brush a mere 2 or 3 times in his lifetime. Expecting to produce a masterpiece akin to Da Vinci's on the 4th attempt, utterly absurd. Muzan himself lamented that the original Muzan merely flailed a few bone whips indiscriminately, believing himself invincible without truly contemplating his abilities. Were this the world of ninjas, the Susanoo would have shown him how treacherous the human heart could be. Resorting to the system was indeed a last resort. The original Muzan might not have even mastered the art of transformation, let alone him, a mere interloper. He felt a flicker of relief that he had become Muzan, were he an ordinary human. He would have 100 strategies, yet still fail to deceive Doma and prevent his own consumption. Reflecting on this, he pondered whether, had he been an ordinary person, he might not have to resort to such deceit against Kaneo. The thought of that man dimmed Muzan's eyes for a fleeting moment. Chapter 28. How to Drive Nakheim to Despair in 3 sentences. After the injection, Muzan's eyes widened in terror, the whites of his eyes tinged with crimson, as his pupils slowly morphed into the form of a lower-ranked demon. His once rosy, glossy nails elongated, sharpening into a beast-like shape. The ominous dark red contrasting starkly with his pale, delicate hands. His hair, previously cascading to his waist, grew longer, resembling seaweed undulating with the waves. Reaching down to his ankles. More ominously, his once flawless face was marred by 2 flame-like patterns that snaked from beneath his eyes to his temples. Were it not for the lower-ranked demon's gaze and the sharp teeth akin to Doma's, one might mistake him for an exceedingly beautiful Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. How amusing. Today, Muzan was destined to become the subordinate of his own duplicitous self. With a swift motion, Muzan slapped Doma aside, caught off guard by Doma's sudden aggression. Without Doma's support, Muzan painfully tumbled to the ground, writhing in agony. Doma observed with idle amusement, inciting a torrent of curses from Muzan's lips. Why wouldn't he just leave? Did he not realize how arduous his performance was? Resigned, Muzan closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, once more, Muzan realized he had changed. He stared in disbelief at his nails, trembling as he brushed his fingers through his overly thick hair, rushing to a mirror to behold his reflection. Shattering the mirror in disbelief, Muzan staggered back, hastily approaching Nakheim, who knelt in a dark corner. He collapsed before her, clutching his face in despair. Tears streaming through his fingers. What has happened to me? Why am I like this? The cold Nakheim plucked the strings of her biwa. Her voice a haunting whisper. You have been transformed into a demon by Doma. His ominous premonitions were confirmed, and Muzan felt as though his spine had been severed. Kneeling before Nakheim and gripping her hand as if she were a lifeline. I don't want this. I don't want to be like this. Please, save me. I am not a demon. Help me. Muzan's tears soaked Nakheim's garments, his wretched appearance stirring echoes of distant memories within her. It seemed long ago. She too had knelt in humility, pleading for salvation from another. Nakheim's affection level. 60. Excellent. If I can maximize this, it will yield a considerable amount of yang value. Even the smallest of flies and mosquitoes are still flesh. Nothing should be overlooked, Muzan mused. Nakheim's fingers quivered imperceptibly, and the biwa emitted a discordant note. If she could save him, who could have saved her in her time of desperation? What should she do? Nakheim clenched her fists tightly, ordinarily. She would have dispatched this woman without hesitation, yet the boss had warned against such actions. Gently parting her lips, after countless mental preparations, she finally stammered. I will help you. The strings of her biwa snapped in succession. Muzan remained oblivious to the profound impact of Nakheim's enforced words upon her own heart. Only the severed strings bore witness to Nakheim's tumultuous emotions. Blood trickled from Nakheim's lips as she reached out to caress Muzan's hair, akin to tenderly stroking her beloved biwa. A single tear of blood fell from Nakheim's eyes onto Muzan's face, her lips curving into a smile as she assured him, You will be all right, I promise. No sooner had she spoken than a red alert blared from the system. Warning, Nakheim's will to live has dropped to 0. Host, please devise a solution promptly. Muzan was left perplexed. What had he done to drive Nakheim to such despair? Had he inadvertently compelled Nakheim to the brink of death with just 3 sentences? What was happening? Who could elucidate why this seemingly obedient pawn, Nakheim, would exhibit such treacherous behavior? Compared to Nakheim, Muzan was far less inclined to continue living. Why was collecting yang value so arduous? Meanwhile, Nakheim began to dissipate like shattered glass, her form glowing with a white light from the hem of her garment, gradually vanishing. In his desperation, Muzan yearned to slap Doma across the face, demanding the system. Isn't it just yang value? If you want to seize it, just say so. Hurry and save her. 1,000 yang value has been deducted. Current yang value, 250. Expletive. Muzan raised a middle finger, closing his eyes in anticipation of transportation. In the dimly lit room, a woman clad in a pristine, elegant kimono, her bangs obscuring her eyes, played the biwa. The music was utterly unbearable. Miss Hanayori next door played beautifully. He should go listen to her. Indeed, why was he wasting time here? As patrons departed, the sound of the biwa grew fainter until only Muzan remained seated before Nakheim. At this moment, he retained the same classic gentlemanly hat and short-haired appearance he had when facing Akaza. Still retaining her human identity, the musician Ningnu exhaled gently, rising to her feet to bow apologetically to Muzan. I must take my leave to perform the pipa elsewhere, she uttered, preparing to push open the sliding door and depart. After all, without patrons, there could be no income. Her household was already stretched thin, with 2 months' rent overdue. This marked Ningnu's 5th establishment. Some sympathetic souls had offered her a meager tip, yet it hardly sufficed to alleviate her plight. Unable to discern the nature of Ningnu's tribulations, Muzan chose not to approach her immediately, but rather trailed behind at a measured distance. Ningnu purchased a rice ball from a vendor, cautiously extracting her meager earnings from her bosom. The proprietor of the rice ball stall was among the few individuals known to the socially anxious Ningnu. Observing her malnourished visage, he hesitated before advising, "Miss Ningnu, your husband has gone gambling again today. I just saw him storming home in a fit of rage. Do take care." Upon hearing this, Ningnu's hand faltered momentarily as she paid, muttering a subdued, "I understand, thank you." With little money left at home, should he destroy everything? She would be powerless to provide him a single coin. In an era where divorce brought severe stigma upon women, she feared that should she sever ties with him, the audience for her pipa performances would dwindle, for people would only see her as a widow, oblivious to her reasons. Ningnu maintained her composure, rationalizing that enduring this hardship might still afford her sustenance. With a slow, deliberate gait, she made her way home. She harbored no affection for this man. Her marriage had been a product of her parents' gender bias, valuing the monetary worth of a husband over her own happiness. As the man succumbed to gambling, Ningnu's existence became increasingly arduous. In the slums, the door to their shabby yet relatively clean abode stood ajar, a sight that filled Ningnu with dread in such impoverished areas. This often invited thieves and marauders. There loomed an even graver possibility. The man had returned and remained within. A wave of suffocation washed over her as she clutched her pipa tightly, steeling herself to enter the dwelling and shut the door behind her. Through keen observation of Ningnu's day, Muzan had gleaned a semblance of her suffering, recognizing that today might signify a pivotal turning point in her fate. Just as he contemplated a discreet entry into her home, he was confronted by a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ningnu, yet exuded a far more sinister aura, her future self, now transformed into a demon. She inclined her head slightly towards Muzan, her grotesque features rendering her emotions inscrutable. "This is but my past. Please forgive the intrusion, Lord Muzan," she introduced herself. Chapter 29, The Best Outcome. Muzan was taken aback, regarding the figure before him and inquiring of the system, "What is happening? How did Ningnu return to the past?" The system clarified, "Host, you are not witnessing their past. This is a recollection of significant moments in the demon's life before death. To let go is to perish. To cling to obsession is to be reborn, as was the case with Akaza. Then why does Ningnu appear here? Each individual is unique. And this is Ningnu's own fixation." Very well, Muzan conceded to this premise, suppressing his urge to criticize, and together with Ningnu, he silently surveyed the unremarkable dwelling. Little did people know that within these walls, a serial killer, a monstrous woman, was being birthed this very day. Inside, the man's eyes burned crimson, his nostrils flaring as he panted like a famished hyena, fixated on Ningnu. Upon seeing her unremarkable face, he disdainfully diverted his gaze to her clean, beautiful kimono. Surely, if sold, it would fetch a handsome sum. He recalled it as her dowry, cherished by her. The intricate patterns suggested it was of considerable value. Disregarding Ningnu's feelings entirely, he seized her and forced her to the ground. The pipa crashed against the floor, emitting a mournful cry. As the defenseless and petite woman stood no chance against this gambling fiend. "Please, this is the only decent garment I possess for my performances. Do not do this. Help me. Someone, save me," Ningnu cried, clutching the hem of her kimono, struggling like a fish ensnared on a hook. With a resounding thud, the man kicked her in the face, causing her head to collide violently with the cabinet. She crumpled helplessly, blood seeping from the back of her head onto the bare earthen floor. The crimson liquid soaked into the soil, staining the surrounding earth a foreboding red as Ningnu emitted a harrowing wail, witnessing the man hastily flee, clutching her kimono. He cared little for her fate, already contemplating selling her to a brothel should he lose again, placing his gambling desires above all else. Having invested so much in his wife, he was determined to exploit her fully. Once the man departed, a multitude of thieves, bandits, and ruffians, who had been waiting in the shadows, descended upon the home like vultures drawn to carrion, wreaking havoc once more. Just as Ningnu was on the brink of violation, the demon version of her, standing beside Muzan, sprang into action. Every scoundrel who had intruded was swiftly dispatched by the demon Ningnu, who stood before her bewildered counterpart, revealing the grotesque upper half of her face. Ningnu, caught between tears and laughter, hurled a handful of dirt at the demon, sobbing, "Where have you been, you wretch?" The demon Ningnu did not flinch, allowing the soil to sully her treasured kimono. Embracing her weeping self, a satisfied smile crept across her lips. "Forgive me. I have come to avenge you." Tenderly, she consoled her human counterpart, stating, "Later, I crushed that man's skull with a hammer. After the murder, I donned the tattered kimono that was all that remained and performed, trembling. Yet to my surprise, the audience adored my unique style. Thus, I ended the lives of all who had wronged you. Like that man, I became addicted to killing. Without it, I could not even play the pipa." The demon Ningnu scoffed, an expression devoid of emotion, as if mocking her own existence. "In this light, perhaps I am worse off than you now." The human Ningnu stood frozen, astonished by the madness of her future self, yet soon came to accept it. Nestled in the embrace of the demon, she inquired with a puzzled expression, "Then why do you return? This place is fraught with pain." The demon Ningnu gazed lovingly at her trembling counterpart, tears streaming down her face as she softly replied, "Only just now did I realize I had erred. In taking the lives of countless humans, I found no redemption. My heart remains rife with resentment, a festering hatred that torments me incessantly, compelling me to kill as a means of emotional release. It is akin to a chronic ailment. While murder may temporarily assuage my anguish, it cannot prevent the festering wound from worsening. I am unaware of where the problem lies, living in a daze. Having taken so many lives. How tiresome, how sorrowful." The demon Ningnu clung tightly to herself, her lips trembling from her tears. "Until I met a woman named Tsukihiko," she continued. "She, like you, was pitiable, yet I saved her. This was my first act of salvation. If only someone could rescue you as I did her." The blood beneath the ghostly crying maiden surged like an overflowing pool, gradually engulfing her original self. She gazed at her hands. Merely contemplating this brought forth an overwhelming sense of joy from within, and thus, I arrived. When I saved Tsukihiko, I felt a long-lost tranquility. In rescuing you, I knew I had done right. The ghostly crying maiden scooped a handful of blood with her outstretched hands. "If no one else can save you, I am the sole person capable of rescuing you. Now that my task is complete, you may rest in peace, maiden," she whispered to herself. The blood, accompanied by the human maiden, receded, blooming clusters of white flowers in its wake. Silently observing this unfolding scene, Muzan inquired of the system, "Are you truly going to let the maiden survive? I believe this is the best conclusion for her. At the very least, she must endure until the climactic battle of the world line before meeting her end." The system, overwhelmed by his sudden kindness, replied, "Host, you inadvertently saved Enmu Akaza's life earlier, and unbeknownst to you, I have already shielded you from the world's punishment once. I can only shield you from 2 more punishments, and unlike the system's own trivial penalties, those from the world could cost you your life." I understand, you sound like an old nag." Muzan waved his hand in exasperation. He stood before the gradually transforming figure of Tsukihiko, now radiating white light, and asked her, "Are you truly leaving?" The maiden smiled through her tears, apologizing to Muzan, for she had found her redemption and must now descend to hell to atone. "Yet, in this world, there remains a bond that requires your assistance." Muzan pressed his lips together. Before her, he transformed into Tsukihiko's likeness, revealing to the astonished maiden, "Tsukihiko is me. I am Tsukihiko. I need your help, maiden. Please, remain for now, if only for my sake. I appreciate your sacrifice. I apologize for not allowing you to rest just yet." Muzan did not hear the maiden's response. As time resumed its flow in reality, he witnessed her gently strumming a pipa, and their unspoken understanding echoed in their hearts. The affinity for the maiden is now 100. Chapter 30, The Gathering of Pillars. Within a secluded cabin, Muzan imparted much knowledge to the maiden. Having fully disclosed his identity to her, he spared himself many theatrical steps. Reflecting on how recently he had been calling her sister, the maiden felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. It was truly astonishing that 2 individuals, so seemingly different in nature, were in fact one and the same, Muzan. Truly, Muzan was remarkable, deftly ensnaring everyone in his web of deception. After assigning all possible tasks to the maiden, Muzan solemnly cautioned her, "You must never reveal my true identity to anyone else. Do you understand?" The maiden comprehended. At this moment, She could be regarded as a deathly warrior forcibly retained in this world by Muzan, exhibiting unwavering loyalty to him. Once Muzan fulfilled his desires, the maiden would vanish of her own accord. Exiting the cabin, Muzan resumed his melancholic facade as Tsukihiko, burdened with heavy thoughts. Observing the arrival of Tamayo, who sought to drag Muzan away for prayer, the maiden felt a twinge of compassion for the poor Tamayo. Hoping he would survive until the day the truth of the boss was revealed, the heavy bangs concealed the maiden's unusual gaze, causing Tamayo to scratch at the goosebumps on his arms. What was it about this woman that made her seem even more eerie upon her occasional disappearance? Tsukihiko was still adorable, even as a demon, a charming demon indeed. Tamayo chuckled with delight. How is the plan progressing? Muzan's voice carried over. All is proceeding smoothly. In no more than 2 days, that man will inadvertently learn of Tsukihiko's whereabouts. Humph, you are doing well. Soon, there will be quite a spectacle to behold. Considering Tamayo's unpredictable nature, Muzan issued a warning. Be careful not to act recklessly and ruin everything. Yes, Lord Muzan. Gazing at the sorrowful Tsukihiko, Tamayo grinned with glee. He was truly looking forward to this grand performance. Another ordinary night unfolded, as Muzan declined the servant's offering of delicacies made from human flesh, gritting his teeth to suppress the ravenous hunger boiling within his veins. Despite Tamayo claiming it was the flesh of a death row inmate, he could not partake, for doing so would obliterate any chance of reclaiming his humanity. Muzan secretly rolled his eyes. Out of curiosity, he had surreptitiously sampled the taste. It was horrifically unpalatable. A blend of dryness and bitterness, with a hint of sourness. He promptly expelled it. So, the taste of demons was akin to that of Kibutsuji Muzan, was it? Why could they endure such detestable fare? Compared to himself, Kibutsuji Muzan was far more qualified to be the demon king. How terrifying it was. Refusing sustenance. Muzan was once again drawn into Tamayo's prayers. The others had grown accustomed to the presence of a veiled woman seated amidst the floral throne beneath Tamayo. This was forced upon him by Tamayo to shield his visage from the worshippers. Conveniently, Muzan also wished to conceal his demonic form from others. Thus he offered little resistance. He remained silent, disengaged from the prayers, merely gazing at the congregation with eyes imbued with a subtle sorrow, akin to a perfect offering to the divine. A human-shaped lamb. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Kamado estate, Kaneo Tsuyuri displayed astonishing prowess without revealing his name, merely repeating one thing: slay demons. Interrogate for Tsukihiko's whereabouts, then slay more demons. He resembled a merciless, divine machine engineered for extermination, unyielding to any demon, whether upper or lower tier. No demon could withstand a single stroke from this enigmatic man. The quantity of demons he vanquished in a day rivaled the total number exterminated by the Demon Slayer Corps in a month. Truly terrifying. Within the Kamado estate, the Hashira regarded Kaneo Tsuyuri with a mix of trepidation. While his demon-slaying prowess surpassed all others, his frenzied quest for a certain individual instilled a sense of dread in everyone during this period. He was weary of social interaction, often remaining silent for an entire day. And when he did speak, it was merely a curt HM or OK, signaling the end of the conversation. The Hashira could not even ascertain his name, only knowing that he sought a human named Tsukihiko, who was reportedly abducted by demons. Yet, if he had indeed been captured, the outcome was likely grim. Considering the cruel methods employed by those demons, everyone tacitly avoided addressing this sorrowful reality. After all, given this man's level of madness, it seemed unlikely he would be receptive to such news. Everyone empathized with the unbearable grief of having a loved one slain by demons. Interacting with him was suffocating, as the fury concealed beneath his tranquil exterior was palpable, tainting those who merely gazed upon him with his negative emotions. After finally gathering some information, Kaneo Tsuyuri was determined to set out immediately, but was forcibly dissuaded by the Love Hashira and Yoya Kamado, who hastily convened an emergency meeting with the nearby Hashira. Could this be a trap? Yoya Kamado expressed his concerns, as the news arrived too abruptly, as if premeditated. Kaneo Tsuyuri leaned against the wall with his sword in hand, eyes closed, saying nothing. Even if it were a conspiracy, I will not be afraid. The Wind Pillar, Sanemi Shinazugawa, scoffed and pointed at Yoriichi Tsujikoni, saying, Do you truly believe he is the kind of person who would fear such things? Upon hearing this, the other Hashira approached with well-meaning caution. For the strength of humanity is limited, and one must be wary of falling prey to the schemes of demons, potentially meeting an untimely end. At that moment, the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, who was recovering at the mansion of the Tsujikoni family, stood up and declared, There is no need for such pessimism. I believe our leader has devised a prudent course of action, otherwise he would not have summoned us back with such urgency. Upon hearing this, Yoya Tsujikoni coughed lightly, and the crowd fell silent, ready to listen to their leader speak. Even if this is a scheme, we must rise to the challenge for Miss Kocho's sake. Observing the furrowed brow of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, Yoya Tsujikuni offered him reassurance. He paused before continuing. To minimize casualties within the Demon Slayer Corps, I propose we divide into 3 groups, led by the newly arrived powerful warrior, with the others following in succession. He turned to Yoriichi, speaking gently. I understand your urgent desire to rescue Miss Kocho. Saving humanity has always been the mission of our Demon Slayer Corps. I shall assign the Wind Pillar and the Flame Pillar to form the first team with you. Would you be amenable to this arrangement? At this juncture, Yoriichi Tsujikuni finally opened his eyes, and the Nichiren blade in its sheath became heated. He acquiesced. I accept. Yoya Tsujikuni and the other Hashira watched with concern as the 3 departed, and Shinobu Kocho inquired, Leader, is this truly safe? Yoya Tsujikuni shook his head. While the Wind Pillar's temperament may lead him to swiftly ascertain the situation, the Flame Pillar's steadiness will provide a safety net in case of trouble. The rest shall be left to adapt as circumstances unfold. Observing Yoya Tsujikuni's worried demeanor, the remaining Hashira immediately surrounded him, providing support as he began to waver. Chapter 31. One heart fills another. In the darkness of the night at the Paradise Sect, the once clear and transparent water of the pond now appeared ominous and foreboding. Shrouded in darkness that seemed poised to reach out with a demonic hand to drag someone into its depths. The faint, cold moonlight was the sole comfort of this night. Kyojuro Rengoku blocked the unsheathed Nichiren blade of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, frowning as he remarked, It is far too quiet here. There is not a hint of human presence. Sanemi Shinazugawa also covered his nose in disgust, exclaiming, The stench of demons is nauseating. Having dealt with demons for an extended period, they had developed a sensitivity to their presence that surpassed that of ordinary humans. In the dim environment, only the brightly lit main hall at the center of the lotus pond shone like a flame attracting moths, burning tirelessly. Rengoku and Shinazugawa could sense, through their instincts, that they were dealing with a demon of considerable strength, no less than that of an upper moon. The disparity in power among demons was vast, and they immediately recalled the most formidable demon they had encountered. Each battle was a high-stakes gamble for humanity, with strength as the wager and their own lives as the stakes. This gentleman, Rengoku referred to Yoriichi, as he did not know his name. Let us infiltrate and observe first, prioritizing the rescue. Sanemi frowned in rebuttal. Why overthink it? If they intended to harm Miss Kocho, they would not have waited this long. He appeared displeased, with sharp eyes and scars on his face, giving him a wildly restless demeanor. This is clearly a trap. Conflict is inevitable. It would be quicker to charge indirectly. He spat. This repugnant odor makes me feel nauseous. We must not, Rengoku insisted, clearly having heeded their leader's warning, gripping Sanemi's arm firmly to prevent him from rushing in. If Miss Kocho was still in their clutches, a reckless approach would only complicate matters further. His bright eyes locked onto Sanemi's, conveying a message not just to the Wind Pillar, but also to Yoriichi. First, we must secure the hostage. Once their safety is confirmed, you may proceed as you wish. Humph. Sanemi, while somewhat convinced by Rengoku's words, knew that had it been the Water Pillar, Jutomioka, speaking, he would have already dashed out without a second thought. Under Rengoku's guidance, the 3 temporarily withdrew from the Lotus Pond and gathered information about the Paradise Sect nearby. With the number of cult members being small and largely fixed, Rengoku and the others incapacitated 3 members set to pray the next day, donning their garments in an attempt to blend in with the crowd. After waiting a day, the time finally arrived for the cultists to head to the temple to pray. Yoriichi Tsujikuni suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes, walking alongside Sanemi, following Rengoku closely. Meanwhile, Muzan Kibutsuji, seated amidst the flowering bushes, received a system notification. Host. They have arrived. Yoriichi Tsujikuni is among the crowd behind. This was not far from Muzan's anticipated timeline, perhaps even sooner. Over the past few days, he had adorned himself with the resplendent crowns sourced by Nakheim, a headpiece crafted from pure white crystals that rested atop his sea-green hair, exuding an air of sanctity and elegance. Particularly, the curtain of beads that cascaded down to obscure the upper half of his face pleased Muzan greatly. Doma had no objections to this. Such adornments made Miss Kocho appear even more like a goddess from mythology, perfectly complementing him. As the cultists prayed to Doma, Yoriichi's narrowed, icy gaze scanned the surroundings, and upon spotting the figure of a woman with dark green hair on the platform, he froze momentarily. Sanemi and Kyojuro were caught in the torment of Doma's terrifying aura, but sensing Yoriichi's movement, Sanemi whispered to him, What is it? Have you found her? Yes. Yoriichi nodded slightly. He would not mistake that figure. It was indeed Miss Kocho. But why was she seated in that position? The leader on the platform was unmistakably the figure with the multicolored eyes that Miss Kocho had described, undoubtedly a formidable demon. emanating an aura even more potent than that of the instructor from the Flower District. An ominous premonition arose within Yoriichi, and he lowered his gaze before Doma could turn to him. The flame pillar was correct, while killing demons was simple. Unraveling the reasons behind it all was far more complex. Yoriichi did not wish for such an occurrence to repeat itself. He must endure until then. Doma, meanwhile, scanned the crowd and spotted Yoriichi, cloaked with flames at the tips of his hair. A playful smile spread across Doma's face. They are quite swift, aren't they? Doma then noticed the unfamiliar men beside Yoriichi, one with golden hair and the other with white, and his smile deepened. It seems they have brought assistance? How intriguing. This was Doma's domain, and he eagerly anticipated witnessing the expression of despair on that man's face. Doma's grin sent a shiver through everyone in the room, while Yoriichi pressed his lips tightly together, nearly forming a straight line. As the prayers concluded, the atmosphere turned eerie, akin to a factory filled with flour, where a single spark could ignite everything. Is it truly her? Rengoku inquired, his and Sanemi's nerves taut as they awaited the demon's move. I would not mistake her, Yoriichi asserted, the longest sentence he had spoken in days, imbued with conviction. Just as Yoriichi unsheathed his blade, and the flame and wind pillars prepared to assist him in the rescue, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Doma suddenly raised his voice, halting the departing crowd, seizing Muzan's hand and forcibly pulling him from the foliage, proclaiming, by the divine examination of our Lord, we now bestow upon Miss Kocho the identity of the divine daughter. From this day forth, she shall be known as the divine lady of the Paradise sect. Seeing her is akin to seeing me. Do you understand? Without waiting for the congregation to kneel in reverence, Muzan directly raised his hand and cast aside his shackles, voicing his defiance with a fierce proclamation. I refuse. What goddess are you speaking of? I do not require your feigned compassion. He seized a nearby lotus flower and hurled it at Doma's face, the beaded curtains clattering with his movement. You hypocrite, vile wretch, release me at once. Before he could finish his retort, Doma enveloped him from behind, firmly covering his mouth. Observing the stunned congregation, Doma smirked, his piercing gaze fixated on Kaneo Tiri, accusingly pointing at her and declaring, the goddess has succumbed to the demon's seduction. That man is the devil. Instantly, the crowd parted, revealing the three immobile figures of Kaneo Tsuyuri and her companions. Realizing his disguise had failed, Kaneo swiftly removed her ceremonial garb, unveiling the familiar crimson haori underneath. Muzan gasped upon seeing Kaneo, his eyes widening in shock, and he struggled even more vehemently. To everyone's astonishment, Doma suddenly released his grip, watching as Muzan, clad in a thin white haori, stumbled toward Kaneo. As he fell into her familiar embrace, both tightened their arms around one another, filling a void within their hearts. Ignoring the myriad of gazes laden with different meanings, in that moment, Kaneo and Muzan held each other tightly. Chapter 32. The performance begins. In his moment of vulnerability, Muzan found solace in Kaneo's embrace, her presence anchoring him as he wept uncontrollably against her chest. The ornate crown upon his head pressed painfully against Kaneo, prompting her to consider removing it, but Muzan desperately nestled closer, murmuring, Kaneo, I am so afraid. Sensing his distress, Kaneo set aside her concerns about the crown. Wielding her Nichiren blade with resolute determination, the sheath and hilt clashing with a resounding force as she unleashed a swift strike towards Doma. The speed of her attack transcended human ability. Even Doma was nearly caught off guard by her sudden onslaught. He narrowly evaded, the sheath of her blade embedding itself into the golden screen behind him. Doma's pupils contracted in disbelief. How could this be? He had sensed no threatening aura from this man, yet he had nearly been struck down by a mere sheath. This was exhilarating, indeed. No wonder he was the one capable of defeating Akaza. Doma laughed heartily, but soon tempered his demeanor, realizing that his recent streak of good fortune had lulled him into a false sense of security regarding this man. Truly, a frightening prospect, Kaneo. Doma brushed away non-existent dust from his attire. Yet, this was the sacred realm of the Eternal Paradise sect, not a playground for wayward spirits. With a mere gesture, Doma summoned the maids, who promptly unleashed a torrent of samurai swords upon the congregation. Slay the demons. The divine has bestowed a revelation upon us. At Doma's command, the astonished crowd snapped back to reality, seizing the swords scattered on the ground and shouting in unison, kill, kill, kill. Kagaya Ubuyashiki and Kyojuro Rengoku stood aghast, watching as the enraged humans advanced towards them. The true demons observed from the high platform, yet they were treated as the hunted. How ironic. He lies, Rengoku interjected, stepping protectively in front of the crowd, his radiant gaze shining like the sun, causing the people to hesitate. We are merely ordinary humans. Yet we are also members of the Demon Slayer Corps, not monsters. The undeniable righteousness emanating from Rengoku momentarily stilled the bloodthirsty congregation. compelling them to glance towards Doma on the platform. It was futile. The man possessed an aura of such integrity that they would believe him to be the embodiment of the sun. How could he possibly be a demon? He. Doma was not one to be stubborn. He quickly countered, "You may not be a demon, but what of those behind you?" The golden folding fan snapped shut, pointing accusingly at Kaneo. Even the goddess has fallen under his spell. He is the source of all evil, the progenitor of demons. Muzan longed to inquire why Doma felt entitled to speak so disparagingly, his words a direct attack on both Kaneo and himself. Truly outrageous. Rengoku attempted to argue, but Genya Shinazugawa's temper flared, and he bellowed, "Do you think everyone is blind? Prepare to meet your end." With that, he charged forward wielding his Nichiren blade. Doma effortlessly dodged, refraining from counterattacking, playfully leading Sanemi into the throng. Die! Sanemi's eyes widened with fury, his hatred for demons nearly consuming his reason as he gripped his Nichiren blade, swinging it fiercely at Doma's head. The clash of their weapons ignited sparks, and Rengoku, having just recovered, intercepted Sanemi's desperate strike, his recently healed insides tearing anew as blood seeped from his lips. "Flame Hashira!" Sanemi gasped in disbelief, his eyes filled with rage and frustration. Rengoku offered no words, merely stepping aside to reveal the true target of Sanemi's wrath. A trembling devotee lay on the ground, thoroughly disheveled, a pool of excrement surrounding him. No matter how grotesque his appearance, it could not disguise his humanity. Sanemi had nearly slain an innocent, and it was Rengoku who had saved him at the last moment. How could this be? Sanemi's fury threatened to shatter his resolve as he glared at Doma, who wore a mocking smile, shouting, "Why not you? You despicable, shameless demon." He could not accept it. He could not bear the thought of almost killing one of his own kind in front of so many. Was there truly no difference from becoming a demon, just like his mother? As Sanemi's faith began to crumble, Muzan weakly uttered, "It is not your fault. Doma is skilled at manipulating hearts. This is all part of his scheme. Do not let him sway you." The crowd then turned their attention to Muzan, who was hidden within Kaneo's embrace. For reasons unknown, Kaneo removed her crimson haori, enveloping Muzan entirely, obscuring her face as if she were a sheltered maiden from a bygone era, her melodious voice the only hint of her presence. Doma narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Muzan's voice echoed, "Doma, what are you waiting for? Do you wish to defy my orders?" Doma licked his teeth, contemplating the implications if Tsukihiko were to fall at the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps. Such a waste of talent. "Huh, you underestimate Kaneo Tsuyuri," Muzan retorted. "She has certainly realized your intentions. Her silence speaks volumes about her stance. Unless Kaneo intends to kill him, he is the safest place for her. No need for your concern." Muzan's tone shifted ominously. "Or do you truly harbor feelings for him and wish to betray me?" "I dare not, my lord Muzan," Doma quickly replied. Why did the boss place such unwavering trust in Kaneo, even suggesting that he might fall for Tsukihiko? A glimmer of insight flickered in Doma's kaleidoscopic eyes, quelling his vague suspicions for the moment. He needed to focus on the pressing matters at hand. Though incredulous, he had ample time to validate his conjectures later. Doma concealed his overly excited smile behind the fan, raising his voice, "Hee, wrapping the goddess so tightly. Could it be you have engaged in some unspeakable act?" Tomo wore a contemplative expression, suddenly snapping his fan shut and striking his palm, producing a sharp crack. It is said that demons possess the ability to turn their loved ones into demons as well. You Haven T turned the goddess into a demon. Have you? Toma's face contorted with unbridled fury. "I command you to release the goddess." At this moment, the followers began to react, clamoring, "Indeed. We've long seen them wrap the goddess up for some unknown purpose. It's utterly terrifying. If you aren't a demon, let the goddess step forward and prove her innocence." "Look, he hasn't let go of the goddess at all. It's horrifying. He must be a demon. Goddess, run." Observing that Yoriichi Tsujikuni remained unresponsive, the fervor among the followers intensified, akin to boiling water in a pot. This was dire. The goddess was either being held captive or had already transformed into a demon. Muzan had not anticipated that Toma had long since devised a plan. The veil he had gifted himself was not meant to consider his feelings, but was intended for this moment of treachery. Realizing this, Muzan felt a surge of anxiety and anger, his trembling hand gripping Yoriichi's collar. He was terrified, deeply fearful that Yoriichi would distance himself upon discovering his true nature as a demon. That would be akin to signing his death warrant. Meanwhile, Mitsuri Kenroji had begun to angrily curse. Demons, what a load of nonsense. Striding over to Yoriichi's side, he intended to rip the Haori from Muzan, demanding, "Open your eyes and see clearly. Lady Tsukihiko could never be a demon." Chapter 33. The new form of flame rage from the breath of the sun. In that instant, Muzan clutched Yoriichi's clothing like a lifeline, nearly tearing it apart with his desperate grip. Smack! Yoriichi blocked Mitsuri's outstretched hand, his voice low and commanding. On what grounds? Mitsuri's expression was one of confusion as Yoriichi's iron grip held him immobile. After a moment, once the gazes of all had shifted from Muzan to Yoriichi, he finally pushed Mitsuri away. His towering form shielded Muzan, and Yoriichi, his expression inscrutable, asked, "On what authority do you use him to prove I am a demon?" Mitsuri was exasperated, his voice rising in anger. "He is slandering you with Lady Tsukihiko. If everyone could see Lady Tsukihiko, they would know he is lying." However, Kyojuro Rengoku seemed to sense something amiss, furrowing his brow slightly. Yoriichi cast a look of disdain at Mitsuri, his voice calm, yet unyielding. "No, you misunderstand my intention. Even if you prove that Tsukihiko is not a demon, he has other means to slander me. Tsukihiko is merely a tool he employs to attack me. I do not wish for her to endure this." With that, Yoriichi deliberately stepped aside, his eyes as still and cold as stagnant water, asking Mitsuri now, "Do you still wish to look?" Mitsuri clenched his teeth, realizing they had fallen into Toma's trap, turning swiftly with his blade drawn, shouting at Toma, "You despicable coward. We will not fall for your tricks." Thankfully, he had refrained from dragging Lady Tsukihiko into this, as proving her innocence before so many, whether she was a demon or not, would have been a humiliation. That vile upper moon had a cunning depth to his schemes. How despicable. Mitsuri had nearly been ensnared. Fortunately, he had avoided that fate, or he would have been at a loss on how to face Lady Tsukihiko afterward. Rengoku furrowed his brow again, sensing that something was indeed off, yet he stood beside Yoriichi, forming a wall to shield Muzan from the crowd's gaze. All of these developments were entirely unexpected for Muzan, who cast Yoriichi an inscrutable look, as though seeing him for the first time. He was well aware of his identity as a demon. How could he be so dull? How had he devised such a counterintuitive strategy? Muzan's heart raced wildly, pounding like a drum. That cursed Yoriichi, always thwarting his plans. He loathed him, deeply. Muzan forced himself to breathe steadily, gradually calming his racing heart. Toma, somewhat surprised, soon smiled with narrowed eyes, realizing that Yoriichi indeed held Tsukihiko in high regard. This made it all the more essential to not let them escape unscathed. Toma chuckled, weaving through the crowd to confront Yoriichi directly, unafraid of an unexpected attack. He stated, "It is widely known that demons excel at concealing their identities, lurking in the human realm, waiting for the opportune moment. I have received a divine revelation. The deity has informed me that you are a demon and that you have transformed Tsukihiko into one as well. Could it be that even the gods are fallible? Or do you harbor demons within your heart? Is Tsukihiko's face more important than the safety of the many?" Toma's relentless interrogations ignited the crowd once more, leading to exclamations. Indeed, what is a woman's honor compared to the lives of so many? The deity could never err. This man is a demon. Demons are the most adept at sowing discord. As the buzzing of their voices filled his ears, and witnessing Toma's twisted smile, Yoriichi was on the verge of unleashing his Nichiren blade in a blaze of fury. He could sever Toma's head in an instant. Yet that would only cement the falsehood of his identity as a demon. Seeing this scene, Mitsuri wavered again, realizing they were about to make a move. This demon was cunning, lurking amongst the masses. Could they truly afford to avert their eyes? Yet, Rengoku interrupted. "Enough. Wind Hashira." He looked deeply into Yoriichi's eyes, saying, "Lady Tsukihiko is someone of great importance to him. Do not target her any further." At the very moment the crowd surged towards Muzan and Yoriichi, Yoriichi drew his blade. New form of flame raged from the breath of the sun. Like a rainbow piercing the sky, time seemed to freeze. The astonishing blade of flame sliced through the eyes of all present. With a single stroke, thud, Toma's head rolled to the ground, his face still adorned with an ordinary smile. It was not until blood gushed from Toma's neck that chaos erupted. The crowd awakening from their stupor with horrified screams. "He has killed the leader. He is a demon." All men, women, and even children brandished their blades, lunging at Yoriichi. The sound of clanging metal rang like jewels shattering. Yoriichi effortlessly disarmed them all, his lips parting. New form of flame binding from the breath of the sun. Rengoku feared Yoriichi had succumbed to his rage, ready to strike at innocence. With Yoriichi's lethal prowess, even an upper moon would perish without a trace, let alone an ordinary person. Rengoku rushed forward, seizing Yoriichi's arm, urgently pleading, "Calm down. Do not kill." Yoriichi cast him a cold glance. That look chilled Rengoku's blood. It was a terrifying gaze, devoid of joy or sorrow, as if in his presence one did not exist as a person but rather as mere refuse. Rengoku had no doubt that Yoriichi harbored murderous intent. Just as Rengoku braced himself for a confrontation with Yoriichi, a wall of fire erupted, soaring 2 meters high. In the astonished eyes of Rengoku and Mitsuri, Yoriichi narrowed his eyes, hurling his Nichiren blade into the throng, while he scooped up Muzan from the ground, like a flickering flame. disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Toma, struck by the blade amidst the crowd, coughed up a spray of blood mixed with viscera. Despite having made thorough preparations, how could he still recognize my true identity? With a sinister smile, Doma unsheathed his Nicaran blade, his terrifying grin sending those around him retreating in fear. Is this the essence of rage? How intriguing. I yearn to slay him. Not a second can I endure. The thirst for blood is overwhelming. He glanced at Mitsuri Kanroji and Kyojuro Rengoku, feeling as though he had been doused with cold water. He scoffed disdainfully, thinking that had it not been for Muzan Kibutsuji's plan, these two insignificant insects would have long since met their demise. Nevertheless, it is truly amusing. As the frightened gazes of the crowd bore down upon him, Doma shed his disguise, reverting to his original form. Due to the unique nature of Kyojuro Rengoku's blade, Doma was gravely injured and unable to utilize his blood demon art. Thus he could only regretfully observe Mitsuri Kanroji and Kyojuro Rengoku. The children of the divine do not perish easily, so fret not. It is merely that your friend has been confirmed as a demon. The cult of eternal bliss will not relent. The followers echoed in unison, kill, kill, kill. Doma waved his hand, signaling them to cease. He bestowed upon Mitsuri Kanroji and Kyojuro Rengoku a kind, yet sorrowful smile. How pitiable, to have been deceived by a demon for so long. Fear not, for we shall ensure this news reaches every corner of the world. Rest assured, they will soon be apprehended. Chapter 34, A Surprising Delight. Mitsuri Kanroji could scarcely believe what he had just endured. He turned to the Flame Hashira, who was hastening toward the Lord's mansion alongside him, with simmering anger. Flame Hashira? Are you a coward? Why did you stop me from killing him? Kyojuro Rengoku wore a resigned smile, unfazed by the affront, and replied earnestly, those innocents have been ensnared by the upper moon demon. Even if you were to slay him, you would meet the same fate as Mr. Yoriichi. He had already learned of Yoriichi Tsujikuni's name from Doma. Kyojuro Rengoku continued. Moreover, this matter requires reporting to the Lord, who will devise a plan. Now is not the time for impulsive actions. Only then did Mitsuri Kanroji fall silent, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Who would have imagined that killing a demon could be so intricate? How could there exist a demon so cunning? It is utterly revolting. Meanwhile, Muzan, whose plans had gone awry, remained silent in Yoriichi's embrace. His original script had been to use Yoriichi's connections to gain acceptance from the Demon Slayer Corps, thereby enlisting their help in the search for the Blue Spider Lily. Yet, he had not anticipated Yoriichi's overwhelming strength or his disregard for the opinions of others. In order to conceal Tsukiyomi's identity as a demon, Yoriichi was willing to bear the unjust blame of being a malevolent fiend. Even Muzan, with his hardened heart, found it difficult to remain composed. Yoriichi ran relentlessly, traversing forests and scaling mountains, as if seeking to hide him at the world's end. Only Yoriichi possessed the ability to sprint with inhuman speed, and as Muzan lifted the Haori that shrouded his head, he offered a heartfelt apology for the first time. I'm sorry. Yoriichi paused, sensing a shift in Muzan's emotions, and the taut corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards. Why apologize again? I have saved you. I feel joy. Are you not joyful? This man was as forthright as ever. Muzan closed his eyes to listen to his heartbeat. Each thump resonated with palpable reality, grounding him in the moment. He could no longer discern whether the resurrection of Yoriichi was a blessing or a curse. For now, he simply reveled in the embrace. Casting aside all thoughts of schemes and machinations, Muzan candidly expressed his true feelings. I am so happy. Yet, soon after, he was overwhelmed with sorrow by Yoriichi's unadulterated affection. But I have harmed you. Before Muzan could finish, Yoriichi gently grasped his chin, causing Muzan's lips to puff out comically like a chick. The romantic atmosphere dissipated as Muzan, resembling a cat, playfully clawed at him. Yoriichi released his grip, and upon falling to the ground, Muzan looked up at him, bewildered. What are you doing? Ouch. The sight of his animated expression made Yoriichi chuckle. I wish for your happiness, Tsukiyomi. You need not feel guilt. If anyone should feel guilt, it is you if you are not happy. But I have become a demon. Muzan lifted his headpiece, revealing the mark of Lower Moon 6 etched in his eyes. Fixating intently on Yoriichi. You detest demons, do you not? You nearly killed me at the outset. Feeling aggrieved, he crossed his arms, avoiding Yoriichi's gaze, lamenting that he was nearly slain for merely a hint of demonic presence. I have decided to loathe you. Yoriichi found Tsukiyomi's demeanor childlike as they sat face to face. His tone lighthearted. But I never knew you were so adorable. You are entirely unlike demons. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, casting a gentle glow on Yoriichi's face, his tender smile akin to an arrow piercing Muzan's heart. You are so lovely, surpassing any being in this world. Although I do not comprehend why you retained your consciousness after becoming a demon, as long as you remain you, I shall not alter my attitude toward you. Having lost the Nichiren blade only allowed Yoriichi to open his arms wider. Under the moonlight, he smiled like a child, his bright eyes sparkling with innocent fervor. I promise to take care of you, and I shall fulfill that promise. Even if you have become a demon, it is my responsibility. Muzan fell silent for a moment. Amidst the witness of fireflies and moss, he swiftly leaped into Yoriichi's embrace, mumbling, "You people drive me insane." "You fool." Yoriichi raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the statement. "Why do you say that? Is there someone like me?" "The crux of the matter is not that I called you a fool." Muzan puffed up his cheeks defiantly. "Yes, my ex-boyfriend. Are you angry?" Yoriichi, feeling a vein throb prominently at his temple, tightened his embrace. "You have an ex-boyfriend?" His voice came out almost through clenched teeth. Seeing Yoriichi's murderous expression, Muzan stuck out his tongue, teasing, "Just kidding, you are so easily fooled." Yoriichi visibly twitched at the corner of his eye, promptly squeezing Muzan's soft cheeks, warning him not to deceive him again. The pain nearly brought tears to Muzan's eyes as he gazed up at Yoriichi, his expression filled with despair. "You are so fierce." Words failed him. Yoriichi looked down at him, his eyes brimming with tenderness, like peach blossoms submerged in the waters of March, more radiant than the blossoms themselves. Such a gaze sent Muzan's heart racing, like a hook ensnaring his very soul. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, the system suddenly chimed in. Yoriichi Tsujikuni's affection level at 90. Yang energy level at 50. Current Yang energy level at 200. Host, kissing can yield additional Yang energy. Please continue the effort. Startled by the system's abrupt announcement, Muzan nearly stumbled backward. "Thank you. If not for your reminder, we might have kissed." Yoriichi, noticing the sudden change in Muzan's expression, assumed something had transpired in their surroundings and quickly grabbed a branch, standing alert to unveil the ethereal world. To his astonishment, he indeed discovered something unexpected. In the depths of darkness, a man of towering stature, akin to the formidable Kaneo Tsuri, emerged, wielding the Nichiren blade with deliberate steps. His hair, a high black ponytail reminiscent of Kaneo's, framed a visage adorned with 6 blood-red eyes, and enigmatic crimson flame patterns danced from his chin to his neck. Aside from those ghastly eyes, his attire and demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to Kaneo. He was none other than Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. It felt as though centuries had elapsed. Kokushibo gazed in astonishment at Kaneo, causing the broken flute to slip from his grasp. Kaneo, staring at the shattered instrument on the ground, found himself nearly voiceless. "Brother?" Chapter 35, Another Debt. Muzan was equally taken aback, whether from memory or the present. Kokushibo was a figure of immense significance. In the past, Muzan regarded Kokushibo as a crucial ally, affording him the respect that dissuaded him from prying into Kokushibo's movements. Yet now, Muzan harbored a profound trepidation towards Kokushibo, making it impossible for him to seek him out without a well-conceived plan. Kokushibo's sudden appearance caught both Kaneo and Muzan off guard. They were left wondering how long Kokushibo had been observing them, and whether he had discerned their true identities. Muzan's complexion darkened as he swiftly rose from Kaneo's embrace, exchanging a fleeting glance with Kokushibo. The multitude of eyes was disorienting. He was uncertain which pair to focus on. Kokushibo, momentarily taken aback, mused that this lower moon bore an uncanny resemblance to a disguised Muzan. As he drew closer, he sensed the familiar aura of Muzan. Yet the earlier revelations left him in doubt. How could Muzan be mingling with Kaneo like a human couple? It was utterly perplexing. Just as Kokushibo sought to scrutinize Muzan further, Kaneo sensed an impending threat and immediately stepped in front of Muzan. "Long time no see, dear brother." Kaneo had regained his composure, his tone steady. "It brings me immense joy to see you once more." Kokushibo inclined his head slightly, his eyes glancing at Kaneo with a sidelong gaze. Since his transformation into a demon, Kokushibo's memories of his past humanity had grown increasingly hazy, to the point where he could scarcely recall the faces of his family. Yet Kaneo remained vividly etched in his memory, shining like the sun, an indelible presence. Especially striking was the fact that Kaneo, at the age of 80, could still deliver a lethal blow against his demonic self. As Kokushibo reflected on that humiliating past, a cold light flickered in his 6 eyes. He recalled the immense effort he had exerted to surpass his prodigious younger brother. And this accursed, detestable Kaneo had merely leveraged inexplicable talent to place him in such an embarrassing position. A potent jealousy, resentment, and an intense obsession to best Kaneo coalesced into a palpable force. These negative emotions guided Kokushibo as he slowly unsheathed his ice-studded katana. Muzan could no longer restrain himself and grasped Kaneo's hand. There was no other choice. He felt as if the life force was slipping away from him, and every moment he could siphon from Kaneo was invaluable. Kokushibo's voice was as cold as iron. "Where is your blade?" Kaneo instinctively shielded Muzan behind him, pressing his lips together as he replied, "Brother, you are no match for me." a man in the prime of life with 80 years of breathing technique experience. No sooner had he spoken than an invisible gust of wind shattered several nearby trees. That was the unspoken fury of Kokushibo, the 16th form of moon-breathing, moonlit rainbow. Sole survivor of the moon, Kokushibo leaped high, brandishing his demon blade in the moonlight, unleashing a barrage of giant, crescent-shaped wind blades towards Kaneo, showing no regard for Muzan standing behind him. Had anyone else been before Kokushibo, they would have had no hope of evading such a lethal strike. Alas, he faced Kaneo. Kaneo's gaze remained unchanged, and what appeared to be a fragile twig in his grasp erupted into a dazzling blaze akin to that of the Nichiren blade. The new form of sun-breathing, withered wood sorrow. As Kaneo sighed softly, Muzan shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. My life force. Host. Kokushibo is on the verge of death. The system had barely finished speaking when Muzan resignedly urged, hurry up and take it. Can I refuse? Frustration surged within him. Kokushibo had not come to trouble Kaneo, but rather to demand repayment of a debt. He had yet to locate his blue wisteria, and now another debt loomed. Despair engulfed him. He merely wished to accumulate some life force, yet these events unfolded. As Muzan lamented in agony, 3 unremarkable souls simultaneously departed their bodies. Upon opening his eyes, Muzan realized his circumstances had drastically changed. He gazed at his diminutive hands and the oddly contorted visage of his plump, pale baby face. Could you kindly explain why, in Kokushibo's memory, I appear as an infant? Due to the special circumstances, you have indeed traversed time back to their past. Muzan was utterly bewildered. Then why not simply send me directly to this era? Is this back and forth travel merely for amusement? Indeed, as Muzan contemplated quitting in frustration, the system hastily added, this time, you can absorb life forces from both Kaneo and Kokushibo. It is a fortunate opportunity. Should I be thanking you then? While engaging in banter with the system, Muzan gradually unraveled his origin. He was merely a distant neighbor of the Kaneo clan. Whenever a family flourished, there would invariably be a surrounding cluster of either wealthy, mediocre, or impoverished relatives, clinging to the affluent like barnacles on a whale, subsisting on the crumbs that fell from their table. This time, Muzan found himself in the home of a poverty-stricken neighbor adjacent to Kaneo's clan. The family had even been careless in naming him. With 3 older brothers and 2 sisters, he was hastily dubbed Shiro. After enduring 6 years, a significant event transpired in the Kaneo household. Kaneo and Kaneo's twin brother were born. In those ancient times, twins were often viewed as ominous, leading to fierce disputes over inheritance. The second son, Kaneo, bore inexplicable markings on his head, making him particularly despised by the Kaneo patriarch. Fortunately, Kaneo's mother fought desperately to protect him, ensuring he survived. That year also marked the time when the influential Kaneo clan sought to cultivate future successors. They would recruit impoverished children under the guise of gathering servants, selecting a few perceptive ones to brainwash and train as trusted attendants while sending the rest off for menial labor. Muzan, at this pivotal moment, suggested to his parents that they sell him to the Kaneo clan, hoping to earn enough to alleviate their year-long financial struggles. Within the Grand Kaneo estate, there were only a handful of children aged 6 or 7. The mother of the Kaneo clan immediately took a liking to Muzan's bright, expressive eyes. The Kaneo patriarch selected 2 more children, and thus, Muzan officially became a resident of the Kaneo clan. Chapter 36, The Twins of the Kaneo Clan. As a favored attendant of the Kaneo clan, Muzan enjoyed a life of remarkable comfort. Other attendants were subjected to rigorous training as a means to protect the heir of the clan. However, due to Muzan's extraordinary intelligence and lack of fighting skills, he was nurtured as an advisor under the earnest persuasion of Lady Kaguya, who encouraged him to read and write, while those who could escape from battles did so. The head of the Kibutsuji clan was a man of rigid traditionalism, somewhat obstinate in his ways. Yet one cannot deny that the imposing stature of the Kibutsuji twins bore some credit to the clan leader. Under the stern gaze of the clan head as he scrutinized Muzan's studies, one could not help but feel a sense of absurdity akin to witnessing the revival of Uchiha Fugaku. It is worth noting Lady Kaguya herself. Although she hailed from a prestigious family, her true nature was remarkably cheerful and bright, far removed from the typical demure matriarch of her era. Yet, constrained by the societal pressures of the time, she often appeared subdued and dull. Uncharacteristically for a noblewoman, she took a particular liking to Muzan, frequently lifting him up to tease him. Just as the clan head departed, Lady Kaguya emerged from the room, whisking Muzan away to her quarters. Shinichi, you are truly beautiful. Come home with me and do not be alarmed. She recited a whimsical couplet she had just composed, clutching Muzan tightly to her chest. Inhaling his scent as if indulging in a feline delight, Muzan, with a face devoid of enthusiasm, lamented, Lady, do I truly smell that delightful? Forget the formalities. When we are alone, you must call me Kaguya. After speaking, she chuckled softly and cleared her throat. The ordeal of birthing the twins had been arduous, compounded by the fact that Yoriichi was destined for death at the hands of the clan head immediately after birth, which left Lady Kaguya with lingering health issues. To outsiders, the Kibutsuji clan appeared prosperous and thriving, yet to Muzan, it was clear that the clan leader and Lady Kaguya had become estranged over the twins, each harboring their own intentions. The clan had viewed Muzan as a trusted aide to Yoriichi, while Lady Kaguya saw him as a lifeline for her other child. Just like now, Lady Kaguya gazed intently at Muzan, as if she could perceive the adult soul residing within his young body, and earnestly remarked, "Shinichi truly does smell wonderful, like the fragrance of ripe fruit." Muzan found her words peculiar but was at a loss for a response, his wide, glistening eyes conveying innocence and confusion. Lady Kaguya smiled gently. Despite her youth, she exuded a sense of reassurance. Muzan felt overwhelmed by her acute intuition and averted his gaze, murmuring, "Would you like to taste some fruits, my lady? I shall go seek some." Lady Kaguya pondered, shaking her head. She pinched Muzan's chin with her thumb and forefinger, turning his face to meet hers, her tone cryptic. "I do not wish for fruits for myself. I fear that my child may wish for them in the future, and no one will be there to help him find them." Any discerning adult would grasp the implications behind Lady Kaguya's words. However, in that moment, Muzan could only feign ignorance. The young master is under the protection of the clan. How could he ever lack for fruits? Lady Kaguya's expression turned melancholic, and she spoke candidly. Even as an infant, the clan head increasingly disapproves of Yoriichi's existence. After all the trouble we went through to keep Yoriichi alive, the clan had plans for him to become a monk at the age of 10. I have always wanted to treat both children equally, yet I find it fraught with challenges. Shinichi, you are clever and astute. Should I no longer be around, please look after Yoriichi for me, will you? Her words astonished Muzan. In an era where male superiority and the survival of the fittest prevailed, the notion of equitable treatment of one's children was almost unfathomable. An ordinary folk would scarcely entertain such thoughts. Lady Kaguya's sentiments were remarkably progressive, far ahead of many modern perspectives. Undoubtedly, she was a good mother. But fate had dealt her an unfortunate hand in the form of the times. Though Muzan harbored affection for Yoriichi, he was acutely aware that his purpose for being here was to confront Kibutsuji Muzan. Human emotions are difficult to quantify through actions. If even the mother of the Kibutsuji twins could not manage to treat her children fairly, how could he expect to do so? He had resolved to prioritize his strategy against Kibutsuji Muzan, rendering it impossible to readily acquiesce to her request. Perhaps, when he thought of her, he could steal a glance from afar. Muzan mused inwardly. Seemingly sensing his hesitation, Lady Kaguya gently set him down and inquired softly, "You have seen the clan head's Yoriichi, but you have yet to meet the Yoriichi in the side courtyard, have you?" Muzan hesitantly nodded. Yoriichi was merely an infant, cherubic and adorable, often cooing and giggling. No matter how much disdain he held for Yoriichi, after all, he was the clan leader's own child, and even he, as an outsider, lived in comfort. So Yoriichi could not be faring too poorly, could he? It was only upon entering the dilapidated side estate that Muzan's heart sank heavily. What kind of place was this? At the entrance, two withered locust trees twisted grotesquely together. The ground was a mire of filth and muck, and the house was diminutive, smaller than even a side room of the clan head's residence, with a large hole in the roof allowing sunlight to pour in. This place was so inhospitable that even snakes and insects would refuse to make a nest here. Muzan hesitated, glancing at his new shoes before reluctantly following Lady Kaguya inside. By the standards of a horror film, this place would earn at least 10 stars, yet it was to be the future residence of the young Yoriichi. Contemplating the terrifying palate Yoriichi would possess in adulthood, Muzan was already inclined to trust Lady Kaguya's words. Yoriichi's childhood was far from pleasant, worse than anyone could imagine. Muzan's expression faltered, his lips pressed tightly together. The creaking, decayed wooden door stirred up a cloud of dust, revealing Yoriichi swaddled within, wailing incessantly. His small face was flushed and purple, appearing ravenous, with fingers stuffed into his mouth as he desperately sucked. Lady Kaguya gently moved his tiny hands aside, and Yoriichi instinctively grasped his mother's hand, holding on tightly, his small fingers pale and tinged with green, showing no sign of the formidable strength he would one day possess. In that moment, all Muzan could see was the infant's yearning for life, with tears in her eyes. Lady Kaguya breastfed Yoriichi. Her milk supply was scant, having been depleted by Yoriichi's brother during their time at the main residence, leaving barely enough for the starving Yoriichi. Children of affluent families typically had 2 wet nurses, not to mention throngs of attendants and maids. How could it be like this? Muzan asked in bewilderment. Chapter 37. The most important quality of a dog is loyalty. Lady Kaguya shook her head with a bitter smile. The clan leader fears that Yoriichi will vie for the position of heir against his brother as he grows, so he neglects Yoriichi entirely. Before you entered the Kibutsuji household, Yoriichi fell ill, and I have spent all my private savings on his treatment. As she spoke, her sadness for her child deepened, tears streaming down her cheeks and falling onto Yoriichi's face. He was so tiny, like a little dumpling. Why must my child endure such misfortune? She gently kissed Yoriichi's forehead, the depth of her maternal love evident in her expression. Muzan approached and silently took hold of her sleeve in a gesture of comfort. Soon, Lady Kaguya composed herself and smiled at Muzan, saying, "Perhaps the bloodshed caused by the clan's involvement in conflicts has brought retribution upon my children. In a few days, I plan to visit the temple to pray for the protection of the sun god for Yoriichi. Would you accompany me, Shinichi?" Muzan gazed at her with eyes filled with anticipation and supplication, comprehending that her unspoken words bore deeper significance. Upon witnessing Yoriichi, lost in a serene slumber, he could not help but clench his fists in agitation. After a prolonged silence, Muzan sighed and acquiesced. "I shall, alongside Miss Akaza, offer our prayers for the young master." 6 years hence, Muzan sat alone on the stone steps of the training platform, muttering, "Heavenly transgressions may be forgiven, yet those wrought by man are inexcusable." Observing him in this state of lamentation, his contemporaneous peers jested. "Ah, even young Shiro finds himself in a quandary? Is the sky collapsing or the earth sinking? Surely, it cannot be that the master seeks yet another heart-to-heart with you?" The mere thought of his frequent misfortunes following such discussions with the head of the household elicited laughter, filling the air with mirth. "Begone, begone. Were it not for my principles, I would spit upon you all for your frivolous banter. I dare say your training is insufficient. Be wary, lest I inform the master." Sensing the futility of their teasing, the group gradually dispersed. Nevertheless, they had indeed guessed the situation quite accurately. Muzan brushed off his garments and sought out Yoriichi, steeling himself to enter the master's quarters for guidance. "Shiro, have you procured the slingshot I requested last time?" In a hushed tone, Yoriichi inquired, tilting his head as he sat beside Muzan. Muzan subtly lifted the hem of his attire, revealing the slingshot tucked within his trousers, and winked at Yoriichi, affirming, "How could I forget the young master's request?" Yoriichi smiled faintly, his hands tightly gripping the fabric of his robe, his thoughts consumed with the delightful prospect of engaging in bird hunting soon. Upon hearing a faint noise from behind, both Yoriichi and Muzan immediately straightened, awaiting the master's arrival. Across a small tea table, the master, with a stern countenance, ordered, "Young Shiro, pour the tea." "Yes, sir," Muzan replied promptly, stepping forward to serve. However, as he poured, the master suddenly furrowed his brow and questioned, "Why must I remind you of such trivial matters? If this continues, how can you earn Yoriichi's trust?" "Yes, esteemed master. Young Shiro is at fault." Muzan accepted the rebuke without argument, maintaining his composure. Yet, Yoriichi could not contain himself, interjecting, "But father, last time young Shiro poured tea early. You chided him for taking liberties." The master shot Yoriichi a fierce glare, exclaiming, "You truly have the audacity to interrupt?" The freshly poured tea, along with the cup, was hurled against the wall, causing Yoriichi to flinch in fear. Observing Yoriichi's trepidation, the master's demeanor softened, and he gently admonished, "At times, I may be overly stern. Yet you must comprehend that you and Yoriichi are not of the same ilk. You must surpass him in every aspect to uphold the honor of our lineage. Do you understand?" Such admonishments had been frequent since Yoriichi could remember, and he nodded earnestly, declaring, "Father, I understand. I shall become strong and uphold the family name." At this, the master's expression revealed satisfaction, though a frown returned upon seeing Muzan. "I have heard from the servants that you have sought out Yoriichi again." His voice was ominously deep. Muzan instantly recognized he had fallen into another trap, unsure of who had brought this to the master's attention. Internally vexed, he feigned nonchalance. "Flattering, esteemed master, your foresight is remarkable. I merely wagered with them about whether young Yoriichi is truly mute. Upon losing, I went to investigate." Lowering his head, Muzan returned to his position behind Yoriichi, sincerely admitting, "It was young Shiro's folly. I asked for your punishment, master." "Humph." The master snorted disdainfully, his gaze seething with fury. "You had best be this way. If you cannot comprehend who it is that feeds you, perhaps you should no longer remain." Afterward, Yoriichi had also clandestinely met with his rumored half-brother several times, fortunate to have escaped detection. He could not fathom why his father harbored such disdain for his sibling, a mix of relief and trepidation swirling within him. If he were to fall short of his brother's accomplishments, would he, too, be met with disdain? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of Yoriichi's plight. No, he could not end up like Yoriichi. he cast a furtive glance at Muzan. Though still quite young, he understood that his mother held deep affection for Yoriichi, while Muzan was the trusted confidant of the next head of the family. Should he lose his position as the heir, his fate would be far worse than Yoriichi's. Witnessing Muzan's silent acquiescence, resembling one resigned to fate, only fueled the master's anger, and he raised his hand to strike. Startled by the sudden movement, Yoriichi rushed forward, grasping his father's arm. Previously, he had thought little of allowing his father to strike Muzan, only to discover that Muzan had lain incapacitated for half a month afterward. Without Muzan's company, Yoriichi had been driven nearly to madness. "Father," Yoriichi pleaded, clinging desperately to his father's arm. Casting a fierce glare at Muzan, apologized to the master at once. Muzan, feeling humiliated beyond measure in both this life and the last, bowed his head, prostrating himself before the master, murmuring, "Young Shiro is the young master's dog, and will never harbor treachery." In years past, the master had treated him kindly, until the day he caught Muzan seeking out Yoriichi. Thereafter, the master had summoned all of Muzan's original family to a separate residence, exerting control over them and threatening Muzan. Though he paid little heed to such actions, they had nonetheless unsettled him. The master, relentless, shoved Yoriichi aside, determined to instill a lesson in Muzan. He smashed the tea table and, wielding the leg, towered over Muzan, declaring, "Loyalty is paramount for a dog. Do you believe you are sufficiently loyal to Yoriichi?" Chapter 38. My life belongs to young master Yoriichi. With the first strike, Yoriichi clung to Muzan like a sloth, weeping, "Father, young Shiro is loyal. Please do not harm him." The master, torn between fury and disappointment, exclaimed, "He is a servant. You are the master. Have you truly lost your senses?" Speaking in his defense, "I shall count to 3. You will stand aside and watch." With an impassive face, the master extended 3 fingers, commencing the countdown. 1. "Father, I beg you." 2. "If you continue this way, young Shiro will surely perish." 3. The master elongated the final count, and, seeing Yoriichi sobbing as he left Muzan's side, felt a flicker of satisfaction before turning his fierce gaze back upon the crumpled figure of Muzan. "Young Shiro, I do not wish for others to say our servants were fathered but not nurtured. Today, I shall teach you what it means to recognize hierarchy and to serve faithfully." The second strike landed upon Muzan's back. "Speak. Who is your master?" Muzan shielded his face with his arm, muttering, "Young master Yoriichi." The next blow struck his leg. "Will you still seek out Yoriichi?" "I will not." The third hit landed upon his hand. "Why do you live?" "For young master Yoriichi." A final strike met his waist. "Whose life is it?" "For young master Yoriichi." Tears streamed down both Muzan and Yoriichi's faces. Yoriichi was filled with dread, while Muzan's eyes brimmed with the humiliation of his helplessness. As the head of the Kagaya clan continued to assert his dominance, a slingshot that had split in 2 fell from Muzan's pocket. The clan leader, seemingly incredulous at what he had witnessed, stared wide-eyed and delivered a forceful kick to Muzan's nape, exclaiming, "You wretched creature, who permitted you to purchase this? You seem to be living far too comfortably." Observing the brutal beating inflicted upon Muzan, Yoriichi, consumed by concern, rushed forward to grasp his father's leg, pleading, "It was I who asked Shiro to buy it. Father, I beg you, do not strike him any longer. It is my fault." The clan leader, with an oppressive glare, directed his attention to Yoriichi and thrust a stick into his hands. "Very well, if you acknowledge your wrongdoing, then you shall strike him hard." He spoke icily. "Day in and day out, you fail to encourage the clan head to learn properly, instead indulging in frivolous distractions. Even if it was your suggestion, at his age, does he not comprehend such basic principles?" Seeing Yoriichi momentarily speechless, the clan leader gave him a shove and coldly urged, "Go on, if you cannot summon the resolve. Then I shall do it myself." Before he could finish his sentence, Yoriichi, in a fit of desperation, swung the stick toward Muzan, crying and striking down with each blow. "Why did you go to see Yoriichi? You are not my servant. You are forbidden from going." Forbidden. The torment continued until Muzan's head was bloodied and bruised, and Yoriichi, exhausted, could no longer lift the stick. At last, this agonizing ordeal came to an end. Muzan was hastily carried away for treatment, while the clan leader regarded Yoriichi, whose countenance was one of despair, with a semblance of tenderness. "Yoriichi, you demonstrated commendable resolve today. This is the essence of a true clan leader. Remember, if you are not strong enough, others will gravitate towards Yoriichi. Shiro frequently seeks out Yoriichi. There must be a reason for this. You must identify where the problem lies. Today, I can assist you in controlling Shiro's return to your side, but who knows what the next opportunity will hold. Do you understand your father's intentions?" Tears streamed down Yoriichi's hollow eyes. At the tender age of 6, he struggled to grasp the deeper implications of his father's words. Yet, the unwavering belief was solidified once more through this incident. He must never be weaker than Yoriichi. He had to be stronger. 3 days later, Yoriichi visited Muzan in the makeshift treatment room. He held the ointment reserved for the clan leader, applying it gently with his small hands. Careful not to waste a single drop. His spirits were low, and he dared not meet Muzan's gaze, softly asking, "Shiro, do you hate me for hitting you like this?" "How could I ever hate you?" Muzan chuckled in resignation. After all, what could a 6-year-old possibly understand? If anyone were to bear hatred, it would be directed towards the clan leader. "It's all right. I will be back to my lively self in a few days. Do not be so downcast." Noticing the young Yoriichi's troubled expression, which mirrored the clan leader's demeanor, Muzan attempted to cheer him up with a mysterious gesture, beckoning him closer. "Come here. I have something special to show you." "What is it?" Yoriichi, intrigued, leaned in closer. Suddenly, Muzan pulled out a slingshot from beneath his pillow, grinning as he said, "I intended to save this for Yoriichi, but since it broke, you can have it to play with for now. Just be careful not to let the clan leader find out." "This is Yoriichi's slingshot?" Initially elated, Yoriichi's mood shifted to one of complexity upon hearing Muzan's words. The slingshot, gifted to Yoriichi by Shiro, was now in his possession. Surely Yoriichi would be heartbroken if he discovered this. Yoriichi thought to himself, yet he clutched the slingshot tightly, his knuckles whitening with the pressure, amused by Yoriichi's tight grip, as if he were holding a rare treasure. Muzan found it surprising how much the once innocent Kokoshibo cherished the slingshot. "Yes, keep it. I will replace it for Yoriichi later." He sat up with some effort, ruffling Yoriichi's hair. Upon hearing this, Yoriichi relaxed his grip, hiding the slingshot close to his chest, feeling an inexplicable discomfort within. "You would risk going to Yoriichi for just a slingshot?" Yoriichi raised his small face to look at him, his expression devoid of emotion. "If father finds out, he will be even angrier. He may even harm you." Muzan dismissed Yoriichi's words, interpreting them as concern, and replied nonchalantly, "Do not worry, young master. I will be careful not to be discovered next time." After saying this, he squeezed Yoriichi's small hand, jokingly adding, "You wouldn't be thinking of reporting me to the clan leader, would you?" "Humph." Yoriichi turned away awkwardly, his adorable pout revealing a hint of irritation. "What do you take me for?" After spending so much time together, Muzan had grown to understand Yoriichi's nature. Unlike the demon Kokoshibo, Yoriichi was inherently gentle and kind, with only a slightly heightened sense of pride, which was one reason Muzan often teased him. Unbeknownst to them, the rift between Yoriichi and Kokoshibo would deepen in the future. As Muzan drifted into contemplation, Yoriichi, believing Muzan to be in considerable pain, gently urged, "You should behave yourself. Father is watching closely. Please do not go." Chapter 39, The Secret Base. Meanwhile, in the adjoining courtyard, Yoriichi gazed at Tsujikuni, his attention drifting towards the direction beyond the walls. Today marked the day they had recently agreed upon. Muzan had promised to bring Yoriichi a delightful toy. Unlike Yoriichi, who remained blissfully unaware, Tsujikuni had learned from a servant about Shiro's punishment. Observing the anticipation on his son's face, Tsujikuni wove a benign falsehood. "Shiro has been sent on a mission by the clan leader. At his age, he needs to undergo some training. He will visit you when he returns." Yoriichi's expression fell momentarily, but he quickly recalled something and resumed watching the outside. Tsujikuni, knowing his child all too well, shook his head again. "Yoriichi will not be coming today either." Yoriichi looked up at Tsujikuni, his eyes filled with confusion, as if silently asking why. Struggling to rise, Tsujikuni, with Yoriichi's assistance, placed the completed sun motif earrings aside, pressing them flat with a stone. As the heir, Yoriichi has many responsibilities to fulfill. He is quite busy. Yoriichi opened his mouth to speak, but then fell silent. His mother often used the heir's obligations as an excuse for why Shiro and Yoriichi did not come to see him, fostering a deep-seated resentment within him towards the notion of the family heir. If there were no heir, would Shiro and Yoriichi not visit him every day? As spring arrived, the first flower planted by Tsujikuni bloomed in the courtyard. Little Yoriichi crouched down, admiring the flower. It emitted a delightful fragrance, prompting him to reach out and touch its delicate petals, only to be dismayed as 2 petals fell at the slightest contact. Oh no, mother would be saddened by this. Yoriichi picked up the soiled petals, attempting to reposition them, but his efforts only worsened the situation, leaving one quivering petal precariously clinging to the flower center, resembling a lone warrior's tuft of hair, a sight both comical and pitiable. Just then, a sudden knocking sound echoed from beyond the courtyard wall, causing Yoriichi to perk up and turn his head. His innate sense allowed him to perceive the familiar heartbeat beyond the wall. Shiro had arrived. Quickly, Yoriichi hastily buried the 4 petals in a small mound of dirt and hurried to the corner of the wall to listen as Muzan whispered to him. With the final echo, Muzan forcibly excavated a small hole in the wall. To the astonished gaze of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, Muzan emerged from the earth like a groundhog. Dusting off the remnants of soil from his head, grumbling and chuckling as he turned to Yoriichi. Honestly, I never anticipated that digging a hole would be such a laborious endeavor. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Yoriichi remained silent, slipping into the hole like a fish. Embracing Muzan tightly, his eyes gently closing in relaxation. Muzan hoisted him from the burrow and, akin to a thief, leaned in close to Yoriichi's ear, whispering, "Go tell Lady Kane that I shall take you out for some fun." Without hesitation, Yoriichi nodded and deftly scampered to Kane, gesturing animatedly. Kane smiled in response. "Do not indulge too much and bring trouble to little Shiro. Return early. I have something special for you." Yoriichi eagerly nodded and darted outside. Spring was the perfect season for kite flying, and Muzan had concealed a particularly intriguing kite, leading Yoriichi excitedly towards a clearing in the forest. This was his hard-earned secret base, a place that was difficult for others to discover unless they searched meticulously. Unexpectedly, en route, they encountered Yoriichi's elder brother, Sanemi Tsujikoni. Returning from a clan meeting, Muzan promptly guided Yoriichi to hide. Although Sanemi had spotted them, fortunately, his companions remained oblivious. Observing Muzan and Yoriichi together, with Yoriichi seemingly on guard, Sanemi felt an uncomfortable twinge in his heart, but recalling their father's words about Shiro's quest for Yoriichi, he hesitated. Waving his hand, he instructed his subordinates to return first, then approached Muzan, his expression stern. "Where are you taking Yoriichi this time?" "Kite flying." Muzan hadn't anticipated encountering Sanemi, and felt a sudden awkwardness. "Sanemi, what brings you here?" Sanemi glared at him in anger. "Why shouldn't I be here? Do you wish for my absence?" No. Of course not." Muzan hastily shook his head, aware of Sanemi's sensitive nature. Being caught like this demanded a thorough explanation to avoid future complications. "Humph," Sanemi huffed coldly, his small face etched with displeasure. "You are my retainer, not a street urchin, wasting your days with Yoriichi on trivial pursuits. Do you not honor the nurturing of the Tsujikoni clan?" Such words echoed as if Sanemi had been possessed by the clan's patriarch. Muzan stared at Sanemi, incredulous. How could such a transformation occur in just half a month? After all, Sanemi was merely 6 years old. What could he possibly argue with a child? His purpose here was to ensure that the Tsujikoni twins could experience a joyful and fulfilling life, instilling hope for their survival. Thus, Muzan knelt on one knee, maintaining his smile. "I have discovered a secret base in the forest." Surely, no 6-year-old could resist the allure of a secret hideout. As expected, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in Sanemi's eyes, yet he stubbornly retorted, "What secret base? If father finds out, you may lose your life." In the secret base, there are numerous bird nests, each containing eggs, and even newly hatched chicks. Muzan enticed. Sanemi's gaze flickered, his imagination spiraling uncontrollably. He envisioned a treasure trove of nests hidden atop high branches, where he, the intrepid explorer, would carefully examine the patterns on the eggs. "No, the forest is too perilous. We are just 3 children. What if a wolf appears?" Muzan reassured him. "In the secret base, I have crafted traps for beasts. Whether it's a wolf or a tiger, they can be captured. Sanemi, there is still ample time before we must return, and once we do, such opportunities to play will be scarce." Sanemi's pupils sparkled with excitement. This? He longed to voice his objections, but the words faltered on his lips. Observing his struggle, Yoriichi stepped forward, embracing his beloved brother, silently conveying his affection. Sanemi reciprocated the embrace, his gaze shifting to Muzan. Seizing the moment, Muzan pressed, "Shall we go together? So you need not worry? What do you say?" Sanemi pursed his lips, nodding resolutely. "Let us hurry." Chapter 40. He does not need it. Navigating through a winding forest path, they arrived at a radiant grove of peach blossoms, bordered by 2 crystalline streams, with lush grass and fallen petals all around. The end of the peach orchard was hidden from view. Continuing along the water's edge, they discovered a small hillock. Muzan parted a curtain of vines, revealing a narrow path leading into the hill. This path was exceedingly narrow, passable only by young children. Muzan led the Tsujikoni twins forward for several meters before they emerged into an expanse of brilliant sunlight. Endless violet bellflower blooms swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a delicate, enchanting fragrance. Muzan guided them into the flower-laden glade, beaming, "See? Adults can never enter here. Is it not beautiful?" Yoriichi and Sanemi, having grown up in the Tsujikoni estate, one marginalized by his father, the other burdened with familial responsibilities, had seldom glimpsed the outside world, forever preoccupied with the future of their clan. In this pristine green meadow, the violet bellflowers nodded in the wind, and the gentle sunlight seemed capable of dispelling the shadows in their hearts. The bellflower petals, sharp at the edges, resembled 5-pointed stars. Even the buds, poised to bloom, appeared like plump little hats, inciting an irresistible urge to touch. "So beautiful," Sanemi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he meandered through the flowers, traversing from one end to the other. Yoriichi, in contrast, observed each bloom closely, careful to avoid disturbing them, lest he damage their delicate forms. Muzan fetched some spring water, beckoning them over, and lifted the bottle, shaking the clear, transparent liquid within, smiling. "Give this a try." Yoriichi cautiously squinted, his eyes widening in astonishment. "It's exquisite. Far better than any water I've ever tasted." Sanemi gulped down a generous mouthful, astonished. "What is this? So refreshing." He savored the sweetness lingering on his tongue. Muzan revealed, "This is spring water infused with bellflower nectar. These blossoms are special. When they wither, they release a uniquely sweet juice, which I stumbled upon by chance. For children with a penchant for sweetness, this was an irresistible temptation. In the company of Muzan, especially in such an enchanting environment, Sanemi shed his airs as the young master, eagerly joining Yoriichi in the quest for fallen bellflowers. They gingerly plucked the blooms, savoring the sweet nectar within. After playing joyfully for a while, Yoriichi suddenly remembered something, his cheeks flushed and glistening with perspiration. Excitedly racing back to the shaded area beneath the artificial hill where Muzan rested, gesturing animatedly. Muzan discerned his intentions and responded, "Are you speaking of kites? Why not engage in a little game?" As soon as Yinsheng came over, Muzan extended a finger, igniting the curiosity of the two children. "The kite is hidden somewhere in the secret base. Whoever finds it first will receive a gift as a reward. What do you say? If you agree, just nod your heads." The children promptly bobbed their heads like chicks pecking at grain. Yinsheng suddenly realized that his behavior seemed somewhat childish, and with an awkward hum, he feigned indifference, yet his eager gaze betrayed his true feelings. On the other hand, Yoriichi was less self-conscious and immediately dashed off, searching for the kite. Not to be outdone, Yinsheng followed suit, both of them braving the sun without a hint of discomfort. Even as beads of sweat formed on their foreheads and their faces flushed, their spirits remained exuberant. "I found it." Upon hearing the exclamation, Muzan rushed over, initially believing that Yinsheng had discovered the kite, only to find Yoriichi holding it aloft, perhaps due to their father's disdain and the influence of their environment. Yoriichi had never uttered a word throughout his childhood. Had it not been for Muzan's knowledge of Yoriichi's normalcy in adulthood, he might have genuinely thought Yoriichi was mute. Meanwhile, Yinsheng also approached. Upon seeing his brother, Yoriichi's eyes sparkled with joy as he raised the kite high for Yinsheng to see. The kite was divided into two sections. One wing adorned with a chibi version of Yoriichi's smiling face, while the other bore a similar depiction of Yinsheng. These illustrations were lovingly crafted by Muzan, with the two smiling faces connected by a red thread, a heart drawn at the center. To be frank, Muzan's artistic skills could hardly be deemed commendable. Yet Yoriichi cherished it dearly, finding happiness in sharing the same kite with his brother. Yinsheng, however, was not focused on the kite itself. He looked at Yoriichi with astonishment. You can speak?" Yoriichi attempted to articulate a response, but quickly sealed his lips again. His inexperience with verbal communication evident as he opened and closed his mouth several times without producing a sound. Yinsheng, feeling a surge of urgency, grasped Yoriichi's shoulders, insisting, "Why did you stop? Speak." Muzan, unable to comprehend Yinsheng's sudden fervor, intervened by separating the two children and shifting the topic. "Yinsheng, aren't you going to take a look at the kite? I painted it myself." Yinsheng snatched the kite from Yoriichi's hands, glaring at Muzan with cold fury. "Who permitted you to call me by my name? You are merely a servant. You should address me as young master." Muzan immediately fell silent, unsure of how to respond to the 6-year-old Yinsheng. In this society of strict hierarchies, Yinsheng's words were indeed justified. However, Muzan, being an outsider, found it difficult to accept such language without reservations. Noticing the sudden shift in atmosphere between Muzan and Yinsheng, Yoriichi tugged at Yinsheng's sleeve anxiously, showcasing the two adorable figures on the kite while pointing at the heart in the center. Struggling to articulate, he managed to stammer, love brother." He pointed at Muzan and himself, displaying a shy yet endearing expression towards Yinsheng. "We both love brother." Yinsheng began to recognize that his reaction was overly intense. He pursed his lips, refusing to meet Muzan's eyes. Why was it Yoriichi who found the kite first? He could not bear the thought of being outdone by Yoriichi. Even in this trivial matter, a dark thought crept into his mind. Perhaps Shiro would prefer Yoriichi, and maybe he had already divulged the kite's hiding place. How vexing. Had he known, he would have refrained from coming. As for that so-called gift, he had no desire for it whatsoever. What was so amusing? He, Yinsheng, was destined to be the next head of the Tsujikuni family. Why should he waste his time playing childish games with a servant and the discarded child his father despised? He absolutely did not want Shiro's mysterious gift. Chapter 41, The Path to Strength. While Yinsheng sulked, Muzan reflected upon his own actions. He gazed into Yoriichi's innocent, wide eyes and felt a sense of defeat. After all, Yinsheng was merely 6 years old. It was petty to bicker with a child of that age. Comforting himself with a semblance of the spirit of AQ, Muzan reassured himself that at least Yinsheng had not continued his tirade, which could be seen as a consideration for him. Suppressing his own sadness, Muzan casually observed Yinsheng, smiling as he said, "Young master, Shiro has prepared a gift for you as well." With that, he slipped a ring made of intertwined flowers onto Yinsheng's small finger, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I wove this by hand. I hope you like it, young master." Yinsheng, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on another object in Muzan's hand, a matching floral crown. Muzan spoke similar words to Yoriichi, placing the crown atop Yoriichi's excited and expectant head. "This is your reward, Yoriichi. I hope you like it." Yoriichi gently touched the crown on his head, his eyes brimming with radiant delight. Seeing the two embrace in such joy, Yinsheng felt a pang of jealousy. They appeared more like true brothers than he and Yoriichi. In a fit of frustration, he tossed the floral ring he had just received onto the ground. With his chin slightly raised, he regarded them with disdain. "Such things are only worthy of Yoriichi. Shiro, you have truly disappointed me." Both Yoriichi and Muzan, who had been spinning joyfully together, froze in place. Muzan set Yoriichi down and approached Yinsheng cautiously, asking, "Young master, why are you unhappy again?" "Humph," Yinsheng sneered. "What reason do I have to be unhappy? I am very happy indeed." Yoriichi, observing his brother's cold demeanor, anxiously clutched Muzan's fingers. He was bewildered by the situation and could not comprehend the sarcasm. Why did his brother insist he was happy when it was evident he was not? Yinsheng watched as Yoriichi clutched Muzan's fingers, an unexplainable fury igniting within him. He had yet to identify the emotion known as jealousy, but felt as if he were being consumed by this inexplicable rage, a desire to throw something in frustration. Without a word, Yinsheng turned and stormed away, leaving Muzan powerless to stop him. As a servant, any attempt to intervene would only intensify Yinsheng's disdain for him. Unlike his younger self, 6-year-old Yinsheng had developed a keen understanding of social hierarchy and adhered to it with the fervor of a devoted disciple. Any attempt to thwart him would only provoke genuine revulsion. Muzan had previously tried to instill modern concepts of equality into him, only to realize that notions of equality and the intrinsic value of life were laughable in this era. Consequently, Yinsheng's faith in Muzan waned, and he grew increasingly devoted to his father, the head of the Tsujikuni family. Had it not been for Muzan's subtle influence over the years, Yinsheng might have become a mere replica of his father. This man, both detestable and formidable, wielded control over Yinsheng's actions while molding his very soul to fit his desires. Yet, Muzan's greatest adversary was not the head of the Tsujikuni family, but rather the cruel realities of this ruthless age. In a society that valued strength above all, Yinsheng would naturally assert himself with the arrogance of a victor. Conversely, Muzan's ideals of civility and brotherly love were seen as harmful fallacies in this unforgiving world. Contemplating these truths, Muzan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What course of action would be deemed correct? The approach that had once safeguarded him from Akaza and Neikime proved ineffective, leaving him with no choice but to devise alternative strategies. It is indeed quite challenging. Muzan finds himself reminiscing about Tamayo at this moment. At least that individual would not recklessly confront Yoriichi and seek his own demise. He is unafraid of cunning tactics and clandestine schemes, for he himself embodies the essence of a master manipulator. However, he dreads the straightforward, violent approach of Yoriichi, which leaves him with no recourse but to submit. Such a rare gathering of three has ended in discord. After a while, the head of the Tsujikuni family finally broached an idea he had long contemplated. He resolved to send Yoriichi to a temple to become a novice monk, thus extricating him from worldly conflicts. He had even prepared a contingency plan. Should Yoriichi refuse, he would have no choice but to eliminate the superfluous child. Everything is for the sake of Yoriichi, a necessity of circumstance. Any entity that threatens Yoriichi's position must be eradicated, even if it is his own flesh and blood. Upon learning this news, Yoriichi was profoundly shocked. He had always known that his father harbored disdain for Yoriichi, but the Tsujikuni family could easily accommodate a layabout. Why resort to such extreme measures against his brother? The slightest twinge of jealousy he once felt towards Yoriichi vanished in an instant. Akin to harboring envy for someone only to learn they are fated to perish, such sentiments pale in comparison to the gravity of that fate. Yoriichi recalled the day amidst the clusters of kikyo flowers, where he had spoken coldly to Yoriichi and little Sakanji. And a wave of guilt washed over him as he tightened his grip on his katana. "Focus," his training partner admonished, striking Yoriichi down in an instant. He observed the distracted Yoriichi and furrowed his brow, reminding him, "Young master, you must concentrate on your sparring techniques." Noticing Yoriichi's vacant expression and the katana that had slipped from his grasp, The training partner shook his head in resignation. Little master, your heart is not in this today. Perhaps we shall resume tomorrow. Even after his mentor departed, Yoriichi remained in a daze. He realized he did not harbor the intense dislike for Yoriichi he had once believed. Rather, it was merely discomfort stemming from Yoriichi's closer bond with Sakanji. Unlike his father, he did not possess such ruthlessly cold thoughts. Despite his youth, he understood that the Tsujikuni family had countless enemies, and sending Yoriichi, the biological son of the family head, to a temple in such a conspicuous manner would inevitably invite misfortune upon him. The notion of being free from worldly affairs may sound appealing. But how could one contain the vengeful thoughts of those slain by the Tsujikuni family? Others would care little for whether the family head valued the child. Their minds would be consumed by thoughts of retribution and hatred. This was evidenced by the multitude of guards his father surrounded him with. As Yoriichi's guilt deepened, he fidgeted helplessly in the courtyard, inadvertently drawing the attention of Muzan. It was indeed a rare occurrence. As Muzan approached and engaged Yoriichi in conversation, he quickly discerned the source of his discontent and offered him a piece of advice. Present Yoriichi with a gift, and assure him that his brother still holds affection for him. The rest is left to fate. Yoriichi's eyes lit up, and he dashed towards the back mountain, unsure of what he sought. Meanwhile, the head of the Tsujikuni family noticed Yoriichi's growing attachment to Muzan, a development he deemed utterly unacceptable. Yoriichi's heart must remain as steadfast as a rock. He could not allow a lowly servant to become his weakness. What is the best way to obliterate affection? As he sipped sake within the confines of his chamber, a chilling smile crept across his lips. He intended to instill hatred for Sakanji in Yoriichi, orchestrating his demise with his own hands. This would be the path Yoriichi must traverse to become formidable. Chapter 42. Please, continue to be a useless waste. The following day, after several days of absence, Yoriichi took the initiative to seek out Yoriichi in the annex. Upon seeing Yoriichi nestled against their mother's side like a fledgling bird, Yoriichi approached with a sense of discomfort. Mother. Ah, Yoriichi, she smiled, laboriously ruffling his hair. It has been a while since I last saw you. How have you been? Due to Yoriichi's presence, she could not frequently accompany Yoriichi, and she felt a pang of guilt towards her eldest son. Young Yoriichi nodded earnestly. I am well, mother. I have come to see Yoriichi. At his words, she beamed with relief, gently nudging Yoriichi forward to stand before Yoriichi while she supported herself against the doorframe, slowly making her way inside. It was then that Yoriichi realized that his brother was not merely dependent on their mother. Rather, he served as a human crutch for her. Their mother's health had evidently deteriorated significantly. He had always assumed that she was caring for Yoriichi, but now it appeared that Yoriichi was the one providing care for their mother. Confronted with this realization, Yoriichi felt a deeper sense of unease. Hesitantly, he asked his brother, "Have you known of mother's poor health for some time?" Yoriichi nodded gently, taking Yoriichi's hand and gazing at him with sincere and unwavering eyes. As if to convey that there was no need for concern, he would take good care of their mother. Yoriichi, feeling the heat of his brother's hand, withdrew it hastily, hurriedly placing the intricately carved bamboo flute into Yoriichi's embrace, avoiding eye contact. This is a gift from your brother. I spoke too harshly the other day. Please do not take it to heart. When you are in need, blow into it, and I shall come to assist you without delay. For someone with Yoriichi's exceptional pride, uttering so much was a remarkable feat. Yoriichi's face lit up with delight as he clutched the bamboo flute tightly, his bright eyes fixed on Yoriichi, as if to say, I am joyful. Yoriichi had long since outgrown innocence. He knew that even children from other branches of the clan would not find such a humble trinket appealing. Others his age played with pearls and jade. Even his own trinkets were adorned with gold and silver. Only Yoriichi, with his simplicity, would find joy in such an insignificant object. Despite Yoriichi's evident happiness, Yoriichi felt no joy himself. Instead, he was engulfed by a sense of frustration and, without uttering another word, departed from the annex, leaving Yoriichi staring with wide, grape-like eyes at his brother's retreating figure. Why is brother unhappy again? Just as Yoriichi stepped over the threshold of the annex, Muzan hurriedly approached from a distance, breathless as he dashed past Yoriichi. He knocked on the door to Lady Shuna's room, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Lady Shuna, the head of the family has instructed you and Yoriichi to return and reside once more in the Tsujikuni family estate. Inside, Shuna remained silent, while Yoriichi stood as if struck by lightning, seizing Muzan's collar within a few strides, demanding, What did you say? Repeat that. Muzan, somewhat bewildered, thought that since Yoriichi was soon to be sent to the temple, he posed no threat to Yoriichi. He had even devised a plan that would resolve both issues. The conditions in the annex were unfriendly for Shuna's recovery, and it was a blessing that they could stay for a year. At least Muzan would not have to surreptitiously provide for them. One was his mother, and the other was his brother. Yoriichi had no reason not to feel joy for them. Yoriichi remained absorbed in the delight of the bamboo flute his brother had carved for him when he heard Yoriichi's urgent inquiries, and he turned in surprise. Yasushige, the heir of the Kagaya clan, came to realize that his reaction had been excessively dramatic, yet he found himself unable to feel any joy. Plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease, he forced a smile, managing to utter, "That's wonderful, congratulations," before turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. That very night, a throng of servants worked tirelessly to relocate all the belongings from the annex into the main residence, leaving Yasushige to witness the encroachment of Yoriichi's possessions into his own space. His fists clenched tightly, nearly to the point of tearing into his palms. Why? Why must his father allow Yoriichi to reside in his room? He contemplated confronting his father, yet he knew that once a decision was made by him, it was immutable. He feared that it might lead to a reprimand, being chided for lacking the temperament of a true head of the family. Nonetheless, he was deeply unsettled, feeling an affront akin to a cuckoo usurping another's nest. Muzan had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof and indifferent Kokushibo harbored such convoluted thoughts during his childhood. He was convinced that Yoriichi's presence would not in any way undermine Yasushig's standing as the clan leader, believing that Yasushige would swiftly acclimate to this new arrangement. Thus, with delight, Muzan approached Yasushige's chamber, one hand clasping little Yasushige's palm while the other held Yoriichi's, his eyes gleaming with joy. How splendid! Although our time together is limited to but a year, I eagerly anticipate the days to come, particularly as he felt the warmth radiating from the two children's hands. His own vitality surged, and his smile became ever more genuine. Yet, to Yasushige, Muzan's radiant smile was blindingly irritating. He seldom saw such joy when they were together, and he suspected this happiness was solely for Yoriichi's benefit. Had Muzan never considered his own feelings? Yasushige lowered his gaze, concealing the darkness swirling in his eyes from Yoriichi and Muzan. He loathed this situation. It was not what he desired. A discarded child should remain in the shadows of their abandonment. How could they stand on equal footing with him? Even cohabitation was unacceptable. This was nothing short of humiliation. Unbeknownst to Yasushige, an even more overwhelming ordeal awaited him. His father had the audacity to decree that Yoriichi would train alongside him in martial arts. Though Yasushige wielded a finely forged katana, Yoriichi was only equipped with a wooden sword resembling a child's toy, yet Yasushige felt a profound sense of crisis. Was his father covertly assessing and comparing their abilities? This thought sent a tremor of anxiety through him, causing his hands to shake. Had he erred in some way that displeased his father? Why had Yoriichi suddenly been granted the same privileges as him? He simply could not comprehend it. No, absolutely not. He could not allow himself to be outshone by Yoriichi. He must grow stronger. Yasushige launched a fierce assault against his training instructor, panting heavily as he concluded the round. The instructor nodded in satisfaction, noting that the young master displayed remarkable vigor today, though some details still required refinement. During the break, Yoriichi, absent-mindedly toying with his wooden sword, approached Yasushige. "Brother, is your ambition to become the strongest warrior in the land? Then I shall strive to become the second strongest when I grow up." Upon finishing, Yoriichi beamed with joy, filled with aspirations for the future, declaring, "I will work hard to protect you." Yasushige gazed at his radiant smile and noted his articulate speech, yet felt no joy, only overwhelming fear and dread. How could he speak such words when he was soon to enter a monastery as a monk? If even this child, who clung to their mother and little Shiro, could become a warrior, it was nothing short of a farce. Warriors fought for their lives. By what right did Yoriichi dare to utter such sentiments? It was an affront to warriors everywhere, a slight upon Yasushige himself. In that moment, Yasushige looked at Yoriichi, consumed by a deep-seated aversion and revulsion. "Please, continue to be a failure, Yoriichi." Chapter 43. Brother, you are being excessive. Yasushige never anticipated that his nightmare was only just beginning. That day, the training instructor, in a jesting manner, imparted some sword techniques to Yoriichi, urging him to attack. Yasushige had prepared himself to witness Yoriichi's blunders, yet was taken aback when, in mere 4 exchanges, the 6-year-old Yoriichi brought the instructor crashing to the ground. Muzan, observing from the sidelines, was unsurprised, having long been aware of Yoriichi's prowess due to his time travel. However, Yasushige stood frozen, as if turned to stone. The instructor was one of his father's most skilled subordinates. He had never bested that man. In his young mind, the instructor was an invincible figure. Yet Yoriichi had defeated him in just 4 exchanges. Yasushige felt dizzy, as though reality itself was unraveling around him, clinging to the remnants of his sanity. He hurried to assist the instructor in rising. Leaning in close, he whispered, "Please, do not disclose today's events to father. Otherwise, he will surely deem you useless." The instructor, momentarily taken aback by the young master's astute consideration, nodded in agreement. Indeed, being bested by a 6-year-old discarded child would not bode well for his reputation. Yet, Muzan noticed that Yoriichi's expression was far from pleasant. He stared vacantly at his wooden sword, a pained look upon his face. What troubles you? Muzan immediately grasped his small hand, discarding the wooden sword. Why do you look so ill? Are you unwell? Yoriichi slowly shook his head, murmuring, No. I dislike fighting with others. It makes me feel terrible. Muzan was shocked by his words. The future Yoriichi wielded his blade with decisive ease, showing no signs of aversion to combat. How could such a peace-loving child be forced to raise a sword in the future, even against his own brother? A wave of sorrow washed over Muzan. He embraced Yoriichi, solemnly stating, It's all right. If you dislike it, you need not do it. I will always support your choices. Please do not be sad, all right? Kneeling before him, their eyes locked, Yoriichi leaned into his embrace, mumbling in agreement. Perhaps in the future, Yoriichi would encounter numerous hardships, compelling him to wield the Nichiren blade. But Muzan wished for the 6-year-old Yoriichi to enjoy a peaceful and joyful childhood. For in the past, Yoriichi had shown him such kindness, uttering sentiments that his happiness was tied to Muzan's own. Muzan thought to himself how foolish he was. Despite being deemed uselessly naive, he and Yoriichi regarded one another with unwavering faith, two hopeless fools entangled in their beliefs. In that moment, Muzan began to waver in his resolve about returning to the present. If he were to truly depart in the future, what would become of Yoriichi? What of Akaza? He had to devise a plan to ensure their well-being. Even if it meant being apart from him, they must live well and happily. Meanwhile, Yoriichi, observing the joyful embrace shared by Yoriichi and Muzan, lowered his head, striving to conceal the jealousy burning in his eyes. Once again, little Shiro seemed solely preoccupied with Yoriichi. Having just triumphed over the training instructor, why did Yoriichi still display such an expression? Such insincerity was repugnant. Little Shiro, little Shiro, little Shiro. Why do your eyes only reflect Yuan-e and not me? Mother, you too, and what of father in the future? Will he also become like them? Kikujiro Yashiro trembled all over, his hatred causing his teeth to chatter, yet he remained silent as he turned away. When Muzan sought to find Kikujiro Yashiro again, all he beheld was the cold, indifferent silhouette of the boy. Confused, he pondered the aloofness of Kokushibo, who seemed disinterested in everything, deeply ingrained in his heart. After all, he had never witnessed Kikujiro Yashiro in his childhood. He truly could not fathom why Yashiro appeared so discontented once more. Could it be an aversion to Yuan-e? That seemed illogical. Yuan-e would never vie for anything from him. Muzan shook his head, chastising himself for overthinking. After all, Yashiro was merely 6 years old. How could such a young heart harbor such convoluted thoughts? Moreover, Yashiro was inherently kind, albeit with a somewhat inflated sense of pride. Who could truly comprehend what occupied the mind of a 6-year-old? Muzan sighed, contemplating that perhaps Yashiro would understand better with time. That night, Kikujiro Yashiro lay restless in bed, tossing and turning. At one moment, he envisioned Yuan-e defeating their master. The next, he saw his mother gazing tenderly at Yuan-e, followed by the image of little Shiro embracing Yuan-e tightly. Finally, his father's cold, unfeeling visage flashed before him, as if scornfully declaring, You are a disgrace. Having you in the Kikujiro family is a humiliation. Kikujiro Yashiro, overwhelmed, sprang from his bed without donning his shoes and stormed to Yuan-e's door, kicking it open. Upon seeing the peacefully sleeping Yuan-e, his fury intensified. How could Yuan-e slumber so soundly? He shook Yuan-e awake, demanding, How did you defeat the master? Did you employ some underhanded tactics? Have you been secretly honing your skills? You must be reveling in the fact that you are superior to me. Awakened abruptly by Kikujiro Yashiro's accusations, Yuan-e stared blankly, responding with a simple, Huh? Muzan, hearing the commotion, hurried over. Observing Kikujiro Yashiro barefoot on the floor, he was puzzled and promptly removed his wooden sandals, offering them to Yashiro. Young master, it is chilly at night. Please wear your shoes to avoid catching a cold. However, Kikujiro Yashiro was fixated solely on Yuan-e, uninterested in Muzan's concerns, and kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground, dazed and unable to recover. Get out. This is no place for your interjections. Brother, Yuan-e exclaimed, gazing at his elder sibling in disbelief, as if encountering a stranger. He quickly descended from his bed to kneel beside Muzan, cradling him in concern. Are you all right? Muzan had not anticipated Kikujiro Yashiro's sudden assault. As he hit his head on the ground, dizziness swept over him, accompanied by a dull ache in his chest. He glanced up at the furious Kikujiro Yashiro and mustered a weak smile, patting Yuan-e's hand in reassurance. It's nothing, just a little fall. What happened? Gradually regaining his composure under Muzan's calm gaze, Kikujiro Yashiro stared at him, seemingly startled by his own actions. Words of apology lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. With Yuan Yi's support, Muzan slowly sat up, not holding any grudge against him, smiling as he said, I understand. The young master was merely a bit anxious. And I am but a servant. There is no need for concern. Indeed, Muzan was merely a servant, and Yashiro had no reason to feel guilt. Kikujiro Yashiro quickly conjured a suitable excuse for himself, then furrowed his brow at Muzan. I am speaking to my younger brother. Who permitted you to intrude? He glared at Muzan. Shiro, it seems you are increasingly losing sight of your place. Muzan's heart, which had just begun to settle, throbbed once more. He cast a deep gaze at Kikujiro Yashiro and, bowing respectfully, murmured, Shiro recognizes his mistake. I shall take my leave. As he exited, he subtly winked at Yuani, signaling that he was fine. Once outside, he sat on the stone steps, resting his forehead in a pained expression, desperately convincing himself that Yashiro was not at fault. He was merely a victim of the Kikujiro family's indoctrination. Inside, Yuan Yi's voice resonated in his ears. Brother, you are truly being unreasonable. Chapter 44. I am your brother. Unreasonable? Kikujiro Yashiro's icy gaze locked onto him, a sarcastic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yuan Yi, by what authority do you speak to me? Have you been with Shiro for so long that you no longer comprehend the hierarchy? I am your brother. Kikujiro Yashiro bellowed in anger. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi's expression turned vacant as he clutched the bamboo flute at his waist, a cherished possession he always kept close, even while sleeping. He gazed at the unfamiliar Kikujiro Yashiro and slowly raised the flute to his lips. The sound of the flute filled the room, and Yuan Yi, staring at Kikujiro Yashiro, murmured with an ineffable sadness, Brother, please return. Kikujiro Yashiro felt as though he had been struck, gasping for breath as he leaned against the edge of the bed. Countless emotions surged within him as he looked upon Yuan Yi's face. Jealousy, guilt, rage, and sorrow swirled in his heart, ultimately coalescing into a dark pool of despair. I acknowledge that I have erred, so Yuan Yi, please tell me the reason behind your victory over the martial arts master. Yuan Yi, though somewhat innocent, was not foolish. Upon hearing Kikujiro Yashiro's words, he realized that the gentle, forgiving brother he once knew would never return. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he spoke expressionlessly to Kikujiro Yashiro. When faced with an opponent's attack, the lungs must exert themselves vigorously. At that moment, one merely needs to observe the various physiological signs within the opponent. Little Yuan Yi was unaware that he was describing the principles of breath control and the understanding of the world, instincts he possessed from birth, akin to the natural act of eating and drinking, leading him to believe that Kikujiro Yashiro would comprehend. However, Kikujiro Yashiro perceived his words as nonsensical and dismissive, prompting him to press for further explanation. Yuan Yi interrupted, stating, Brother, I do not wish to discuss swordsmanship any longer. I will not wield a sword in the future. For I dislike it. Kikujiro Yashiro fell silent, staring intently into Yuan Yi's eyes. Very well, you have said this yourself. I will remember. He exited Yuan Yi's room, momentarily halting at the sight of Muzan seated at the entrance. Surprised, Kikujiro Yashiro cast him a frigid glance. Muzan stood barefoot, feeling the chill seep into his fingertips, brushing his pale cheek, tears unexpectedly trailing down his face. Yuan Yi emerged shortly after, rushing to embrace Muzan's cold form. Shiro, are you feeling sad? To claim he was not would be a lie. Kikujiro Yashiro had been a constant presence in his life, and he could not fathom how someone could become so emotionally detached, even from a loyal companion. Noticing Muzan's bare feet, Yuan Yi offered his own shoes, gently urging him into his warm bed. As he comforted Muzan in the manner his mother used to soothe him, he whispered, Do not be sorrowful. There must be a reason for my brother's transformation. At this moment, the essence of Kocho Shinobu and the formidable, indomitable future Kocho Shinobu converged instantaneously. Muzan was vanquished by such a version of Shinobu, crumbling into disarray, desperately clinging to her as he vented his emotions. What should I do, Shinobu? It seems I have failed. I feel as though I have not guided Kokoshibo back onto the right path. Instead, he seems to have strayed even further. Kocho Shinobu, though uncertain of what failure the others spoke of, patiently consoled him. Mother always said that it is perfectly acceptable to fail, as long as one still breathes. They can attempt again until success is achieved. She curled up around him, shielding his cold hands with her warmth, whispering gently, Do not be sorrowful. I will also assist Kokoshibo. Now rest. With a soft from Muzan, the night deepened, the only sound in the yard being the occasional croaking of frogs whispering to one another. From that day forth, Kocho Shinobu never once touched a blade again. She spent most of her time sequestered in her room, engrossed in books, only occasionally venturing out to play with Muzan. One fateful night a year later, she knocked on the door of Kocho Yenshing. Upon opening the door, Kocho Yenshing furrowed his brow at the sight of his sister, who stood with hollow eyes. tears streaming down her face, emotionless as she uttered, "Brother, mother has passed away, just now." Kocho Yinshing found himself at a loss for words. The once favored child had now lost their mother, a situation that should have brought him some satisfaction, yet he felt no relief at all. Instead, witnessing his sister's puppet-like demeanor filled him with an indescribable ache. "Sister, I am about to go to the temple," Kocho Shinobu continued, loosening the cloth pouch at her waist to reveal a bamboo flute, which she tenderly caressed. A rare smile graced her face as she looked at Kocho Yinshing. "Brother, I will cherish this flute as I would my own life." Kocho Yinshing remained silent, uncertain how to console her, for he could not fathom why she held such deep affection for this seemingly insignificant flute. Finally, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, Kocho Shinobu said, "I will not return again. Could you have Kokoshibo escort me part of the way?" "No," Kocho Yinshing replied, his mouth forming a straight line as he firmly rejected her request. "There are plenty of servants in the estate. Choose any of them. Only Kokoshibo cannot accompany you." Considering the profound bond between Shinobu and Kokoshibo, he could not ensure that Kokoshibo would return after escorting her. Should Kokoshibo fail to return, their father would undoubtedly punish him severely. This was for their own good. Unaware of her brother's thoughts, Kocho Shinobu simply nodded in response. The traces of her tears now dried, as she turned and departed the Kocho household without a backward glance. What Kocho Yinshing did not anticipate was that Muzan, upon hearing such tragic news, immediately set off in pursuit of Kocho Shinobu. The mere thought of her enduring the pain of losing her mother only to be cast out as a monk was unbearable for him. How could the master of the Kocho household possess a heart more cruel than that of a demon? How could he possibly allow Shinobu to leave alone, facing such misfortune? He could scarcely imagine the turmoil she must be feeling. "Shinobu! Shinobu!" Muzan sprinted, his lungs gasping for breath, his throat feeling as though it were bleeding from overexertion. Finally catching up to her, he grasped her small hand, a hint of anger in his voice. "Why did you leave alone? I was so worried about you." Kocho Shinobu lowered her gaze, replying, "Kokoshibo, you must return. If brother and father discover you have left, they will surely punish you." "Let them punish me. I am not afraid," Muzan insisted, clutching her hand tightly, his heart trembling at her pitiful expression. "You mean everything to me." His words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but recalling that she was only 7 years old, he swallowed them down and, in frustration, exclaimed, "Are you doing this on purpose to upset me? You've always been this way. You might as well just drive me to my grave." Chapter 45. The world of unrestrained joy achieved. Hearing his words, Kocho Shinobu immediately tightened her embrace around Muzan, fervently shaking her head. "No, I do not wish to anger you." She raised her gaze to meet his, softly confessing, "Kokoshibo, I do not want to become a monk at the temple. I wish to leave this place, anywhere but here." As she spoke, a sense of longing sparkled in her eyes. The books describe so many beautiful places. I long to see them with my own eyes and experience them with my own body. A gentle smile, reflecting her future self, graced her lips. "I will write to you. If you miss me, just tell me, and I will surely return to see you." Upon hearing her words, Muzan squatted down, burying his head in the crook of her neck, muffledly asking, "Then why won't you take me with you? I would be saddened by your absence too." Kocho Shinobu shook her head, calmly responding, "I know you are worried about our elder brother. With your abilities, you could have taken both mother and me away to live together long ago. I am aware that father often strikes you. You are not the type to endure such humiliation. I believe only our elder brother could compel you to bear it, just as mother and I did. Now that mother has passed, you no longer need me. My departure is the best outcome." Her gentle, accepting gaze, as clear as the sky, rendered Muzan speechless. "Your brother needs you. Do you not need me?" Muzan silently pondered. "You are only 7, alone in the world. How will you survive?" In the fleeting moment their eyes met, a flicker of reluctance and sorrow welled in Shinobu's gaze, only to be swiftly concealed. Skilled at hiding her emotions, she calmly urged, "Return now, Kokoshibo." As he turned to leave, she suddenly embraced his waist once more. "I will miss you, brother." When Muzan turned around again, all he could see was the silhouette of Kocho Shinobu slowly fading into the night. When he finally returned to the Kocho estate, feeling a tumult of emotions, he found Kocho Yinshing standing there, holding a slender bamboo stick, his expression dark and focused on Muzan. Muzan, steeling himself, knelt before him. "Young master, it is cold at night. You should rest." With no mercy, a swift strike landed on Muzan's face, leaving a vivid crimson mark. Stunned, he touched his face and looked up in bewilderment, silently questioning why Kocho Yinshing had suddenly struck him. "What were you doing just now?" Kocho Yinshing's voice was chilling, his gaze as sharp as a dagger. Muzan lowered his head, biting his lip. "Nothing, just taking a stroll." Once again, without mercy, another strike aimed for his mouth. He barely dodged it, the stick landing on his arm, causing him to grimace in pain. Had that blow landed on his mouth, he could only imagine the severity of the injury. Kocho Yinsheng truly showed no leniency. Even Muzan, who typically bore his burdens silently, felt fury rising within him. Standing up to glare at Kocho Yinsheng, demanding, "What are you doing?" A cold smirk curled at the corner of Kocho Yinsheng's lips. Father was right. You are indeed an ungrateful wolf. Kocho Yinsheng. Muzan glared fiercely, anger bubbling forth. Do you even realize what you are saying? What right do you have to shout at me? Kocho Yinsheng raised the stick to strike him again. Is this your loyalty? It was true. Even with his swift reflexes, he was struck on the calf. Muzan fell to the ground, the bamboo stick raining down like a torrential storm. He could only helplessly shield himself, biting his lip to suppress his cries. System, you saw it, I did my best. The system remained utterly unresponsive, as if it had never existed. The reason for Muzan's audacity had always stemmed from his identity as the Demon King and the system's support. Now, stripped of both, he felt an unprecedented sense of impotence and despair. Had he been too naive, deceived by this system time and again, only to be ensnared once more? No. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Gritting his teeth, Muzan cast aside all preconceived notions of Kokushibo, pondering with an intensity he had never before mustered. While Kokushibo took a moment to rest after an exhausting battle, Muzan finally conceived a plan. If it was an obsession with life that he needed, then he merely required motivation to survive. It did not necessarily have to be a positive emotion. Negative ones could suffice as well. Since Kokushibo relished in beating him, Muzan resolved to provoke him further. A twisted smile emerged as he thought. If the sins of reality remained unatoned, how could he possibly embrace death? He would make Kokushibo realize the irrevocable mistakes he had committed. With this clarity, Muzan ceased his facade of restraint, casting a gaze filled with disappointment and pity directly at Kokushibo. He understood that, given Kokushibo's pride, he could not possibly tolerate such provocation. Kokushibo, discarding his bamboo staff, seized Muzan by the throat and glared furiously at him, demanding to know the meaning of his gaze. Muzan coughed lightly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied, I merely find you pitiable. Pitiable? Perhaps you should pity yourself. Kokushibo retorted coldly, throwing Muzan to the ground. I pity you for living as the head of the clan, appearing to possess everything, while your heart remains utterly vacant. Compared to the free and spiritually enriched Yoriichi, you are nothing but a pathetic tool manipulated by the head of the family to control the Tsujikuni clan. These words struck at the deepest, most secret pain within Kokushibo. Though he was loath to admit it, his heart whispered that Muzan's words might hold truth. In a fit of rage, Kokushibo's expression turned impassive, and he coldly laughed. Very well, if I am a tool, then you are even less than a tool, a mere dog. From now on, you shall not live as a human. You shall crawl on all fours, adorned with chains, and eat only from a designated dog bowl. As for clothing, Kokushibo smirked icily. Do dogs require clothes? Little Shiro? This was a method he had learned from the branch family in Beppu for controlling slaves. Those who were disobedient or purchased for amusement would undergo a similar process to obliterate their dignity, rendering them compliant henceforth. A year prior, his father had suggested such an approach to Kokushibo, which he had vehemently rejected, never anticipating that he would ultimately find himself in this very situation. Suppressing the vague pain within, Kokushibo summoned servants to drag Muzan away. Simultaneously, as if resurrecting from the dead, the system suddenly flickered to life. Host. This is an excellent opportunity to complete the training and discipline task. Please ensure its successful execution. System, I curse you as a dog. Even a dog would grow furious at such an insult. Chapter 46. Survive. Before long, everyone learned that little Shiro had transformed from the favored aide of the young master into a dog kept by the young lord's side. The head of the Tsujikuni clan observed Kokushibo's frequent humiliations and beatings of Muzan, yet found no opportunity to excuse himself to eliminate Muzan. Ultimately, the process mattered little. As long as Kokushibo shed his soft nature to become a formidable force, nothing else was of consequence. It was rumored that the boy had suffered a broken leg, rendered so filthy that Kokushibo no longer wished to cast a glance in his direction. The head of the Tsujikuni clan smiled with satisfaction. This was how it should be. This was his son. Years later, upon the death of the head of the Tsujikuni clan, Kokushibo, liberated from his father's constraints, ascended to the position he had long desired. In due course, he married and fathered children, ensuring the continuation of the Tsujikuni bloodline. However, his wife frequently awoke at night, startled by the sight of a man locked in a small doghouse in the backyard. His hair was a tangled mess obscuring his face, his legs crippled, and the deformed limbs contorted into grotesque shapes, a sight most repugnant. Little Shiro, in his 20s, Kokushibo sat nearby, beckoning to the man in the doghouse, who instinctively crawled towards him with great difficulty. Fresh from his training, Kokushibo, clad in his beloved armor, embraced Muzan without a hint of revulsion, calmly stating, "You haven't bathed in quite some time. Perhaps you should wash up after your meal." Upon hearing this, the man trembled violently, emitting unintelligible whimpers. Kokushibo's wife then realized that his tongue had been removed, rendering him mute. How terrifying. She covered her face and retreated indoors, unwilling to hear the pitiful wails outside. When Kokushibo finally departed, she emerged once more to find the man soaked and lying amidst a haystack, his body marked with handprints. The newlywed wife trembled at the sight of his harrowing state. How could this be? The head of the Tsujikuni clan was gentle and refined. How could he commit such brutal acts? She cautiously approached Muzan and, beneath the clean strands of hair, discovered a strikingly beautiful face, almost mesmerizing. Kokushibo's wife was taken aback, her initial disgust evaporating, replaced by curiosity at his remarkable features. She looked around to ensure Kokushibo had left before daring to approach Muzan, offering him the snacks she had brought with her. "Would you like to eat this?" Muzan lifted his eyelids, awkwardly curling into himself. Were it not for the system providing distraction, he might not have endured for long in such an environment, succumbing to despair. Noticing his silence, Kokushibo's wife removed her outer robe and draped it over him, asking cautiously, "Who are you to my husband?" Just as Muzan was about to shake his head, a series of agonizing screams erupted outside, the cause unknown. At that moment, Kokushibo returned to the inner courtyard, accompanied by a throng of trusted guards. An unholy specter appeared without warning behind Muzan, poised to devour him whole. Kokushibo's pupils constricted in alarm, without a moment's hesitation. He drew his katana and pierced the demon's skull. Nearby, a guard hastily offered his sword to Kokushibo, only to be slain by the demon in the process. An endless tide of malevolent spirits surged towards the Tsujikuni clan, threatening to engulf their numbers entirely. As the clan suffered significant losses, a smaller demon seized the opportunity, thrusting its sharp, claw-like fingers towards Kokushibo's heart. "Husband!" Kokushibo's wife cried out in terror, while Muzan, lying like a lifeless dog, suddenly summoned all his strength, pushing himself up from the stone steps to shield Kokushibo. The sickening sound of claws rending flesh filled the air, and Kokushibo stared in disbelief at the fading form of Muzan, his voice choked, asking, "Why? Why did you save me? I have imprisoned you like a dog. Do you not hate me? Why do you remain when you could leave? Why do you accept all the punishments? Will you not resist?" His subordinates dispatched the attacking demon. But Kokushibo remained frozen in shock at the realization of Muzan's imminent demise. Questions he had never contemplated surged forth like a torrent. He had always taken for granted the right to harm Muzan, seeking excuses to vent his own darkness, never anticipating that Muzan would sacrifice himself for him at such a critical moment. He believed that little Shiro was completely indifferent to him. His actions were merely an attempt to keep him close, unaware that over time, his desire to retain little Shiro had transformed into a yearning to secure a place in little Shiro's heart, regardless of the impression he left. At least he existed in that space. Yet now, little Shiro faced death. What, then, was the significance of his actions? Kigakuro Yashiro desperately tried to convince himself that Muzan did not care for him, but the bloody reality lay in his arms. Whispering the truth, there was someone in this world who valued you more than their own life, no matter how poorly you treated them. The gradually fading warmth of Muzan's body mercilessly informed Kigakuro Yashiro that he was on the verge of losing the most loyal bond in existence. He recalled the image of Muzan with a broken leg and a severed tongue. He could have escaped, but instead only gazed at him with sorrowful, unfamiliar eyes. Even on the day he discreetly sent Yuyao away, he had the opportunity to flee. Yet he chose not to. For the first time, Kigakuro Yashiro felt overwhelming regret and powerlessness, tears streaming down his face. "Please, don't die yet." Muzan merely looked at him gently, as if he could see the innocent little Yashiro from years past, eyes sparkling with surprise and joy. He lay in Kigakuro Yashiro's embrace as if without a care, silently conveying, "Yashiro, I have always cared for you." Yashiro's tears flowed abundantly, rendering him deaf to the sounds of violence around him, as he pleaded, "I understand my mistakes. Please grant me another chance." Muzan shook his head, knowing that the purpose of his journey had been fulfilled, and mouthed the words, "Live on," as penance. Live on, live on, live on. Memories of the past surged back. The intense obsession of Kokushibo allowed the severed head to regenerate. 3 souls returned to their bodies, and time once again began to flow. Chapter 47, Penance. To live on as penance? Kokushibo, with his head restored, momentarily lost himself in sorrowful memories. What had he done over these centuries? He had driven Yuyao away, harmed little Shiro, abandoned his wife and children to join the Demon Slayer Corps, and then betrayed the Corps to become a demon, forgetting everything. How absurd, how ridiculous. Yet he had continued to revel in his own self-satisfaction, believing that after Yuya's death, there would be no more formidable opponents. He felt like a clown, aimlessly wandering the earth. If little Shiro knew of his subsequent downfall, would he still forgive him? Kokushibo even began to dread the existence of heaven and hell rumored to be true. If that were the case, how could someone as sinful as he ever ascend to heaven? He would never have the opportunity to see little Shiro one last time, not even in death. No, this could not be allowed. Kokushibo's 6 eyes squinted in agony. He had to atone for his sins in this world, to apologize to his wife and children in heaven. And to little Shiro, he could not descend into hell. Observing Yuya, who was also lost in thought, Kigakuro Yashiro sheathed his sword and inquired, "Why have you, who vanished from the world for a century, returned?" Yuya gradually emerged from the memories of little Shiro and, also putting away his twig, replied, "I do not know." An expected response. In his youth, Yuya had displayed numerous extraordinary talents, yet when pressed by Kigakuro Yashiro, he could only respond with a dazed "I don't know," unaware that such an answer would only incite Kokushibo's fury, making him feel mocked. However, Kokushibo's obsession had undergone a profound transformation, and he no longer fixated on Yuya's attitude but instead asked pointedly, "Do people go to heaven after death, or to hell?" Yuya looked at Kigakuro Yashiro in confusion, seemingly not understanding the purpose of the question, and hesitated before responding. "I am not certain. That place is peculiar, like a warm cocoon, making one feel irresistibly at peace and sleepy." Kigakuro Yashiro narrowed his 6 eyes, interpreting this as confirmation of the existence of heaven. He had been there and returned. Truly, he felt like a genius, envied by all. After such a long time apart, Yuya remained as annoying as ever. Kokushibo suppressed his inner irritation and, driven by an inexplicable emotion, said, "Step aside, let me see who the woman behind you is." He had lost his memory previously and sensed only a strong aura of Muzan upon encountering this lower moon. Now, with his memories restored, he found the woman's resemblance eerily familiar. Yuya's reaction was anticipated. He furrowed his brow and shielded Muzan more protectively, coldly stating, "No, brother. I will not allow you to harm Tsukihiko." Kigakuro Yashiro pretended not to hear, stepping around to Yuya's side, his 6 eyes fixated intently on Muzan. So familiar. She bore an uncanny resemblance to little Shiro, almost identically so. If one were to pinpoint the difference, this individual seemed like a demonized female version of little Shiro. Was she little Shiro's reincarnation? Or perhaps his descendant? Yet the thought that Muzan was disguised as someone else was quickly dismissed. If she were indeed a reincarnation or descendant of that person, it would be natural for Yuya to be deeply drawn to her. However, Kokushibo could not fathom why Muzan would disguise herself as a weak demon to stay by Yuya's side. Even an existence like Muzan would not stand a chance against Yuya. He was born to slay demons. He had long witnessed the extraordinary talents that one with such enviable skills possessed. Meanwhile, Kokushibo had also transformed his obsession into a quest for atonement, though he still pondered how to achieve it. What means could grant him forgiveness from the world, allowing him to ascend to heaven? He considered that demons were currently the greatest threat in the world. Countless individuals had perished while slaying demons, yet had ascended to heaven for it, like Kigakuro Yuya. If it weren't for that unparalleled martial skill, he couldn't comprehend how he fell short of Yuya. All subsequent events would not have transpired. He would have taken good care of little Shiro, successfully become the head of the family, and wouldn't he have hindered Yuya from pursuing his passions? If not for the demons, if not for Muzan's emergence, everything would have unfolded favorably. Therefore, Muzan was the root of all evil, the progenitor of sin. If he were to kill Muzan, would he then ascend to heaven? Kokushibo gazed at Tsukihiko's face, silently contemplating. If little Shiro knew he had eradicated the greatest evil in the world, surely he would choose to forgive him once more, for he was so kind-hearted. Unbeknownst to him, Kokushibo had resolved to die, declaring that even if Muzan were to perish, he would follow suit, but at least it would not be a death without meaning. He even stared at Tsukihiko, unable to restrain himself from asking, "You will forgive me, won't you?" At this, all three fell silent. Muzan quickly realized that Kokushibo had mistaken him for little Shiro from his memories. After all, Muzan understood that his appearance could not escape Kokushibo's scrutiny in the past. He had played a clever trick by not using Muzan's face, but rather that of Tsukihiko. As for why he didn't simply create a new face? The system constantly drained his yang energy. How could he afford to waste the yang energy he had earned through training on such frivolities? Having too many disguises was not ideal. He would suffer from a split personality if he kept acting. There were no psychologists here anyway. Since little Shiro was destined to die, he would handle whatever came next as it arose, as long as he feigned ignorance. Could the Kigakuro twins truly cleave him apart to see if his soul was indeed that of little Shiro? With a gaze full of confusion, Tsukihiko cast a quick glance at him, then, trembling with fear, sought refuge behind the figure of Yoriichi, stammering, doubling it. I don't know, gaining his memories. Yoriichi also comprehended the reason behind Yoriichi's elder brother's inquiry into Tsukihiko, and furrowed his brow, saying, Brother, Tsukihiko is not Shiro. You have mistaken him for someone else. There is no need for you to emphasize my foolishness. Yoriichi's elder brother tightened his grip on his katana, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Yet he retreated a step, ensuring he remained out of Muzan's sight. After such a long time, his brother's temperament remained as unpredictable as ever. Yoriichi was still unaware of what he had said to provoke Yoriichi's elder brother's ire. Muzan observed the bamboo flute lying in the mud and realized that the gift Yoriichi's elder brother had bestowed upon him was a flute meticulously carved from the bamboo of the mountain behind them. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, as the three of them had shared delightful experiences of innocent childhood, yet time and human nature had rendered many things unrecognizable. Yoriichi would never stoop to retrieve the bamboo from the ground, nor did Yoriichi have any intention of doing so. Muzan's eyes flickered with turmoil, and amidst the silent yet awkward standoff between the two Yoriichis, he was the first to speak. Is there not a flute over there? Yoriichi-san. Chapter 48. If there is a next life. Both Yoriichi and Yoriichi's elder brother turned their puzzled gazes towards him, and upon hearing his words, they tacitly fell silent. Indeed, it was a flute, but one of profound significance. It was a flute that carried the weight of sorrowful memories. Both Yoriichi and Yoriichi's elder brother simultaneously pondered. The flute is beautiful, Muzan remarked, carefully observing their expressions. Noticing that neither displayed any sign of disdain, he continued, What a pity it is that it is broken. He feigned ignorance of the brotherly bond the flute represented, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the fractured bamboo. Do you like it? Do you truly like it? Both Yoriichi and Yoriichi's elder brother spoke in unison, leaving Muzan momentarily stunned. How was it that these two had never displayed such harmony in their childhood? Muzan nodded, cautiously whispering, I like it very much. Then let it be yours. I am willing to give it to you. Yoriichi and Yoriichi's elder brother once again spoke in unison. This time, it was not just Muzan who looked around in surprise, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. But even Yoriichi and Yoriichi's elder brother found themselves momentarily taken aback, locked in their silent standoff. Silence enveloped them, a profound, endless silence. Just as Muzan could no longer endure the awkward atmosphere, Yoriichi and Yoriichi's elder brother suddenly moved in unison. They picked up the remnants of the bamboo flute from the ground, each standing on either side of Muzan, each holding one half of the broken flute. Yoriichi held the front half, while Yoriichi's elder brother grasped the rear. When joined, they formed a complete bamboo flute. However, the issue lay in the fact that they each held on to their respective halves, steadfastly locking eyes in a silent standoff, neither willing to relinquish their half of the flute. Return it to me, brother. Return it to me, Yoriichi. Muzan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him on their behalf. Such useless camaraderie. Yoriichi's elder brother scoffed coldly. I apologize, brother, but this is my treasured possession, one that you cannot claim, even if you are my brother. The flute embodied Yoriichi's fond memories and love for the gentle and kind-hearted young Yoriichi's elder brother, and he was unwilling to hand it over to the demon. As their gazes intensified, it seemed a mere disagreement could spark yet another duel. Muzan, feeling the weight of the tension, bravely extended his hands towards the two. Each of you take one half, or perhaps you could simply give it to me. The chilly wind rustled the hem of Muzan's clothing, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself with a half of the broken bamboo flute resting in each palm. Meanwhile, Yoriichi and Yoriichi's elder brother stood before him, arms crossed, as if nothing had transpired, one gazing downward while the other looked on with an abundance of apologetic eyes, leaving Muzan bewildered as to where he should direct his attention. Muzan, choosing to ignore the subtle rivalry between the brothers, offered a gentle smile, cautiously yet resolutely piecing the bamboo flute back together. This will do, he exclaimed, feeling a surge of joy as he clutched the fractured sections of the flute, waiting to find glue to restore it to its former glory. Yoriichi regarded him with a complex expression, unable to ascertain whether Tsukihiko was acting intentionally or out of innocence. Yet he calmly remarked, Tsukihiko, this will be quite difficult. Yoriichi's elder brother also refused to back down, his words laced with veiled implications as he jabbed at Yoriichi. Even if it is reassembled, it will never be the same flute it once was. There is no need to invest so much effort. Muzan glanced from Yoriichi to Yoriichi's elder brother, his smile unwavering as he shook the flute in his hand. How can one know without trying? I will surely fix it. Besides, what if the sound of the newly repaired flute turns out to be even more beautiful? Upon hearing this, both Yoriichi and Yoriichi's elder brother shifted their gazes towards him, their expressions laden with complexity. One could attribute it to mere coincidence. But how could he repeatedly voice such profound sentiments? Realizing that he needed to say something to avoid raising their suspicions, Muzan rubbed his forehead, feigning a moment of bewilderment. How strange, I feel as though I have forgotten something. He appeared to be lost in thought, while both Yoriichi and Yoriichi's elder brother anxiously watched him, uncertain if he would recall any memories of Shiro. It was inevitable. The two, having regained their memories, increasingly viewed Tsukihiko as a female version of Shiro. They could not fathom how they could deny any connection between them. Yet Tsukihiko remained oblivious, sighing in distress before quickly regaining his composure. But for some reason, I feel a sense of safety when you both stand together, he shyly added. Seeing you both get along warms my heart. Undoubtedly, this must be the reincarnation of Shiro. Yoriichi and Yoriichi's elder brother thought with utmost certainty, for only Shiro would so innocently and selflessly consider their feelings. They were taken aback to realize that even in reincarnation, such loyalty remained intact. Yoriichi's elder brother could no longer bear to see Shiro saddened, not even in his reincarnated form. Rarely did such joyous emotions arise from his typically stoic demeanor. For this moment allowed him to directly atone to the reincarnation of Shiro in the real world, while simultaneously achieving his goal of eliminating Muzan to join Shiro in paradise. Yoriichi's elder brother had never felt such a moment where fate seemed to be on his side. His 6 eyes fixated unwaveringly on Muzan, relentlessly scrutinizing him to ensure he had not inadvertently revealed any incriminating details. Just as Muzan could no longer hold back, contemplating the risk of delving into Yoriichi's elder brother's thoughts, the latter suddenly addressed Muzan. You are but a fledgling demon. It is difficult to find assistance among humans, who will regard you as an outcast. He extended his arms toward Muzan, enticing him. Come to me. I shall teach you how to live as a demon. Yoriichi interjected, furrowing his brow. Brother, I have already entrusted Shiro to you once before, and he perished. This time, I will not yield. Without waiting for Yoriichi's elder brother to respond, Muzan dashed toward the poised Yoriichi, incessantly attempting to soothe his ire. Yoriichi-san, who is Shiro? Why is he being passed around? Tsukihiko's heart belongs only to you. He gazed at Kaneo Tsuyuri with a smoldering intensity, then turned to Kaneo's elder brother, Yoriichi. And what of that esteemed brother? Muzan, following Kaneo's lead, chimed in. Addressing Kokushibo, I appreciate your kind intentions, yet I cannot repay Yoriichi's life-saving grace. Should fate allow, I, Tsukihiko, would gladly serve you in another life. The distinction between you and your clearly delineated the relational dynamics between Yoriichi and Kokushibo. Kokushibo felt as though he had been struck squarely on the head. Chapter 49, Kokushibo's Home. Upon hearing those words and observing the gestures, Kokushibo stood frozen, his hands rigid at his sides. Jealousy ignited within him, raging from his heart to his chest, yet he suppressed it fiercely, choosing silence. Indeed, even if the young Kaneo were present, he could not impose conditions. He had to respect Kaneo's decision. After all, he owed the young one far too much already. How could he possibly force him into a difficult situation? It was unfortunate that Yoriichi had known Tsukihiko before he did. Cursed be this wretched fortune. He had rejoiced too soon. As the sun began to rise, Yoriichi felt the warmth of the air gradually enveloping him, while Tsukihiko and Kokushibo sensed an ominous chill. They had to depart before the sun fully emerged, otherwise, death awaited them. With this thought, Kokushibo seized upon yet another excuse. The clouds were gradually dispersed by the sun's rays, and braving the peril of direct sunlight. Kokushibo grasped Tsukihiko's hand and coldly addressed Yoriichi. Release him. You surely do not wish for him to perish under the sun, do you? Or have you already determined your destination? Regardless of whether Yoriichi had made up his mind, Kokushibo had certainly decided. The reasons behind Tsukihiko's transformation into a demon were inconsequential. The outcome would inevitably reach Muzan's ears. Rather than exposing him directly to Muzan, or allowing Yoriichi to take him to the realm of humans to be toyed with by those tedious weaklings, it was far better for Tsukihiko to accompany him. The humans could not harm him, and Muzan would be wary of their collaborative relationship, cautious even in Tsukihiko's presence. The more Kokushibo pondered, the more convinced he became that his decision was indeed the most prudent. Thus, he tightened his grip on Tsukihiko's hand, until Yoriichi spoke, prompting Kokushibo to release his grasp in a daze. Esteemed brother, have you considered Tsukihiko's feelings? You have schemed to bind him to your side. But have you considered his will? Kokushibo clenched his hand, still warm from Tsukihiko's presence, and stubbornly insisted, this is a matter of life and death. Do you expect me to stand by and watch him perish with you? Without offering any rebuttal, Yoriichi demonstrated his answer through his actions. He half-encircled Tsukihiko in a protective embrace, and, before Kokushibo's very eyes, stepped into a shadow beneath the trees, only to emerge once more with Tsukihiko from the darkness. Observing Kokushibo's speechless expression, Yoriichi bestowed upon him a long-forgotten gentle smile. Light and shadow are eternally entwined. Wherever there is light, there too shall be shadow. Kokushibo wished to disregard Yoriichi, but the look on Tsukihiko's face revealed that he had lost all opportunity to take him away alone. For the first time, in an effort to atone, he made a concession, pursing his lips and conceding, "Very well, if that is the case, you may both accompany me." Yoriichi, having discerned the elder brother's regard for Tsukihiko in their brief exchange, did not insist on protecting Tsukihiko alone. The elder brother was indeed correct in one aspect. Having been away from the human realm for so long, he felt like a child of 3, needing to relearn everything, be it trains or electric lights. He was utterly bewildered by modern technology. He could only think of seeking refuge at the home of his dear friend, Tanjiro Kamado. But given the passage of time since their last meeting, he hesitated to intrude upon Tanjiro's descendants, uncertain if they would welcome him. After careful consideration, Yoriichi concluded that departing with Kokushibo was indeed the most prudent choice. As long as he remained by Tsukihiko's side, no significant danger would befall them. The 3 of them traversed the darkness, with Kokushibo leading the way while Yoriichi carried Tsukihiko closely behind. Yet, even while bearing Tsukihiko's weight, Yoriichi appeared entirely unfazed, occasionally quickening his pace to inquire of Kokushibo when they would arrive, which only served to infuriate Kokushibo. Cursed Yoriichi, always casually showcasing his remarkable prowess. Who does he think he looks down upon? Yoriichi would catch up to converse and then lag behind Kokushibo, as if to taunt. "Ah, my speed surpasses yours. You are too weak, brother." The more Kokushibo brooded, the angrier he became, and he sprinted ahead, causing Yoriichi to notice his unusual demeanor. Wondering if the esteemed brother was in urgent need of a bathroom, running faster than lightning. In fact, he even asked, "Esteemed brother, do you urgently need to relieve yourself? If so, you may go ahead without us." Kokushibo and Tsukihiko fell silent simultaneously. Tsukihiko, beads of sweat forming on his brow, realized that the typically oblivious target of his antics could not distinguish between friend and foe. Before Kokushibo completely lost his temper, they finally arrived at his private residence. It was a desolate place, remote enough to rival the countryside where Akaza resided. However, the structure before them was astonishingly vast, easily comparable to 3 museums combined. Tsukihiko felt as though he could race cars within its confines. Fortunately, Yoriichi held him securely, or he would have been utterly exhausted. Tsukihiko did not share the fervent dedication of the characters in this world. He simply wished to live well until the day he could return home. If only he could experience joy each day, in stark contrast to the classic architectural style of the Tsujikuni. This impressive villa was evidently a labor of love from Kokushibo himself. He led the astonished Yoriichi and Tsukihiko inside, a smile playing upon his lips. I wager 100 of Yoriichi's minds could not conceive such a brilliant idea, considering he is but an ordinary human abandoned by time. Unlike the wooden dwellings, Kokushibo's abode leaned more towards an European design, with floors laid in sturdy marble, had it not been for the furniture and the 2 men before him. Tsukihiko might have believed himself to be a guest in the home of some modern dignitary. What unfolded next was even more astonishing. Kokushibo approached the hearth, deftly clearing away the obstructive charcoal with his katana to reveal a dark, gaping entrance. He boldly slipped inside, and Yoriichi and Tsukihiko exchanged glances before following him into the opening. Beep. Kokushibo pressed a switch by the wall, and the dark cave was immediately illuminated. A cascade of lights flickered to life, leaving Yoriichi and Tsukihiko wide-eyed in astonishment. What is this? Tsukihiko racked his mind for any tales of Kokushibo he might recall from Muzan's memories, but found nothing that resembled the wonders before him. This was, without a doubt, Kokushibo's true domain. Yet, was this not far too advanced? Tsukihiko's eyelids twitched. Kokushibo regarded them calmly and remarked, "The power of humanity has its limits. Even demons can be slain. Where does the ultimate strength of this world truly lie? You shall witness a conspiracy that will shatter your perceptions." Chapter 50, The Unknown Enemy. Upon uttering this statement, Tsukihiko's immediate reaction was to hurriedly recall whether Muzan had any plans to unleash catastrophic calamities upon the world. However, to speak candidly, when compared to a certain character in Naruto who aspires to create a world with the existence of XXX, the ambitions of Muzan Kibutsuji indeed seem rather modest. His creation of demons is not driven by grand ambitions, but rather a means of self-preservation while sending them on a quest for the blue spider lily. Were it not for the necessity of demons to consume humans, the Demon Slayer Corps might not even have come into existence. Muzan Kibutsuji does not even seek to grow stronger. All his endeavors are aimed at achieving immortality and becoming the perfect ultimate being. To be frank, given the current power dynamics between demons and humans, as long as no more prodigies like Yoriichi Tsujikuni emerge, Muzan could easily dominate the world. Thus, while one might label Muzan as despicable, he still falls short when compared to truly vile antagonists. In stark contrast to Muzan's limited vision, Kokushibo, who pursues power with ample time and a certain level of ambition, takes a keen interest in the events surrounding Muzan. Muzan's strength is precisely why Kokushibo betrayed the Demon Slayer Corps. Ostensibly they were allies, but in reality, Kokushibo's proud ego would never allow him to feel gratitude for Muzan transforming him into a demon. Instead, he perceives Muzan's formidable control over the demons as a threat. Reluctant to be outdone by Yoriichi, Kokushibo is even less inclined to be eclipsed by Muzan, who was once a subordinate of Yoriichi. However, during his investigation into Muzan's origins, Kokushibo stumbled upon a plethora of unknown conspiracies. Kokushibo led them into a vast repository constructed of an unfamiliar metal. This repository resembled a library, with countless shelves filled with documents, encircling a central round table and a large blackboard. Yoriichi and Michiro followed him to the heart of the repository, where the blackboard displayed a photo of Muzan at its center, radiating outward to the surrounding key figures and a hastily circumscribed area representing the Tamayo family and their weaker subordinates. Yoriichi even spotted his own likeness on the blackboard, placed within a circle denoting the Tsujikuni family, accompanied by the note, the despised younger brother, though it indicated that he was deceased. Kokushibo, following Yoriichi's gaze, picked up an eraser and removed the words though already dead, leaving only the despised younger brother. Yoriichi, perplexed by his elder brother's peculiar behavior, chose not to comment further. Muzan, however, examined the blackboard, which resembled an investigative analysis akin to that of a police department's major crimes unit. He mused that if Yoriichi were a modern-day officer, he would surely be a nightmare for criminals. Compared to the jumbled, useless memories cluttering Muzan's mind, Kokushibo's diagram provided a clear analysis of his life trajectory and significant events, prompting him to focus intently on the clues concerning himself. Strange, kind-hearted doctor? Muzan feigned curiosity, pointing to a vague silhouette circled in red next to his photograph, marked with a question. What is this? I find it utterly incomprehensible. Kokushibo, regaining his composure, cast a disdainful glance at Yoriichi and began to expound to Michiro. I once inquired of Muzan why he was so fixated on the blue spider lily. He revealed that he was not always a demon. He had once been afflicted with a terminal illness. A benevolent doctor saved him and informed him that the blue spider lily was the last remaining remedy. As Kokushibo spoke, he revealed a scornful expression toward Muzan's naivety regarding the so-called kind-hearted doctor. I only believe in highly skilled physicians and mere charlatans. The inconsistencies surrounding this kind-hearted doctor are far too significant. Why does Muzan place such unwavering faith in the dubious words of this doctor? If he truly possessed the ability to cure cancer, he would have gained fame long ago. If not, then his treatment of Muzan can only be described as absurd. I have spent decades investigating this legendary kind-hearted physician, and I unexpectedly found a clue. Kokushibo chuckled. Michiro, can you guess whose household this doctor belongs to? Muzan nodded in feigned compliance, granting Kokushibo the satisfaction of his attention. I cannot guess. Kokushibo approached a nearby shelf labeled with the Tsujikuni family records, extracting a bundle of bamboo scrolls and tossing them into Yoriichi's hands. When I had only recently assumed the role of head of the family, I perused some vital scrolls pertaining to our clan. Later, when I returned to the Tsujikuni estate, I inadvertently discovered this. As Yoriichi unfurled the scroll, he quickly scanned its contents and frowned, reading aloud. In the month of June, the priestly family dispatched a physician to the estate, but after failing to treat Lady Tsujikuni, the physician was reassigned to the Tamayo family. Kokushibo allowed Muzan and Yoriichi some time to ponder. Sitting with his hands folded, he coldly stated, I want to show you the Tamayo records. I only glimpsed them briefly, and didn't bring them out. I can only tell you that in July of the same year, there is indeed a record of a kind-hearted doctor visiting the Tamayo family. Based on the records, I deduced that the physician who treated both Muzan and my mother is the same individual. Yoriichi, though somewhat naive to worldly matters, was far from foolish. He quickly grasped Kokushibo's line of reasoning, inquiring, the origins of this doctor are indeed suspicious. It is odd that he could not cure our mother, yet managed to heal Muzan. What does this imply? Is it possible that Muzan's birth was not an accident, but rather the result of some orchestrated manipulation? As Yoriichi analyzed the situation, a chill crept up Muzan's spine, and a wave of unspoken terror washed over him. For everything Kokushibo had said rang true. In his memories, there indeed existed such a doctor, and he had conversed with Kokushibo. Yet, the original Muzan had never contemplated the depths to which Kokushibo would delve, unearthing such astonishing revelations. Is there anything more terrifying than believing oneself to be the strongest entity in the world, feeling in complete control, only to be informed that there exists someone observing you from the darkest corners? Michiro's expression darkened significantly. Damn it. Just when the situation was perilous enough, I discover that Kokushibo has an even greater surprise in store. Should he lament his initial ability to garner some loyalty? Otherwise, had he treated his subordinates as expendable, indiscriminately slaughtering them, he would surely have found himself utterly isolated. At that point, not only would he fail to confront the Demon Slayer Corps, but he would also struggle to withstand Kokushibo. And then there was the resurrected Yoriichi, coupled with the unknown enemy. My heavens, what trials must his true self endure? Is this a battle against the world itself? Chapter 51. In comparison to Michiro's life, the conspiracy is trivial. Kokushibo nodded, then continued to address Yoriichi's concerns. Initially, all of this was mere speculation until recently, when Muzan dispatched 2 of his subordinates to eliminate a newborn demon named Nezuko and instructed them to bring back her brother. Yoriichi, being less acquainted with demon affairs than Kokushibo, expressed confusion. Is there an issue with that? It's hardly surprising for a scoundrel like Muzan to engage in such deeds. The very scoundrel in question cast a complicated glance at Yoriichi from nearby. Kokushibo shook his head. You should possess some understanding of Muzan Kibutsuji. He is inherently cowardly and fearful of death. Each time he converts a demon, he places a curse within them to prevent their strength from growing and turning against him. Even I am not exempt from this. One could say his control over all demons in the world is absolute. At this juncture, Kokushibo's eyes narrowed into a sharp arc, and he shifted his tone. Given this configuration, can you not discern the peculiarities in his actions? Inheriting the path of Kibutsuji Muzan, Kaneo Tsuyuri contemplated that he could eliminate her brother by exerting control over the young girl named Nezuko, rendering the deployment of his subordinates utterly superfluous. Kokushibo nodded in appreciation. Observing Kibutsuji Muzan's disdainful glance averted towards Tsuyuri, who was met with renewed admiration. Although it was Kibutsuji's response, he directed his words towards Muzan, asserting, "You are correct. This indicates that Muzan is incapable of controlling the demon known as Nezuko." This revelation rendered the situation far more intriguing. Kokushibo rose once more, gesturing towards the silhouette of the doctor, posing the question to Kibutsuji and Muzan. Do you believe that Kibutsuji Muzan is indeed the true culprit? If he is the true perpetrator, why is he unable to control the demon? Conversely, if he is not the true culprit, those unfamiliar with the intricacies of the matter might find Kokushibo's conjecture perplexing. However, Tsuyuri, possessing the memories of his original self, understood. His recollections indicated that when Muzan masqueraded as an ordinary human, he indeed encountered Kamado Tanjiro, yet failed to sense Nezuko concealed within the box behind him. While he had not viewed the anime Demon Slayer, his loyalty to Naruto had led him to numerous conventions where he frequently spotted a man donning a green-patterned haori, carrying a large box housing a charming girl, an embodiment of Tanjiro and Nezuko. Through friends, he gleaned a basic understanding of Tanjiro's character relations. The protagonist was a boy named Tanjiro, whose sister was a demon, though he lacked knowledge regarding the reasons behind her transformation. Presently, he found himself entrenched in the world of Demon Slayer, where even the Kamado family had been personally exterminated by Muzan. Despite not having witnessed Tanjiro in his memories, he retained a vivid impression of Nezuko, questioning how it was possible for him to encounter her again without sensing her proximity. Muzan's ability to exert control over the demons he had created was contingent upon their closeness. It was illogical for him to focus solely on Tanjiro, who adorned Kibutsuji's earring, without perceiving Nezuko within the box, which was not a particularly unique container. Thus, in Tsuyuri's perspective, even if Kokushibo lacked a comprehensive understanding of the experiences between Muzan, Tanjiro, and Nezuko, the speculation remained valid. Concerning matters of his own survival, Muzan was compelled to expend every ounce of his cognitive resources, slowly articulating. Are you suggesting that this benevolent doctor has ulterior motives for approaching Kibutsuji Muzan? Humph, Kokushibo scoffed, his tone laden with implication. Who can say? He retrieved a meticulously organized scroll of clues from beneath the table, unfurling it for both Muzan and Kibutsuji to scrutinize his investigative findings. As Muzan perused the scroll, he softly recited its contents. Muzan was born of the Tsujikuni lineage. Kibutsuji served the deity. Upon becoming a demon, the Tsujikuni clan fell under a curse, compelling the deity to instruct the Tsujikuni clan to marry women from the priestly lineage to prolong their lives. Point of inquiry 1. Why did the Tsujikuni clan incur a curse upon Muzan's transformation into a demon? Point of inquiry 2. The benevolent doctor is of the priestly lineage. Does the deity know of Muzan's origins? Point of inquiry 3. Why does the deity aid the Tsujikuni clan? What price did the Tsujikuni pay? And what benefits does the deity gain? What benefits accrue to the priestly lineage? Points of inquiry 4, 5, and 6. To be continued. As he read each point of inquiry, Muzan's voice gradually diminished. Setting aside Kokoshibo's meticulous thoughts, the implications of this information, if authentic, were indeed terrifying. Taking the simplest of examples, if he himself were a member of the priestly lineage, why would he compel his daughter to wed into the frail Tsujikuni clan, allowing his beloved daughter to remain a widow when a more powerful and prosperous union with the Tsujikuni clan was available? This could be construed as the priestly lineage's unwavering loyalty to the deity. Yet after so many generations, how could such loyalty endure? Human nature is the most fragile of constructs, unless the priestly lineage feared to defy the deity's demands. As the layers of complexity were peeled away, the existence of this deity compelled deep contemplation. Muzan, being a person of sharp intellect, could fathom the thoughts of Kokoshibo, and with this information, he could even speculate further. After the priestly lineage wed into the Tsujikuni clan, they forcibly extended the latter's lifespan, enabling the formation of the Demon Slayer Corps, a civilian organization. Evaluating the outcome, the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps undoubtedly posed the greatest threat to Muzan. Like parasites, they were seemingly weak and could be annihilated with ease. Yet they had persisted for an extensive duration. Muzan's eyes narrowed, and calculations swiftly formed in his mind. The opportunity for absolution lay before him. If he failed to seize this chance, he would be unworthy of existence in this realm. He glanced at Kibutsuji, but chose to remain silent. It was not yet time to unveil all the points of inquiry. One reason was that his identity could not justify how he possessed such extensive knowledge. Another was the potential exposure of his masquerade, which would serve as his final means of self-preservation. He could easily deflect blame onto the enigmatic deity. Speaking prematurely would be akin to playing a losing hand, revealing his trump card too soon. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Muzan understood he needed to decelerate Kokoshibo's investigative progress, ensuring that the deity was not uncovered before he had sufficiently ingratiated himself with Kibutsuji. It was imperative to occupy Kibutsuji and Kokoshibo with other matters. What a frightful notion, Muzan thought, as he nestled timidly in Kibutsuji's embrace, casting furtive glances at Kokoshibo. Although he could not decipher the meaning, the atmosphere felt dire, and he pondered, will I perish? Kokoshibo and Kibutsuji simultaneously emerged from their contemplations. Observing Tsuyuri's anxious expression and recognizing that the most pressing issue was not the ongoing investigation, but rather addressing Tsuyuri's vulnerability to Muzan's whims and the imminent peril of exposure to sunlight. The priority was to locate the blue spider lily before Muzan did. Kokoshibo asserted, the matters of conspiracy can wait. The millennia-long conflict between the Tsujikuni clan and Muzan pales in comparison to the life of little Tanjiro. Chapter 52, Kokoshibo's Wrath. Although Kibutsuji found his brother's words somewhat peculiar, he refrained from voicing any objections. Unless they could apprehend Muzan, even he would be incapable of resolving the centuries-old enmity between the Tsujikuni and Muzan. His most urgent desire mirrored that of Kokoshibo. They must outpace Muzan in their quest for the blue spider lily. Kokoshibo meticulously reorganized the scroll and documents, leading them out of the archive room. Arriving at a door marked Armory, he pushed open the grand doors of the armory, explaining to the bewildered Muzan, the self-preservation capabilities of the lower moons are exceedingly frail. Even the feeble enforcers of the Tsujikuni family could easily extinguish your life. As he spoke, Kokoshibo approached an RPG launcher, effortlessly lifting it and introducing it to Muzan. This is a portable rocket-propelled grenade launcher, referred to as an RPG by contemporary humans. Its lethality is no less than that of the upper three. Simply insert a prepared rocket into the front of the launcher and fire it at your intended target to inflict immense damage. Were it not for the concern for appearances, Muzan could have fit an egg in his mouth at the absurdity of this contraption being within the grasp of individuals in this era. He moved closer to Kokoshibo, attempting to touch the RPG. However, Kokoshibo directly handed it to him, stating, I dub this Hope Eradicator, embedded with a substantial amount of crimson sand. It is yours now. Kagaya Ubuyashiki lowered his gaze to the small twig cradled in his arms, then glanced at the formidable hope extinguished in Michiro Takedo's embrace, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Kokoshibo cast a disdainful glance at Ubuyashiki, scoffing, I never imagined you could misplace even the Nichiren blade. That's quite the feat. Ubuyashiki, accustomed to his brother's icy remarks, exhibited no particular reaction, instead contemplating the RPG nestled in Muzan's grasp. To better protect Michiro, he needed to acquire a suitable sword. Wielding a mere twig was hardly a viable solution. At that moment, Kokoshibo abruptly tossed a cylindrical, black iron object resembling a flashlight towards Ubuyashiki. He caught it, feeling its weight, an intriguing artifact, akin to grasping the hilt of a blade devoid of a cutting edge. With a condescending demeanor, Kokoshibo explained, albeit reluctantly, to Ubuyashiki. This is the Onmyo sword, a relic of the priestly lineage, capable of severing the ties between life and death. However, no one has ever been able to master this demonic blade. It is said that all who have attempted to wield it have met their demise. Upon hearing this, Obuyashiki activated his breathing technique, and the Onmyo sword ignited with a flame resembling a blade, transforming into a straight-edged sword before ceasing its transformation. The sword, now imbued with Obuyashiki's sun-breathing technique, appeared both solemn and sacred, its radiance causing Muzan's eyes to flinch slightly from the brightness. Obuyashiki regarded the Onmyo sword, then turned his gaze towards Kokushibo, his eyes filled with inquiry. To Kokushibo, it seemed as if Obuyashiki was silently mocking him, as if to say, "How curious your words sound," akin to the sound of flatulence. Witnessing Obuyashiki effortlessly tuck the Onmyo sword into his embrace incited Kokushibo's fury. He had merely intended to broaden Obuyashiki's horizons, not to bestow it upon him. The thought of his cherished keepsake being so easily appropriated by Obuyashiki filled him with a simmering resentment, nearly choking him with indignation. Yet, his proud dignity forbade him from groveling to reclaim it. Cursed Obuyashiki. Surely this is part of his cunning scheme. I've been deceived. While this minor altercation unfolded between the Obuyashiki brothers, Muzan had already set aside the RPG and was exploring Kokushibo's arsenal. He gazed at the wall adorned with an array of cold and hot weapons from various eras and called out to the Obuyashiki twins. "Huh? What is this? May I touch it?" Kokushibo, upon hearing this, abandoned his fixation on Obuyashiki, casting a begrudging glare at him with all 6 of his eyes before hastily rushing to Muzan's side, with Obuyashiki following closely behind. He restrained Muzan's eager hands. Shaking his head, "These weapons pose minimal threat to us demons. Even if struck repeatedly by firearms, we would not suffer significant harm. Such items are not even wielded by the weakest members of the Demon Slayer Corps." Observing Muzan's puzzled expression, Kokushibo's 6 eyes shifted towards Obuyashiki, implying, "Only the frail humans cannot withstand such attacks." With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade, pointing it directly at Obuyashiki's heart, mimicking the sound of a bullet being discharged. A cold smirk gracing his lips, a single shot in this direction, and no matter who you are, you shall perish. Yet, to his dismay, Obuyashiki showed no fear. He even toyed with a firearm in his hand, a subtle smile of appreciation gracing his lips. Witnessing the ingenuity birthed from human civilization, Obuyashiki understood that even without his presence or the Demon Slayer Corps, humanity would triumph over adversity through sheer effort and courage. He was but a grain of sand in the long history of humanity, now granted the opportunity to glimpse the wisdom crystallized in their ancient civilization. And that alone felt worthwhile. What is so amusing? Kokushibo's irritation flared at Obuyashiki's expression. What lofty thoughts occupy your mind? Do you find my collection laughable? Obuyashiki, sensing his brother's increasing ire, quickly set the firearm aside, shaking his head. "No, dear brother, you are overthinking it." "What do you mean? How am I overthinking this? I have long been aware of your disdain for me, Obuyashiki. You should perish." Kokushibo's fury reached a boiling point as he unsheathed his katana and swung it at Obuyashiki. Startling Muzan, who immediately lunged in front of Obuyashiki, eyes tightly shut, gripping his clothing with all his might. Obuyashiki turned to embrace Muzan, the blade halting a mere inch from his back, poised to cleave him in two. Kokushibo's hands gripped the sword tightly, his breath coming in rapid bursts. Indeed, he found it impossible to easily relinquish his anger, a pang of anguish washing over him as he averted his gaze from the entwined figures of Michiro and Obuyashiki. Damn it, why am I even aiding Obuyashiki? Each of Michiro's defenses of Obuyashiki pierced my heart like daggers, sending ripples of pain akin to stones dropped into a still lake. He spoke again, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable. "You too, just go to sleep." Chapter 53. I should not be here, but beneath the bed. The trio retraced their steps through the underground passage, ascending the staircase to the second floor. Muzan mused internally. Truly, this is Kokushibo's exclusive domain. Even the living room exudes opulence. It could easily rival a 5-star hotel, boasting bathing facilities, warmth, and lighting. In modern times, Muzan imagined Kokushibo as a super CEO who rises from a 500 square meter bed each day, attended by 100 maids. As the three entered the room, Kokushibo gently positioned his katana at the threshold, preventing Obuyashiki from entering and separating him from Muzan. He gestured towards a slightly ajar door leading to a dimly lit room cluttered with unknown objects, saying, "Michiro is a girl. What need does a grown man have to follow her? In this second life, is it not enough to possess the Nichiren blade? But have you also discarded your sense of shame?" Obuyashiki, bewildered, tilted his head. "Brother, you are also a man. Do you wish to share a space with me in the storeroom?" Surprised that he could speak so amicably with his elder brother, Obuyashiki smiled. "But it's all right. I wouldn't mind sharing a bed with you." No, he did not wish to. Cursed Ubuyashiki. How dare he utter such words before Michiro? If he declined, he would appear petty and small-minded. How despicable. Kokushibo contorted his face into a twisted smile, lowering his katana to allow Ubuyashiki entry, forcing a laugh. Ah, Ubuyashiki. You truly have a sense of humor. Without our protection, what would happen to Michiro if danger arises? Kokushibo added. Muzan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This was Kokushibo's territory. Even the original Muzan was unaware of any threats lurking here. As Muzan's eyes brimmed with questions, Kokushibo tightened his grip on his wrist, his voice trembling. Please. Do not let me go. Muzan had never witnessed Kokushibo in such a submissive state, and the image of the demon before him melded with that of the innocent child from a century prior, leaving Muzan unable to find the words to refuse him. Ubuyashiki, unwilling to be outdone, grasped Muzan's other hand tightly, his lips pressed together in determination. Do not leave me, Michiro. Muzan sighed internally, perplexed by their antics. Was it simply a matter of sleeping? Did it warrant such theatrics, as if they were parting for eternity? He gestured for the Ubuyashiki twins to look at the bed, a smirk twitching at the corners of his mouth. This bed is quite spacious. It seems capable of accommodating 7 or 8 people, does it not? Ubuyashiki, dear brother. The current situation is exceedingly awkward. Kokushibo and Yoriichi swiftly completed their ablutions, and when Muzan emerged from the bathroom, he beheld the two of them perched on either side of the bed, separated by an insurmountable distance akin to that of the Milky Way. In unison, Yoriichi and Kokushibo patted the mattress beside them, simultaneously urging, "Come here to sleep, Michikatsu." Following this, they exchanged a knowing glance, the air thick with palpable tension. Muzan felt he ought to be beneath the bed rather than in this uncomfortable space. He feigned ignorance to their expectant gazes, settling himself squarely at the foot of the bed before executing a graceful backflip, landing peacefully in the center of the vast mattress. With his hands folded and eyes gently closed, he sighed in contentment, feeling so comfortable, so sleepy, so fatigued. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, Yoriichi. Good night, dear brother. As Muzan quickly succumbed to slumber, Kokushibo and Yoriichi could only lie down in resignation, pulling the thin blanket over Michikatsu's body to shield him from the chill. Though daytime is a period of rest for demons, Yoriichi, eyes shut, found his mind swirling with disarray, utterly unable to sleep. He turned to face Michikatsu, exhaling a soft sigh as he gazed upon his exquisite visage. Muzan, too, was in a state of confusion, feigning sleep to organize his thoughts and evade the awkwardness of the moment. He had nearly maxed out Yoriichi's affection for him. It was inconceivable to share a bed with Kokushibo. But what if Kokushibo succumbed to darkness? After laboriously redirecting Kokushibo's mindset, Muzan was vehemently opposed to the possibility of undoing all that effort. Only Kokushibo lay quietly, simply resting with his eyes closed. As Muzan's thoughts spiraled, a hand stealthily emerged from beneath the blanket, gently caressing his fingertips. Muzan's eyelashes fluttered. Yoriichi, what could he be up to? Yoriichi silently opened his eyes, and upon seeing Muzan's lack of movement, he grasped one of his fingers and squeezed it lightly. At this, Muzan found it impossible to maintain his charade of sleep. Turning his head slightly to glance at Yoriichi, forming the words, "What's wrong?" Yoriichi held on to Muzan's hand, their fingers entwined. Not out of necessity, but simply for the tranquility it brought him. A touch of hunger, Yoriichi silently conveyed. Muzan suddenly recalled that while Yoriichi was indeed powerful, he was still merely a robust human, and it had been a considerable time since he had last eaten. However, was there anything edible within Kokushibo's household? Muzan furrowed his brow in concern, failing to notice Yoriichi's grip on his hand. They lay in silence for a while until Muzan made a decision. He stealthily glanced at Kokushibo, who was breathing steadily, then began to inch closer to Yoriichi. With each movement, he cast wary glances at Kokushibo, and merely shifting to Yoriichi's side made him break into a fine sweat. It was unbearably torturous. He felt as if he were sneaking a peek at his phone under the watchful eyes of his parents when he was a child. Yoriichi, pleasantly surprised, softened his grip and gently wrapped his arms around Muzan's waist. To his astonishment, Muzan pushed against his chest with his palm, shaking his head in refusal. Yoriichi's eyes questioned him. What's the matter? Muzan used 2 fingers to mime a gesture indicative of sneaking out for food. Yoriichi, astonished, let his gaze drift toward Kokushibo, disapprovingly restraining Muzan's wiggling fingers. He held Muzan close, whispering in his ear, "No, we will be discovered by brother." "That won't happen," Muzan whispered softly. "As long as our movements remain as subtle as they are now, he won't notice." "Such movements cannot possibly be subtle." Yoriichi frowned in confusion, rising from the bed. How could such actions be concealed from his brother? What if we cooperate well and go unnoticed? Muzan persisted, undeterred. Should Yoriichi acquiesce immediately, he might reconsider the risks involved. However, Yoriichi's repeated objections only ignited Muzan's rebellious spirit. He was determined to see what treasures lay within Kokushibo's refrigerator. Very well. Yoriichi, finding himself unable to counter Muzan's resolve, nodded in agreement, placing a finger to Muzan's lips. Watch my movements closely. You must learn to control your strength and keep noise to a minimum. Muzan nodded vigorously. Just then, Kokushibo's 6 eyes slowly opened, turning toward the two with a gaze that pierced through the silence. Chapter 54. How suspicious indeed. What were these two planning to do on his bed? Did they truly think of him as a corpse? Yoriichi was the first to perceive the terrifying intensity of Kokushibo's gaze. In a swift motion, he yanked Muzan and Dove under the blanket to escape Kokushibo's searing scrutiny. Muzan, now cocooned within the covers, was filled with confusion. With such a commotion, if Kokushibo remained asleep, he might very well suspect something was amiss. What to do? It seemed that brother had caught on to them. Yoriichi furrowed his brow in distress. Muzan frantically nudged him. Why hide under the blanket if they had been discovered? Such behavior would only serve to raise suspicions. Consequently, to Kokushibo's eyes, all he could see was a frantic, writhing lump beneath the covers. Kokushibo's 6 eyes widened in shock. Was he dreaming? He pondered calmly. After all, it had been an age since he had felt any emotional turbulence. Having a nightmare was only to be expected. He took a slow, deep breath and bellowed. What lewd activities are you engaging in? With a swift motion, Kokushibo threw off the blanket, revealing a terrified and huddled Yoriichi and Muzan. Kokushibo did not see the scene he had imagined. Instead, he knelt on the bed, holding the blanket as if frozen in time. Both Yoriichi and Muzan wore equally bewildered expressions. What lewd activities? Who with whom? At this moment, Kokushibo realized he had misjudged the situation, closing 5 of his eyes in distress, while leaving one to bear the unbearable awkwardness. He had never experienced time dragging on so torturously. Why hadn't Yoriichi hastened to clarify? If only he could scold him and bring this ordeal to a close. Yoriichi, true to form as his twin brother, quickly interjected, Brother, what lewd activities are you referring to? Kokushibo's eyes flared open once more, glaring at Yoriichi in fury. Damn it. How could he have imagined this fool would speak sensibly? What would Michikatsu think of him? Would he see him as a man of sordid thoughts? Kokushibo had never before wished to silence Yoriichi's mouth so vehemently, gritting his teeth. Ah, you despicable brother, this is all you're doing. Seeing Kokushibo on the verge of exploding, Muzan hastily covered Yoriichi's mouth, forcing a strained laugh. Ah, my apologies for the disturbance, dear brother, he said weakly under Kokushibo's piercing gaze. Yoriichi and I were simply hoping to find something to eat. Would that be permissible? The blanket was flung at Yoriichi's innocent face by Kokushibo. As his anger toward Yoriichi intensified, it reached a boiling point. Kokushibo began to deeply reflect on whether he could still be considered a strong individual. His father's stern teachings echoed in his mind. A true strong man does not jest lightly, nor does he waver in his resolve. Sagan, you must become a true strong man. Kagaku Yoriichi felt as if a profound enlightenment had suddenly dawned upon him. Awakened by the cascade of memories that washed over him, nonchalantly adjusting his sleepwear, he remarked with a serene demeanor, This is not difficult at all. Simply follow my lead. As Muzan nodded vigorously, relieved that this trial had finally passed, suddenly, Konokushi Yoriichi pulled down the blanket and directed his gaze at him, producing another inquiry. Huh, Tsukihiko. Did my esteemed elder brother become angry again just now? Brother, why are you always so irate? He then turned to question Kagaku Yoriichi. Muzan was incensed. Do you even hear yourself, Konokushi Yoriichi? Are you an agent of the system sent to torment me? Are you so fearful of the tiger that you would even pluck its fur, lest it forget about you? Konokushi Yoriichi's expression remained placid, imbued with a hint of sincere curiosity. Yet, in the eyes of Kagaku Yoriichi, it appeared as a trifling mockery laced with derision, accompanied by a touch of disdain. He gripped Konokushi Yoriichi's shoulder, gradually tightening his hold, and forced out, A strong person is indeed strong. A strong individual does not easily succumb to anger. Unfortunately, before he could finish his thought, Konokushi Yoriichi, as if having grasped some unspoken truth, broke into a bashful smile, taking hold of the hand resting on his shoulder, his eyes brimming with earnestness. Thank you for your recognition, esteemed elder brother. It truly brings me immense joy. I did not mean that. Kagaku Yoriichi was taken aback. Esteemed elder brother, please refrain from speaking such self-deprecating words. Konokushi Yoriichi interjected once more. In my heart, you are the embodiment of strength. Kagaku Yoriichi. Muzan keenly sensed that these two were perhaps engaging in a futile exchange, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. Kagaku Yoriichi realized that Konokushi Yoriichi had utterly misconstrued his intent, but he found himself unable to counter. Seeing that his esteemed elder brother had tacitly acquiesced, Kunikuzushi Yoriichi's lips curved into a radiant smile, his eyes sparkling with delight. He had never anticipated that in his lifetime he would receive such direct acknowledgement from his elder brother. He truly cherished every fleeting moment spent in the present, with both family and loved ones by his side. Kunikuzushi Yoriichi even contemplated remaining in this haven until the end of his days, indifferent to any plots or schemes that may arise. He yearned to spend his remaining days with Tsukihiko and his brother, and for that, he would willingly lay down his life to protect them. Kagaku Yoriichi and Muzan observed the shifting emotions in Kunikuzushi Yoriichi's gaze. Without him needing to voice his sentiments, the two could discern the radiant gleam in his eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars. The joy emanating from Kunikuzushi Yoriichi contrasted starkly with the turmoil brewing within Muzan. Affinity level. Kagaku Yoriichi 100. Kunikuzushi Yoriichi 95. Damn. Why am I still 5 points short? Muzan dared not gaze further into Kunikuzushi Yoriichi's hopeful eyes, sharing a tacit understanding of silence with Kagaku Yoriichi. Chapter 55. Blood Demon Art. Death by Cuteness. Kunikuzushi Yoriichi took the initiative to lead them toward the living room, inquiring with curiosity, "Esteemed elder brother, is there any food here meant for humans?" He opened the refrigerator, his eyes widening at the sight of an abundance of red bean delicacies, red bean soup balls, red bean dumplings, red bean sushi, and red bean iced desserts, among other treats. Kagaku Yoriichi cleared his throat lightly, using his fist to muffle the sound, and explained to Tsukihiko, "Eating humans is a demon's instinct. To sharpen my mind and embody the spirit of a warrior, I must learn to master and suppress such instincts. Thus, I do not hunt humans like those lesser demons." After all, Tsukihiko, being so kind-hearted, would surely find it unacceptable. He feared that Tsukihiko would be frightened to approach him. However, his disdain for hunting humans was genuine. Becoming a demon does not diminish one's sense of taste, but rather, it makes human flesh seem all the more delectable, stirring one's appetite. Yet, humans are exceedingly weak. So weak that Kagaku Yoriichi would not wish to waste even a second on them. The fact remains that refraining from consuming humans would lead a demon to experience profound hunger, no matter how much human food they might consume. It could never quell that hunger, and in defiance of their instincts, demons would grow weak and near death. Kagaku Yoriichi would certainly not allow such a fate to befall himself. He dismissed the bothersome Kunikuzushi Yoriichi and retrieved a bowl of red bean paste, proudly presenting his experimental substitute to Muzan. Do not be deceived by its appearance. This ordinary red bean is actually a synthetic organism I personally cultivated, rich in the nutrients necessary for demons. Upon hearing this, Muzan was elated. He thought to himself that he ought to reward Kagaku Yoriichi with a banner inscribed with the words "Miraculous Hands Revive Yang Energy, a good helper for the needy." If true, it would significantly reduce his daily expenditure of Yang energy points. While Muzan reveled in his happiness, Kunikuzushi Yoriichi, unbeknownst to them, had already popped a string of hard, seemingly frozen red bean dumplings into his mouth. Amidst the incredulous gazes of Kagaku Yoriichi and Muzan, he offered his assessment. Quite delicious. Truly befitting of my esteemed elder brother. The crunching sound of the red bean dumplings echoed painfully in his mouth, yet he remained unfazed, giving a thumbs up. Is this what it means to be strong? Kagaku Yoriichi presented a tray of red bean dumplings and placed it into the steamer, coldly remarking, "No. A strong person is not a fool. At the very least, they know that frozen items should be heated before consumption." Oh, Kunikuzushi Yoriichi, upon realizing that Kagaku Yoriichi was subtly mocking his foolishness, felt no particular emotion. He merely marveled once more at the joy of being able to relish delicious food again. In the past, he had never tasted such frozen delicacies. Often, he had gone hungry, consuming whatever spoiled or rotten food without flinching. As he grew older, he adhered to a frugal lifestyle and had never encountered such items. After heating, the red bean dumplings became even softer and sweeter while Muzan ate. Glancing at the darkening skies outside, Kunikuzushi Yoriichi and Kagaku Yoriichi followed his gaze, witnessing the last rays of sunlight vanish beyond the horizon. It was time to embark on the quest for the blue shore flower. The three of them thought simultaneously. Kunikuzushi Yoriichi felt somewhat troubled. This visit to his elder brother's home had turned into a temporary respite, and returning daily did not allow them to cover much distance. While Tsukihiko's food could alleviate some of the red bean supply issues for his brother, what could be done about the issue of direct sunlight? Kunikuzushi Yoriichi had complete faith that his elder brother would take good care of himself, but as he watched Tsukihiko, blissfully enjoying his dumplings, a sense of worry crept in. That demon named Doma was exceedingly cunning. What if he seized an opportunity to expose Tsukihiko to the sunlight? The mere thought ignited a fierce desire within Kunikuzushi Yoriichi to wield his newly acquired Inyang sword and slay him. At that moment, Kagaku Yoriichi suddenly returned to the second-floor storeroom, carrying a wooden box large enough to accommodate an ordinary human woman, and approached Muzan. This is a box for storing red beans. Hiding inside, it also has nourishing effects for demons and can shield against direct sunlight. Kagaku Yoriichi placed the box on the ground and gestured for Muzan to try hiding inside. Muzan's eyes lit up. This box resembled the one used for storing tamako. But because it was crafted by Kagaku Yoriichi, it was notably more exquisite and sturdy. Muzan reached out to touch the box. Its jade-like texture was evidently of superior quality. He crouched down and found that he could comfortably curl up inside, yet maintaining such a position for an extended period proved quite uncomfortable. Standing up, he shook his head. It's too small, it feels a bit cramped. Kagaku Yoriichi then realized, you do not possess blood demon arts, do you? You could attempt to alter your body's shape. As he spoke, he demonstrated, attempting to guide Tsukihiko in learning blood demon arts. However, as a modern-day shut-in who had traversed through time, Muzan directly exchanged his yang energy points with the system, transforming into a diminutive, adorable version of Tsukihiko. In his childlike form, Kagaku Yoriichi took Tsukihiko's small hand, and, together, they sat inside the exquisite large box, even leaving a space for sleeping. With a child's voice, Kagaku Yoriichi urged Kunikuzushi Yoriichi, what are you daydreaming about? Hasten to gather your belongings, and let us embark on our journey. Kaneo Tsuyuri fixed an unwavering gaze upon Kokoshibo and Muzan. How adorable they are. The little brother and the petite Tsukihiko are truly delightful. Unable to contain his desires, he swept his arms around them, cradling Kokoshibo in his left arm and Muzan in his right, positioning them snugly in his embrace. With a cheerful tone, he exclaimed, Brother, Tsukihiko, what do you require? I shall fetch it for you. In response, Kokoshibo delivered a swift kick to Kaneo's face, leaping to the ground and reverting to his adult form. A suspicious blush blooming on his cheeks. Fool, who permitted you to embrace me? Ignoring Kaneo's bewildered expression, Kokoshibo turned and hurried away, quickly retrieving a thin blanket and soft cushion to mask his embarrassment, before stuffing some red bean snacks into a cloth bag and offering it to Muzan. Chapter 56. The Birth of Absurd Realities. Kokoshibo resumed his smaller form, settling back into the box, carefully laying out the blanket for Muzan. Once finished, Kaneo secured the box with a lock and set out with them on his back, intending to inquire about the whereabouts of the blue spider lily from the Suki family. Kokoshibo called out from within the box, his thoughts crystal clear, since the demons had gone to great lengths to seek the blue spider lily without success. It was highly probable that it lay in the hands of humans. While killing humans was a simple task, extracting information from the Demon Slayer core was a far more daunting challenge. Gathering intelligence was Kaneo's sole remaining value as a human. Once the blue spider lily was procured, it would be administered to Tsukihiko, serving as atonement for his actions towards little Sakurako. After this task was accomplished, he would plot Muzan's demise, allowing Kokoshibo to ascend to heaven in peace. Kokoshibo's lips curled slightly in anticipation, envisioning Tsukihiko reverently proclaiming his admiration for him, exclaiming how wonderful he was, that he preferred Kokoshibo over Kaneo 1,000-fold. A sudden shrill scream shattered his daydream. Oh no, a monster has entered the village. Everyone flee. At that moment, the darkness enveloped them. Kokoshibo pulled open a wooden door, peering out to see the terrified villagers gazing at Kaneo as though he were a specter. What was happening? Kokoshibo frowned, failing to comprehend why someone like Kaneo would instill such fear in ordinary people. Kaneo, momentarily stunned, quickly grasped the situation and chose to circumvent the village, opting for a longer route to the Suki family estate. Muzan provided a brief explanation to Kokoshibo. Upper Moon 2, Doma, has framed Mr. Kaneo, and now the humans believe him to be a demon. Kokoshibo summoned his recollections of Doma. A hypocritical and sanctimonious man lingered in his memory. Casting a sinister glance his way, a lewd grin plastered on his face. How pitiful, Kokoshibo scoffed, shaking his head to dispel the image, disdainfully remarking. Such a weakling has driven you to this point. You are utterly foolish, my brother. In your frail state, how can you possibly safeguard Tsukihiko? Kaneo smiled gently, unperturbed. Precisely for that reason, I require your assistance, dear brother. Kokoshibo fell silent, scoffing in retort. I am not doing this for you. Indeed, Kaneo refrained from arguing further, understanding that his esteemed elder brother had his own motives. As they conversed, Kaneo suddenly felt as if he were reliving a past memory, one that drew his attention to the fate of another individual. He believed this to be the opportune moment to inquire, for his elder brother had lowered his defenses, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Hence, he slowly ventured, Brother, how exactly did little Sakurako meet his demise? At that time, he had already joined the Demon Slayer Corps due to the passing of his childhood friend, and their reunion had occurred within the ranks of the Corps. It was said that the Suki family had been slaughtered by demons, and it was a member of the Rengoku family who had intervened, saving them. At that moment, his brother had been in a daze, and upon learning he was part of the Demon Slayer Corps, he left the Suki family to join as well. Kaneo had once naively believed that his brother was concerned for him, unwilling to let him wander alone, hence his decision. However, subsequent events shattered Kaneo's illusions. When he inquired about his brother's fate, all his elder brother could say was that he had died. He sought answers from the Rengoku family, but learned only that his brother had wept over a disfigured corpse. Beyond that, he was met with silence. He even contemplated returning to the Suki household to uncover the truth. Had little Sakurako died protecting his brother? Or had something else transpired? Initially, Sakurako had corresponded with him. But after a few years, his letters had vanished without a trace. Kaneo was left in the dark about what had transpired with Sakurako. Yet he lacked the courage to return to the Suki family to seek the truth. He never anticipated the news would be a final farewell. This lingered in Kaneo's heart like a thorn. He had quarreled with his brother over this matter, leaving their relationship strained. Kokoshibo, upon hearing the inquiry, displayed a pained expression. Muzan, as a witness to the events, also felt a tinge of curiosity about how Kokoshibo would recount that painful past. Fortunately, the current Kokoshibo was not the same as before. He did not evade the past, but instead retorted to Kaneo, "Did he not speak to you from heaven?" Kaneo managed a bitter smile. "Perhaps he is angry with me. After all, I did not return to visit him in such a long time. After my death, his presence never appeared to me." Kokoshibo was uncertain whether to feel relieved or otherwise. Clearly, Kaneo had not encountered the deceased Sakurako, and he was oblivious to the transgressions he had committed against Sakurako. Yet, he felt no glimmer of hope in his heart. He recalled each time Sakurako attempted to resist. Kokoshibo had used Kaneo to subdue him, compelling him into submission and forcing him to commit even more heinous acts. "Damn it," Kokoshibo muttered, shutting his eyes, overwhelmed with guilt. He had truly been blinded by the demons, exhibiting behavior more akin to that of a beast than a human. He could not forgive himself for treating Sakurako that way. "What is it?" Kaneo, concerned, glanced back at the box. "Brother, what transpired at that time?" Kokoshibo inhaled deeply, clenching his fists as he gazed at Tsukihiko. Speaking as if addressing Sakurako directly, "I am sorry, I failed to protect him. He drew his last breath in my arms, during the time he was with me. He suffered greatly." Kaneo keenly sensed the unusual tremor in his brother's voice, his sharp brows furrowing as he refrained from probing further. After learning of Sakurako's fate, Kaneo felt a profound sense of guilt, yet found himself powerless to amend the past. Thus, he directed all his ire towards the demons, slaying them not only to save lives, but also to seek vengeance. He could not fathom why he had not recognized Tsukihiko as the reincarnation of Sakurako at first glance until his brother mentioned it, leading him to an epiphany. Kaneo rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He had always held a high opinion of his memory, achieving a level of recall that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The gifts he possessed extended beyond mere physical prowess. He possessed an exceptional intellect. His remarkable memory was just one aspect. Most notably, he could deduce probabilities with ease. Just by observing another's movements, his mind would automatically calculate their next action, boasting a precision rate of nearly 90%. The incident where Muzan had escaped was a rare oversight on his part. After all, the manner of escape had been so shocking and bizarre that it had momentarily stunned him into inaction. Yet, even in such a state, his mind could deduce the escape route of Muzan's over 1,500 flesh fragments in a mere second. It is evident that Kaguya Yoriichi possesses a profound understanding of the limits of his own intellect. Such a significant individual, one wonders why he would forget his own visage. Even if his brother were to forget little Shiro, he ought not to forget. There must surely be some error. At this moment, Yoriichi's keen mind detected the absurdity within himself, planting a seed of doubt in his heart. Chapter 57, Blossoming Again. Yoriichi did not hasten to confide in anyone regarding this matter, choosing instead to suppress his concerns within, maintaining an expression of serene tranquility. The trio traveled by day, while Kokoshibo stood watch by night. Yoriichi rested, and after a week of navigating numerous obstacles, they finally arrived at the ancestral home of the Tsujikuni family. More precisely, it was when Yoriichi was 10 kilometers away from the Tsujikuni estate that he was spotted by the nearby water Hashira, Jutomioka. Previously, during his time in the Demon Slayer Corps, Yoriichi had not paid close attention to those around him. Now, in need of assistance, he could not help but observe the young man adept in water breathing. He was a composed and serious young man with black hair, adorned in a Demon Slayer uniform beneath a haori with asymmetrical patterns, presenting a formidable presence. Ju, also a man of few words, upon first laying eyes on Yoriichi, stated simply, "You are wanted." Had it been someone else, they might have felt offended or pricked at a sensitive spot. However, Yoriichi surprisingly understood the true essence of Ju's statement, recognizing it as merely a straightforward declaration of fact. Indeed, Yoriichi nodded. I come seeking assistance from your master. Assistance for what? Ju realized that such a powerful figure would disdain the protection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Therefore, the assistance he sought must pertain to something else. As Yoriichi conversed with him, a voice emerged from the box behind him. Who is this? Why are you wasting your breath on him, foolish brother? Only then did Ju become aware that Yoriichi was carrying a large, upgraded version of Tanjiro's box. Recalling Tanjiro and Nezuko, and now observing Yoriichi, who was enveloped in demonic energy, an unsettling premonition arose within him. What is it that you carry behind you? Ju asked, drawing his sword. Yoriichi stepped back, raising his hands to signify he posed no threat, and calmly replied, It is my family. The ominous premonition intensified. What could this mean? Ju's eyes twitched slightly. Is this family member of yours human? He posed the crucial question. Yoriichi had to concede that Ju's inquiry was indeed incisive, though he was somewhat perplexed. He had not intended to conceal the fact that his brother and Michikatsu were demons, yet this black-haired youth had discerned it upon their first meeting. Truly remarkable. Yoriichi marveled inwardly at how much stronger Ju had become compared to his younger self. Just as Yoriichi was about to respond truthfully, a concerned female voice suddenly called from a distance. Ju, why are you not back yet? The master is worried. Oh no, it's the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. Ju felt as though this scene was a perfect reenactment of the past. When he had encountered Tanjiro and Nezuko, it had unfolded in a similar manner, with Shinobu suddenly appearing to threaten Nezuko after Ju had accepted Tanjiro. However, this time, the man before him was not as weak as Tanjiro. Ju sensed that if the family member within the box truly was a demon, they would undoubtedly be more formidable than Nezuko. This is troublesome, Ju swiftly advised Yoriichi. You must leave quickly. Continue along this path for another 10 kilometers, and you will reach the master's residence. Ignore anyone you encounter along the way. Especially Shinobu, do not approach her. Yoriichi, bewildered, was pushed away by Ju. Meanwhile, Shinobu, having finally tracked down Ju, arrived just in time to hear his last words. Especially Shinobu, do not approach her. With a smile that belied her rising anger, she inquired, Why can't I approach you? What do you take me for, Water Hashira? Glancing at Yoriichi, who was already over 100 meters away, she turned back to Ju in confusion. Why did you let them go? Why not take them directly to see the master? He is looking for them to help clear their name. Ju nonchalantly replied. Perhaps they went to the restroom. The restroom? Shinobu's brows furrowed further. Then you should have hastened to bring them to the master. There are no restrooms out here in the wilderness. Sir, please wait. Shinobu felt frustrated with Ju's lack of efficiency and was about to chase after Yoriichi when Ju grabbed her wrist in a moment of desperation. Wait, I need to speak with you. Shinobu increasingly found Ju's behavior today to be exceedingly peculiar. While he was already strange, his actions had escalated to outright bizarre. She even jested. What could we possibly have to discuss? Surely, it's not a confession of feelings? As she attempted to break free from his grasp, she called out loudly. I know where the restroom is. You needn't rush off. Confessions were not out of the question, after all. Both spoke simultaneously. And Shinobu could hardly believe that Ju would mention a confession when she had just brought up the restroom. What could this mean? Finally, her focus shifted from Yoriichi to the strange Ju, her smile unable to obscure the fury in her eyes. What exactly are you trying to accomplish, Ju? Confessions are not something to be casually thrown around. Ju, perplexed, countered, but weren't you the one who brought up the subject of confessions? When Tsudakuni Yawari next beheld Shinobu and Ju, he found them to be a study in contrasts, one wearing a strained smile, the other appearing utterly flustered. These two were indeed a source of exasperation for Yawari, who shook his head in resignation. Only in the presence of the water Hashira did Shinobu reveal so much of her true emotions. Thinking of Yoriichi, who was elsewhere, Yawari rubbed his temples in frustration. Thanks to them, it has been ages since so many Hashira have gathered in the estate. What a lively affair. Shinobu, I appreciate your effort to bring them all back. Ju, I am grateful for your help in locating Yoriichi. Both Shinobu and Ju knelt on one knee, sincerely replying, This is within our capabilities. Upon exchanging glances, they fell silent once more. 2 days later, the blossoms bloomed once more. All the Hashira convened at the Tsujikuni estate, awaiting their master to discuss matters regarding Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Before Yawari made his appearance, the Hashira were engaged in fervent discussion. This is truly challenging. The wanted posters are everywhere. And those ignorant of the situation believe Yoriichi is a malevolent demon. Explaining it is far too cumbersome. How can these people be so gullible? Such a person could be described as a walking blade of demon extermination. Demons can only hope to hinder him through deceit. Humph, how despicable. Ju stood to the side, refraining from participating in the discourse. Tanjiro, who had never met Yoriichi, grew curious upon hearing the senior's discussions and approached Ju, asking, What kind of person is this Yoriichi? A strong one, Ju replied succinctly. He appears somewhat foolish like you, with long black hair. and carries a large box on his back. Ah, Tanjiro nodded in a daze, pointing towards the slowly approaching figure of Kaneo Tsuyuri. Is that who you mean, brother? Chapter 58. Every Hashira here is exceptionally talented, and their words are melodious. As the hesitant Kaneo Tsuyuri approached, intending to apologize for his previous ungracious behavior within the Demon Slayer Corps, he was taken aback. Was he perceived as a foolish figure in everyone's eyes? He felt somewhat exasperated but refrained from uttering any retorts. The opinions of others held little significance for him, especially since he did not consider himself particularly extraordinary. However, it was the youth's ear ornaments that captivated his attention. Previously, during his stay at the Demon Slayer Corps to rescue Tsukihiko, he had not encountered this young boy. Now, upon seeing him, he was immediately drawn to the peculiar adornments. The other Hashira, noticing the large wooden box slung over Kaneo's back, experienced a similar sensation, particularly Kyujuru Rengoku, who had witnessed Nezuko's acceptance and Kaneo's dramatic confrontation with Doma. Back then, while at the Eternal Paradise cult, he had harbored a strong premonition that Miss Tsukihiko might no longer be human. Thus, upon seeing Kaneo's box, he could almost ascertain the truth. Unlike the previous judgment passed upon Tanjiro, their impressions of Kaneo were far more profound. Hence, even as they observed Kaneo gently placing the box in the familiar corridor sitting room, no one dared utter words that might provoke him before grasping the full context. Facing the assembly of Hashira, each displaying varied expressions, Kaneo chose not to continue fixating on Tanjiro. Instead, he approached Rengoku and Sanemi Shinazugawa, offering a slight nod before speaking first. I apologize for the previous matter. I appreciate your understanding. Sanemi, still vexed over his failure to slay Doma, retorted. Why did you flee back then? Wouldn't it have been better to join us in defeating him? Look at the complications we've created now. Rengoku, unlike the more carefree Wind Hashira, interjected with a hearty voice. Mr. Kaneo need not feel troubled. Slaying demons is our duty, and even without you, we would have pursued it. Seeing the large box similar to Kaneo's, Shinobu Kocho finally grasped the reason for Ju Tomioka's earlier inexplicable actions. Maintaining her gentle smile, she pointed towards the box resting on the tatami mat and asked, Mr. Tomioka, would you care to explain what this is? Suddenly called out. The water Hashira was somewhat perplexed. It was his possession, yet he had no answers. Struggling to restrain her irritation, Shinobu elaborated on the events that transpired. I initially thought you knew something, preventing me from seeing Mr. Kaneo, perhaps out of fear that I might act impulsively? Ju finally comprehended, responding straightforwardly. He is very strong. You cannot defeat him. Noticing Shinobu's expression darkening, Tanjiro could no longer hold his tongue and interjected on behalf of the water Hashira. I believe what my brother means is that he is concerned for you, Sister Shinobu. He indicated towards Kaneo. If a confrontation arises, someone might get hurt. Ju met Tanjiro's gaze without uttering a word. He indeed held that sentiment, yet seeing Shinobu's expression, he felt he might have genuinely angered her. Kaneo understood their concerns, recognizing that if it weren't for witnessing the transformations of Tsukihiko and his brother, he would not easily care about a mere human traveling with demons. Just then, he noticed a similar box on Tanjiro's back and hesitantly inquired, What do you carry? I sensed the presence of a demon. Embarrassed under the collective gaze of the onlookers, Tanjiro scratched his head and set the box down. Nezuko emerged from within. This is my sister, Nezuko. Observing Kaneo's slightly surprised expression, he quickly clarified, though she is a demon, Nezuko has never harmed a human. She is a companion recognized by everyone. Kaneo, upon seeing the looks directed at Nezuko, began to piece together the situation. However, what truly piqued his interest was that this little demon named Nezuko could stand boldly in the sunlight. He glanced at the sun, then back at Nezuko, confirming that this was not merely a figment of his desperate longing for the elusive blue spider lily. Having experienced a paradox of lost memory that defied his very instincts, Kaneo had become increasingly vigilant regarding the happenings around him. He earnestly introduced himself to Tanjiro. I am Kaneo Tsuyuri. May I see your ear ornament? Ah, certainly. Tanjiro, having gathered from the Hashira's discussions that this Mr. Kaneo was a formidable and fearsome demon slayer, was taken aback by his courteous demeanor. He removed the ear ornament and handed it to Kaneo, observing as Kaneo examined it with meticulous scrutiny, only to return his gaze with an unusually gentle demeanor. Doubts began to surface within Tanjiro. Was this truly the same formidable individual they had described, known for his ferocity in battle? He appeared so kind and approachable. Kaneo understood that it was not the appropriate moment to inquire about Nezuko's immunity to sunlight in front of everyone. Fortunately, he had already confirmed that this child was indeed a descendant of his dear friend, Tanjiro. This connection eased his heart slightly. He was not particularly adept at navigating interpersonal relationships, and meeting the descendant of a friend made him feel considerably more at ease. The love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, was enchanted to witness Kaneo's gentle smile for the first time, unable to suppress her excitement as she formed a fist and released pink bubbles, thinking, Mr. Kaneo is so adorable, it's such a delightful contrast. Everyone was aware of Mitsuri's exuberant personality, and although they were oblivious to her thoughts, her expression elicited no significant reactions. Merely a common occurrence. Michiru Takadu stared at Kaneo's box, murmuring, What is this? It seems familiar. Sanemi, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Do you really need to ask? Isn't this just a larger version of that kid's box? How could you not recognize such a large box? Your words lack elegance, Wind Hashira, remarked the sound Hashira. Tenjin Yuzui, flashing a charming smile. There must be something extraordinary within. Let me guess, is it Miss Tsukihiko? Upon seeing Rengoku's gaze directed towards him, Tenjin laughed heartily. How splendid. I must be correct. Meanwhile, within the box, Kokushibo could hardly endure their incessant chatter. When had he ever been discussed so openly? Had it not been for Tsukihiko's need for their assistance, he would have long since emerged to teach them a lesson. Muzan, noticing Kokushibo's twitching eye, seemed to ponder something and suggested, Brother, would you care to alter your current form? He gestured towards his own eyes, indicating, wouldn't the 6 eyes attract too much attention? Kokushibo narrowed his eyes. He did not perceive any issue with his appearance, but it was Tsukihiko's suggestion. Do you not prefer me this way? Muzan, meeting each of his eyes with his own, covered his forehead and remarked, Brother, I do not know which of your eyes to focus on. A prolonged silence ensued. Under Muzan's gaze, Kokushibo gradually retracted the additional 4 eyes, even thoughtfully adding 2 eyebrows to his original ones. Muzan, admiring his brother's nearly human-like appearance, gave a thumbs up. So handsome. Truly worthy of being called my brother. Chapter 59. Miss Tsukihiko cannot possibly be a demon. Gazing into Tsukihiko's starry eyes, Kokushibo desperately suppressed the upward curl of his lips, clearing his throat in a manner that belied his youth. It was merely a lowly blood demon technique. Nothing to be concerned about. Outside the box, as Tsukihiko and Kokushibo engaged in hushed conversation, only Kaneo Tsuyuri could discern the specifics of their dialogue. Rengoku Kaijiro and the others merely perceived faint movements within the box, as if it contained a living being. Hearing Yuzui Tengen's conjecture, Mitsuri Kanroji exclaimed loudly, What are you hiding Tsukihiko-sama in that box for? She's not Nezuko. At this, the flame Hashira, sound Hashira, water Hashira, and insect Hashira cast him peculiar glances. What kind of expressions are those? Mitsuri Kanroji fumed, drawing his Nikarin blade towards Ju Tomioka. Water Hashira, do you wish to duel? Ju's eye twitched at being singled out yet again. He could not fathom why Mitsuri had chosen to target him. Just as it appeared the two might come to blows, the imposing form of the stone Hashira, Gyomii Himejima, intervened, positioning himself between Ju and Mitsuri. Nemo Amida Butsu. Gyomii lamented, hands clasped in prayer, how tragic it is to have infighting before our master arrives. As he spoke, tears streamed down his blindfolded face, filled with compassion. Our master would surely be saddened to witness this. It is indeed a sorrowful affair. Observing the escalating chaos, Shinobu Kocho stepped forward and addressed Kaneo, Mr. Tsuyuri. I believe you owe an explanation regarding the box behind you. She smiled gently, exuding warmth and understanding. After all, this is the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, and it concerns the safety of our esteemed master. Upon hearing this, even Mitsuri could sense an eerie familiarity in the situation. The same location, the same characters, the same dialogue, and the box was strikingly similar. Only Tanjiro had been replaced by Kaneo. What? I thought we were discussing how he was framed by a demon? What are you all talking about? Mitsuri exclaimed, scratching his head in bewilderment. Surely you don't think Tsukihiko-sama is hiding in that box like Nezuko? As the others cast him affirming glances, Mitsuri erupted in laughter, deriding, You all must be fools. I witnessed Tsukihiko-sama being saved by both myself and the flame Hashira. Reminded of his earlier near offense towards Tsukihiko in front of Kaneo, Mitsuri felt a twinge of guilt. He rolled his eyes at the assembled Hashira. If Tsukihiko were a demon, I would have discovered it by now. There's no way it would have taken this long. He stood defiantly in front of Kaneo, pointing at himself with bravado. I swear by my title as the Wind Hashira. Realizing that his title might not hold much weight, he quickly pointed to Rengoku, adding, I vow by the flame Hashira. Tsukihiko-sama is absolutely not a demon. There's no need for Mr. Tsuyuri to explain anything. We shall simply await our master's arrival to resolve this issue. Rengoku, taken aback by Mitsuri's unexpected use of his name as a guarantee, had no chance to retort, staring at him in disbelief. Observing the peculiar expression on Rengoku's face, Mitsuri questioned, Your expression is becoming increasingly strange, Flame Hashira. Did I say something wrong? The collective mood was complex. You made a promise. But why invoke the Flame Hashira's name? Rengoku thought it odd that Mitsuri would so casually use his title. He watched as the Wind Hashira, who seemed ready to explode at anyone daring to label Tsukihiko a demon, confronted the others, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet, even if Tsukihiko had turned into a demon, given the significant regard that man held for her, Rengoku did not refute Mitsuri's claims, but instead stated resolutely, regardless, we shall wait for our esteemed master to make a decision. Wind Hashira, I understand your feelings, please step back. Humph. Upon hearing the Flame Hashira's words, Mitsuri reluctantly returned to Rengoku's side, muttering under his breath, I think they've all gone mad, seeing demons everywhere. Rengoku merely shook his head slightly. Our esteemed master has arrived. The twin children of the Tsujikuni family announced from either side. At that moment, regardless of their thoughts, words, or actions, everyone knelt respectfully on one knee. What a splendid day it is. Everyone seems well, and that brings me great joy. The melodious voice of Tsujikuni Yoya resonated, leaving everyone with a sense of lightness, as if all their worries had dissipated into thin air. Recalling how Mitsuri had interrupted his previous greeting to their master, Kanroji eagerly interjected as soon as Yoya finished speaking. I am so happy for our master's health. Tsujikuni Yoya regarded the pink-haired Love Hashira, a gentle smile gracing his features, as lively as ever. Mitsuri, thank you. I'm so excited. Our esteemed master has thanked me. The pink bubbles surrounding the Love Hashira nearly engulfed the sound and Flame Hashira beside her. Mitsuri cast a sideways glance at the Love Hashira. How did she manage to repeat what I said earlier? Is she a prodigy? Shinobu Kocho raised her gaze towards Tsujikuni Yoya, her curiosity piqued. Esteemed master, may I inquire about the purpose of this gathering of Hashira? Initially, she had been certain that the woman in the box was a demon, based on Ju's demeanor. But Mitsuri's volatile pledge and the Flame Hashira's ambiguous stance left her uncertain. Tsujikuni Yoya did not withhold information, addressing her while informing everyone. The purpose of this gathering revolves around 3 matters. He cast a concerned glance at the Sound Hashira, while the Flame and Wind Hashira assisted Mr. Sayuri in defeating the Upper Moon 2. The Sound Hashira and Tanjiro successfully eliminated Upper Moon 6. As appreciative gazes fell upon him, Yuzui Tenjin rose, smiling. How unceremonious. My arm was severed in battle. I can no longer serve as the Sound Hashira. It is time for me to step back. The Love Hashira gasped softly, surprised that the Sound Hashira had sustained such severe injuries in battle. Thank you for your hard work, Tenjin. Tsujikuni Yoya respected every member's decision within the Demon Slayer Corps, assuring Yuzui Tenjin, the position of Sound Hashira will always welcome your return. However, the usually silent Serpent Hashira reacted vehemently. What nonsense. I cannot agree. Too many young ones have died before being trained. It is better to have you than not at all. Fight until death, Tenjin. Yuzui Tenjin chuckled heartily. Gesturing towards Tanjiro and Tsukihiko, you are far too pessimistic, Serpent Hashira. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit. But the elimination of Upper Moon 6 was largely due to this little one. He smiled, adding, everyone has witnessed that man's strength. And I see hope for the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. I must fulfill the promises made to my wives. Tsujikuni Yoya nodded, clarifying that Tengin's retreat was merely a step back, not an exit from the Demon Slayer Corps. There was no need for excessive concern. Of course, esteemed master. Yuzui Tenjin respectfully replied, though this farewell may not be grand, it is still dignified. Chapter 60, the second matter. With Tengin's matters concluded, Mitsuri Kanroji, in a composed tone, requested justice from Tsujikuni Yoya. Forgive my boldness, esteemed master. He cast a glance at Ju Tomioka and said, please, in front of everyone, clarify the situation regarding Miss Tsukihiko, lest some individuals indulge in baseless speculation that could tarnish her reputation. Ju Tomioka, perplexed, wondered if the Wind Hashira was addressing him directly. Was that statement aimed at him? Yoya Shinjiro observed the exasperation of Sanemi Shinazugawa and remarked, of course, Sanemi, but I intend to address this matter last, so please remain patient. Understood. Sanemi Shinazugawa exhaled in relief, feeling a sudden surge of confidence upon receiving the Lord's assurance. Casting a triumphant glance at Ju Tomioka, Ju frowned. Why did Sanemi keep looking at him today? Was there something amiss on his face? Was he truly gazing at me? Given the presence of the Lord, Ju felt it inappropriate to directly inquire of Sanemi, who stood 4 positions away, so he turned to Tanjiro and whispered, it seems so. Tanjiro replied quietly. He appears to dislike our demeanor. Oh. Ju remained silent, pondering the peculiar nature of Sanemi Shinazugawa. Yoya Shinjiro, undeterred by the minor interruption, brought forth the most pressing issue. What solutions do we propose regarding the slander against Mr. Yoriichi? Rengoku Kaijiro had previously discussed a resolution with the Lord, and thus proposed directly, why not retain Mr. Tsujikuni within the Demon Slayer Corps? After all, Mr. Tsujikuni's past achievements include defeating the Lower Moon 2 and exterminating 63 demons. He paused, allowing the information to sink in before continuing. As long as Mr. Tsujikuni continues his efforts to eradicate demons, and the Lord bestows upon him the title of Hashira, the rumors shall dissolve of their own accord. What? Mitsuri Kanroji exclaimed, her lovely green eyes wide with surprise as she glanced at the flame Hashira. If that were the case, even if the sound Hashira departs, our number of Hashira would remain unchanged. I concur with Rengoku's proposal, Mitsuri declared, her fists clenched in excitement. Working alongside Mr. Yoriichi would be incredible, especially considering his formidable strength. I too agree. Sanemi expressed his strong endorsement of Yoriichi's prowess and his efficiency in slaying demons. Furthermore, if Yoriichi was willing to remain with the Demon Slayer Corps, it would provide him with an opportunity to formally apologize to Miss Tsukihiko for previous matters. Are you jesting? Ju interjected, bewildered by their eagerness to assign the Hashira title to Yoriichi without hesitation. This lad has only just become the Mist Hashira in 2 months. And you wish to elevate someone who has yet to join the Demon Slayer Corps to such a rank? What do you think a Hashira is? Some trivial title. Ju, his expression impassive, pointed at Tsujikuni Yoriichi and asked, do you understand the responsibilities of a Hashira? Do you possess the resolve to protect humanity? He then turned to the others. How well do you truly know him? Have you let your guard down merely because he displays remarkable strength? Shinobu Kocho shared his sentiments, but was taken aback by Ju's bluntness. Sensing the tension in the air, she smiled and attempted to smooth over the situation, saying, I believe what Ju means is that while Mr. Tsujikuni is indeed powerful, he still requires a period of evaluation. Let us not rush. After speaking, she looked at Ju Tomioka, her smile radiant. Am I correct? What are you talking about? Ju replied, his eyes filled with confusion. I have not acknowledged him. Do not presume my thoughts. Shinobu's forehead visibly twitched with frustration. Chapter 61, Unveiling. Yoya Shinjuro placed great value on their differing opinions and asked Ju Tomioka, Ju, what do you believe we should do? I shall not consent to the Hashira matter, but retaining him within the Demon Slayer Corps seems feasible. Yoya nodded. And the rest of you? Haimajima Jiomiai, upon hearing this, added, Nemo Amida Butsu, there is no need to rush regarding the Hashira. First, we must ensure Mr. Tsujikuni's safety. And once the uproar subsides, we can present him to the public alongside the Hashira. I believe the rumors will be dispelled by their own eyes. Observing the contemplative expressions of the group and receiving no objections, Yoya Shinjuro settled the matter. He turned to Yoriichi, his voice gentle and pleasant. Mr. Tsujikuni, may I inquire your thoughts on this? Yoriichi nodded slightly, displaying an air of calm indifference. He had always gone with the flow regarding matters that did not concern him, adhering to the principle of letting things take their course. Whether or not he was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps held little impact on his mindset. The crux was the matter involving Tsukihiko. Then let us extend our congratulations to Mr. Tsujikuni for joining the Demon Slayer Corps and becoming one of us. The crowd erupted in unified applause, marking the second matter as successfully resolved. Next came the topic of great interest, the situation concerning Mr. Yoriichi's relatives. At last, the main event arrived, and a grave expression emerged in the depths of Yoriichi's calm gaze. Due to certain circumstances, Mr. Yoriichi had brought 2 of his relatives to the Demon Slayer Corps. After Yoya Shinjuro finished speaking, he turned to Yoriichi. Now, please, Mr. Tsujikuni, elucidate the situation to everyone. Yoriichi, with little preamble, nodded and stepped toward the shadowy box, gently tapping on the door, and softly stated, I shall now open it. Inside the box, Muzan felt a pang of anxiety, while Kokushibo sat still, lost in thought. With a soft click, the door lock shifted, revealing Muzan and Kokushibo to all present in the Demon Slayer Corps. Upon seeing Kokushibo, every Hashira's heart felt as though it had been seized by a creature named Fear, and a cold sweat broke out on their backs. What is this? Sanemi's eyes widened in disbelief, his forehead beaded with fine sweat. The flame Hashira had already drawn his Nichiren blade. This seemed to be a signal. All the Hashira stood up in unison, almost instantaneously moving beside Yoya Shinjuro. 9 Nichiren blades were drawn and aimed squarely at Kokushibo. Only Tanjiro remained unaware of the situation, trailing closely behind Ju Tomioka, whispering, What is happening? The flame Hashira, fearing that Tanjiro might not grasp the severity of the situation, directly stated, The pressure from this demon is stronger than that of the Lower Moon 2 I encountered. Had it not been for Tanjiro's lack of a notable reaction, Rengoku Kaijiro would have suspected that the actual demon King Muzan had arrived. Yoya Shinjuro placed a hand on Rengoku Kaijiro's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. He turned to face Yoriichi Tsujikuni and spoke warmly, Mr. Tsujikuni, we hope you can provide us with an explanation. Indeed, Yoriichi replied, maintaining his composed demeanor as he introduced the figures before them. He first embraced Muzan. indicating that Muzan posed no threat. This is my. He shot a stern glance at Kokoshibo, yet resolutely continued. This is my beloved Tsukihiko. Muzan, nestled within his embrace, awkwardly smiled at the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hello, everyone. Silence enveloped the room, a stillness more terrifying than death itself. All eyes turned towards Genya Shinazugawa. If memory served, had he not just sworn, in the name of the flame Hashira, that Miss Tsukihiko could not possibly be a demon 2 minutes prior? Sanemi's face flushed crimson, nearly steaming with disbelief. His reaction was more pronounced than when he had confronted Kokoshibo. He shouted incredulously, "This must be a mistake. How could Miss Tsukihiko possibly be a demon?" He looked at the expectant gazes of the others and felt humiliated, drawing his Nichiren blade as he lunged toward Muzan. No way. I cannot accept that Miss Tsukihiko is a demon. With a sharp crack, Yoriichi swiftly drew his Onmyo sword and struck Sanemi on the nape of the neck. An action so quick that nearly no one witnessed the moment he had moved. Observing the wind pillar lying unconscious on the ground, Kaneo Tsuyuri offered a polite apology, expressing gratitude for the effort. A prolonged silence ensued. No one dared to speak first. The man before them had effortlessly defeated the immortal Kawakami in a single strike. He possessed the power to annihilate the wind pillar. Previously, when the flame pillar and the wind pillar reported that this man had severely injured Upper Moon 2 with a single blow, they had reacted with shock and skepticism. Yet now, the undeniable display of strength lay before their very eyes, silencing any doubts regarding Kaneo Tsuyuri's formidable prowess. The concept of slaying lowly demons and that of vanquishing an Upper Moon were entirely disparate. Good heavens, from whence did this monstrosity emerge? And why are we only now learning his name? Noticing the furrowed brows of those around him, as if facing a dire threat, Kaneo Tsuyuri set down Muzan and pointed to Kokoshibo, declaring, "This is my elder brother, Kaneo Tsuyuri." As the expressions of those present grew increasingly grim, Kaneo Tsuyuri even felt compelled to offer a brief explanation regarding Kokoshibo. Though my elder brother possesses a fierce temperament, he harbors no inclination to harm humans. There is no need for alarm. Kokoshibo shot him a withering glance, taken aback by the audacity of his words. How dare he insinuate that he had a bad temper? Despicable, Kaneo, had he truly embarrassed him before Michiro. In an effort to create a favorable impression for Michiro, Kokoshibo attempted to force a smile, though he found it exceedingly difficult to present any semblance of civility towards these weaklings of the Tsuyuri clan. Infuriating, Kokoshibo relinquished his efforts, adopting a stern demeanor as he addressed Kaneo Tsuyuri. "Do you harbor any grievances concerning my temperament?" Kaneo Tsuyuri shook his head, smiling gently as he replied, "Not at all. Your fierce demeanor feels quite endearing to me." At this, even Muzan found it hard to maintain his composure. Kaneo Tsuyuri's eloquence was remarkable, crafting an image of Kokoshibo as a temperamental figure. Hastily, Muzan interjected, "Ah, Kaneo, you truly jest. My elder brother is gentle and kind. How could he possibly lose his temper? Right, isn't that so, dear brother?" Muzan gazed expectantly at Kokoshibo. Michiro was utterly adorable. Kokoshibo was momentarily disarmed by his sparkling, hopeful gaze, clearing his throat in a pretentious manner. "Indeed, I am not one to lose my temper." Seeing them engage in this banter, Yoriichi gestured for the pillars to sheathe their Nichiren swords. As you can observe, both Kaneo's partner and elder brother are demons. Yet they remain vital connections that Kaneo is unable to sever. Given Nezuko's precedent, the others refrained from hastily dismissing Muzan and Kokoshibo, instead shifting their focus to the motionless immortal Kawakami lying on the ground. The flame pillar and the stone pillar exchanged glances, while Shinazugawa Mitsuri clasped his hands in prayer and remarked, "This indeed seems like a viable method." Chapter 62, The Test of Rare Blood. When immortal Kawakami regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by onlookers, akin to a turtle confined within a tank, with numerous eyes fixated upon him. "What are you all doing?" he exclaimed, a blend of astonishment and fury surging through him as he sprang to his feet. Recalling how inexplicably he had been felled by Kaneo Tsuyuri in front of so many, he wished he could vanish into the ground. Yoriichi parted the crowd and approached immortal Kawakami, speaking earnestly, "Kawakami, we shall require your assistance moving forward." Immortal Kawakami's eyes slowly filled with question marks. He glanced at the composed Kokoshibo, who appeared more at ease than in his own home, and shouted, "What on earth is happening here? How can you allow him to remain here so comfortably? Have you all lost your minds?" As he spoke, a realization struck him, and his eyes widened. "Wait, why are you all looking at me like that?" He turned to Yoriichi, wiping the sweat from his brow. "My lord, is it as I fear?" Yoriichi nodded slowly yet resolutely. "This is the only feasible method we can devise to test them. I beseech you, Kawakami." Immortal Kawakami held his forehead, questioning the Lord's decision for the first time. But he is a demon more fearsome than Upper Moon too. What if he cannot resist the allure of rare blood? Yoriichi fixed him with a steadfast gaze. If that occurs, we shall be forced to eliminate him. It is an unavoidable confrontation. He chuckled wryly, adding, moreover, we cannot use ordinary humans as bait. Kaneo's strength is formidable. If they intended to kill us, this place would have already become a hell on earth. Convinced by Yoriichi's words, Immortal Kawakami grasped his Nichiren sword tightly and resolutely approached Kokushibo. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through flesh. The blood that coursed through Immortal Kawakami's veins was unique. It was rare blood, alluring to demons akin to a spice lover encountering a sumptuous dish after a long absence from flavor. The craving, the itch that clawed at the heart. No ordinary demon could withstand the temptation of the rare blood that flowed from Immortal Kawakami. They rushed towards him like moths to a flame. In response, Kokushibo and Muzan simultaneously frowned and swallowed a red bean. Drop after drop, the crimson liquid fell to the ground before them, akin to a sumptuous dish carelessly tossed aside, creating a sense of wastefulness. While Kokushibo managed to resist the temptation, it was the first time Muzan had encountered such a fragrant blood. One could even say it transcended the realm of humanity. It was intoxicatingly fragrant. He had never encountered such an alluring scent in his life, and he desperately wished to taste it. Keeping his eyes averted from the rare blood on the ground, Muzan restrained himself, licking his sharp fangs. Kaneo Tsuyuri had never witnessed Michiro display such longing in his gaze, even if only for a fleeting moment, but he perceptively caught on. He extended his finger towards Muzan, gazing at him with warmth. If you cannot resist, feel free to drink my blood. Can you hold on a little longer? Muzan quickly glanced up at him, his eyes drawn to the long, elegant fingers before him, momentarily taken aback. Seize the moment, host. What are you waiting for? The system suddenly chimed in. Your mother. Muzan retorted, greeting the system's family warmly. Don't startle me like that. Despite his words, Muzan honestly bit down, feeling the warmth of Kaneo's vitality. He discreetly observed Kaneo's reaction with a mix of concern and gentle affection. It was as if Kaneo's boundless tenderness enveloped him like a vast sky that would unconditionally embrace him, no matter how he might misbehave. Feeling the heat of Kaneo's gaze, Muzan dared not look at him again as he greedily absorbed the vitality from Kaneo's body, gently biting and licking the elegant fingers of the strongest being in the world. Just as Kaneo's fingers began to wrinkle under Muzan's ministrations, Yoriichi finally commanded an end to Immortal Kawakami's self-inflicted wounds. Enough, Kawakami, tend to your injuries. As they regarded Kaneo, accompanied by two demons, a complex array of emotions washed over the onlookers. Tanjiro could empathize with the previous wind pillar. He could assure everyone that Nezuko would not harm them, yet facing Kaneo, who shared a similar plight, he felt a twinge of doubt. Could he genuinely guarantee that both demons would behave as Nezuko did? With that thought, Tanjiro quickly shook his head, dispelling the negative notions. Mr. Kaneo has already demonstrated that his kin can withstand the allure of rare blood. They deserve the same treatment as Nezuko. After much contemplation, Tanjiro took the initiative to stand by Yoriichi Tsujikone's side. Seniors, I believe Miss Tsukihiko and Brother Yashiro deserve a chance, he declared. He gazed tenderly at Nezuko, who was nestled within the box, his eyes brimming with warmth. Much like Nezuko, they are not malevolent beings. They are merely ordinary individuals transformed into demons due to their suffering. The flame Hashira, having been persuaded by Yose Kenroji earlier, also sided with Yoriichi, adding, our objective is to eradicate the demon King Muzan. We must not allow ourselves to be distracted by such matters. However, Jutomioka held a contrasting view. No, it is far too perilous to let them remain here. We cannot make such a hasty decision regarding the safety of our lord. Shinobu Kocho nodded in agreement, though she refrained from speaking. At that moment, Yoriichi interjected, we are not here to seek the Demon Slayer Corps protection. He paused before continuing. In order to assist my brother and Tsukihiko in escaping Muzan's grasp, I humbly request the Corps aid in locating a plant known as the Blue Spider Lily. Once this goal is achieved, we shall depart on our own accord. With this, Yoriichi had addressed Ju's concerns. The others turned to Yose, awaiting his final decision. Stay here. The Demon Slayer Corps will do its utmost to assist you with your reasonable request. Mitsuri, Shinobu, please help them acclimate to this place and show them to available rooms. Of course, replied both the Love Hashira and the Stone Hashira in unison. Having chosen to accept, they would no longer view Muzan and Kokushibo as adversaries. Mitsuri silently admired Yoriichi, thinking how charming he looked, even more so than many humans. She pondered curiously about how he had become a demon, as she absent-mindedly led Yoriichi. The Stone Hashira had already procured 2 freshly laundered blankets for them. While Yoriichi was setting down their belongings, Jiomi Himejima had prepared hot water, made the beds, arranged a bouquet of fresh flowers in a vase, and even mopped the floor twice. Muzan observed Gyomei's efficiency with a twitch of his eye. How many children had this man cared for to become so adept? Yet, the real awkwardness arose after Mitsuri and Gyomei departed, leaving behind a chaotic scene. 2 blankets for 3 individuals. Muzan glared at Yoriichi and Kokushibo, who were both fixedly staring at him. How could he endure this torment each night? The next morning, Muzan, with dark circles under his eyes, leaned against Yoriichi's arm, while Kokushibo calmly sipped tea. Meanwhile, the protagonist of Demon Slayer, Tanjiro Kamado, sat across from Yoriichi, engaging in amiable conversation. Mr. Yoriichi, do you recognize this pair of earrings? Tanjiro inquired, recalling Yoriichi's earlier actions. Yoriichi nodded slightly. These earrings hold a unique significance for me. However, since they are in your possession, it signifies a fateful connection. I hope you cherish them well. Oh, Tanjiro exclaimed, surprised as he touched his earrings. Mr. Yoriichi, are you a friend of my father's? Having never met Yoriichi before, he could only speculate about their relationship based on his age. A friend, Yoriichi replied, though it was more accurate to say he was a friend of Tanjiro's ancestors. A fact that might be met with disbelief. That is wonderful, Tanjiro exclaimed, delighted to encounter a friend of his father's, which significantly increased his fondness for Yoriichi. Furthermore, knowing that Yoriichi's family was also comprised of demons, their experiences paralleled one another, prompting Tanjiro to empathize deeply with his plight. Mr. Yoriichi, what characteristics does this blue spider lily possess? Kokushibo interjected, dismissively deeming Tanjiro's inquiry trivial. The blue spider lily is simply a blue flower. What more characteristics do you desire? Tanjiro, slightly taken aback by Kokushibo's abruptness, remained unperturbed. Nezuko, however, seemed to have been reminded by Kokushibo's words, gesturing animatedly. Tanjiro focused intently, discerning that she was referring to the mountains of their mother's family. The blue spider lily. Tanjiro's mind wandered into memories, and he was elated to realize he had indeed encountered this extraordinary plant before. I know where the blue spider lily is, Tanjiro exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Yoriichi. It's on the cliff of my family's back mountain. Yoriichi, Muzan, and Kokushibo were all taken aback. Muzan was astonished, contemplating whether this was indeed the work of a protagonist, as a dilemma that had plagued him for centuries was suddenly resolved. Had it truly been this simple? Yoriichi promptly decided to set off in search of the blue spider lily to avoid any delays. Although Kokushibo harbored doubts, he too resolved to pursue the lead, reasoning that it was better to be safe than sorry. Allow me to guide you, Tanjiro eagerly suggested, hoisting Nezuko onto his back. Yoriichi placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling gently as he shook his head. You are injured and should not exert yourself. I know where your home is. In truth, not only Yoriichi but even Muzan was aware of Tanjiro's residence, though he had never regarded the Kamado family as significant. Once Yose learned of this, he decided to send Shinobu along for support. After Yoriichi politely declined, Yose arranged for Shinobu to discreetly follow them for protection. That night, Yoriichi set off with Muzan and Kokushibo in search of the blue spider lily. With the full support of the Demon Slayer Corps and a clear objective, their journey progressed swiftly. In just 3 days and nights, Yoriichi led Muzan and Kokushibo to the foot of the Kamado family mountain. Meanwhile, a long-missing Akaza sent a message. Tsukihiko, I've rebuilt the dojo. Where are you? I'll come to fetch you. Muzan's heart tightened as he covertly glanced at Yoriichi, ensuring he was not privy to his thoughts. The appearance of Akaza at this juncture was undoubtedly ominous, yet Muzan struggled to formulate a plausible excuse to placate him. He vaguely replied, I have something to attend to, so I'll be delayed. You should go to Infinity Castle and find Nakime. She requires your assistance. Afterward, he hastily contacted Nakime. How are things at Infinity Castle? Everything is proceeding according to plan, quite smoothly. I'll have Akaza join shortly. Please find him something to occupy his time. Understood, Muzan. Does Akaza know about your plans? Muzan paused, contemplating before responding. Akaza is the second most trustworthy individual after me. You may share our plans with him. Very well. After their brief exchange, Muzan arranged everything and was about to exhale in relief when he suddenly received a coded message. This time, it was from the doppelganger cat left beside Doma. Trouble is brewing. Doma is up to something? Muzan was perplexed. Typically, he would switch between his 2 bodies while they slept, but he had realized that this was too exhausting and far less effective than the shadow clone technique from Naruto. Thus, he inquired of the system and exchanged for a shadow clone, replacing the original feline companion. This way, the cat could operate independently as the true Demon King Muzan, while also serving as a timely reminder in moments of urgency. Just like now, the clone cat succinctly conveyed. Previously, Doma had begun to harbor doubts about Tsukihiko's true identity. He has come to me multiple times to probe for information, and although I thwarted his attempts, he managed to glean your whereabouts through his followers. He is now in pursuit of you. What? Muzan was taken aback, realizing that the greatest challenge he faced in this world was not the likes of Kaneo, but rather his own treacherous underling. He felt a sense of unease wash over him. However, what further exacerbated his distress was the continuation of the clone cat's words. I cannot remain here any longer. Doma's wariness towards me has escalated to an extreme. The moment he makes a move, he will discover that I am merely a shadow clone, and at that point, your true identity would be as vulnerable as paper engulfed in flames. If he lets slip your secret to Kaneo, it would spell disaster. Indeed, that is within the realm of his capabilities. Muzan rolled his eyes in exasperation. He needed to find an opportunity to rescue his clone cat. Can you escape on your own? Muzan inquired. The area is heavily monitored. If it were your true power, you could leave directly. I fear that I might sustain injuries while fleeing, and disappearing entirely would be catastrophic. Hold on a little longer. I will devise a plan to have Kaneo come to your aid. Meanwhile, Kaneo and Kokushibo had turned the back mountain of the Kanroji estate upside down. Yet they found not a trace of the elusive blue spider lily. Kokushibo, with a stern countenance, concluded, he is deceiving you. You have been played, foolish brother. Kaneo shook his head. That cannot be. I detected no scent of falsehood from him. Humph. Kokushibo let out a cold, dismissive laugh, withholding his opinion. Muzan, however, believed that Tanjiro would not lie to them. Perhaps the blooming of the blue spider lily required certain conditions? He suggested, Kaneo, would you mind returning to check again tomorrow? My brother and I are not at liberty to search during the day. Chapter 64. The Disguise Falls, OOC Punishment in Progress. The following day, Kaneo spent the entire morning searching, yet still saw no sign of the blue spider lily. Given Kaneo's keen senses, it was improbable that he would overlook such a conspicuous anomaly. Even Muzan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Tanjiro had misremembered the location of the flower. At noon, Kaneo, carrying both Muzan and his brother, descended the mountain to procure some sustenance. As he scanned the horizon, unexpectedly, he spotted a half-bloomed blue spider lily. Without uttering a word, Kaneo surged forward, maximizing his speed, and finally managed to pluck it just before it withered away. He retreated to a shadowed area of the mountain and released Kokushibo and Muzan from the box. The blue spider lily was presented brazenly before Muzan. This should be it. Kaneo observed Muzan, and as Muzan stood in a daze, he swiftly shoved the blue spider lily into his mouth. The action executed with the swiftness of double time. Eat quickly. Muzan mechanically swallowed the blue spider lily, yet felt no discernible change. It was as if he had merely consumed a bowl of water. There was no overwhelming pain nor a euphoric sensation, just an unremarkable experience. As if he had ingested an illusion. He glanced at Kaneo, then at Kokushibo's expectant gaze, hesitating. It seems nothing special happened. Kokushibo's expression shifted dramatically, glaring at Kaneo. Did you truly feed him the blue spider lily? This was Kaneo's first encounter with such a situation, and he could not guarantee that the flower he had harvested was indeed the fabled blue spider lily. Muzan proposed once more. Why not let me bask in the sun to determine its authenticity? Absolutely not. Kaneo and Kokushibo replied in unison. If it was not the genuine blue spider lily, but merely something resembling it, then Tsukihiko would surely vanish before their eyes. Go find another identical one. Let me try that. Kokushibo frowned. Kaneo said nothing more, searching for another flower for the entire afternoon, yet still returned empty-handed. That night, Kokushibo instructed Muzan to sleep in the box while he and Kaneo continued to seek the spider lily. Just as they returned to the foot of the mountain, empty-handed, they were shocked to discover that the box had vanished, along with Tsukihiko. In an instant, Kaneo's demeanor grew cold, the warmth of his aura dissipating, replaced by a chilling intensity. How could someone simply disappear? Kokushibo's anger flared. Who had the audacity to abduct Tsukihiko before their very eyes? At that moment, Kaneo narrowed his eyes, taking swift steps to the spot where the box had been, and noticed the soil marked with crude characters, upper rank 2. Kaneo exhaled softly, his gaze sharp enough to intimidate even Kokushibo. This was a clear indication that Kaneo had been provoked. As Kaneo's twin brother, Kokushibo understood him intimately. He recognized that Kaneo had truly been touched upon a sensitive spot. Meanwhile, Muzan, brought before Doma, wore an expression of discontent. He had initially intended to resist, but then an idea struck him. He could seize this opportunity to rescue the clone cat, thus he decided to play along. Long time no see, Tsukihiko. Doma courteously opened his fan, bowing with an air of gentlemanly grace. Muzan crossed his arms, signaling his disinterest in engaging. Doma, undeterred by Muzan's apparent disregard, maintained a composed smile. How have you been these days? He chuckled lightly. It was my oversight. Following that man, how could it possibly be good for you? His expression shifted to one of apparent sympathy. How tragic. Tsukihiko, you must have suffered so much. Come here, let me give you a hug. He took a step closer to Muzan. Muzan reacted like a cat with its fur bristled, pushing him away with indignation. Let's speak civilly, without any physicality. Doma, as if finding amusement in the situation, suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, can you no longer maintain your facade, Tsukihiko? In the midst of Muzan's alarmed gaze, Doma's smile broadened into a terrifying grin. Perhaps I should call you the stranger masquerading as Lord Muzan? In that instant, Muzan's mind went blank, akin to a computer crashing with a blue screen of death. OOC discovered by original world characters. OOC random punishment in progress. The system, reveling in the chaos, exacerbated the already tense situation. Muzan's thoughts were abruptly pulled back by a sharp pain in his abdomen. It felt as if a spike were carving intricate patterns along his body, leaving him unable to focus on Doma's reaction, curling into a ball on the ground, trembling. Such agony, no matter how many times it occurred, could never be accustomed to. Muzan's consciousness wavered, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, his last sight being Doma's enlarged face looming closer. When he awoke again, he found himself bound tightly, lying on a familiar lotus throne, and more horrifyingly, clad only in Doma's oversized Haori. The memories of the clone cat flooded back, revealing the grim truth. Doma had personally killed the clone cat. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. Doma was now aware of his true identity as Muzan, and the situation was sliding down a terrifying slope like an unstoppable landslide. As Muzan's thoughts spiraled into a vortex of anguish, a glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. Could it be that all his meticulously crafted plans would falter at the hands of Doma? The notion was intolerable. As he ruminated, a murderous intent began to seep into his gaze. It was this demon who threatened to derail his ambitions of returning home. If he could eliminate Doma, surely all would be well, wouldn't it? Doma, keenly perceptive, immediately noticed the lethal glint in Muzan's eyes and promptly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, kindly reminding Muzan, "It's not my intention to bind you. You are inflicting harm upon yourself." It was then that Muzan became aware of his own tattered garments strewn about, remnants of his attire, and the numerous bite marks that marred his skin, unmistakably bearing the imprint of his own teeth. "Get out," he bellowed, violently severing the ropes that bound him, shedding his facade of restraint, and directing his ire toward Doma. Doma, donning an expression of resignation, retreated while attempting to placate Muzan. "There's no need for such alarm. I harbor no ill will. Leave." A sharp crack echoed as a golden lotus was hurled by Muzan, shattering against the door Doma had just closed. With a nonchalant shrug, Doma exited the tempestuous domain of Muzan. "He appears as though he might slay me at any moment." Doma mused, reflecting upon how this sentiment echoed the behavior of the former Muzan. Chapter 65, The Edge of the Blade. Muzan, devoid of security, curled into a tight ball, his teeth chattering in trepidation. He cast a weary glance at his vitality gauge, realizing that after such a prolonged engagement, he had garnered barely 5,000. A far cry from the elusive 100,000. Heavens, 100,000. Muzan trembled, akin to a gambler burdened with insurmountable debts, cornered by adversaries. The affection level of Kaguya Yoriichi remained stubbornly stagnant, and now Doma had unearthed his true identity. Who could enlighten him on the course of action he ought to take? The system, sensing Muzan's murderous intent, issued a warning. Muzan, consumed by rage, let out a sardonic laugh, just as he was about to voice his frustrations. A fleeting glance caught his eye, and he was taken aback by the peculiar markings that had manifested on his abdomen. Lifting his garment, his eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth were these complex patterns, appearing symmetrically, pulsating with each breath, glowing and dimming? In a fit of humiliation, Muzan shielded the strange totem with his hand, mentally berating the system. "Are you truly so inept as to allow this? Remove it at once. This is the exclusive mark of a succubus, host. As a penalty for your first out-of-character incident, you are fortunate to receive this leniency." "Fortunate, you say?" Muzan seethed. "Is this even human language? I demand you eradicate it." Immediately, the system remained silent, ignoring Muzan's outburst. Once Muzan had exhausted his tirade, collapsing onto the throne like a spent fish, the system finally spoke. "A friendly reminder. Since this mark is known only to you, what difference does it truly make?" Muzan, lost in thought, gazed blankly at the ceiling. "I understand you wish to console me, but perhaps hold off for now." However, he recognized that this was not the time to dwell on the mark. This was merely the initial penalty for his deviation. He could scarcely fathom the repercussions should others learn of his true identity as Muzan. Regaining his composure, Muzan swiftly grasped the crux of the dilemma. It was imperative to silence Doma. It mattered little if the world knew that Tsukihiko was Muzan, as long as Kaguya Yoriichi remained oblivious. Akaza and Neikime were already aware of Tsukihiko's true nature, yet the system had never imposed an out-of-character penalty upon them, suggesting that the true threat lay in his identity as Muzan being uncovered by the original characters. Muzan reassured himself that hope remained. Evasion was futile. Today's decisive actions might yield a new opportunity. Yet, he pondered how Doma discerned that Tsukihiko and Muzan were one and the same, and how he had realized that he was not the original Muzan. Where had he slipped up? With a calm mind, Muzan's thoughts raced. He draped a piece of gauze over his shoulders, his demeanor colder than ever. Come here, Doma, I have queries for you. He projected his thoughts toward Doma. Within a minute, Doma, wearing a cheerful smile, opened the door, even taking care to sweep aside the remnants of the shattered golden lotus at the entrance. Tsukihiko? Or should I continue to address you as Muzan? Muzan waved dismissively. You need not concern yourself with my true identity. Since I am inhabiting Muzan's form, you may continue to call me Muzan. Very well, Muzan. Doma's smile remained unchanged, as if he had wholly embraced this arrangement. How did you ascertain that I am not the original Muzan? Muzan inquired directly, recognizing that further pretense in their current predicament would serve no purpose. The transformation of your essence into a cat, accompanying a human, is inherently peculiar, Doma replied, fanning himself. When Kibutsuji Muzan first mentioned this, it ignited my suspicions. Subsequently, Akaza intervened to prevent me from meeting you. Given his nature, such interference seemed out of character, leaving me baffled as to his motivations. The only explanation that made sense was that you wished to avoid me, hence dispatching Akaza to obstruct our meeting. This was my second point of suspicion. Oh. Muzan regarded him with a cold gaze. Is there more? These were merely suspicions. However, what truly raised my alarm was that day when I attempted to taste your blood, only to find it was the blood of Muzan himself. Out of caution, I refrained from confronting you immediately, instead observing your intentions. Yet, when I began to perceive you as the true Muzan, I realized how profoundly different you were from him. Your personality and habits were virtually polar opposites. Your feline form was merely a clumsy imitation, for the genuine Muzan would never exhibit such patience in engaging with me, let alone keeping a watchful eye on you. The moment my suspicion arose, he might have sought to eliminate me. Ha ha, well said. Muzan applauded mockingly. What brilliant logic. I had assumed I was skillfully deceiving you. Yet it was you who ensnared me in your web. Muzan chuckled, though his eyes betrayed no mirth, recognizing that his own benevolence had led to his downfall. He raised his hand, casting an imposing shadow over Doma in the center of the hall, before suddenly waving it aside. A spurt of blood erupted from Doma's mouth, splattering the floor in a gory display. The power to determine another's fate was indeed intoxicating. As he observed Doma's pained expression, Muzan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. I had once been restrained, fearful of exposure. Little did I realize that being discovered bore no detriment to me. From this moment forth, I shall act without hesitation. Muzan's cold laughter echoed. Indeed, the greatest fear of humanity is the unknown. I owe you gratitude for shattering that veil. He approached the window, flinging it open to bask in the sunlight. With arms outstretched, he reveled in the warmth, his silhouette aglow with a golden aura. In Doma's astonished gaze, as his pupils constricted in disbelief, Muzan declared, in this moment, I am invincible. Chapter 66. Doma among demons. Doma, astonished, wiped the blood from his lips. To walk in the sunlight had been Muzan's lifelong aspiration, and he marveled that this individual had so swiftly attained what the original Muzan had longed for. Doma was not a fool. On the contrary, he was exceptionally astute. Unlike Kokushibo and Akaza, who were fixated on particular obsessions, Doma existed simply to live, unencumbered by ulterior motives. He is a rare breed, a person devoid of emotions from birth. Even when witnessing his closest kin engage in a fatal brawl before his eyes, he merely reflects on the inconvenience of the mess it created, devoid of any sorrow that one would expect from a human being. Similarly, he once encountered a woman with a melodious voice, bright disposition, and an endearing personality. For the first time, he felt a yearning for companionship, even suppressing his desire for sustenance. Yet, even with such a woman, while she was alive, he harbored no affection typical of a normal person, allowing him to take her life. This woman named Kodoha, without hesitation. Due to this profoundly inhumane character flaw, he is incapable of grasping the concept of loyalty, and his feelings towards Muzan, who has been replaced by the current incarnation, are devoid of complexity. Whether Muzan is a human or a demon, good or evil, matters little to him. As long as his life remains unscathed, he can accept it. This explains why the original Muzan, in passing down his memories to the current incarnation, prioritized enlisting the loyal and easily manipulated Akaza to assist him. However, since Tsukihiko's arrival, the majority of Doma's attention has been devoted to him. Much like with Kodoha, his fondness for Tsukihiko is absurdly high. Yet, even if Tsukihiko were to be replaced by a carefree, emotionless entity in the next moment, Doma would harbor no resentment or bitterness. Just as an ordinary person would not ponder why a stray cat oscillates between affection and aloofness, even upon realizing that its essence has been replaced by another feline S, most would merely exclaim in surprise at such a phenomenon. This reflects a profound disdain for all life beyond his own. Doma, at his core, cannot empathize with humanity, and thus finds the matter of Muzan's replacement merely intriguing. A curiosity to observe. A lack of emotions does not render him a lifeless automaton indifferent to everything. He possesses curiosity and a penchant for amusement, alongside other traits beyond the realm of normal emotions. Moreover, Doma revels in the role of a seemingly compassionate human benefactor, gazing sorrowfully upon the misfortunes of the world, seeking to guide them to blissful oblivion. This can be regarded as one of his peculiar vices. When Muzan displayed his prowess, demonstrating his status as a being capable of traversing the sunlight, Doma knelt respectfully. "Congratulations, Lord Muzan," he said earnestly, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Previously, Muzan had been hampered in his actions, which allowed Doma to act with reckless abandon. However, now that Muzan had made it clear that he could still manipulate Doma's life or death at will, and that Doma's actions had crossed a line, Doma would no longer act without caution. The dynamics between Doma and Muzan had undergone a dramatic reversal, yet Doma showed no signs of remorse. He had validated his suspicions. Such intriguing occurrences greatly enriched his otherwise monotonous existence. As long as his life remained intact, the consequences of his actions mattered little. After all, his initial intent was merely to stir up some excitement, not to expose Muzan's true identity. If he had seen through Muzan's disguise, it merely indicated that Muzan's efforts at concealment were insufficient, and he bore no blame for that. Muzan stood in the sunlight, scrutinizing Doma's hair for an extended period, contemplating the feasibility of silencing Doma through threats, and whether such an approach might incite a rebellious reaction from him. He wondered if Doma might even utilize this very situation as a shield to turn the threat back against Muzan himself. In psychological warfare, the cardinal rule is to avoid appearing needy. When one is free of desires, they occupy an invulnerable position. Once one's vulnerabilities and desires are exposed, they become susceptible to exploitation and manipulation, often to the point of utter ruin. Muzan firmly believed Doma to be such a formidable adversary in this cruel game. In a different scenario, Muzan would have swiftly exiled Doma to the countryside, ensuring he never appeared before Muzan or Kaneo again. Yet, now that Kaneo had discovered Doma's abduction, she would relentlessly pursue him to the ends of the earth. Given Doma's treacherous nature, it was highly likely he would divulge all he knew to Kaneo before meeting his demise, a risk Muzan could not afford. He could neither banish Doma nor allow him excessive contact with Kaneo to prevent any harmful revelations regarding his identity from slipping out. Thus, he would have to resort to a second plan. Muzan thought to have Doma cooperate with him in orchestrating a grand performance for Kaneo, diverting her attention away from Doma and then sending Doma away. This would allow him to continue replenishing his energy. Once his energy was fully restored, he could disregard any subsequent matters, confident that with the plans in place at Infinity Castle, Kaneo could not breach the fabric of reality to confront him. After attending to this affair, he would personally oversee operations at Infinity Castle and check on Akaza and Nakeim's progress. As for the schemes involving the Lord of the Gods and the priesthood mentioned by Kokushibo, Muzan had inquired about them with the system, which indicated that such plots were not part of the original narrative. Given this, Muzan temporarily dismissed those elements as scapegoats, should they dare to present themselves before him. He would not hesitate to deal with Kaneo and Kokushibo decisively. While Muzan was deep in thought, Doma remained quietly kneeling. To an unknowing observer, it might seem as if Muzan was deliberately punishing Doma by forcing him to kneel. In truth, Muzan did entertain such thoughts. That wretched Doma had unnecessarily complicated matters, hindering Muzan's progress in accumulating energy, igniting a fire of frustration within him. It was a testament to his restraint that he had not yet kicked Doma. After meticulously arranging his plans in his mind, Muzan leisurely inquired, "Tell me, what was your intention in bringing me here?" "Merely to verify your identity, Lord Muzan." Doma replied with an unwavering smile. Muzan, disinterested in such trivialities, disdainfully waved his hand, sending Doma flying away. "You know what I mean. Do not waste my time here." Doma nonchalantly rose to his feet and shrugged, saying, "If it were Tsukihiko, I would simply wish to separate you from that man. The thought of you two being in love yet unable to meet excites me immensely. In the absence of suffering, I am but an embodiment of suffering. To shatter Tsukihiko's faith in that man, to drive him to despair, such a notion fills my life with challenges and thrills, ha." As Doma's grin grew increasingly distorted and exaggerated, Muzan interrupted him with a thumbs up. "Your ideas are commendable, but you are forbidden from thinking such thoughts again." Chapter 67. Your friend is approaching with a blade. Doma stiffened momentarily at Muzan's rebuke, quickly adjusting to a sincere smile. Of course, I shall refrain from such actions now. After all, that man belongs to you, Lord Muzan. One must respect the master when striking the dog. Muzan resumed his seat upon the throne, his expression cold. You need not concern yourself with my feelings. My purpose in being near him is to kill him. Since you have this intention, let us proceed with this performance together. What? Doma exclaimed in surprise, covering his mouth with his fan to stifle a laugh. I thought you and he were truly a pair. Humph, Muzan scoffed. If we were a pair, why would I go to such lengths to gain your trust by masquerading as Tsukihiko? I cannot believe you are so foolish as to trust my disguise. At Muzan's words, Doma's brows furrowed ever so slightly. His lack of emotions did not render him incapable of perceiving the emotions of others. The gaze Tsukihiko directed at that man was distinctly different from how he looked at others. After all, he had never been the subject of such a gaze before. Could it truly be that he was mistaken? Yuan was astonishingly adept at perfectly embodying even the most affectionate gaze. Truly, he is worthy of being the progenitor of demons. As this thought crossed his mind, Tongmao's brows unfurled, and he began to anticipate the moment when that man would realize he had been deceived from the very beginning, revealing an ugly display of uncontrollable fury and impotent rage. How utterly splendid! Muzan did not overlook even the slightest shift in Tongmao's expression and could roughly deduce his thoughts. He continued, what we lack between him and me is a bond forged through life and death. Now is not the opportune moment for betrayal. He must be made willing to die for me. Tongmao's eyes sparkled with fervor, nearly leaping to exclaim, your plan is brilliant. He readily offered his assistance. You? Muzan surveyed Tongmao with a gaze that was 3 parts disdain and 7 parts mockery. The last time I granted you an opportunity, you couldn't even touch a finger of Kaneo Tsuyuri. Useless. Another golden lotus struck Tongmao's head, yet this time he did not evade. He bore Muzan's wrath head-on. Blood trickled down his forehead to the corner of his mouth, and he extended his tongue to taste it, devoid of any resentment. In his eyes, Muzan could see excitement and an unquenchable ambition. Please, Lord Muzan, grant me another chance, Tongmao implored, kneeling with his head bowed, his voice trembling with excitement. This time, I will surely succeed. The murderous intent directed at Kaneo Tsuyuri surged within Tongmao, nearly boiling over. It was only at this moment that Muzan could confirm Tongmao's genuine desire to assist in the scheme. He relinquished his haughty demeanor, urged Tongmao to rise, and elaborated on his plan, instructing him to arrange its execution meticulously. This time, he must elevate Kaneo Tsuyuri's favor to 100% and expedite their return home. As Muzan organized the subsequent matters, his mood shifted from gloomy to bright, and his countenance became less grim. Most notably, the thin veil around his abdomen could not conceal the dark glow emanating from the totem. It might have gone unnoticed at a casual glance. But Tongmao's vision was keen. Unlike Akaza, who was an innocent fool, Tongmao's expression shifted dramatically the instant he beheld the patterns on Muzan's abdomen. Lord Muzan, are you a succubus? Succubi are said to be legendary demons, rumored to bear distinctive magical markings that glow in response to their emotional fluctuations. More crucially, succubi are embodiments of wickedness and debauchery, capable of draining the life force from others and claiming their lives as mere trifles. Caught off guard by Tongmao's sudden inquiry, Muzan's expression faltered for the first time, his face flushed with embarrassment. He covered his abdomen with his hands and scolded furiously, you imbecile, do not make wild speculations. Now go prepare a garment for me. Seeing Muzan's reaction, Tongmao became even more convinced that his guess was correct. He refrained from shattering Muzan's pride and provoking his wrath, instead responding softly, I shall do so at once. As he pondered Muzan's typically ascetic demeanor and the bizarre fainting spell he had just experienced, a bolder idea began to form in his mind. Muzan's fainting must have been due to insufficient life force intake. As a succubus, Muzan's penchant for masquerading as a courtesan was likely to facilitate the consumption of life energy, and considering the considerable time that had elapsed since that man had taken him, it was only logical that Muzan would be desperate to the point of fainting. The more Tongmao contemplated, the more he found his logic impeccably sound, aligning perfectly with the current scenario. He regarded Muzan, curled up on the throne with his eyes closed in feigned slumber, and gracefully shed his garments. Feeling warmth envelop him, Muzan opened his eyes to find Tongmao standing before him bare-chested, smiling brightly. Lord Muzan, do you fancy Tongmao's attire? Muzan's pupils dilated in shock. No, he did not fancy it. He had no desire for Kaneo Tsuyuri to question him about why he wore Tongmao's clothing. Almost split in two by the absurdity of the scene, he pointed a trembling finger at Tongmao, struggling to articulate his words. Are you out of your mind? Tongmao displayed a look of confusion, suggesting, perhaps, rather than clothing, Lord Muzan, you may require a mature body. He harbored no fear that Muzan would slay him. After all, the new Muzan's character was so mild that had he intended to kill him, He would have done so long ago without wasting words. Given this, could he not press further? Tong Mao placed his arm near Muzan's lips, smiling as he said, I have yet to experience the potency of being drained of life force. If it pleases you, you may indulge in Tong Mao's body. This entirely unexpected proposition left Muzan momentarily speechless. His first instinct was to inquire of the system. Is Kaneo Tsuyuri nearby? No. Muzan breathed a deep sigh of relief and then asked, how much life force can I gain from biting Tong Mao? Host, are you certain? Stop wasting time. Based on Tong Mao's maximum favorability, a single bite yields 80 life force. Exclamation point. Such a high life force value. Muzan felt an uncontrollable surge of desire. He could not help but grasp Tong Mao's arms, his eyes sparkling with avarice, akin to a miser beholding a gold ingot. Yet, feeling a twinge of guilt, he glanced around anxiously, as if he were a ghost, and asked Tong Mao, there is no one nearby who can see us, right? No, Tong Mao replied, somewhat puzzled. Do you need to be observed too? Stop, stop, stop. Muzan interrupted his perilous thoughts, gritting his teeth with determination as he bit down on Tong Mao's arm, leaving 5 distinct teeth marks. 400. As he watched the life force value on the panel rise rapidly, Muzan revealed a sinister smile that sent chills down Tong Mao's spine. Meanwhile, Kokushibo, seeking to compel Nezuko to link their vision through blood demon art, found himself in the presence of such a scene as Nezuko opened the view of the infinite paradise. Kokushibo fell silent. He withdrew from the link, brandishing his blade as he set out to find Tong Mao. Chapter 68. Tong Mao, someone is also coming to find you. It must be said that Nezuko's luck was exceedingly poor. Muzan had informed her of the location of the Yuzui family ancestral home for her investigation, only to have her unexpectedly caught red-handed by Kokushibo and Kaneo Tsuyuri, who had just returned under the guidance of Shinobu Kocho. Kaneo had initially intended to eliminate Nezuko with a single stroke, but Kokushibo intervened, informing her that he possessed a unique blood demon art capable of observing events from a distance through her eyes. This led to Kokushibo witnessing the scene of Muzan biting Tong Mao. Kokushibo's mind filled in the blanks of the scene he had observed. Yuian must have been coerced. Surely, Tong Mao had threatened Yuian's life, forcing him to partake in activities he despised. How insidious. He had long suspected that this upper moon too was problematic. Had it not been for his concern over Muzan's presence, he would have eliminated upper moon too long ago. However, it mattered not. Once he dealt with Muzan, Tong Mao would also perish, and then no one would be able to harm Yuian. With this thought, Kokushibo's inner fury began to subside. Kaneo Tsuyuri, unaware of the unfolding events, could only guess at Yuian's dire situation upon seeing Kokushibo's grim expression. The two had originally intended to meet with Shinobu Kocho to explain the situation, but given the circumstances, they abandoned that thought. Ignoring Shinobu's attempts to dissuade them, they implored her to carry a message and hasten toward the infinite paradise. Shinobu extended her arm, offering, I can take you by train. It would be quicker, but the words caught in her throat, and she could only watch helplessly as they gradually receded into the distance. Mere dark silhouettes. Let it be, perhaps their speed surpasses that of the train. To facilitate Muzan's nefarious scheme, Doma deliberately refrained from setting any obstacles on the path of Kaneo Tsuyuri. Flames soared high into the sky. The night at the Eternal Paradise cult was illuminated as brightly as day by torches. People encircled a colossal altar, their voices raised in fervent prayer. O God, slay the demons so that we may attain eternal life. Purify our sins with the blood of the demons. Let them be consumed in flames. Kill, kill, kill. Mitsuri Kanroji was bound by iron chains, tethered to a searing copper pillar, surrounded by heaps of dry firewood. As the sacrificial rites progressed, someone soon doused him with a basin of gasoline. Sparks drifted on the wind from the torches held aloft by the crowd, gently landing upon the wood, igniting and extinguishing. Kaneo Tsuyuri swiftly surveyed the scene, failing to catch a glimpse of Doma. Upon witnessing Mitsuri's wretched state, he nearly succumbed to rage. Kokushibo, lacking the moral restraint of Kaneo, unsheathed his sword and cleaved down upon the nearest ordinary cult member. Humanity's frailty is not an original sin, yet the hindrance to his redemption deserved utter annihilation. Clang. The clash of blades resonated with a sharp sound. It was Kaneo Tsuyuri who had intercepted Kokushibo with his Amio sword. What are you doing? Kokushibo glared fiercely, demanding, will you stand idly by while they torment Mitsuri? No, my esteemed brother. Kaneo's countenance was equally troubled as he explained, they have been misled. Our aim is not to slay them. Such laughable compassion. Kokushibo intensified his force, pushing Kaneo back a step. You plead for their mercy. Yet they will show none to Mitsuri. A second basin of gasoline was poured over Mitsuri, drenching him completely. Kokushibo was nearly driven to madness by Kaneo's restraint. Swinging his blade with fervor, coward, get away from me. Clang, clang, clang. Kaneo deflected all of Kokoshibo's assaults, retreating while persistently explaining, "Brother, trust me. I can save Mitsuri." "Why should I trust you?" Kokoshibo persisted, seething with fury, wishing to slay everyone present. He could not bear to cause Mitsuri sorrow. How dare they treat him so? "Brother, each time you stubbornly pursue your own path, does it truly lead to a favorable outcome?" Kaneo suddenly unleashed his strength, the Onmyo sword bursting forth with searing flames, forcing Kokoshibo to retreat. In the brief silence, Kokoshibo seemed to be pressed on pause, memories of Sakanji's resigned, sorrowful, and liberated gaze flooding back. As the two were locked in a stalemate, Mitsuri caught sight of them and shouted, "Do not harm them. They have all been deceived by Doma." Slap. A brutal slap resonated as a burly man struck Mitsuri, causing his ears to ring. The man executing the punishment shook off the contact with Mitsuri in disgust, declaring, "You filthy monster shall not defame our esteemed leader. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" The thunderous cries of hundreds echoed across the Eternal Paradise cult. A few kilometers away, Doma, sipping tea, sensed the commotion and murmured to the quivering surface of his cup, "It has begun. I hope this time, you do not disappoint me." Boom. The sound of torches igniting the firewood and gasoline erupted into a conflagration. Kaneo, Tsuyuri, and Kokoshibo could no longer concern themselves with anything else, rushing simultaneously to Mitsuri's side, slashing through the serpentine tongues of fire. Behind a thick wall of flames, Kaneo stood resolutely between Mitsuri and Kokoshibo, confronting the hundreds of cult members. "Brother, unchain him. You take Mitsuri and flee first." Kaneo had resolved to eradicate Doma's menace entirely, while also ensuring Kokoshibo would not harm these innocents. "You need not remind me." Kokoshibo replied coldly as he began to unlock the chains around Mitsuri's neck, beads of anxious sweat forming on his brow. This cursed restraint was an enigma. Severing it was simple enough, but a reckless cut by someone unfamiliar with its mechanisms could provoke a chain reaction, leading to Mitsuri's demise. In that moment, Kokoshibo felt immense relief that he had accompanied Kaneo to rescue Mitsuri. The mechanism within the chains was spring-loaded like scissors, and had Kaneo hastily severed them, Mitsuri would have been killed by the lock forged from crimson steel. "Damn it, I cannot open it." Kokoshibo's fury erupted, losing his composure, his eyes reverting to 6 pairs, each radiating a fierce, fiery glare. "Brother?" Kaneo, noticing his silence, turned to him and instantly recognized the expression on Kokoshibo's face. "What is it?" he inquired with concern. Kokoshibo succinctly explained the mechanism within the chains, urging him not to sever them carelessly. Upon hearing Kokoshibo's words, Kaneo furrowed his brow in distress. How could he allow Mitsuri to wear such a perilous device? They needed to find the key swiftly. Kaneo gestured for Kokoshibo to remain calm and addressed the chief executioner beyond the flames. "Tell your leader to surrender the key, or else." The chief executioner, having been conditioned by Doma, understood that Kaneo was a man who would not slay innocents. Thus, he dismissed the threat with a loud retort. "You vile demon. We were not seeking you, yet you have come to entrap yourself. Today, you shall both perish here, granting us peace." "Yes, grant us peace. Do not waste words on him. Kill him. Kill him." The crowd erupted once more into chaos. Crash. A fiery blade shot toward the copper pillar, cleaving it in two as if it were mere tofu, the other half crashing down with a resounding thud. All eyes fell silent at Kaneo's sudden assault. "I demand to speak with Doma." Chapter 69. The key can also take the shape of love. The chief executioner quivered under Kaneo's gaze, trembling violently. Was this truly the gentle soul who would not take a life? It was evident that refusal would lead to a fate akin to that of the copper pillar. In this moment, Muzan too found himself uncertain of Kaneo's intentions, for his aura was overwhelmingly daunting, leaving Muzan unsure whether Kaneo might indeed resort to violence when pushed to the brink. Muzan had never contemplated the wholesale slaughter of these ordinary cult members. After all, he was a time traveler from a modern era, not a remorseless, depraved killer. His original plan had been to use these innocents to coerce Kaneo into submission, forcing him to comply and await Doma's appearance. Kaneo might endure some indignities, but with Mitsuri present, he would shield Kaneo from all harm, thereby enhancing their rapport. If these cult members insisted on harming Mitsuri and Kaneo, Kokoshibo would serve as their safeguard. He would never allow such a travesty to transpire. Once Doma appeared, he would employ moral coercion to compel Kaneo to don a similar restraint, while freeing Mitsuri from his chains. Otherwise, it would imply that Mitsuri's life was of no consequence. Should Kaneo willingly acquiesce, it would demonstrate his readiness to sacrifice himself for Mitsuri, thus guaranteeing a perfect approval rating. The reason Doma had not appeared earlier was to prevent Kaneo from dispatching him in an instant, given Kaneo's intense murderous intent and Doma's own loquaciousness. Such an outcome was highly probable, which would unravel all subsequent plans. At this moment, Kokushibo would surely not remain idle, and after such a protracted struggle, he should have unlocked the chains by now. Ultimately, Muzan would subtly signal Doma to prepare for departure, as Kokushibo would successfully free Mitsuri, allowing Kaneo to conclusively eliminate Doma and escape with Mitsuri and Kokushibo. Under Muzan's meticulous orchestration, Doma feigned death to escape, secretly plotting the next grand scheme. However, Muzan subtly hinted to Kokushibo that Doma was not truly dead, compelling Kokushibo to restrain him. It was a masterfully executed performance that not only cultivated a favorable impression of Kocho Shinobu, but also allowed Muzan to rid himself of Doma while sending Kokushibo away to avert chaos. Muzan always emerged as the ultimate beneficiary. Yet, this elaborate plan was jeopardized by Kocho Shinobu's unpredictable nature. His sole intention was to eliminate everyone. Thus, the first and most critical phase, yielding under coercion, would not even transpire. Muzan's unwavering confidence in Shinobu's reluctance to kill stemmed from the fact that, even as a child, Shinobu felt uncomfortable wielding a sword. The adage "a child reveals their true nature" applied here. He was inherently virtuous and averse to conflict. What, then, transpired to instill such a cold, lethal gaze in Shinobu's eyes? Had Muzan misjudged the cost of taking innocent lives against the value of saving Tsuyuri Kaneo's life in Shinobu's heart? Or had he miscalculated Shinobu's true character? This was indeed a miscalculation on Muzan's part. He knew that even if the shackles were activated, they could not kill him. For he was the demon king Muzan, possessing myriad means to escape their constraints. However, neither Shinobu nor Kokushibo understood this. In their eyes, Kaneo was as fragile as a rose in a greenhouse. A mere bump could inflict harm upon her, and a single blow could lead to her demise. Her physical prowess inferior to even the feeble henchmen of the Kanroji family. Had these shackles been fastened around Kaneo's ankles, Shinobu would have weighed his options and chosen to compromise, attempting to negotiate with these individuals to protect her, even at the expense of his own disadvantage. But the shackles were instead fastened around her neck. This was tantamount to being shackled around Shinobu's own neck, and even more severe. He could not bear the reality of Kaneo perishing before him. This was absolutely intolerable. In this rebirth, the first image that met his eyes was that of Kaneo parading through the streets of Yoshiwara. After such a prolonged period of companionship, he had come to view Kaneo as an anchor in his aimless existence. He was oblivious to the reason for his sinful life. The heavens had sent Kaneo into his world, and he was resolute in his duty to protect her. Initially, he was not anxious because he knew no one could incinerate Kaneo beneath his very gaze. Yet the shackles made of crimson stone were incessantly grinding against Shinobu's bottom line. Unforgivable, irredeemable. Such murderous intent even startled Kokushibo, who was engrossed in researching the shackles. He stared at Shinobu, as if witnessing an entirely different person. Was this truly the brother who had just told him that these individuals did not deserve death and had tried to prevent him from killing? Muzan realized with alarm that Shinobu appeared poised to erupt. This was not the narrative he desired. Doma, the plan has changed. Come here at once. Muzan would not permit Shinobu to take a life, for it would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the essence of a noble swordsman. The most significant consequence would be that Shinobu's moral compass would inevitably lower should he succumb to darkness. Doma appeared somewhat perplexed, as there was still considerable time before his entrance, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he hurried to the execution ground. He was eager to discover what unforeseen variable had caused Muzan to be so anxious. As the wind swirled around him, Doma finally arrived at the scene where Shinobu and the disciples were at an impasse. His signature golden fan shot towards Shinobu, who swiftly averted his gaze, a lock of hair being singed to char in Muzan's line of sight. With a snap, the fan returned to Doma's hand, and his cheerful voice reached Shinobu's ears. "This is a token of my previous encounter, Mr. Shinobu." Shinobu had no inclination for reminiscing. The chill in his eyes was colder than the ocean, and he succinctly stated, "The key." Oh, Doma feigned sudden realization. "You mean the key?" He extended his crimson tongue, contorting it into the shape of a key before retracting it back into his mouth. "Look, the key is right here. Brother, if you were to sever his tongue, could it maintain the shape of a key?" Shinobu inquired earnestly. Kokushibo, momentarily speechless at the absurdity of the scene, hesitated before responding. "I do not know. You may as well give it a try." "Very well." With that, Shinobu slightly parted his legs, wielding his sword upright against his chest, while his other hand brought his index and middle fingers together, slowly gliding them along the blade of his sword from bottom to top. The surface of the blade shimmered with a radiant red glow, and the air around Shinobu stirred without wind, flames swirling around him as his long black hair billowed in the fiery gusts. More astonishingly, the sword's form transformed. The originally flame-shaped blade burst forth with dazzling golden light with each movement of Shinobu's fingers. Merely gazing upon it could wound a demon's eyes. Words could scarcely encapsulate Shinobu's imposing presence. Doma's eyes widened, feeling as though he were drowning in molten lava, unable to escape, suffocated like a torrent of a mountain flood. Ice Lotus Bodhisattva, Sun Breathing's new technique, anger unleashed. Shinobu swiftly lunged forward, mercilessly striking Doma's neck with a slashing wave of explosive air. Simultaneously, a colossal figure resembling a meditating bodhisattva with hands clasped in prayer rose dramatically, towering over Shinobu by tenfold. Countless ice lotuses floated around the giant Buddha, with Doma crouched amidst one of them. Doma flicked his fingers, and the colossal Buddha swung its arm towards Shinobu with overwhelming force, colliding with the fiery blade of his sword. The sound of cracking filled the air. The high temperatures vaporized the ice crystals, enveloping the execution ground in a thick fog, rendering even those half a meter away unable to see clearly. Furthermore, the fog, conjured by Doma's blood demon art, effectively obscured Shinobu's transparent vision, impairing his sight and judgment. The ice lotus bodhisattva shattered into 3 pieces above, crashing into the lotus pond and sending splashes of water everywhere, while all the short bridges were demolished by the giant Buddha, scattering debris and remnants throughout the air. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The residual heat from anger unleashed instantaneously vaporized 3 ice lotuses, leaving only the one Doma controlled to survive. Shinobu's silhouette emerged from the flames and mist, leaving behind a deep, dark brown scorch mark on the ground where the sword had passed. He cast his gaze downward, devoid of any emotion, murmuring as if to himself, "Why inflict pain upon those cherished by others? What do you truly regard life as?" Observing the bloodied Tong Emo, who was choking on his own blood amidst the icy lotuses, Kaneo slowly lifted his eyes. "You, who revel in tormenting the weak, in the face of this sword, how are you different from the despicable insects you disdain?" Had it been Kokushibo or Akaza present, they would undoubtedly have been incensed by Kaneo's words. However, Tong Emo was born without a sense of shame, and even his anger was but a facade, though blood flowed from his mouth. His expression bore no trace of a defeated wretch, his lips still curled in a mocking smile. Cats eat mice, tigers devour deer, the law of the jungle prevails. It's only natural, as a strong being, to bear the reprehensible title of a demon due to foolish kindness, to scurry and hide like the vermin. You are the true embodiment of worthlessness. This world belongs to the likes of me, the strong, while you are destined to rot miserably in the filth of the sewers. Had Kokushibo been present, he might have found resonance with Tong Mo's words. Alas, he was faced with Kaneo. Kaneo shook his head, coldly exposing the truth. "No. This is merely a clumsy excuse to satiate your selfish desires. A true warrior does not stoop to flatter the powerful while oppressing the weak. Even if one's strength is lacking, their spirit must remain unyielding like granite, something you, with your sordid character, cannot comprehend. Ah, you speak with such grandiloquence. I am quite curious how you would act in the presence of these weaklings." With that, Tong Emo swiftly retreated into the mist. Kaneo, taken aback by Tong Mo's sudden flight, hastened after him. Yet, what emerged was not Tong Mo's form, but 3 ordinary humans clutching onto Michiro. "You!" Muzan exclaimed in surprise, having barely evaded Kokushibo's grasp when he inadvertently encountered Kaneo instead, before even meeting Tong Emo. How could he explain his presence here? What of Tong Emo, the scapegoat? Before Muzan could concoct an explanation, the sound of blades piercing flesh reached both Kaneo and Muzan's ears like a torn fabric. Muzan turned in shock to witness the disciples, whom Tong Emo had arranged to assist him in fleeing Kokushibo, now plunging their swords into his abdomen, essentially impaling him. "It hurts." Muzan thought belatedly. "Why is it always me who gets hurt? This was not part of the plan." Clang. The blades of the other 2 disciples aimed at Muzan were swiftly swept away by Kaneo, who sent the assailant flying with the hilt of his sword. Yet, the disciple clung tenaciously, fiercely tearing downward with his katana. Kaneo gripped the man's wrist tightly, his eyes nearly dripping with blood. "Michiro, and you have no enmity. Why commit such an act?" The disciple gritted his teeth and replied, "My entire family was slaughtered by demons. It was the master who took me in. I cannot allow any demon to live. Let go." Kaneo regarded Muzan's pale face, weakened from blood loss, his fingers gradually tightening their grip, almost ready to crush the disciple's wrist. His voice was cold enough to freeze. "Leave at once, for the sake of your humanity. Do not dare test my limits. I will not release him unless you kill me." The disciple's eyes brimmed with hatred. The opportunity for vengeance lay before him, and he lived solely to slay demons. Moreover, the master had promised that should he kill this man, he would assist him in avenging his family. He would not relent, even at the cost of his own life. "It's all right. I won't die," Muzan managed to utter between blood foams, realizing he had been deceived by Tong Emo. "Don't kill him." Despite his words, Muzan inwardly cursed Tong Imo. What is happening? This is not what was arranged. The silence of the message felt like a stone sinking into the ocean. Leaving Muzan alone to vehemently berate Tong Imo, deeming cooperation with him akin to courting disaster. However, the blood trickling from Michiro's lips and the disciple's vengeful gaze pierced Kaneo's eyes deeply, pulling his reason to the brink of chaos. Just one strike, and this man would perish, ensuring Michiro's safety. Kaneo's murderous intent intensified, and in that fleeting moment, another sound of a blade embedding itself into flesh shattered the standoff. It was the dagger in Muzan's hand, plunging into Kaneo's heart. No, it was less a dagger and more an ice spear. Muzan, racked with pain, instinctively clutched at Kaneo's chest, seeking solace. The slender ice spear shot forth from Muzan's sleeve, reflexively grasping it. It appeared as though he had plunged an icy dagger into Kaneo's heart. When had this occurred, Muzan stood frozen in shock, staring at the ice spear protruding from his sleeve, unable to move. When had Tong Imo left this ice seed in his sleeve? He had failed to notice. No one could tell Muzan whether the seemingly invincible Kaneo would perish from this. Fear surged within him. Would Kaneo die? Such a being, could he truly face death? To be killed by such a ludicrous and absurd ambush? Muzan felt the unfolding events were surreal, as he had never entertained the notion that Kaneo could die. It felt like a dream, a horrific nightmare about Kaneo's demise, until the warm, sticky blood flowing from Kaneo's wound, soaking his fingers via the ice spear, jolted Muzan back to the precarious edge of reality. Kaneo's blood was warm like that of an ordinary human, perhaps even warmer. Muzan noticed the ice spear beginning to melt slowly. Will Kaneo die? Muzan asked the system in a daze. Yes, his body is merely human. The system replied affirmatively. How could he die? He is so strong. Muzan's mind went blank, his expression one of indescribable bewilderment, even oblivious to the katana still lodged in his abdomen. Without special circumstances, Kaneo will die from massive blood loss in 5 minutes. The system coldly reminded him. Massive blood loss. Muzan's gaze shifted from Kaneo's heart to his eyes. He looked at Kaneo's face, displaying a smile more grotesque than tears, his voice trembling. What should we do? You will die? Thud. The Onyu sword reverted to its original form, clattering to the ground. Kaneo, one hand restraining the disciple's wrist to prevent him from harming Muzan, the other pressed against the ice spear lodged in his heart, his expression unchanging, as if the wound to his heart were not his own. Michiro, there is something I have yet to tell you. What is it? Muzan's lips trembled slightly. What is it? I have actually been dead for a long time. Kaneo offered a reassuring smile, even finding the mood to crack a dark joke. In fact, I am a zombie. Were it not for Michiro, he might have drifted aimlessly like a zombie, having returned to the world once more. It was Michiro who had given his life renewed significance. Kaneo gazed at Muzan with eyes full of tenderness. Are you joking? Muzan couldn't muster a smile. His expression that of a bewildered child, panic-stricken. Please, you will truly die. Think of a way. Just then, the disciple, witnessing the scene, revealed a surprised grin, gathering every ounce of strength to attempt to cleave Muzan in half, roaring, You all should die. Hurry and perish. The pain of the wound healing and tearing anew caused Muzan to furrow his brow, as he looked at Kaneo, unable to articulate his feelings. Muzan, by a stroke of fate, uttered, You see, if you loosen your grip, I might very well perish. Mr. Yoriichi, I am in excruciating pain. Do you feel it too? How could he not feel pain? He was no deity. Yet, he understood that this was not Yoriichi's intention. It was a scheme orchestrated by Doma, and also a misstep of his own. Regardless, he could not bear to witness Yoriichi's sorrow. Kagaku Yoriichi's breath became labored, blood oozing from his mouth and nostrils. He resolutely held his breath, allowing the crimson liquid to trickle down the corners of his lips and stain his garments. With an expression of stoic calm, he remarked, Pain is a normal sensation. Just endure it a little longer. Crack. The disciple was mercilessly thrown aside, his wrist shattered by Yoriichi's unyielding force. As he was sent hurtling into the thick fog, Muzan steadied the faltering Yoriichi, grimacing as he extracted the blade from his abdomen. Thud. The katana, stained with his blood, was cast into the lotus pond, while Muzan cradled Yoriichi on the broken bridge. Unable to contain himself, tears threatened to spill forth. Please, just say a little less. Muzan sobbed. Your words are utterly unbearable. Is that so? Yoriichi's face twisted in distress. Am I truly so loathsome? Indeed. You are the most detestable. I utterly despise you. A single tear fell upon Yoriichi's brow, yet he offered no response, merely tenderly caressing Muzan's cheek. The dizziness from blood loss and asphyxiation rendered him nearly speechless. He feared that any utterance would be accompanied by a fresh spurt of blood. Yoriichi thought of how frightened Ye would undoubtedly be, with such a timid disposition. System. Can Yoriichi be saved? The amount of yang energy is of no consequence. 5,000. Deal. Just as Muzan squandered all his yang energy, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The disciple, whose wrist had been shattered and was sent flying by Yoriichi, astonishingly crawled back from the lotus pond with incredible tenacity. He picked up a discarded katana and launched a fierce strike towards Muzan's back. Why won't you just die? Thud. Yoriichi spun around and embraced Muzan, shielding him within his own body. The blade struck Yoriichi's back instead. Get away, get away, get away. The disciple desperately kicked at Yoriichi's arm, attempting to separate the two. Muzan also struggled within Yoriichi's grasp, pleading, stop protecting me. I don't need your protection. Yet, Yoriichi's chest enveloped Muzan like the most steadfast sanctuary, refusing to relinquish his hold. I apologize for my loathsome nature, but I cannot bear to watch you suffer at the hands of others. Blood gushed forth from Yoriichi's mouth, nearly every word accompanied by a fresh spurt. Muzan's cheeks were warm, drenched in Yoriichi's blood, searing enough to ignite a fire. As the disciple prepared to abandon his futile attempts to tear them apart, and instead plunge a blade into both of them, Yoriichi sprang into action. No one witnessed the swiftness of his movements. The disciple suddenly collapsed onto his back, lifeless, as though a corpse, sinking into the lotus pond. Yoriichi stood firm, katana in hand, the ground soaked in ominous crimson, his own blood. It's all right. Yay, I will protect you. Please, do not speak. Muzan dared not move, fearing it would cause Yoriichi further pain, so he knelt at his feet, carefully holding his hand. You're on the brink of death. How can you protect me? Isn't that laughable? To his surprise, Yoriichi managed a faint smile. But I still have my brother. You truly would relinquish me so easily? He is not you. What if he abandons me? Muzan interrupted, her voice laced with urgency. Once you are gone, I will be tormented daily by Doma. After all, I am not like you. I am not so easily dispatched. He will surely choose the most brutal methods. He dares. Yoriichi glared, but as he attempted to speak, blood gushed forth. Muzan ceased to provoke him further, gripping Yoriichi's hand tightly, unable to contain his tears as he witnessed Yoriichi's pained expression. Why do you persist? No one will harm me anymore. You have defeated them all. In his past life, Yoriichi had passed away naturally, unaware that in the face of death, every capillary would ache. Nevertheless, he refused to succumb, stubbornly shaking his head. I must wait until my brother feels at ease. I understand, Muzan whispered, covering his mouth. Do not speak. You are losing too much blood. Yoriichi gazed at him, silently blinking, his expression innocent and bashful. A minute passed. Muzan had never felt time drag so agonizingly. He grasped Yoriichi's fingers and softly inquired, Are you still there? Yoriichi's fingers responded with gentle movements, reassuring Muzan of his presence. 5 minutes elapsed. Are you still there? A faint sensation returned to his palm. 10 minutes. Are you still there? A barely perceptible tremor. 15 minutes. Are you still there? Muzan beheld the approaching Kokushibo, rising to embrace the now lifeless form of Yoriichi. It's all right, I am still here. Chapter 72, The Extraordinary Adventure of Young Kagaku Yoriichi. Foolish Yoriichi. Ha ha. A girl's laughter rang like silver bells. Poetry, cease your mischief. Muzan, clutching his agonizing head, sat up from the grass, gazing at the carefree boy and girl frolicking in the fields. He quickly realized that he had traversed back to Yoriichi's youth, specifically, events that transpired after he departed from the Kagaku family. System, Yoriichi is not a demon, nor does he possess any obsessions. How can I save him? Heart exchange. The system informed Muzan. If you swap your heart with Yoriichi's, you can alter the future outcome where Yoriichi dies from a ruptured heart and excessive bleeding. Heart exchange. Muzan stared at the receding figure of Yoriichi, articulating each word with deliberation. Are you jesting? My blood is that of a demon. What if Yoriichi transforms into a demon after the exchange? The heart retains only the initial pacemaker function and the demon's formidable healing abilities. It will not convert Yoriichi's blood into demon blood. The host need not worry. Humph, Muzan scoffed coldly. I currently possess 7 hearts. Which one do you suggest I exchange? The most vital one, the one in your chest. Very well. Muzan, unwilling to engage in further banter, directly asked. What must I do? Do I need to excavate my heart? I have no qualms about it, but I fear Yoriichi may perish the moment his heart is removed. Do not envision such a gruesome scenario, host. Simply place your hand upon your chest. Am I not already gruesome enough? Muzan's temples throbbed. I should bestow upon you the title of Young Energy Value Slayer, you rogue. Muzan placed his hand upon his chest, justifiably suspecting that the system had orchestrated this predicament to keep him perpetually in debt. A faint glow flickered, revealing a dark red, ominous stone in the palm of his hand. He gingerly touched the heart-shaped stone, feeling a sudden emptiness within himself, a sense of loss that was unsettling. Is this my heart? Muzan murmured, squeezing the stone. So my heart is made of stone. This is merely a virtual exterior to prevent heart injury. Place it near Yoriichi's chest, and it will automatically replace his heart in its original position. Alright. Muzan retracted his heart stone, no longer entangled in his thoughts, and rose to pursue Yoriichi Tsujikuni. From a distance, he trailed behind Yoriichi and the young girl, akin to a deranged stalker, fearful of being discovered. The matter of exchanging hearts must not come to Yoriichi's attention, and he lacked the energy to don another guise. What identity should he assume to seamlessly integrate into Yoriichi's life and quietly replace their hearts? Muzan momentarily lost himself in contemplation before swiftly reaching a resolution. As long as the exchange was executed quietly and unnoticed, he could blissfully return. In the stillness of night, within a modest yet cozy cottage on the outskirts, the orange flowers swayed gently in the breeze. A shadowy figure, masked and stealthy, stood outside, peering in on the interior. Any passerby witnessing such a scene would likely cry out about a thief. It was none other than Muzan, who had stealthily approached the Tsujikuni residence under the cover of darkness. Remarkably, though his intent was to save, he felt as though he were a burglar, guilt gnawing at his conscience. Observing the sleeping boy, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, Muzan's emotions became exceedingly complex. With a subtle parting of his lips, he activated his blood demon art, transforming into a flowing mass of blood that slithered through the crack of the door into the room. Inside the cozy abode, a scene unfolded that would send anyone's sanity spiraling. A dark, formless liquid was inching toward Yoriichi, entwining a red stone. Unbeknownst to Muzan, Yoriichi had already awakened. Sensing the gaze upon him, in a moment of clarity, he perceived Muzan's actions in the transparent realm and restrained himself from immediately repelling him, his body stiffening like stone. He needed to ascertain the creature's purpose. As Muzan approached with the peculiar stone, Yoriichi comprehended that the target was indeed himself, no longer willing to endure. He unleashed his innate markings, forcefully striking away the bizarre stone and swiftly leaping from his bed to retrieve a makeshift wooden sword, pointing its blade at the unidentified object. Breath of the sun. Before Yoriichi could swing his weapon, the dark liquid rapidly coalesced into a humanoid shape, collapsing onto the floor. Don't kill me, Muzan pleaded, clutching the heart stone tightly against Yoriichi's leg, prioritizing his own life over any potential exposure. Who are you? What do you want? Yoriichi furrowed his brow at the man clinging to his thigh, tugging insistently. Yet, he could not dislodge him. I am Muzan, he stammered, his face obscured by the black cloth. Suddenly, he recalled something and grew indignant, asserting, it's none of your business what I'm here for, I assure you. I mean you no harm. Muzan met Yoriichi's gaze defiantly. You, in the dead of night, entered my room in a most peculiar manner and climbed onto me. Yoriichi recounted Muzan's actions, his frown deepening. Do you not feel the need to explain yourself? I truly am not a villain, Muzan implored, attempting to convey sincerity through his eyes, as if to say, trust me. I know you are not a good person, Yoriichi replied, the corner of his mouth twitching. Do you wish to hear what you're actually saying? Bah. Muzan quickly retorted, a slip of the tongue. I meant to say I am genuinely a good person. I spoke too hastily. Good people do not engage in such furtive actions at night. Yoriichi clearly did not believe him, yet he sheathed his sword. He stood with the wooden blade in hand, addressing Muzan coldly. Leave now and never return, or else. Though he did not finish his threat, the implication was unmistakable. No. Muzan tightened his grip around Yoriichi's leg. Change your demand. I will agree to anything, as long as it does not involve leaving you. The innocent Yoriichi, having never encountered the true malevolence of demons, found himself momentarily at a loss. He had no fondness for violence. Having promised his brother never to wield a katana, armed only with the wooden sword, he doubted he could defeat this enigmatic creature. Then bind yourself, and I will consult with SHI. During this time, you are not permitted to act independently. Yoriichi surveyed the humble surroundings, noting the lack of anything to bind Muzan with. He pointed to his bed. You may stay there, but do not leave it. Very well, Muzan acquiesced, as he proceeded to tie himself with a length of coarse rope, tying a haphazard bow. Then, with an air of indolence, he reclined on Yoriichi's bed, transforming into a puddle of unidentifiable liquid before his eyes. Muzan extended a small hand from his gelatinous form, waving the end of the rope toward Yoriichi. So, I leave this matter in your hands. Yoriichi pinched his arm, beginning to doubt the reality of the situation. Chapter 73, The Eye of God. 2 minutes later, Yoriichi appeared before Muzan, accompanied by SHI. SHI remained silent for a long moment before finally exclaiming, Ah, is this a new source of sustenance? Quite large and remarkably unique. She stroked her elegant hair, beginning to fantasize about whether it should be steamed or braised. But wait, will it melt in the heat? Muzan immediately slithered off the bed to the floor, resembling a sentient jelly. Do not treat me as food. Keep your distance. Yoriichi prodded Muzan with his wooden sword, maintaining a meter's distance. Muzan huddled in a corner, casting a mournful gaze at Yoriichi, muttering words of betrayal and regret that left him perplexed. Shi was taken aback. Yoriichi had hurriedly brought her over without explaining the circumstances. Observing the slithering creature in the corner, she fell into contemplation. So, is this a monster? Is it here for you? Shi inquired of Yoriichi. Perhaps, Yoriichi responded. To Muzan's surprise, Shi accepted the situation with unexpected ease, cheerfully addressing Muzan. Since you've come to find Yoriichi, you may stay. Huh. Muzan gazed at Shi in astonishment. In this isolated and backward era, he had expected to be cast away, yet this girl displayed remarkable openness. Follow me, Shi beckoned, indicating for Muzan to accompany her. The trio ventured under the cover of night to a mountain temple located 3 or 4 miles from the cottage. Muzan observed the multitude of animals, from cats and dogs to birds, and even a python coiling around the rafters, and found himself deep in thought. What is this? What kind of divine Disney animation plot is unfolding here? Perhaps sensing Muzan's bewilderment during his prolonged silence, Shi pointed to the python, explaining. This is one Yoriichi encountered 3 years ago. She then gestured to a cat nestled against a statue, licking its fur. This one was found last year. Finally, she pointed to an absurdly large wolf. Oh, this is from this year. Yoriichi truly has a way with all living beings, but he has attracted too many. My place is too small to accommodate them. For now, dear monster, you shall reside here. We will visit you often. Shi concluded, her tone suggesting familiarity with such arrangements. Muzan was utterly astonished, shaking his head as he leapt onto Yoriichi's leg. No, I refuse to stay here alone. You won't be alone. You have many friendly companions. Shi reassured, gesturing to the room full of animals. The python flicked its tongue, the cat displayed its claws, and the wolf bared its fangs, creating a rather intimidating scene. I don't want to. Muzan desperately clung to the leg of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, his cries echoing with such intensity that they threatened to uproot the mountain temple. Yoriichi, feeling a throbbing headache, rubbed his temples and urged, let go. I will not, Muzan retorted defiantly. Do demons also experience a rebellious phase? She cast a peculiar glance at Muzan, murmuring, if only this place were larger, you wouldn't have to squeeze in here with the others. At her words, Muzan's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Indeed, if the problem couldn't be solved, why not tackle the problem itself? He instantly transformed into a colossal hammer, declaring with fervor, this is a trivial matter, simply make a wish. Sher's attention was immediately captivated by Muzan's words. The notion of enlarging their home had long plagued her, but financial constraints had rendered her powerless to act. She had never anticipated that befriending a demon could yield such advantages. After all, since Yoriichi had taken in the others, they had merely consumed their resources without offering anything in return. Sher had attempted to send them away on several occasions, but to no avail. With this in mind, Sher promptly clasped her hands together in prayer, earnestly beseeching Muzan, please, great demon, grant us a new, spacious house. It truly means a lot to both Yoriichi and me. Observing her compliance, Muzan straightened his posture and, stepping away from Yoriichi's leg, stood proudly before him, asking, and you, do you not desire a grand abode? Yoriichi pressed his lips together and replied softly, I beg you. Witnessing Yoriichi's softened demeanor, Muzan's mind raced, realizing that this was the perfect opportunity to execute his plan. He cleared his throat theatrically, speaking in a cryptic tone, it is not as simple as wishing for something out of thin air. There is a price to be paid. A price? Sher's delicate features furrowed in concern, sensing the gravity of his words. Fear not, it is merely a trifling matter. Muzan had already concocted a perfect logic in his mind regarding the heart exchange, now waiting to see if Yoriichi would take the bait. Yoriichi regarded the slime-like figure before him with a serious expression, inquiring, what sort of price? To lighten the mood, Muzan introduced the heartstone with an accompanying sound effect. He presented the heartstone to Yoriichi, enticing him, simply wear this, and I shall provide you with a grand house. What is this? Sher picked up the heartstone. Examining it closely, unperturbed by its ominous appearance, Muzan felt a twinge of anxiety as she scrutinized his heart. This is the Eye of God. The Eye of God. Sher raised an eyebrow, intrigued by its significance. What exactly does it do? Muzan had been awaiting this question and began to elaborate. The Eye of God is a tangible projection of divine sight, allowing its bearer to wield elemental powers through its medium. Such a powerful artifact. Why do you not keep it for yourself? If Yoriichi possesses it, what price shall he pay? Patience, patience. Muzan had Sher enraptured, continuing. The Eye of God can only be activated in the hands of a chosen individual. I have carried it for centuries. Yet it remained inert until I chanced upon this young man, who instinctively wielded elemental power. At that moment, the eye responded faintly, igniting my belief in its activation. Muzan cleverly justified his sudden appearance, stating, "This is why I have chosen to follow him. Perhaps the natural beings sense that he is favored by the divine." Sure. Captivated by Muzan's reasoning, recognized Yoriichi's uniqueness. She understood that while Yoriichi was not one for words, his latent talents were extraordinary, and with the right opportunity, he could truly shine. This was indeed serendipity. Her spirits lifted, handed the heartstone to Yoriichi, urging, "Yoriichi, do give it a try." However, Yoriichi, the protagonist, remained aloof, his expression distant as he refrained from taking it. He questioned Muzan, "What happens after activating the Eye of God?" "Upon activation, the eye will unleash its inherent powers, at which point I shall extract the heart of the divine from you." Muzan continued to entice. Gazing at Sher's starry-eyed anticipation, Yoriichi reluctantly accepted the heartstone, tucking it into his cloak. "This suffices, yes?" He glanced at Muzan. Muzan energetically wiggled his soft form, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. You may return to rest, and tomorrow you shall find your grand house." After bidding farewell to Yoriichi and Sher, Muzan finally reverted to his original form. Contemplating for a moment, he was not Kibutsuji Muzan. How could he conjure a new house out of thin air? Constructing a house required both labor and materials, and relying solely on himself could take until next year to complete. Fortunately, he was the Demon King. "System, is the original Demon King Muzan present at this time?" he inquired, just to be cautious. "Affirmative." Oh, it was fortunate he had asked. Otherwise, rallying people to build a house could have summoned this era's Muzan, leading to trouble. What to do? Perhaps he should just abscond with Yoriichi and escape. After all, the Heartstone was already in his possession. While escapism was shameful, it was effective. "System, prepare my escape route quickly." "Host, are you serious?" Muzan nodded firmly. "No more chatter. Hurry." Heartstone replacement complete. Teleportation ready. In the deep of night, the Heartstone emitted a captivating glow beneath the hazy moonlight, floating out from Yoriichi's embrace and swiftly merging with his heart, pulsating vigorously in unison. From a distance, as Muzan prepared to teleport away, he suddenly felt an inexplicable resonance from deep within. The rhythmic beating of a heart echoed in his ears like a drum. He touched his own hollow chest, murmuring, "This seems to be Yoriichi's heartbeat." With no time to ponder further, time began to whirl chaotically. Yoriichi's once anger-filled eyes transformed as the heartbeat intensified, gradually coalescing into a luminous glow. Yoriichi dreamt of a demon promising to provide him and Sher with a house, in exchange for receiving an enigmatic object known as the Eye of God. However, after just one night, the eye vanished, along with the demon, leaving no trace behind. He had forgotten the details of the dream, unable to recall if he had spoken to Sher about it or why he had not taken it to heart, allowing it to slip away so hastily. Was this reality or merely a dream? Yoriichi concentrated intently, trying to remember the specifics, his mind fixating on the demon's initial appearance in human form. Suddenly, he jolted awake, gasping for air as his vision gradually sharpened, settling on the face of Kokushibo. "Brother? You are finally awake." Kokushibo sighed in relief. Yoriichi reached for his heart, recalling that he should have perished. The ice spear had pierced his heart, delivering a fatal blow. "Is this heaven? Has my brother also perished? What of Tsukihiko?" He struggled to rise, but Kokushibo restrained him back into the medical chamber. "Your wounds have just healed. You must not move recklessly," he warned. "Healed?" Yoriichi was taken aback. Could a ruptured heart truly mend? "Am I still alive?" "Of course you are alive." Kokushibo replied with a sardonic tone. "What? Do you find life too comfortable and wish to die?" Coughing, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, heart racing intensely, extended his hand towards Kokushibo. "Where is Michiro?" Upon mention of Michiro, Kokushibo fell silent. After a moment, he spoke softly. "I have not seen him. I only encountered you, on the brink of death." "Brother." Kagaya Ubuyashiki grasped Kokushibo's hand tightly, his voice laced with suppressed fury. "What business is it of yours? Why do you not search for him?" Kokushibo's expression darkened, his palm pained by Kagaya's grip, yet he did not withdraw. "I have searched. There is no one else but you. Even Doma is absent." Kagaya released him and stood up resolutely. Coldly, he declared, "I shall find him." "You fool." Kokushibo suddenly pushed him, causing Kagaya to spit blood. "With such a frail body, how can you hope to find Michiro?" Kagaya Ubuyashiki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly forced a chilling smile. "If Michiro is slain, I shall resent the delay that hindered your search for him." Seeing this darker side of Kagaya, Kokushibo was taken aback. It dawned on him that Kagaya, when pushed to the edge, could exhibit a shadowy aspect. A secret pleasure arose within him. Did this imply that Kagaya was not as flawless as he had imagined? His psyche was not as pure as that of a deity. The facade of aloof compassion merely stemmed from not having encountered his other side. Kagaya Ubuyashiki was, after all, just an ordinary person with vulnerabilities. Humph. Kokushibo chuckled, If that is the case, then go ahead and search. I will not impede you. I shall also seek Michiro in my own way. Evidently, the true identity of Muzan had not been captured by Doma. He had escaped on his own. Upon returning to the Infinite Castle, Muzan found himself greeted by Akaza, who waved at him with a broad smile, his mood gradually stabilizing. Just the sight of Kagaya Ubuyashiki stirred a deep-seated fear within him. He was terrified of having his lies exposed. The notion of betrayal had reached its pinnacle in his actions. The mere presence of Kagaya filled him with a guilt so profound it felt as though he could burrow into the ground to escape. He must avoid Kagaya until he could calm the guilt enough to continue lying. Michiro. Akaza embraced Muzan tightly, his voice dripping with longing and affection, almost sounding like a spoiled pet. It's been so long. In Akaza's embrace, as he watched his rising energy levels, Muzan's chaotic thoughts cooled as if doused with cold water. Muzan gently patted Akaza's back, signaling him to release him. How are the renovations in the Infinite Castle progressing? Only 3 weeks remain until completion, Niiguma interjected, holding a pipa. She covered her mouth in surprise, realizing how unexpectedly close Akaza was to Muzan. Akaza, somewhat displeased, released Muzan and crossed his arms. What is so surprising? Are you jealous, Niiguma? Niiguma lightly plucked the pipa strings. There's no need for you to be upset, Akaza. I simply feel a twinge of pity for Doma, given Muzan's demeanor towards him. Chapter 75. Joy abounds in the Infinite Castle. Ah, what a fortuitous timing. Akaza is here as well. Doma, having received news, strolled over to Akaza, maintaining a courteous demeanor before him. After all, calling him third directly would likely incite a fierce confrontation. Having refined Muzan's blood, Akaza's combat prowess had increased significantly. Doma lacked the assurance of escaping unscathed. As for a blood battle, Akaza was presently focused on Michiro and had no intention of perishing alongside Doma. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Akaza. Doma casually draped an arm over Akaza's shoulder, whispering conspiratorially, the last battle truly opened my eyes. Keep your distance. Akaza ruthlessly brushed Doma's arm aside, unashamedly expressing his disdain. Don't feign camaraderie, we are not close. Akaza frowned. Ah, how disheartening, Doma lamented, dramatically clutching his heart and turning to Muzan, pouting, Michiro, he is bullying me. Scoundrel. Before Muzan could respond, Akaza swiftly interposed himself between Doma and Muzan, seething, do not approach him. Who permitted you to address Muzan so casually? That title belongs solely to him, damn Doma. As the tension escalated, Niiguma began to play her pipa, the rapid and tense notes suggesting an impending clash. The three turned their gazes towards her. With an unflinching expression, Niiguma addressed Muzan, Muzan-sama, did I act correctly? Muzan pinched the bridge of his nose. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. You acted appropriately, but do not repeat such behavior. Understood. Niiguma pondered for a moment before ceasing her playing. Following this interruption, the previously charged atmosphere dissipated. Akaza and Doma flanked Muzan, akin to guardians surrounding their sovereign. Muzan, contemplating Kagaya Ubuyashiki, questioned Doma with a hint of irritation. Why did you not follow the plan and leave the ice seed in my sleeve? Doma widened his vividly colored eyes, feigning innocence, an accident, perhaps? He chuckled, his eyes narrowing into arcs. Now that Kagaya Ubuyashiki is out of the picture, the original aim concerning Michiro remains unchanged. Why concern ourselves with the process? That man is truly dead? Akaza expressed surprise. He had first-hand experience of Kagaya's prowess and doubted Doma possessed the ability to kill him. I witnessed Michiro slay him with my own eyes. There is no mistake. Doma fanned himself excitedly, a strange smile playing on his lips. One might assume he had been the one to eliminate Kagaya Ubuyashiki. That is splendid. Although Akaza harbored no fondness for Doma, he felt elated by the news. His eyes sparkling as he turned to Muzan, Michiro, this means you will no longer endure such grievances. Having spun a web of lies, he felt compelled to maintain his facade. Muzan suppressed the urge to thrash Doma, forcing a smile. He could not afford to be complacent. Such a figure was unlikely to be vanquished by a single strike. While they engaged in idle chatter, Muzan suddenly heard Kokushibo's earnest request to connect. Muzan-sama. Kokushibo wishes to see you. To his surprise, Kokushibo had made swift progress, arriving at this location in less than a day. With Akaza, Doma, and Niiguma all aware of Michiro's identity as Muzan, he pondered how to prevent them from inadvertently revealing it. As Kokushibo entered the Infinite Castle, guided by Niiguma, he found Michiro asleep alone in a corner, while Muzan and the other upper moons sipped tea at a nearby table. Muzan-sama. Kokushibo knelt on one knee, casting a sidelong glance at Michiro. The situation had taken a dire turn. Michiro had indeed fallen into Muzan's grasp, whom Muzan mused briefly. Lifting his sleeve slightly towards an empty spot at the table, please, take a seat. Kokushibo complied and took his place, while Niiguma quietly stood by, pouring tea for them. You sought me out regarding the blue spider lily, did you not? Muzan inquired flatly, sipping his tea. Not yet. Kokushibo fabricated a lie, steering the conversation towards Michiro. Having heard of changes within the 12 Kazuki, he had come to inquire. Oh, to my surprise, you two are one who enjoys the commotion. Muzan chuckled lightly. Akaza, unperturbed by Muzan's sardonic tone, straightforwardly inquired, Muzan-sama, what are your plans for the newly arrived lower moon? Plans? Muzan retorted, given your question. I presume you have a well-considered suggestion? Indeed. Akaza sat upright, his 6 eyes fixated on Muzan. If Muzan-sama does not object, I would gladly take charge of training this lower moon, for a feeble one who possesses no skills does not merit a place among the 12 Kazuki. Upon hearing this, both Doma and Akaza exchanged peculiar glances, as if stifling some unspoken reaction. Akaza, keenly observing them, finally acknowledged their presence, inquiring with displeasure, do you have any objections? With a thud, Akaza placed his cup heavily back on the table, retorting, I do not consent. It is not your place to disagree. Akaza unleashed a palpable aura of menace, declaring, if you have objections, you may initiate a blood battle for position, as long as you rank below me. Your voice holds no weight here. You. Akaza was about to unleash his fury when Doma, with a disingenuous smile, interjected to mediate. Oh dear, esteemed gentlemen. What are you doing in front of Muzan-sama? Doma's smile resembled that of a duplicitous fox. Muzan-sama, I apologize on their behalf. Please do not punish them for their rudeness. Silence ensued, and with a sudden motion, Muzan crushed the teacup in his hand. He gazed at Doma with a faint smile and nodded, saying, you are right, Doma. Suddenly, Doma was propelled away, crashing against the wall and leaving an impression of his form. Since you insist, you shall bear their punishment. A hush fell over the assembly, and both Akaza and Akaza returned to their seats, suppressing their murderous intent as they quietly resumed sipping tea. Only Doma emerged from the dent, brushing himself off nonchalantly as he returned to his position, exclaiming, I am simply one who is eager to assist. You need not express your gratitude. No one was grateful to you. What nonsense are you spouting? Not only did Akaza regard Doma with a frown, but even Akaza clenched his fists. He was aware that Doma was generally unlikable, but he had not realized he could be so infuriating. Chapter 76. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. Muzan chose to ignore Doma's theatrics and turned to Akaza, saying, it is not impossible to take him away. However what? Akaza pressed. Heh. Muzan calmly sipped his tea, remaining silent. At this moment, Akaza interjected, Muzan-sama means for me to accompany you, does he not? Akaza shot a bewildered glance at Akaza, questioning why he would concern himself with such trivial matters unrelated to strength. Do you doubt me? Akaza, sensitive to the nuances, quickly discerned Muzan's underlying message. Akaza interjected once more, Akaza-sama, are you questioning Muzan-sama's decision? Akaza's 6 eyes slowly shifted from the silent, but smiling Muzan to the furious Akaza, suppressing his bloodlust as he tightened his grip on his katana, and said, very well, if you wish to accompany him, then do so. Muzan-sama, I take my leave. After ensuring that Tsukihiko was safely escorted away, Akaza narrowed his eyes. Should anything happen to Akaza outside, it would not be his concern. Once Akaza departed with Tsukihiko and Akaza, Doma could no longer contain his laughter, covering his mouth with a fan as he remarked, I never anticipated that Akaza would truly betray you. Humph. Muzan cast a sidelong glance at him, understanding what he ought to do. Doma comprehended, bowing respectfully to Muzan while muttering, the priestly clan, how intriguing. Matters are becoming increasingly complex. Before Akaza entered Infinity Castle, Muzan, to prevent Akaza and Doma from suspecting him, decided to use the priestly clan as a scapegoat, misleading them into believing that Akaza had betrayed him to ally with the priestly clan. To test whether Akaza had indeed betrayed him, Akaza and Doma would naturally refrain from revealing Tsukihiko's true identity. As Doma departed to seek the whereabouts of the priestly clan, Muzan directly linked minds with Akaza, stating, the most crucial moment is upon us. Akaza, I entrust you with the most important task. Can you fulfill it? Akaza responded almost instantaneously, I will not disappoint Muzan-sama's expectations. Excellent. Listen closely. Akaza has begun to harbor murderous intent toward you. You must secretly follow him, and when the time is right, await my command to act. Do you understand? I understand. A fierce determination ignited in Akaza's eyes. Muzan also exchanged a few words with Neikime before finally feeling at ease to allow the system to transfer him into the body of his avatar, Tsukihiko. What is it like to open and close one's eyes only to see Kaneo Tsuyuri? Muzan nearly fled in terror again. Wasn't Tsukihiko with Akaza? Why had he transformed into Kaneo Tsuyuri? As if sensing Muzan's confusion, Kaneo Tsuyuri spoke. Brother is dealing with a tale that has followed him. Muzan steadied himself. It mattered not if Akaza was discovered. Given his current strength, as long as he did not confront Akaza head-on, escape would not pose a problem. Yet, he could not fathom why he felt so anxious facing Kaneo Tsuyuri, especially under her contemplative gaze. "Tsukihiko, I thought you had perished," he lamented, throwing himself into Kaneo's embrace. Attempting to disrupt her thoughts, Kaneo was indeed lost in contemplation. The notion of resurrection had thoroughly breached his limits, and even he, in his ignorance, should have realized that something was amiss. Moreover, Kaneo was not inherently foolish. He simply preferred not to concern himself with minute details. An additional memory surfaced, striking him like a slap to his prideful recollection. He compared the two newly emerged memories, and the shadow of the monster before its transformation into slime slowly overlapped with his recollection of Tsukihiko. Both in skeletal structure and height, they bore the same youthful characteristics. But why was this so? According to his brother, Tsukihiko had always been by his side, never departing. Why, on that fateful night, did Tsukihiko appear beside him in the guise of a monster? Why would he refuse to acknowledge his true identity? Was Tsukihiko truly a descendant, so remarkably similar to them? Did Tsukihiko have descendants? A heavy fog of confusion enveloped Kaneo as he held Tsukihiko, feeling the strong rhythm of his heart beating within his chest, pondering whose heart now thudded in his breast. What is the affinity level? 99. Curse it. Why is the last bit of affinity so difficult to attain? Host, had you but revealed to Kaneo Tsuyuri that you are Tsukihiko, you would have reached 100 long ago. You must be mad. I am not insane. Muzan was exasperated, as exposing this matter would clearly indicate that Tsukihiko was problematic, utterly dismantling his pristine reputation and jeopardizing any trust or affection from Kaneo. "Tsukihiko, I believe I have had a dream." Kaneo's gaze darkened as he regarded him. "A dream?" Muzan inquired, lifting his head from Kaneo's embrace. A hint of confusion in his voice. "What did you dream of?" Kaneo shook his head, unwilling to disclose the contents of his dream, instead asking, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Muzan fidgeted, feeling a surge of tension. "Why do you ask? You are the best to me." "No." Kaneo's gaze softened as he gently caressed Muzan's cheek, adding, "I do not wish to be seen merely as that in your eyes. Perhaps there are those who could treat you better than I, while I remain silent, perpetually provoking annoyance among others, and committing grave errors. Such a failure am I." Muzan directly covered Kaneo Tsuyuri's mouth, anticipating that Kaneo would doubt him, would scrutinize him. Yet, what he received instead was a discourse of self-denial. "You are truly wonderful, Kaneo. Do not utter such words, for it angers me." Muzan gazed through the window, where the moon hung majestically in the sky. He pointed excitedly at the moon, exclaiming how splendid the moonlight was tonight. "Shall we go and behold it together?" Kaneo halted him, sitting on the bed and embracing Muzan tightly, pressing her face against his chest. "I know, tonight's moonlight is exquisite, and the breeze is gentle, and I am in love with you." Under the witness of Kokushibo, who hurried home in a flurry, Kaneo finally confessed her feelings. "I love you, Michikatsu. I love you." Ignoring Kokushibo's furious shout, Kaneo's smile gradually faded, her eyes dimming in a place where Muzan could not see. Michikatsu's chest was devoid of a heartbeat, empty as an endless valley. 5 seconds later, the system announced to the bewildered Muzan, who was staring at Kaneo Tsuyuri's affection level, 100. Chapter 77, The Nightmare of Akaza and Kokushibo. Kaneo Tsuyuri. An angry roar akin to thunder erupted from Kokushibo's lips as he swiftly moved beside Muzan, covering his ears and glaring fiercely at Kaneo. "You have 5 seconds to retract those words." Yet Kaneo responded earnestly to Kokushibo. "Brother, I cherish Michikatsu as one would treasure life itself. You will bless me, won't you?" "Bless?" Kokushibo found the notion somewhat ludicrous. Had he not concealed his feelings for Michikatsu, he would have whisked him away long ago. "How could you dare to steal my little Shiro, whom I had so painstakingly retrieved?" Indeed, such a confession was rather hasty. Kaneo felt a pang of regret. It should have been more solemn. "No, I did not mean to imply that you were hasty. There is no need for further words, brother." Kaneo understood in her heart. "What do you comprehend?" Kokushibo's expression was as if he were broadcasting his disapproval of this union. Kaneo disregarded Kokushibo's grim countenance and turned to Muzan earnestly. "Michikatsu, I recognize that this is not the ideal moment for a confession, yet the events of the past have made me acutely aware of life's fragility. I wish to live without regrets." Muzan stared blankly at his moving lips, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. "So, will you marry me, Michikatsu?" Kaneo revealed a genuine smile. "Though I possess nothing, I vow to love you for the rest of my life, to cherish you as I would my own existence. Will you accept?" Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. Muzan was genuinely stunned. Could the power of full affection be so potent that it compelled Kaneo to propose? Akaza, who merely followed orders, had not even made a confession. Why was Kaneo in such a hurry, as if pressed by some urgency? Muzan felt an inexplicable anxiety, his sixth sense warning him that this was a pivotal moment that could alter their fate. Was he being overly cautious, or was his intuition truly manifesting? Complicating matters further, Kaneo had risked his life for him. He had no valid reason to refuse. Kokushibo was tense, beads of cold sweat forming as he observed Michikatsu's prolonged silence. A flicker of hope igniting within him. Perhaps Michikatsu did not hold Kaneo in such high regard as imagined. He still had a chance. Do not pressure Kaneo, Michikatsu. You are being reckless. As the words fell, Kaneo lowered his lashes, obscuring his expression, the aura around him shifting dramatically as he murmured softly, "Is that so?" Muzan felt a chill run down his spine. Could this lead to a dark transformation? Surely not. Why is Kaneo's threshold for darkness lower than I anticipated? Of course not. Muzan mustered his courage, grasping Kaneo's lowered hand, his eyes earnest. I was merely taken aback. I am willing. Do not be disheartened. Please, do not succumb to darkness. My vitality has yet to be fully replenished. Kokushibo felt as though struck by lightning. He wished he could traverse time to erase this scene. He burst from the room, fearing he might unsheath his blade against Kaneo. His beloved had been snatched away by Kaneo. How he loathed it. How he despised it. Cursed Kaneo Tsuyuri. Why must it always be like this, taking everything from him? Jealousy twisted Kokushibo's features into a grotesque mask. It was at this moment that Akaza appeared, unaware of the turmoil, casually greeting Kokushibo. Lord Kokushibo, I advise you not to think of shaking me off. I shall report your actions faithfully to Lord Muzan. Get lost. Outside, a fierce battle ensued, while inside, silence reigned. Kaneo reverted to his ordinary, non-threatening demeanor, his dark aura entirely subdued. He held Muzan, his expression obscured, yet his voice exuded calm and contentment. How wonderful, Michikatsu. I wish to share marital intimacy with you. Muzan's face flushed deeply at his words, scolding, what are you saying? He had initially intended to refuse the notion of marital intimacy, but recalling his vitality, he fell silent. He did not entirely resist the idea of closeness with Kaneo. In fact, he found himself somewhat eager. As a single dog for many years, having traversed without knowing the taste of intimacy, he had been too preoccupied with survival and accumulating vitality to ponder such matters. How much vitality would he gain from a single encounter with Kaneo? Just the thought sent waves of excitement through him. Kaneo held Muzan tightly, murmuring, I do not understand why, but holding you does not feel real, as if you might vanish at any moment. I fear this is but a dream. How could it be? Muzan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt at his words. Was this Kaneo's sixth sense? If so, it was far too precise, too acute. Kaneo shook his head, choosing not to respond, muttering to himself, right, a wedding requires a ceremony and a ring. A ceremony, a ring, a ceremony, a ring. As if etching something into his very being, Kaneo repeated these two terms in a daze. I require a pair of rings. Just then, the door to Kokushibo's residence was violently flung open. Akaza, bruised and battered, leaned against the doorframe, eyes ablaze with fury. I do not consent. I do not approve of this marriage. Michikatsu, is it true that Kokushibo says you will marry him? Akaza's eyes were filled with hatred as he and Kokushibo blocked the entrance, glaring at Kaneo. Kaneo shielded Muzan, confronting Akaza and Kokushibo with an icy voice. As frigid as winter's chill, this is truly a nuisance. Kaneo lifted his eyelids slightly, regarding the panting Akaza with indifference. How dare this malevolent demon, who had harmed Muzan, attempt to obstruct him? Again and again, Kaneo drew forth the Inyong blade from within. Wait. As Kaneo prepared to strike, Muzan quickly leaped onto his waist, restraining him from taking a life. Kaneo, be mindful of your wounds. Simultaneously, he mentally urged Akaza. I was deceiving him. Have you forgotten the task I assigned you? Hurry and leave. Damn it. Akaza, understanding Muzan's silent cue, reluctantly retreated, obliterating every cypress tree in his path, creating a vast vacuum behind him. Muzan Kibutsuji, having regained his composure, wore a countenance darker than the bottom of a pot. I will not agree to this. Absolutely not, my esteemed brother. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, with an expression devoid of emotion, responded, Yukihira has already consented. You cannot thwart our union. What does it mean for the heart to be wrenched in agony? No one could fathom the torment of knowing that the one he cherished would wed another. The pain was excruciating, so intense that he yearned to obliterate everything. Yet, he could not bring himself to harm Yoriichi, nor could he prevent Yukihira's decision. His spirit was restless. Kibutsuji slumped onto a chair, hands pressed tightly against his forehead. This cannot be real. Yet it was all too real. Yoriichi had left no room for reversal in this matter. Tomorrow, I will bring Yukihira to prepare for the wedding. Brother, We shall not linger here any longer." With that, Yoriichi departed Kibutsuji's abode, accompanied by Muzan, leaving Kibutsuji alone at the table, his solitary silhouette evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Chapter 78. I Choose to Believe. At the bridal shop, Muzan stood frozen, clutching the exquisite white wedding kimono Yoriichi had handed him, utterly flummoxed. The sales clerk incessantly praised Muzan's beauty, exclaiming that they were indeed a match made in heaven. And the bride's attire suited her impeccably. "This shall do," Yoriichi declared, promptly settling the payment before taking hold of the wrapped kimono and pulling Muzan by the wrist. "Now, let us choose the rings." Muzan had never witnessed such efficiency in wedding preparations, stumbling along in Yoriichi's wake. Yoriichi. He grasped Yoriichi's arm, halting them before the jewelry store. "This is all too rapid. I am somewhat unaccustomed to it." With a beseeching gaze, he implored, "Could you grant me a bit more time?" "Very well," Yoriichi acquiesced, brushing away the fallen leaves from a bench outside the shop. "Sit for a moment. I shall return shortly." Muzan perched on the bench, cradling the white kimono, and nodded at Yoriichi as he departed. 5 minutes later, Yoriichi emerged, holding a pair of wedding rings. Yukihira? The bench remained vacant, save for the abandoned kimono. Yoriichi's teeth clenched in frustration as he navigated against the flow of people on the street, his pace quickening, his eyes scanning the surroundings, colliding with passers-by, and swiftly moving past them. Yukihira. In an unassuming old shop by the roadside, Muzan turned abruptly, clutching a skewer of Odin, and caught sight of the hurried Yoriichi. His mouth agape in surprise. "Yoriichi?" He shyly raised the skewer, unable to meet Yoriichi's gaze, murmuring, I am a bit hungry." Ignoring the stares from others on the street, Yoriichi enveloped him in an embrace, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Do not leave me. Yukihira, I implore you." "I am sorry." Muzan sincerely apologized, his emotions swirling within him. After a moment of contemplation, he attempted to change the subject. "Yoriichi, I can stand in the sunlight now. The red spider lily truly works." Indeed. Yoriichi took his hand and began to retrace their steps, only to discover that the white kimono had gone missing from outside the jewelry store. Yoriichi was taken aback by his own sudden surge of anger, his lips pressing into a thin line. "Someone has stolen our belongings." Muzan feigned ignorance. "Indeed, it was he who purposely left to lead me on a wild chase. It was he who orchestrated the perfect opportunity for Akaza to seize the kimono. His intent was to disrupt this wedding. To those indifferent to the institution of marriage, it may seem merely a formality, yet, for Yoriichi, it held profound significance. Marriage signified the binding of two souls in an unbreakable covenant, vowing to share life and death, to remain steadfast through all trials. Muzan loved Yoriichi, even to the extent of wishing to exchange his very heart with his. Yet he could not commit to an unyielding bond. He was destined to return home, to the modern world. There were no terrifying demons, no convoluted relationships, no shameless systems or penalties. Only his ordinary life as a reclusive man, content to bask in his games, anime, and novels until the end of his days. He had never contemplated marriage or children. As a bisexual, being with a woman would entail the burdens of car and house payments, accumulating debts merely to wed her. Being with a man was even less accepted, subjecting him to the scornful whispers of society, branded as a homosexual, a pervert, a lunatic. Muzan desired none of this. He wished merely to curl up in a small but safe corner, living joyfully until death. This was the conviction that had sustained him through the exhausting machinations of this world. He could not promise Yoriichi anything. He already felt he had wronged Yoriichi enough. How could he offer a wedding only to abandon him afterward? That would be too cruel for Yoriichi, akin to a heartless betrayal. He wished only to provide Yoriichi with a happy ending, even if it meant living well in a world devoid of him. "Yoriichi," Muzan gently beckoned. "Perhaps now is not the right time for a wedding. Let us visit a shrine to seek an auspicious date, shall we?" "Very well." Yoriichi pondered briefly before concluding. "Let us go to Omiya's shrine. I have heard it is very effective." This time, Yoriichi purchased train tickets for both of them. Even Yoriichi, though accustomed to long journeys, found himself weary, particularly fearing that Yukihira might struggle with the extended travel. To avoid drawing too much attention, Yoriichi donned Western gentleman's attire, while Muzan wore a classic, simple bamboo-patterned kimono, holding onto Yoriichi's arm. Nevertheless, their remarkable appearances still attracted the glances of fellow passengers on the train. Yoriichi seated Muzan in a more sheltered spot, shielding him from the majority of prying eyes. The train rumbled to life, and through the transparent glass, the scenery outside blurred and faded from view. Muzan exhaled onto the glass, tracing a heart shape around Yoriichi's reflection. Yoriichi glanced over, a smile gracing his lips at Muzan's playful gesture. He encircled Muzan with his own fingers, extending the heart shape to include Yukihira's reflection as well, laughing. This is how it should be. Muzan glanced up at him, finding himself caught in the depths of Yoriichi's love-filled gaze. He felt a surge of anxiety and gently pushed Yoriichi, saying, "Many eyes are upon us. This is inappropriate." Yoriichi returned to his seat. The rest of the journey passed in silence. After a day of travel, Muzan leaned against Yoriichi's shoulder, drifting into slumber. "Yukihira, we have arrived." The gentle voice of the train's announcer stirred Muzan awake as Yoriichi tenderly caressed his cheek. "Ah, how quickly!" Muzan rubbed his eyes, following Yoriichi off the train, obediently joining the throng of passengers. Had it not been for their identities, everyone would have assumed they were a young couple on vacation. Omiya Shrine was even more vibrant and bustling than Yoriichi remembered. After a century of care, it appeared neither dilapidated nor forlorn. Rather, it had been lovingly restored. Every corner adorned with protective red paint. Yoriichi led Muzan up the mountain, where they encountered 2 large stones bound with coarse ropes, upon which hung wooden plaques inscribed with wishes for love. "Yoriichi, what is this?" Muzan inquired, curiosity piqued. "Oh, how fortunate you are to ask." An elderly woman emerged from seemingly nowhere, pointing at the stones and explaining, "These are the love fortune stones, capable of divining one's romantic prospects. If you can make a wish and, with your eyes closed, walk from one stone to the other and touch it, your wish will be granted, and you shall soon meet your true love. However, if I am not mistaken, you two are already in love, yes? Should you succeed, your love will endure for a long time." Muzan remained astonished by such peculiar customs when Kagaya Yoriichi had already taken his hand, leading him to the stones. As the throngs of people made their way towards the shrine atop the mountain, only a few lingered here. Yoriichi closed his eyes and guided Muzan towards another stone. Their hands entwined as they caressed the love divination stone together. Upon opening his eyes, a smile graced Yoriichi's lips. "Do you believe in this, Tsukihiko? It may be rather childish, but I choose to believe." Chapter 79. The correct method to obtain yang energy. Muzan remained silent, turning his head as he pulled Yoriichi upwards, nonchalantly pointing at the 3 towering dragon-headed columns within the temple. "Yoriichi, what is this?" The 3 dragon heads continuously spouted water, cascading down into a pool and creating a shower of crystalline droplets. Yoriichi approached the signpost and softly read aloud to Muzan, "This is the waterfall of wishes." The 3 streams from the dragon heads symbolize health, career, and love, believed to possess miraculous powers. Choose one of these springs and drink from it, and your wish shall be granted. No sooner had Yoriichi finished speaking than Muzan rolled up his sleeves and scooped 2 handfuls of water representing health and career, gulping them down eagerly. Yoriichi barely had time to stop him and continued reading. However, one may only drink from one stream. If one attempts to indulge in all 3, the desires may backfire, and the wishes will not come true. "What?" Muzan was taken aback. Yoriichi chuckled and ruffled his hair, scooping a handful of water from the stream, representing love, and drinking it. "It's all right, I'm here for you." A cascade of maple leaves surrounded the grand shrine, and Yoriichi smiled as several leaves danced in the wind, landing gracefully on his broad shoulders and tousled hair. As Yoriichi pulled Muzan onward, the leaves drifted slowly from Muzan's view to the ground, having once briefly rested upon Yoriichi. For reasons unknown to him, Muzan reached out and stealthily tucked away a late maple leaf from Yoriichi's hair, clenching it tightly in his fist. "Do you wish for a talisman?" Yoriichi inquired as they reached the innermost part of the temple, where a myriad of talismans awaited. Though he posed the question, his actions were swift, and he had already procured a red cloth talisman adorned with gold. "This is for you," he said, personally tying the talisman around Muzan's waist, his keen eyes catching sight of the tightly clenched fist. "What's wrong? What are you holding?" Muzan turned away to conceal it from Yoriichi, hastily stuffing the maple leaf into the talisman, and before Yoriichi could show displeasure, he embraced him tightly. "It's a secret, I'll tell you later." Yoriichi, slightly exasperated, gently stroked Muzan's sleek hair. "When will that be?" "Tsukihiko, you seem a bit strange today." "What do you mean? I'm not strange at all." Muzan's face flushed with panic, and he fanned himself with his hand. "It must be the heat." "It is late autumn," Yoriichi remarked, seizing his flailing wrist. "Are you tired? Do you need a moment to rest?" "Uh-huh." Muzan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I am a bit weary." At the foot of the Amakami shrine stood a serene and elegant and nestled within a bamboo grove. The proprietor introduced the accommodations to the 2 guests. "Here, we have a natural hot spring, divided into several compartments by stones. If you are interested, you may enjoy a soak. It could be quite delightful." "I want to bathe in the hot spring," Muzan exclaimed, his previous disinterest vanishing in an instant. He had never experienced a hot spring in either of his lifetimes, having only seen them in television dramas. "Very well." The proprietor's aged face broke into a beaming smile. "But the price is..." Before Yoriichi's piercing gaze could settle upon him, The proprietor quickly amended, "Of course. As our rare esteemed guests, I shall arrange the most tranquil and luxurious compartment for you. I assure you, no one will disturb your enjoyment." The latter part of his statement evidently swayed Yoriichi, and after swiftly completing the payment, the proprietor directed a nearby attendant to guide them. The hot spring lay deep within the bamboo grove, and indeed, as the innkeeper had claimed, it was devoid of other guests due to the steep price. Yoriichi and Muzan changed into specially designed garments for the hot spring and stepped into the pool, steam rising from the water and obscuring their vision. On the stone steps beside the pool lay a selection of sake and snacks. Muzan swam to the edge, lifting a cup of sake to sip lightly. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as the steam mingled with the water, creating ripples upon the surface. As he held the cup, he gazed at Yoriichi, his eyelashes casting shadows over his starry eyes, as if saying nothing yet conveying everything. Yoriichi found himself drawn to his side, raising his own cup and downing it in one gulp, the liquid cascading down his throat only to be caught by Muzan's lips. His soft lips brushed against Yoriichi's neck, a fleeting peck, as delicate as a woodpecker's touch, and as swift as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Noticing Yoriichi's intent to pursue, Muzan tried to evade, but Yoriichi's gaze darkened with an intensity that ensnared Muzan's wrist, pulling him close. He deepened the kiss, savoring the taste of Tsukihiko's mouth, a mixture of sweetness and crispness. The initial rich sweetness soon gave way to a lingering bitterness. This kiss was bittersweet, momentarily causing Yoriichi to lose himself in thought. How could it be bitter? Unbeknownst to Muzan, who was lost in the intimate atmosphere. The warm steam enveloping him made his head spin and his cheeks flush crimson. "Yoriichi," he murmured, cupping Yoriichi's face with both hands. "Do you know who I am?" Yoriichi, somewhat taken aback that Tsukihiko would bring this up, remained composed as he regarded him. "Indeed, who are you?" Muzan chuckled, his smile radiant and captivating. "I am Rakuya. I am Rakuya." Rakuya was Muzan's true name from his life before crossing over, a name he had never shared with anyone in this world. And now he finally revealed it to Yoriichi. "Tsukihiko, Tsukihiko, Tsukihiko." Yoriichi softly repeated his name, each utterance a caress. Rakuya felt a surge of joy, his young energy skyrocketing, exceeding 1,000 in mere moments, with aspirations of reaching 10,000. Yet, tears involuntarily streamed down his face, and Yoriichi embraced him, the tears falling onto Yoriichi's sturdy chest. "Do not cry," Yoriichi halted. Rakuya shook his head, covering his eyes. "It doesn't hurt. Yoriichi is very gentle." "Then why are you crying?" Yoriichi pressed his lips to Rakuya's cheek in a comforting gesture. "I don't know." Rakuya held him tightly, whispering in his ear, "I am very happy." Yet, despite the joyous occasion, an emptiness seemed to seep into his emotions like cracks spreading through his heart. Had he done something wrong? "I'm sorry, Yoriichi." Upon hearing those words, Yoriichi paused, his gaze filled with understanding. "There is no need to apologize. I love you. I love you. Therefore there is no need for apologies." The two spent a carefree, unrestrained half-month at the hot spring inn, and by the end, Rakuya was utterly exhausted, barely able to lift a finger as he leaned his head out of the window, gazing up at the moon, only to be pulled back by Yoriichi. His yang energy had reached an astonishing 5,000. Chapter 80. Yoriichi's Guidance and Training. "It's almost time. That day is approaching soon," Muzan thought quietly. During his days with Yoriichi, he had not been idle. Following the system's prompts, he dispatched 2 low-ranking members to the swordsmith village. Subsequently, he provided a wave of experience to Tanjiro, the Hashira Takedo Michiro, and others, successfully enlightening them on the conditions required to unlock their marks, ensuring they would not be swiftly defeated by Kibutsuji Muzan and Akaza upon their first encounter. As long as he is given time, it is possible. At this moment, Tanjiro and his companions, who have just completed their recuperation, are standing at the entrance of the Omiya Shrine. Contrary to the original narrative, the first stop, guided by the Hashira, was decided to commence with the enigmatic Kagaya Ubuyashiki. After departing from the Demon Slayer Corps, Kagaya maintained a simple correspondence with Tanjiro, ignoring all other letters without exception, solely due to his friendship with Tanjiro's companion, Zenitsu. Tanjiro nervously swallowed, daunted by the prospect of entering. Would Mr. Ubuyashiki consent to our request? His confidence wavered. Surely he would agree. Zenitsu, ever the optimist, gave Tanjiro a gentle shove into the room, calling out, "Mr. Ubuyashiki. Mr. Ubuyashiki? Please refrain." Tanjiro hastily covered Zenitsu's mouth, blushing profusely under the shopkeeper's scrutinizing gaze. Such behavior was utterly disrespectful. Before the commotion outside could escalate further, Kagaya Ubuyashiki emerged, draped in a simple outer robe, exuding an aura of languor and satisfaction. Tanjiro noticed vivid red marks on his exposed skin, reminiscent of mosquito bites. The mosquitoes in the mountains are indeed formidable, To inflict such bites upon Mr. Ubuyashiki, how dreadful. Tanjiro mused silently. The very mosquitoes he thought of were now coming out. Their legs trembling like noodles, clad neatly in layers of clothing, as if they wished to wrap themselves like a zongzi. Tanjiro, puzzled by Muzan's appearance, questioned whether it was indeed autumn, as Miss Tsukihiko seemed to have ushered in winter prematurely. Miss Tsukihiko, are you unwell? Should I fetch Sister Shinobu for you? Tanjiro observed Muzan with concern, contrasting her bizarre attire and sickly appearance with Mr. Ubuyashiki's relaxed vacation garb. She looked as though she could barely stand. I'm fine, really. Muzan hastily waved her hand, shielding her forehead, unable to meet Mr. Ubuyashiki's gaze, wishing desperately for a crevice to hide in. What brings you here? Kaguya Ubuyashiki inquired, his tone tinged with mild displeasure at the interruption. Ah well. Tanjiro quickly explained their purpose to Mr. Ubuyashiki, bowing deeply alongside Zenitsu and Inosuke. We implore you, Mr. Ubuyashiki, this is of utmost importance to us. Before Kaguya could voice a refusal, Muzan had a sudden epiphany. She interrupted Mr. Ubuyashiki, seizing Tanjiro's hand and exclaiming, marvelous. What an exuberant young man. I doubt anyone could find it in their hearts to refuse such a request. No, Kaguya Ubuyashiki could indeed refuse. He slowly raised an eyebrow, separating Tsukihiko and Tanjiro, his lips pursed in mild annoyance, yet refraining from countering her. Very well. Since Tsukihiko wishes to join them, I shall accompany. As long as he did not part ways with Tsukihiko, it mattered little where he was. During this time, Kaguya's inner turmoil was somewhat alleviated. However, akin to one who has endured darkness and suddenly glimpsed the light, returning to his former mindset was utterly impossible. Under Muzan's relentless persuasion, Kaguya Ubuyashiki finally sighed and agreed to guide the Demon Slayer Corps. Unlike Tanjiro, who would be mentored by the Hashira, he would accompany Tanjiro in enhancing the combat prowess of the Hashira. The first trial for Tanjiro and his companions was a brutal training regimen led by Tenjin Uzui to enhance their foundational physical strength. They found themselves on the ground, gasping for breath, having been beaten mercilessly with a bamboo sword, sweat pouring down their bare upper bodies. Their basic endurance was abysmal. Running so slowly would render them vulnerable to a single strike from the upper moon. Get up and stop licking the ground. It's not break time yet. Keep running. Tenjin Uzui struck the bamboo sword with a resounding crack, causing Muzan to flinch. Was it truly acceptable to be so harsh? They were merely children. Once he finished admonishing Tanjiro and the others, Tenjin Uzui excitedly waved his bamboo sword at Kaguya Ubuyashiki. With a smile, he struck a flamboyant pose and remarked, though I am no longer the Sound Hashira, I would like to spar with you, Mr. Ubuyashiki. I believe it will be an exquisitely splendid battle. Kaguya Ubuyashiki accepted the bamboo sword with a succinct reply, please. 2 incense sticks later, under the watchful eyes of Tanjiro and his companions, cold sweat trickled down Tenjin Uzui's back. How could this man be a monster? Every time Tenjin Uzui thought Kaguya Ubuyashiki was nearing exhaustion, he would precisely find a flaw and unleash a powerful counter, maintaining the same force until he uncovered another weakness. His strength was inexhaustible, surging like an endless ocean, relentless and devoid of any discernible weakness. Had Kaguya Ubuyashiki not shown restraint, Tenjin Uzui might have perished within a mere quarter of an hour after enduring his first explosive strike. It was only after contending with Kaguya Ubuyashiki that Tenjin Uzui realized this man was far more formidable than the rumors suggested. What tremendous strength and endurance. Thank goodness he was not an adversary. To be honest, with such a being in existence, it was uncertain whether Muzan could even match him. Infuriated by the audience, Tenjin Uzui unleashed all his strength in a desperate swing of the bamboo sword, nearly splitting his palms open. Kaguya Ubuyashiki effortlessly absorbed the full force of the blow, his brow slightly furrowing. No one could discern his movements. With a mere flick of his wrist, Tenjin Uzui was disarmed. Kaguya Ubuyashiki regarded him with an impassive expression and offered advice. Your endurance is commendable. However, your control over power could be more precise. When exerting force, avoid thinking of sweeping down a large area. Focusing your energy on a single point will yield significant improvement. An elegant guidance indeed. Tenjin Uzui graciously acknowledged his defeat, while his 3 wives hurried over, anxiously tending to his bloodied palms, only to be gently pushed away. Tenjin Uzui solemnly bowed deeply to Kaguya Ubuyashiki. The Demon King Muzan is a scourge, responsible for the ruin of countless innocent lives. I implore you for your assistance in this decisive battle. The malevolent Demon King twitched at the corners of his eyes, scampering into Kaguya Ubuyashiki's embrace, feigning innocence. Oh dear, this is frightful. Ubuyashiki, you simply cannot spare him. Indeed. Kaguya Ubuyashiki nodded, cradling Tsukihiko. Fear not, except for your brother. The bamboo sword creaked ominously under his grip. Chapter 81. the eve of the final battle. Approximately 10 days later, the group bid farewell to Tengen Yuzui and arrived at the residence of the Mist Hashira, Michiro Takedo. Tanjiro would undergo speed training here. After completing his daily instruction with Tanjiro, Michiro revealed a radiant smile. Tanjiro, you are faster today than yesterday. Mastering the transition between muscle relaxation and tension will help conserve your energy more effectively. With your commendable waist and leg movements, you are ready to proceed to the next Hashira. Huh. Tanjiro's face flushed crimson at the praise, eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really sufficient? Indeed. Michiro replied with a gentle smile. Tanjiro then turned to Kagaya Ubuyashiki, asking, Mr. Ubuyashiki, is this acceptable? In contrast to Tanjiro's progress, Kagaya Ubuyashiki was more intrigued by the youth named Michiro Takedo himself. Speaking of which, bloodlines are indeed a curious phenomenon. Kagaya was certain he had left no descendants. Yet he could feel the legacy of the Ubuyashiki clan coursing through Michiro's veins. This child was a descendant of the Ubuyashiki family. After a century had passed, it was astonishing that such a once mighty clan had even seen a change in their surname. It is no wonder that during their last encounter at the Ubuyashiki estate, the elder brother cast several glances at the young boy. At that time, Kagaya Ubuyashiki's thoughts were not on him, yet now his emotions have grown somewhat intricate. After pondering for a moment, Kagaya Ubuyashiki finally inquired, what have you experienced that led you to change your surname? The moment the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Taketo Michiru's previously gentle smile vanished instantaneously, and the brilliance in his eyes dimmed, as he regarded Kagaya Ubuyashiki with an expression akin to that of gazing at mere air. What an unreasonable fellow. Even the sight of him is utterly irksome. Taketo Michiru unsheathed his metaphorical blade, revealing his own lethal intent. Allow me to witness your speed. I shall not show mercy. Within the span of 3 incense sticks, Michiru collapsed to the ground, utterly unconscious, while Kagaya Ubuyashiki, having removed his Haori, merely breathed heavily. He engaged in battle with the flame Hashira through sheer speed, employing no offensive tactics but solely relying on defense. However, the boy's prowess proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. At Michiru's age, he likely had not yet attained such a level of skill. Alas, Kagaya Ubuyashiki sighed softly. He had long since distanced himself from the Ubuyashiki clan. Apart from bearing this surname, what right did he have to concern himself with the affairs of this family? Following this interlude, the group proceeded to the Kanroji estate for their rigorous flexibility training, subsequently moving on to the Tamayo estate. After 2 months of relentless training, they finally arrived at their last destination, the Rengoku estate. Ubuyashiki Yoya had survived nearly a week longer than in the original narrative, with the system repeatedly warning him to return Ubuyashiki Yoya to his inevitable fate. In response, Muzan suggested, perhaps you should eliminate Kagaya Ubuyashiki. I shall depart immediately. Only then did the system relent. After Muzan frantically drained the life force from characters such as Kagaya Ubuyashiki, Tanjiro, and Rengoku Kyujiro, all of whom possessed considerable vitality, he finally amassed an unimaginable fortune, a mere 500 vitality points away from returning home. Each day, Muzan meticulously counted the vitality points on his panel, his mind racing with calculations, to the point where he sometimes failed to hear Kagaya Ubuyashiki's words. Tsukihiko, Tsukihiko? Kagaya Ubuyashiki furrowed his brow and softly called out, returning to him and taking his hand, indicating that training had concluded. Are you tired? Ah, it's nothing. Muzan shook his head, though his complexion was alarmingly pale. Just moments ago, the system had relayed the grim news that Ubuyashiki Yoya had lost all vital signs. The climactic battle must commence at once. Timeout warning, penalty execution. Ugh. Muzan covered his mouth to stifle the blood that surged forth, brushing aside Kagaya Ubuyashiki's attempt to support him. Tsukihiko. Kagaya Ubuyashiki's fiery red eyes pierced through him, demanding to know what had transpired. Ignoring him, Muzan raised his hand, pulling all those gathered into the Infinity Castle. Unlike the original narrative where the Ubuyashiki estate was obliterated, this time Akaza unleashed a flurry of blows upon Ju Tomioka and kicked Shinobu Kocho, drawing the remaining Hashira to the Rengoku estate. Within the Infinity Castle, Doma awaited Muzan, clutching a scroll, only to be sent flying by a sudden strike from Muzan. As he regained his footing, the figure before him transformed into Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Doma, stowing away the scroll, focused all his attention on the man before him, who radiated an aura of fury. Kagaya Ubuyashiki initiated the sun-breathing stance. Hee. It has been a while, Ubuyashiki-san. Doma clearly did not wish to be dispatched in a single blow, as he unleashed his blood demon art. He attempted to divert Kagaya Ubuyashiki's attention with words. I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us. Kagaya Ubuyashiki swung his sword, cleaving through the approaching ice lotus. No matter, such misunderstandings can be confessed in hell. What a domineering statement. I would be saddened as well, Doma retorted, feigning sorrow while swiftly retreating to evade Kagaya Ubuyashiki's fiery onslaught. This was the first time Kagaya Ubuyashiki had encountered such an irritating demon, who incessantly challenged his limits. Each time this demon, named Doma, appeared, Tsukihiko would invariably be captured, and he loathed himself for failing to protect Tsukihiko, while simultaneously wishing to rend Doma to pieces. Finally, Kagaya Ubuyashiki questioned, as a fearsome fire dragon coiled above him, his sword tip aimed squarely at Doma. Where have you hidden Tsukihiko? The fire dragon roared toward Doma, who summoned his ice Buddha to withstand the onslaught, fully aware that any lapse in keeping pace with Kagaya Ubuyashiki's power would result in being incinerated by his wrath. Despite being on the brink of life and death, Doma continued to laugh heartily. Under Kagaya Ubuyashiki's piercing gaze, Doma adopted a posture of condescending pity, proclaiming, "How lamentable. Though you are strong, you are merely a human toy in my hands." Kagaya Ubuyashiki pressed his lips together, recalling the identity of the disguised small Shiro who had appeared by his side. Though he felt some resentment, he was willing to await small Shiro's explanation. It should not be twisted into such a malicious manipulation by Doma. What are you so pleased about? Kagaya Ubuyashiki countered. I have long been aware of everything. I simply choose not to pursue it. Upon hearing this, Doma was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Kagaya Ubuyashiki had known Tsukihiko was under Muzan's influence. Did Muzan know about this? Was the one truly being played with merely Muzan himself? Then you also know that Tsukihiko is not from this world, Doma began. But Kagaya Ubuyashiki interrupted him, frowning. How did you come to know of this? After the previous probing, Kagaya Ubuyashiki had confirmed that Tsukihiko indeed hailed from another world, just like himself. But how did this malevolent demon Doma know about it? Sensing that he had lost any leverage over Kagaya Ubuyashiki, Doma's eyes darted, contemplating retreat as his best strategy, hoping to lure Kagaya Ubuyashiki to Kokushibo, where they could mutually annihilate each other. Meanwhile, the remaining Hashira encountered their respective opponents, and both Kokushibo and Muzan found themselves in the same vicinity. Chapter 82, Meeting All Conditions. Tsukihiko? Kokushibo queried, somewhat surprised, hesitating to ask. Aren't you and Ubuyashiki supposed to? The remaining words were difficult for him to utter. Muzan's feelings towards Kokushibo were equally complex. It was impossible to claim that he bore no resentment towards the tormented experiences of small Shiro a century ago. However, Kokushibo's current actions were all aimed at rectifying the mistakes of his past, and he even refrained from succumbing to darkness when faced with Ubuyashiki's intention to marry him, which was quite beyond Muzan's expectations. In his memory, Kagaya Ubuyashiki would often harbor resentment over trivial matters, venting his fury through the suffering of others. Yet, transformed into a demon, Kokushibo now selflessly devoted himself to Tsukihiko, nearly etching his atonement upon his very bones. Kokushibo stared in astonishment at Tsukihiko, whose calling him Ubuyashiki perfectly mirrored the small Shiro he remembered. He disregarded all formalities, taking a step closer to Tsukihiko, his expression a mix of joy and trepidation. Do you remember me? Suddenly withdrawing a half step, he murmured to himself, No, it's better not to remember Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Lowering his head, his prideful demeanor faltered. As he clenched his fists, Kagaya Ubuyashiki was a scoundrel. It would be better if you did not remember him. Muzan gazed at Kokushibo with a complex expression and sighed. It is all right. I have already forgiven you. Doma's eyes widened in disbelief, his 6 eyes widening with urgency. Forgiven me? How can that be? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Kokushibo's voice trembled slightly, but I have done nothing to deserve it. As he recalled the tragic figure of Shiro, Kokushibo gradually revealed a bitter smile, his eyes conveying a sense of despair. No, I am unworthy of your forgiveness. You are so benevolent, yet you perished because of a wretch like me. The sharpness of his nails drew blood from his palms. Before he could finish his lament, a body, imbued with a faint chill, pressed against him. Muzan embraced Kokushibo, smiling in the astonished gaze of Kokushibo, saying, It's all right. I am not as noble as you imagine, Yashiro. Who dares to speak ill of you? Is it Yoriichi? If he has the audacity to utter such words, I shall slay him. Kokushibo retaliated, returning the embrace with a fierce glare directed at Muzan. That's not it. Muzan, observing the increasing warmth emanating from Kokushibo due to their embrace, displayed a smile tinged with regret. I apologize, Yashiro. I assure you this will be the last time I exploit your kindness. Muzan thought silently to himself. Yashiro, might I implore you for a favor? Muzan lifted his head, presenting a pitiful, pleading gaze to Kokushibo. Under the assault of such eyes, Kokushibo almost immediately acquiesced. I would risk my life to fulfill your wish, as long as it is within my power. Not here, Muzan began, but was silenced as Kokushibo covered his mouth with a cautious gesture. Kokushibo shook his head solemnly. signaling that they must not directly utter that name. He could hear it. Muzan blinked, and when Kokushibo withdrew his hand, he continued, feigning caution. I wish for my elder brother to assist Yoriichi in vanquishing that man. Very well, Kokushibo nodded in agreement, for aside from the matter of Yoriichi, this was also his path to redemption. However, he refrained from divulging that should Muzan perish, he too would be reduced to ash. Contemplating his own impending fate, a trace of bitterness flickered across Kokushibo's expression as he gazed deeply at Muzan, as if imprinting the image of him into the depths of his soul. Yoriichi will succeed, Kokushibo assured Muzan, then spoke in a hushed tone, but only I can. What is it? Muzan inquired, perplexed. Nothing, Kokushibo replied, shaking his head. Once this matter is resolved, I shall depart from here, to a distant place. You and Yoriichi must take care of yourselves. Should you encounter any grievances. Indeed. If you face any grievances, what then? Kokushibo's eyes momentarily lost focus. At that moment, Kokushibo suddenly found himself reluctant to embrace death. Muzan was alone in this world, and he could not abandon him. Even if it meant merely watching over him from afar, it was better than leaving Muzan to fend for himself. The thoughts that occupied Kokushibo's mind were ones Muzan had considered long before. He could not guarantee that upon returning to the real world, this realm would not face further calamities, such as the emergence of another who would wreak havoc. Thus, he handed Kokushibo a vial containing a concoction. Yashiro, this is a serum made from blue spider lilies, and I must witness you consume it. At the mention of Yoriichi, Yashiro was taken aback. Yet under Muzan's unwavering gaze, he ultimately drank the potion. After transforming into a perfect being, during the time he fled from Yoriichi, Muzan had ventured to Tanjiro's family home in the mountains, fortuitously discovering 2 blue spider lilies and directly crafting them into the serum for preservation. Now, as they reached this pivotal moment, he was more than willing to share the serum with Kokushibo to aid him in becoming the ultimate creature. Warning, warning. Kokushibo's storyline has severely deviated. Please rectify immediately, host. Be quiet. Muzan interrupted coldly. We are not at the grand finale yet, so what is your hurry? Host, the system kindly reminds you once more, you cannot save anyone. Even if you temporarily ensure Kokushibo's survival, once you depart, the world will revert to its course, altering Kokushibo's fate. It is futile. When did I ever claim I intended to save them? Were it not for the system's slight utility, Muzan would have long since lost patience with it. Indifferently, he remarked, has the item I requested for exchange arrived? Upon recalling the item requested by the host, the system hesitated. Host, I merely suggested you refrain from interfering with others' destinies. I did not intend for you to bring about the world's demise. If you utter another word, I'll take my own life. 2 seconds later, ding. Your reincarnation I has been credited. Yang Qi value 10,000. Current balance is 0. Simultaneously, Doma, having been beaten to the brink of death, fled, leaving behind a scroll that he had not the chance to retrieve. Yoriichi frowned as he picked up the scroll, unfurling it to peruse its contents, which Doma had concealed within his robe. Confidential document of the priest clan. Experiment subject 32685. Failure 32684. 1 success. Designated eternal. Data analysis of eternal. Experimental conditions. Modified conditions. Summary. Meeting the experimental conditions and incorporating modifications can yield the next eternal demon. Unfortunately, this endeavor defies the heavens, and the priest clan faces divine retribution, rendering them unable to produce eternals. This plan is classified as top secret and sealed until progress is made. Yoriichi swiftly concluded his reading, committing the details to memory to avoid forgetting, before incinerating the scroll. Yoriichi fell into deep contemplation. The scroll contained all the experimental and modified conditions that he seemed to possess. Chapter 83, An Unconveyable Love. Kenroji, initiate the plan. As Kokushibo underwent the adaptation phase to become the ultimate being, Muzan resolutely commanded Kenroji from within. The long-awaited Kenroji immediately unleashed her blood demon art, causing Infinity Castle to erupt with a thunderous roar, regardless of whether they were engaged in battle or pursuit. Both the Hashira of the Demon Slayer core and the demons plummeted as Infinity Castle transformed dramatically, cascading into the abyss. Infinity Castle morphed into a colossal beast, ravenously opening its gaping maw, ready to swallow all into the darkest depths. Due to the extensive modifications by Kenroji and Muzan, neither human nor demon could escape despite their desperate attempts, merely managing to delay their descent, avoiding instant demise. After a quarter of an hour, all were gathered at the very bottom of Infinity Castle. Yoriichi, wielding the yin-yang blade, looked upwards as though he had fallen into a dry well, surrounded by towering circular walls, with a blood-red moon hanging ominously above. Yoriichi, following his guidance, Tanjiro and others, confident in Yoriichi's strength, surrounded him, forming a distinct divide between themselves and the malevolent demons led by Muzan. Upon seeing Yoriichi, Muzan exhibited a grimacing expression, seemingly eager to rush forth and tear Yoriichi apart. Yoriichi cast a dispassionate glance at Muzan, scanning the crowd for Muzan's brother, who stood beside Kokoshibo, looking like a startled bird. The chilling sound of Kanroji's strings captured everyone's attention as she approached Muzan, intercepting his hateful gaze towards Yoriichi, and bowed slightly, saying, "My lord, it is time to ensnare them all." "You speak true." Muzan grinned malevolently, leaping high into the air. In that fleeting moment, be they human or demon, all followed Muzan's figure, their gazes fixed upon the moon. Akaza, splendid work. As everyone turned their attention to the moon, the previously terrified Muzan suddenly suppressed all extraneous expressions, his countenance transforming into one of chilling indifference. It was he who had orchestrated Akaza to masquerade as Muzan, diverting the attention of the majority. This was precisely the moment he had been waiting for. Activating the reincarnation eye, Muzan formed a single-handed seal, his lips parting. "This is the best outcome. Forgive me, Yoriichi." Infinite Tsukuyami. Buzz. The world buzzed with an unsettling hum, as both Tanjiro and Muzan stood frozen in place, their vacant eyes fixated upon the moon. The infinite castle transformed into a web of vines, sprouting countless tendrils that ensnared everyone within, cocooning them in white shrouds. Except for Nezuko, who, guided by Tsukihiko's whisper, refrained from gazing at the moon. The rest were ensnared in the realm of infinite Tsukuyami. A second felt like an eternity. In this world, each individual envisioned a blissful and fulfilling existence, even if merely an illusion. It was a far cry from oblivion. Observing the system's lack of reaction, Tsukihiko realized his gamble had paid off. The combination of infinite Tsukuyami and the infinite castle not only preserved the lives of the many, but also adhered to the grand conclusion set forth by the system. Everyone was embroiled in a fierce struggle against Muzan, all were ensnared in the throes of battle, and all would inevitably face death. The once slightly crowded abyss of the infinite castle was now left with only Muzan and Nezuko. "My lord," Nezuko said, bowing respectfully, her gaze towards Muzan brimming with unwavering devotion. She was willing to do anything for him, even without understanding his motives. "Thank you, Nezuko," Muzan replied, his crimson eyes slowly swirling, tears of blood trickling from the corners, which he carelessly wiped away. At last, the moment has arrived. A smile crept across Muzan's face as he passed the white cocoon representing Akaza, then the one embodying Kokoshibo, ultimately pausing at the cocoon of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. His expression a bittersweet blend of sorrow and relief. Through the delicate veil of silk, he could even sense his heart beating slowly yet resolutely within Yoriichi's chest. Everyone would drift into a pleasant dream, while he would enter Yoriichi's dreamscape, replenishing his vitality. Freed from the myriad constraints of the real world, everything would unfold smoothly. He was about to depart, to leave this realm. Though it was a long-desired aspiration, at this crucial moment, Muzan found himself hesitating. "Nezuko, am I truly doing the right thing?" He gently placed a hand on Yoriichi's cocoon, raising his gaze to Nezuko. "My lord," she replied, setting aside her cherished pipa. "You have fulfilled the wishes of many, including myself and Lord Akaza. You deserve to pursue your own desires." Muzan was momentarily speechless, taking a long time to finally say, "Once I'm gone, release Tanjiro and the others." Perhaps he and the original Muzan were not so different. The original Muzan sought to eliminate all for immortality, while he merely yearned to return home. The conclusion remained unchanged. He was but a coward desperate to escape this world. Sensing Muzan's despondency, Nezuko smiled. "My lord, there is no need for sorrow on our behalf. Nezuko and Lord Akaza have long accepted our fates. We linger only for your sake, to atone." The conflict between humans and demons would eventually find resolution, perhaps concluding it was not a bad thing. "Thank you." As Muzan approached Nezuko, his form gradually shifted from Tsukihiko to his true self. He bowed his head, embracing the shorter Nezuko, silent tears falling onto her kimono. "Thank you all. It is not so much that I kept you tethered to this world, but rather that you have given me the courage to move forward. I am but a coward. Without you and Akaza to support me, I truly would not know how to endure." "My lord," Nezuko embraced him, feeling the hollow, decayed part of her heart rejuvenate with warmth and substance, heavy yet comforting, making her reluctant to part with life, even in death. "My lord, may I call you by your true name?" "Call me Tsukihiko." "Tsukihiko, will we meet again?" Muzan's figure gradually faded into the ethereal, his voice dissipating in the glow. "I will always watch over you, I promise." Yoriichi's dreamscape was remarkably simple. A cozy little cottage, where adorable cats and dogs lounged beneath the shade of trees. Yoriichi returned home, shedding his haori, as Tsukihiko greeted him with a smile, recounting the amusing events of the day. On a tranquil afternoon, as Yoriichi held Tsukihiko close, watching the sunset from the steps, he suddenly inquired, "Is all of this real, Tsukihiko?" Tsukihiko was at a loss for words. He was about to leave, yet he kept this truth hidden from Yoriichi. He felt remorse towards many, but most profoundly towards the man named Yoriichi Tsujikuni. "Please don't leave me, all right?" Yoriichi gazed deeply into his eyes, his pupils reflecting a depth of unspoken words. Tsukihiko remained silent, simply leaning against Yoriichi, tracing the contours of his face with his hand, then closing his eyes, striving to etch this moment into his memory. "Is there anything you wish to say to me?" Yoriichi grasped his wrist, his expression betraying no emotion. Vitality depletion in progress. Preparing to exit the world. 3, 2, 1. Host has successfully exited the Demon Slayer world. System unbinding in progress. Unbinding complete. Thank you, host, for your contributions to the succubus system. Wishing you smooth sailing and prosperity in the days to come. Tsukihiko sat dazed at his computer desk, the screen displaying the unclicked anime of Demon Slayer, tears streaming down his face as he completed the sentence left unspoken. "Kiss me, Yoriichi, my heart aches so much." Chapter 84, Pain. Demon Slayer is a tale brimming with fervor and combat. Tsukihiko read each word of the summary of Demon Slayer on Baidu Encyclopedia, noting how Muzan's personality was ruthless and merciless, willing to obliterate anyone searching for their own path or defying his will. He scrolled through character profiles, rubbing his temples with a wry smile, surprised to find himself cast as such a villainous role. Donning his glasses to conceal his strikingly handsome features, he recalled how, in the past, some had remarked on his resemblance to an anime character, which he had merely laughed off. However, after this experience, he could not deny that, in certain respects, he bore a resemblance to Muzan. Tsukihiko hastily perused the information on his computer, his gaze skimming past the profiles of Akaza, Nezuko, Kokushibo, and others. What about that person? What role did he play in this anime? He was eager to learn everything about Yoriichi Tsujikuni, to uncover the trajectory of his original life. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Tsukihiko meticulously read through Yoriichi's profile, noting how he rarely displayed his emotions, his feelings being direct and unembellished. He was a remarkably composed individual. The memories of Yoriichi's blunt remarks made Tsukihiko chuckle, but soon his laughter turned into a muffled sob as he buried his head on the desk. He lifted his head, his vision blurred by tears, sniffling as he gazed at the manga depiction of Yoriichi, muttering, "You don't look like him at all. You're far more handsome in reality." He curled up in bed, tirelessly scouring the internet for information on Yoriichi, be it forums, Weibo, Bilibili, Fanfiction, or the original manga. He searched every nook and cranny, like an obsessive fan, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for knowledge about Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Even with eyes swollen from crying, he persisted. The pain in his heart was far more suffocating than the strain in his eyes. "Why does it hurt so much, Yoriichi?" Tears cascaded into his soft hair as his phone flickered with light, the screen displaying a personal montage of Yoriichi, yet Tsukihiko lacked the strength to even lift the device. "So painful, I cannot move, I do not wish to think." He wanted to do nothing but cry, mechanically replaying the sounds emanating from his phone. He tossed aside his phone, tilting his head back to gaze at the ceiling, acknowledging that Yoriichi's voice was far more melodious. "Why is it so difficult to return to reality, filled with such sorrow? Do not be sad, do not be sad." Lian clutched the fabric of his chest tightly. "Hadn't this always been my wish? I have achieved it, I should be happy. Yes, I ought to be elated." He forced a smile, the dried tears causing a slight sting to his face as he thought, "Cheer up, Lian, you can now play games and read novels." A woman gently pushed open the door to the darkened room, and upon turning on the light, Lian's mother gasped at the sight of her son lying on the bed like a lifeless corpse. "What is wrong with you?" she exclaimed, tenderly wiping away the traces of tears from Lian's face, her voice betraying an uncontrollable urgency. "What is bothering you? Tell your mother. If the pressure from your graduate studies is too much, it's all right. Running a small shop to support yourself is enough. Your father and I will always support you." Upon hearing this, Lian's previously halted tears began to flow once more, as if he bore an immense grievance, sobbing in his mother's embrace until he nearly lost consciousness. "I am so sad. I am truly so sad. What on earth is happening?" His mother was frantic, wishing she could delve into Lian's mind to uncover the source of his despair. However, when she inquired, Lian refused to elaborate, shaking his head and murmuring, "I want to be alone for a while." His voice was hoarse, his eyes devoid of any spark. Under his mother's worried gaze, Lian closed the door once more and fell into a fitful sleep, clutching the screensaver of his phone featuring Yukikuni. In the dead of night, he awoke from a nightmare, his heart twisted in pain, longing to roll about on the bed in agony. Trembling hands opened his phone. Fixating on the image of Yuki Kuni, as if a drug addict had found their fix, he suppressed the pain while tears numbed his senses, crying until his head throbbed, just to fall asleep again. This torment persisted for an indeterminate duration, and Lien felt on the verge of vomiting from despair. He began searching for advice on how to cope with heartbreak. The internet suggested relinquishing any lingering attachment and facing reality. If he had truly stopped loving you, the truth, or he himself would have clearly indicated it. To cling to him would only cause him heartache, waste your youth, and ultimately, you would not receive the genuine affection you sought. Letting go of a love that had already perished may initially be painful, but it would free emotional space, allowing you to confront life anew. If you believe your relationship is not irreparable, consider stepping away for a few days to grant each other time for reflection. If he truly needs you, he will not easily forsake his quest for true love. Lien could only manage to read these words, his pounding head barely functioning. And then he despaired, but it's not that he doesn't love me, it's that I chose to let go. What on earth am I doing? Just then, a soft knock echoed at the door. His parents peered in, holding 3 train tickets, smiling at Lien. Hey, son, how about a trip? With his parents' encouragement, Lien boarded the train for their journey. In the world of Demon Slayer, shortly after his departure, a sharp blade sliced through a white cocoon. The transparent world opened instantaneously, revealing a man with long hair and a high ponytail, his eyes glowing a dark red. He tilted his head, his cold expression more fearsome than any demon. Lien, is this your true objective? Chapter 85, Worsening Condition. 10 years later, having gradually emerged from the shadows with the help of his parents, Lien opened a themed bar. As he aged and his experiences deepened, recalling those moments in the world of Demon Slayer felt akin to having lived an extraordinarily vivid dream. The heart-wrenching pain had dissipated, and he even found himself chuckling at the splendid performances he had put on in his 20s to survive. Boss, why are you here drinking alone again? A woman, alias Daki, sat beside him, pushing aside the remnants of rum on his table. Her attire was as flamboyant and luxurious as Daki herself, and in the dim lights of the bar, she resembled the character from the Demon Slayer world almost perfectly, save for her lack of a penchant for human consumption. This was one of the bar's main attractions. Many NPCs from the Demon Slayer universe frequented the establishment, their looks and costumes custom designed by Lien, achieving a resemblance that even top-tier cosplayers could not replicate. Lien's own portrayal of Kibutsuji Muzan was a perfect one-to-one recreation, and upon removing his glasses, patrons would exclaim, "Wow, isn't that Muzan?" Struggling to find suitable NPCs could impact business. Lien smiled and nodded towards a nearby crowd. Over there, Gyutaro is looking for you. All right, fine. I was hoping to chat with the boss a bit longer, Daki pouted, returning to the crowd to join Gyutaro in greeting customers. Due to cost considerations, the bar named Infinite City featured only 2 NPCs daily, chosen at random. Today, it was Daki and Gyutaro, while tomorrow might see Tanjiro and Nezuko. Of course, Lien's permanent resident, Kibutsuji Muzan, appeared every day, although he typically did not engage with patrons. The NPCs underwent professional training to ensure their personalities and behaviors aligned closely with their original characters, and Lien placed great importance on this aspect when selecting staff. Thus, when he mentioned the difficulty in finding suitable NPCs, he was not dismissing Daki. Customers were drawn to the diverse NPCs. Some came daily just to catch a glimpse of Nezuko, and if she failed to appear for too long, patrons would feel deceived and leave negative reviews. The bar was spacious, featuring a central dance floor styled after Infinite City, along with 2 main private rooms modeled after the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps and the Eternal Paradise cult. After being interrupted by Daki, Lien lost interest in drinking and stepped onto the rooftop to gaze into the distance. Upon his departure from the system, he had been left with a sum of inexhaustible legal assets as compensation, allowing him to live a life free of financial worries, and his physical condition had greatly improved. Only time and experience had left an indescribable change upon him. The weather today was not particularly pleasant, the black sky weighed down with a gray hue, and a slightly salty breeze swept past him. He suddenly yearned to become a bird, soaring endlessly towards a direction devoid of purpose. The neon lights of the night cast a dim orange glow, inadvertently reminding him of that man, the one who radiated warmth like the sun. Lien sighed deeply, still unable to comprehend why 2 people destined never to be together would cross paths. Checking the time on his phone, he noticed that the wallpaper had transformed from the silhouette of that man to a sunset, glowing with a dark aura. Bang! A deafening sound interrupted his thoughts, and Lien quickly turned to locate the source of the noise, accidentally dropping his phone from his grasp. Without caring for anything else, he clutched the railing tightly, leaning over to peer down. This posture was somewhat precarious. Had one not known the circumstances, they might have mistaken him for someone contemplating suicide. Snap! A slender hand flawlessly caught the phone plummeting from above. The person was clad in a suit and donned a gentleman's hat, obscuring his face from Lien's view. Though the strikingly dark hair with a hint of red at the tips made Lien's heart race. Such a unique hair color. Before Lien could ponder further, he was unexpectedly tackled to the side by a powerful force. Hey, don't think about it so negatively. A tall boy with dyed pink hair and dressed in sporty attire embraced Lien tightly, jokingly saying, "If you were to die, how many people would be heartbroken?" Yet, a flicker of barely perceptible sorrow shone in his eyes. Akaza? Lien turned his head to look at him, his entire being stiffening in place. This person, aside from the absence of the conspicuous tattoos that adorned Iwoseo's face, bore an uncanny resemblance to him, from hairstyle to features. Huh. The boy released his grip and scratched his head, glancing left and right before finally pointing at himself, his expression one of confusion. "Are you calling me?" At that moment, Lien realized he might have mistaken him for someone else. The hour was late. Perhaps his yearning to see someone had conjured an illusion. After all, he had been plagued by such delusions for years. Lien rose from the ground and quietly thanked the boy, though his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of visiting Dr. Fan again tomorrow. He had believed himself to be healed after such a lengthy absence, but now, returning, he feared Dr. Fan would be quite displeased. As he scrutinized the boy further, he noticed the boy's hair shifted from a palette of pink to a normal black, as if an artist's colors had spilled. Indeed, it appeared to be a hallucination. Was his condition worsening? Lien sighed and explained, "I apologize, my phone fell. I had no intention of jumping." "Oh, is that so?" The boy stared at Lien with unblinking eyes, a silly grin spreading across his face. "I'm glad you're all right. What's your name? Let's exchange contacts. I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude." Lien cast his gaze downward, avoiding the face that mirrored Iwoseo's, and retrieved a pen and paper from his pocket to hand to him. The boy swiftly jotted down a string of numbers, smiling as he said, "I'm a Baichi. Just call me Baichi." He raised his hand to his ear, mimicking a phone gesture, and said, "I'll be off now. I look forward to your call." 5 minutes later, Lien returned to the bar at the bottom of the building, wearily rubbing his temples. Baichi, was it mere coincidence? Or had his condition deteriorated to the point of auditory hallucinations? His phone. Distracted by Baichi, Lien finally remembered that someone had picked it up. He furrowed his brow in hesitation. Was the hair color he had seen truly like that? Never mind. A phone could be replaced. His health was of greater priority. Meanwhile, a man partially concealed in the shadows watched Lien hurriedly depart the bar. He removed his gentleman's hat and placed it on the table, obscuring a phone screen that displayed a rising red sun. "Mr. Yuani." The boy named Baichi silently appeared beside him and inquired, "How long can we stay?" 3 days. He replied tersely, downing his drink in one gulp. Chapter 86. The Fate of Yuan E. Dr. Fan. "I feel something is amiss." Lien awkwardly touched his nose, a classic sign of his guilt. The man before him had long, jet-black hair, the ends singed to a fiery dark red, and his handsome visage was striking. Aside from the incongruity of his white doctor's coat, every detail seemed identical to that of another man. Dr. Fan immediately recognized the expression on Lien's face as a sign that his condition had relapsed. He recalled how this exquisite patient had transitioned from initial wariness and resistance to a day when he suddenly expressed unrestrained joy, mistaking him for the image of his imagined lover. "Aren't you Yuani?" Lien's hands trembled as he, under the concerned gaze of his parents, silently wept before Dr. Fan. This was Lien's first realization of his reaction following a hallucination. Perhaps it was not as dire as he had imagined, Dr. Fan thought. Compared to his previous state, Lien now seemed capable of calmly accepting the fact that he had mistaken him for someone named Yuan E, showing little emotional turbulence, a positive development for a patient. Those in their profession are wary of patients exhibiting extreme emotional fluctuations. There had been instances where a doctor inadvertently provoked a patient, resulting in dire consequences. Lien did not appear to be the type to exhibit aggressive behavior outwardly, yet self-destructive tendencies were detrimental to recovery. Dr. Fan was a renowned figure in the field, charging by the second, and while Lien was not the most severely afflicted patient he had encountered, his oscillation between recovery and relapse was unusually frequent, which was quite peculiar. Only those with keen attention could excel in psychology. Noticing Lien's mildly puzzled gaze, Dr. Fan quickly composed himself and said calmly, "Relax. This is nothing serious. You saw right through me." "Doctor," Lien chuckled awkwardly, lowering his gaze to avoid meeting Dr. Fan's eyes. No matter how much time passed, whenever he thought he could face that face with indifference, his hallucinations would resurface to deliver a sharp slap of reality. How vexing, Lien thought, pressing his fingers to his forehead in frustration. "No need to be anxious. Are you free this weekend?" Dr. Fan, under Lien's scrutiny, grasped his pen, seemingly absent-mindedly capping it. His patient appeared amiable, yet was sensitive, directly inquiring about events could easily provoke him. Without the distractions of the real world, Lian could easily spiral into a vortex of memories. The more he recalled that man, the more it intensified his condition, stripping away societal and moral constraints. The method to heal Lian was quite straightforward. Redirect the patient's obsession with Yuan-E onto another individual, and his hallucinations would swiftly dissipate. Yet, this individual to whom he could transfer his affections had seemingly eluded him for years. A flicker of contemplation crossed Dr. Fan's eyes. He was an asexual. And aside from their doctor-patient relationship, Lian was one of the highest quality individuals he had encountered. If he had to choose a partner, Dr. Fan glanced at Lian, his gaze softening slightly. Lian instinctively wished to refuse, but upon hearing the sharp click of the pen cap, he was reminded that this person was his psychologist. And there must be a reason for his approach. I am available, Lian nodded softly. I have the weekend off. At the Tsujiang Wildlife Park. Saturday at 10 in the morning. Let us not miss each other. Dr. Fan began to gather his materials, his expression remaining as calm as ever, as if he were merely discussing dinner plans with a close friend. Lian vacantly exited the psychological clinic, somewhat bewildered as he opened his new phone, which contained Dr. Fan's private number. Dr. Fan had entered it before finishing work. This was the first time he had revealed his private contact. As the nurses had mentioned, he never provided patients with his personal number. Had Dr. Fan's demeanor not been so serious, and had Lian not been deterred from closely examining the face that mirrored Yuan-Es, he might have foolishly wondered if the doctor had feelings for him. Lian gently shook his head, clearing away the chaotic thoughts. He felt terrible. Dr. Fan had dedicated so many years to his work, and here he was doubting the doctor's methods. Lian adjusted his mask, standing by the roadside, revealing only his strikingly bright, elongated eyes. The weather seemed to threaten rain, and the driver was caught 5 minutes away, the crimson route map indicating a traffic jam. As he checked the driver's distance once more, a sleek black Lamborghini pulled up in front of him. The window slowly rolled down before Lian's incredulous gaze, and he widened his eyes in shock. His condition. It appeared to have worsened again. How could this driver also look just like Yuan-E? What on earth? Lian quickly turned to glance at the pedestrians on the street, relieved to see they still appeared as they should, not a world filled with faces resembling Yuan-E. Where to? The driver casually rested one hand on the steering wheel, speaking as if he were an acquaintance of Lian's. Lian blinked hard again. With the driver's face replaced by Yuan-Yi's, he truly could not recall which familiar person this was beside him. Inquiring abruptly about the identity of this individual would undoubtedly expose his condition, and explaining it would be rather cumbersome. Lian furrowed his brow slightly, choosing instead to embrace the misunderstanding as he opened the car door and entered, politely nodding as he stated, to the Chuxing community, over by Chaoyang Road, if you please. The car roared to life, the engine vibrating ominously. The sudden acceleration caused Lian to be yanked harshly by the seatbelt. He cast a complicated glance at the driver, who was incessantly fiddling with the handbrake, his mind racing to recall which unfortunate soul possessed such poor driving skills and how on earth they had managed to obtain their license. As the driver attempted to run a second red light and veered into the wrong lane, Lian could no longer contain himself. "Stop! Please pull over," he exclaimed, seizing the steering wheel just in time to avert a potential catastrophe. The car came to a halt, and Lian exited the passenger seat in haste. Approaching the driver's side and tapping on the window, the calm yet somewhat infuriating visage of Jigui Yuan-E appeared. "How long has it been since you last drove? Are you attempting to commit murder?" Lian's eye twitched as he gestured to extract information from the man before him. "It's my first day driving. Is there a problem?" Upon uttering those words, Lian instantly realized the absurdity of the situation. These days, adult males were all seasoned drivers, and even if one didn't own a car, they would have learned to drive during the summer of their coming of age. This individual clearly had no concept of adhering to traffic regulations. He had no acquaintances fitting this description. Surely, this couldn't be a long-lost classmate from centuries ago? Lian remained silent for an extended moment, while the driver patiently awaited his response. After a protracted pause, he finally spoke. "I apologize, I've somewhat forgotten who you are. What was your surname again?" In that instant, the veins in Jigui Yuan-Yi's hand gripping the steering wheel bulged. Suddenly, he smiled, a hint of mockery evident. "My surname is G. Master G. I'll take it from here, thank you." Chapter 87. I was just having a meal. How did they end up arguing? A loud explosion echoed from the phone, resembling a burst of flames. Lian's hand trembled, causing his phone to fall to the ground and shatter into pieces. How could his new phone self-ignite? Lian felt a twitch in his eye. Jigui Yuan-E exited the driver's seat, casually resting his hand on the car door to indicate that it was Lian's turn to drive. With no phone to call for a ride, Lian had no choice but to take the wheel himself, while Master G, unfazed, settled into the passenger seat, his demeanor entirely composed and devoid of embarrassment. The car traveled smoothly back to the residential community where Lu Yen lived. He chose to ignore the perceptive gaze of Master G, who occasionally glanced at him in contemplation. Parking the vehicle beside a greenbelt adjacent to the community, Lu Yen pursed his lips slightly and turned his head to murmur, "Thank you. But I suggest you familiarize yourself with the traffic rules before hitting the road." Without uttering a word, Jigui Yuan handed over a familiar phone. Lu Yen stared at him in disbelief, taking the phone and exclaiming, "How did you find my phone? I thought it was lost for good." "Infinity City Bar." Jigui Yuan replied, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Realization dawned upon Lu Yen, so it was him from that day. "Were you specifically looking for me to return my phone?" He pondered, struggling to identify any other connection he might have with this Mr. G. "I truly appreciate this. I owe you a meal sometime," Lu Yen said politely. "I'm free tomorrow." Jigui Yuan immediately responded with a sidelong glance. Lu Yen couldn't help but feel awkward. It had been ages since he encountered someone so forward. He chuckled nervously. "Mr. G, let's save that for another time. I have plans for tomorrow." Jigui Yuan remained silent, his penetrating gaze fixed on Lu Yen, compelling him to avert his eyes. "My time is limited," he seemed to imply, indicating he did not wish to hear a refusal. Lu Yen hesitated for a moment. Truth be told, if it were anyone else speaking to him this way, he would have dismissed them outright. However, the man's demeanor, his subtle expressions, and minute gestures bore a striking resemblance to Jigui Yuan himself. Even knowing it was all an illusion, he found it difficult to flatly decline. He wondered if the addition of another person to tomorrow's treatment would affect Dr. Fan's methods. "I suppose I should call my friend," Lu Yen mused, deciding it was best to inform Dr. Fan. Fortunately, he hadn't changed his SIM card. He dialed Dr. Fan's office number, but there was no answer, likely due to the off hours. Dr. Fan's personal number was still in the now-destroyed phone, leaving him unable to reach out. Lu Yen felt a bit awkward. "Perhaps I could get your contact information? I can let you know once I hear back from my friend, if that's all right." It wasn't until he bid farewell to Master G that Lu Yen collapsed onto the sofa. For reasons he couldn't quite articulate, an ominous premonition lingered in the air. The following day, upon arriving punctually at the Tsujong Wildlife Park, Lu Yen was greeted by two figures resembling Jigui Yuan standing at the entrance like sentinels. Intensifying his uneasy feeling, dressed in casual attire, he struggled to discern which was Dr. Fan without the white coat as a guide. Fortunately, both Dr. Fan and Master G approached him as he arrived. "You're here. Good morning." The two tall men, strikingly similar in height and voice, greeted Lu Yen simultaneously. "Yes, I'm here." "Good morning," Lu Yen acknowledged, avoiding eye contact to prevent any embarrassing mix-up, skillfully returning their greetings. "And this is? Who is he?" The two exchanged glances. An inexplicable tension palpable between them. Maintaining his indifferent demeanor, Lu Yen introduced. "Oh, this is Dr. Fan, and this is Mr. G." He succinctly explained the situation, inquiring, "Dr. Fan, you wouldn't mind, would you?" "Not at all, just a bit unexpected," Dr. Fan replied, subtly furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Lu Yen finally distinguished the man in the light brown trench coat as Dr. Fan. The one in the dark suit must be Master G. "What is wrong with your eyes?" Jigui Yuan asked, noticing Lu Yan's vacant stare, waving his hand in front of his face. "Huh." Lu Yen looked up, smiling nonchalantly. "Mr. G, is there something wrong with my eyes?" Jigui Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, the three entered the zoo amidst a peculiar atmosphere. Dr. Fan had not casually invited Lu Yen out for a day of leisure. His time was always invaluable, and he wouldn't engage in activities of low efficiency. Within the zoo, he had prepared a few surprises for Lu Yen. But yesterday's inability to contact him had left him unaware that Lu Yen had brought an unexpected companion along today. Catching a glimpse of Mr. G beside him, Dr. Fan felt somewhat displeased. The very image of Lu Yan's dream partner, with long, dyed hair tipped in red. Did this person remain oblivious to Lu Yan's condition? To deliberately dress in such a manner to attract Lu Yan's attention seemed a base and ridiculous tactic. "Have you eaten breakfast?" Dr. Fan casually inquired, moving closer to Lu Yen and positioning himself between him and Jigui Yuan, forcing the latter to shift to the edge. "Breakfast?" Lu Yen chuckled sheepishly. "Since separating from my family, I haven't had breakfast in quite some time." Dr. Fan halted in front of a vendor, purchasing a steaming egg pancake for Lu Yen. "It's still early. We can finish this and continue exploring." Lu Yen took a bite of the egg pancake, smiling as he remarked, "I didn't expect the food here to be quite delicious." "Is that so?" As they walked alongside, the expressionless Kunikuzushi Yoriichi suddenly leaned in, inquiring, "How delectable is it? Allow me to taste." With that, he snatched the egg pancake and took a large bite from the spot where Lu Yen had bitten, his cheeks bulging as if he were not consuming a pancake, but rather tearing into flesh, exuding a sense of gnashing teeth. Under Lu Yan's astonished gaze, Kunikuzushi Yoriichi shoved the pancake back into his hands, sneering, "It is indeed delicious. Here, take it back." Dr. Fan. Lu Yen. "Ah, what is this?" Master G seems a bit upset. Lu Yen pondered, bewildered by the situation. As an esteemed psychologist, Dr. Fan should have detected the jealousy emanating from Kunikuzushi Yoriichi. But seeing Lu Yen still in a fog, he refrained from revealing the affections that Mr. G harbored for him. Moreover, he intended to provoke Mr. G further. Mr. G. You and Yen are quite familiar. Are you a relative of his? I have yet to see you accompany him." Dr. Fan's repeated use of Yen made Kunikuzushi Yoriichi furrow his brow, wishing he could seal the man's lips. He had never referred to Yen in such an endearing manner. "I am not his relative," Kunikuzushi Yoriichi retorted coldly, questioning. "And you? What is your relation to him?" "I am his doctor," Dr. Fan replied with a slight smile toward Lu Yen. "No, rather, I should say Lu Yen is a person of great importance to me." "Is that so? And what significance does he hold for you, Yen?" Kunikuzushi Yoriichi's calm demeanor inexplicably evoked fear. Lu Yen, caught in this battlefield of emotions, found the egg pancake suddenly unappetizing. Chapter 88. The Fury of Kunikuzushi Yenshin. Lu Yen harbored no thoughts of Dr. Fan beyond their doctor-patient relationship, yet he was not naive. Dr. Fan's private invitation certainly diverged from ordinary therapy. After some contemplation, he agreed to allow Master G to partake. Simultaneously, he held no particular feelings towards Master G, as he barely knew who he was, having only met him a day prior. If one were to ponder why these two could simultaneously express interest in Lu Yen, it was undoubtedly due to the influence of Kunikuzushi Yoriichi. However, the current situation had veered far from Lu Yen's expectations. With a sense of distaste, he placed the pancake down and responded to Master G. "Is this of great importance to you?" If Kunikuzushi Yoriichi's previous expression resembled a repressed volcano, now he appeared as the depths of the Dead Sea, concealing his anguished rage behind unfathomable pupils, a whirlpool in which one might drown. "I cannot accept your indifference towards me, Yen. Could you please tell me why?" The exhilaration he felt upon encountering Yen had now plunged into despondency. Yet, before Kunikuzushi Yoriichi could speak, Lu Yen interjected, "I apologize, Mr. G, but I do not understand why you hold me in such high regard. I already have someone I care for, and Dr. Fan's invitation was for serious matters." "Someone you care for? Dr. Fan? Serious matters?" Kunikuzushi Yoriichi's gaze shifted to the couples laughing in the garden, then to the food someone else had given Yen, blinking back the anguish that threatened to surface. "You care for someone else?" Kunikuzushi Yoriichi turned his face away, refusing to meet Yen's eyes, his fists clenched at his sides, pale with suppressed emotion. "Someone else?" Lu Yen frowned, increasingly bewildered by this man's nonsensical ramblings, as if they had shared some intimate history. "There is no one else. I have always cared for him." Kunikuzushi Yoriichi's name hung unspoken in the air, as Dr. Fan suddenly wrapped an arm around Lu Yen's shoulder, pulling him away from Kunikuzushi Yoriichi. "Dr. Fan?" Lu Yen gasped, startled, and just as he began to struggle, Dr. Fan promptly released him, addressing Kunikuzushi Yoriichi. "Today cannot be deemed pleasant. I apologize for my rudeness, Mr. G. Until we meet again. Lu Yen, it seems today's session cannot proceed. Allow me to escort you home." Lu Yen felt a sense of disquiet, yet Dr. Fan's words were nearly impeccable. The atmosphere was indeed unsuitable for a session, leaving him in a foul mood. However, observing Mr. G's countenance, devoid of expression, with eyes as dark as a black hole, his unease intensified. Perhaps it was unbearable to witness Kunikuzushi Yoriichi's face don such a desolate expression. Lu Yen reassured himself that it was better to quell this inexplicable entanglement and allow Mr. G to find closure sooner rather than later. "Let this be for today, Mr. G. My apologies. We shall arrange another meeting when time permits." Lu Yen nodded slightly to Kunikuzushi Yoriichi before turning on his heel to leave. Kunikuzushi Yoriichi did not utter a word to retain him, standing still, motionless. The price he had paid for a century to reach this world felt absurdly trivial in the span of Lu Yen's brief words, leaving him at a loss for the expression to wear or the stance to take. Hatred? Fury? Grief? Kunikuzushi Yoriichi felt none of these. He was merely engulfed in a chilling numbness. How peculiar it was that even a supreme being could succumb to illness. No one knew the thoughts Kunikuzushi Yoriichi swallowed as he consumed the blue, otherworldly flower for the chance to see Lu Yen. The heart belonging to the Demon King thudded within his chest, yet he could no longer feel the once fervent warmth. His master no longer required this superfluous heartbeat, nor the endless affection that flowed from this heart. Kunikuzushi Yoriichi slowly blinked his lifeless red eyes, dissipating like dust, unnoticed by anyone, leaving behind the trace of a man who should never have existed in this world. Yoriichi. In a simple, traditional Japanese house, another tall and handsome man approached, embracing Kunikuzushi Yoriichi. "Fear not, My elder brother, Yoriichi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, for the first time revealing a weary expression before Yoriichi. Divert the backlash onto me. If this continues, you will collapse. Yoriichi's countenance grew grave. As the primary architect of interdimensional travel, none understood better than he the terrifying cost of rending space with one's own strength. It could be said that aside from Yoriichi, transformed into a supreme being, no creature from the Demon Slayer realm could achieve such a feat. Seeing Yoriichi remain silent, Yoriichi refrained from further persuasion, comprehending the obsession that dwelled within his brother's heart. Ever since learning that Shirogane was Yuyin, and that Yuyin was Muzan, the complexity of Yoriichi's emotions was beyond description. Shock, guilt, anger, secret delight, and despair, all intertwined. Since Muzan's departure back to the world of the living, Yoriichi had tirelessly sought to fulfill Yoriichi's obsession. After enduring these trials, their relationship had softened from its previous rigidity, the unbreakable bond of blood urging them to traverse worlds in search of Yuyin. Has Baiji returned? Yoriichi propped himself up, sitting upright, closing his eyes, his fingertips lightly resting on his temples. The agony of his soul being torn and his insides fracturing and reassembling showed no trace on this man's visage. Only the occasional furrowing of his brows indicated the torment he was enduring. He claims to have found the anchor point of this world and will bring it back tomorrow. The anchor point would render interdimensional travel safer and simpler. Traversing space was akin to sailing through a dark cosmos, and the anchor point served as a lighthouse in that darkness. Yoriichi and others had traversed multiple worlds to arrive in the realm where Yuyin resided. This should have been exhilarating news. After a moment of silence, Yoriichi kept his eyes closed to conceal the pain from Yoriichi, finally hoarsely uttering, "Brother, let it be. We should leave." Leave? Yoriichi's expression shifted, as if he were staring at a stranger, scrutinizing him with disbelief, his voice tinged with incredulity. "What did you say? Repeat that." "He does not require our presence." As Kiyogoku slowly opened his eyes, his crimson gaze remained tranquil and silent. The interactions of the past few days had proven to be an intrusion for him. "What are you saying? An intrusion? You claim that all our efforts constitute an intrusion? The price you pay is merely an intrusion?" Kiyogoku articulated each word with palpable intensity. Observing Kyuichi's earnest expression, Yenshin realized he was not jesting. He took 2 steps back and coldly chuckled. "Ridiculous, Kyuichi. I shall not accept such an explanation." With that, he prepared to leave, knife in hand. Kyuichi, in silence, gestured for him to halt. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Yenshin's eyes were the only part of him that could move, while his body remained utterly still. This was a power Kyuichi acquired upon becoming an ultimate being, a pivotal ability that could tear through space. "Do not seek him any longer, brother," Kyuichi calmly stated. "He is doing quite well." "You fool." Yenshin seethed with rage, his 2 eyes suddenly multiplying to 6, a transformation that occurred only when an ultimate being reached the zenith of fury. While Akaza's transformation manifested as tattoos emerging on his body. "What then does my century of toil amount to? Truly a farce." Kyuichi remained unfazed, pausing momentarily before declaring, "I will not permit you to harm him." "Kyuichi, your intellect seems inferior to that of a mere dog. When have I ever expressed a desire to harm him?" Kyuichi showed no signs of irritation at the insults directed at him. He regarded Yenshin, who brandished a knife. Sensing that his elder brother was on the verge of announcing his intention to rip out Tsukihiko's heart to ascertain its darkness. As Yenshin noticed Kyuichi's distrustful gaze, he gradually reined in his murderous intent, calmly asserting, "I promise you, I will never harm him. Now cease the use of blood demon art immediately, or your body shall not withstand it." A quarter of an hour later, having settled the physically and mentally exhausted Kyuichi, Yenshin exited the low-roofed house with a stern countenance, making his way directly to the Infinite City Bar. Suddenly struck by a thought, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into Kyuichi's likeness. Chapter 89, Entrapment. Due to the unexpected appearance of Mr. G, Dr. Fan's plans for a date were thwarted. He took Lien to a quaint private restaurant, smiling as he inquired, "Lien, might I have the honor of inviting you to lunch?" At that moment, even a fool could discern Dr. Fan's intentions. Under normal circumstances, a doctor would not invite a patient to lunch. He could only feign urgency, pulling out his phone and displaying a troubled expression. "The staff just messaged me, saying there is a customer looking for me. My apologies, Dr. Fan. I shall certainly accept next time." "Haha, no worries. Do you need me to escort you, Doctor?" Fan replied nonchalantly, showing no signs of displeasure at the rejection. Lien breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. "No need to trouble yourself, Dr. Fan. The staff is here to pick me up, just at the corner." He pointed to the taxi he had just hailed, fabricating a lie. "All right, take care on your way." Dr. Fan did not expose him. After all, pressuring the prey too closely might yield contrary results. I sent you a text from my private number, so this time, do not go missing, all right? Dr. Fan winked playfully. Sure, sounds good. Lian laughed, waved goodbye, and entered the taxi. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Yinsheng, who was covertly observing Lian's every move, perceived the evidence of his betrayal against Yoriichi. As Lian opened the taxi door, fastening his seatbelt and announcing the last digits of his phone number, he was met with the sight of Yoriichi's face in the driver's seat, nearly causing his heart to stop. What is happening? Why do I keep imagining the driver's face as Yoriichi? He felt as though this was no mere illness. He was on the brink of madness. Neither Yinsheng nor Lian spoke, the air thick with awkwardness. After a while, Dr. Fan, noticing the car had not moved, approached with concern and knocked on the window. Is everything all right, Lian? Yinsheng rolled down the window, revealing his icy visage, scanning Dr. Fan with a disdainful glare. Such a weakling. How dare you? Dr. Fan's brow furrowed. He did not expect to encounter Mr. G again in such a manner, and his aura was so markedly different. It was as though he were an entirely different person. If the previous Mr. G was a volcano suppressed to its limits, evoking a vague sense of trepidation, this Mr. G resembled a serpent that devours indiscriminately, his eyes gleaming with cold, lethal intent. Instinctively, Dr. Fan understood that this individual was not to be trifled with. Mr. G, we meet again. Dr. Fan feigned ignorance, smiling as he greeted Yinsheng. Yinsheng's lips barely moved, uttering a single word, get lost. With that utterance, Dr. Fan was abruptly propelled back by an invisible force, akin to a fly being swatted away, crashing against a utility pole before sliding down. Dr. Fan. Lian had no time to marvel at Mr. G's sudden appearance. He hurriedly flung open the car door to check on Dr. Fan's condition. Yinsheng had confirmed Lian's disregard for Yoriichi, contrasted sharply with his tender concern for Dr. Fan. The scene unfolding before him was intolerable. Seeing Lian embrace Dr. Fan with a face full of worry ignited a fierce desire within him to shred Dr. Fan into pieces. Compared to all that Yoriichi had endured, this Dr. Fan was nothing short of laughable. Do not blame me, Yoriichi. This is simply unforgivable. Just as Lian finished dialing for emergency assistance, he suddenly lost consciousness, darkness enveloping him. The bedroom door was tightly shut, the curtains nailed to the wall, and the sole lamp flickered twice before extinguishing entirely. Lian jolted awake from the soft bed, only to find a chain viciously constricting his neck, causing him to fall backward. Fortunately, the mattress was sufficiently soft to cushion his fall. Lian touched the chain around his neck, surveying the pitch-black room and realizing he was likely imprisoned. Who is it? He grabbed the bedside lamp for self-defense. Yoriichi's visage flashing through his mind. His instincts warned him that the driver was behind this, for with a single word, he had sent Dr. Fan flying, far from the actions of a normal person. Damn it! Lian struck the chain binding him with the lamp, scattering metal shards across the bed. His hands stained with blood that now marred the sheets. Captivity could only be for ransom or lust, yet the room's decor did not suggest a pursuit of wealth. Lian refused to accept such an outcome. He concealed a scrap of metal in his sleeve, smearing the blood on his sleeve to disguise the protrusion. Hurry, hurry. With each forceful blow, the chain connected to the headboard finally yielded a crack. After some effort, he extracted the chain link from the damaged area. The remaining chain, attached to the collar around his neck, was about the length of his forearm, swinging annoyingly. His shoes had vanished, but fortunately, the floor was covered in a plush carpet. Lian opted to go barefoot as he inspected the curtains, straining to tear the nailed-down fabric from the wall, only to discover, to his dismay, that the window faced a concrete wall. Breaking the window would be futile, unless he could bring down the wall itself. The door, however, appeared wooden and possibly breakable. Yet, loud noises might attract the captor's attention. Well, considering the noise from his metal strikes, the captor would have come long ago. Lian made a swift decision, stepping back a few paces, and then leaping from the bed to crash against the door. With a resounding thud, Lian once again lost consciousness. As he groaned, cradling his aching arm, Lian awoke to find himself not in the room, but being carried by a man into an unknown darkness. Particularly unsettling was the fact that this man bore Yoriichi's face. Had the system not departed, Lian would have shouted for it, questioning whether he had traversed into another realm once more. Fortunately, the sharp iron shard remained undiscovered. Lian curled his fingers, clutching the bloodied piece of metal in his palm. The man cast a glance at the person in his arms, his gaze imbued with an inexplicable complexity that Lian could not decipher. Sensing Lian's rigid demeanor, he murmured, "There's no need to be anxious. I shall not harm you." "Who exactly are you?" Lian could not restrain himself from inquiring. A question mark slowly emerged above the head of Inosuke Yashiro, who had transformed into the familiar figure of Kaneo Tsuyuri, as he gazed deeply at Lian and asked, Have you forgotten me? Lien had never entertained the possibility that Kaneo Tsuyuri might traverse from the world of Demon Slayer, as not everyone possessed the means to navigate realms. For an ordinary human, such an undertaking seemed utterly fantastical. Even Kaneo could not achieve it. Yet, observing this man's expression, his instincts warned him against any acknowledgement. Put me down, Lien insisted, avoiding his gaze and struggling slightly. Apologies, but the moment is not yet ripe, Inosuke Yashiro replied, shaking his head and resolutely moving forward. His steps were steady and unwavering, as though he possessed the ability to traverse distances in the blink of an eye, swiftly arriving at a garden. The dim, secretive moonlight illuminated the towering wisteria entwined in the branches, while the ground's center was marked by a circular totem radiating an ominous red glow. Even more captivating was the coffin that hovered above the totem. To refer to it as a coffin was not entirely accurate. It was a rectangular container designed for a single occupant, entirely devoid of embellishment, so closely resembling a coffin that it was labeled as such. Blood flowed incessantly from the coffin's seams into the ground's recesses, where the grooves collectively formed the intricate design of the totem. With a resounding thud, the garden's entrance, tightly closed against the wind, emitted a noise akin to the curtain rising in a theater. Lien seized the long-hidden iron shard and leapt from Inosuke Yashiro's grasp. Chapter 90. Do not forgive me, Tsukiyomi. Inosuke Yashiro made no move, merely standing still and fixated on the coffin, as if Lien's frantic rush towards the exit was inconsequential. The barbed wire-encased archway remained impervious to any force, rendering it more a seal than a mere door, isolating the garden from all that diverged from the mundane world. What on earth is this? An evil organization? A terrifying ritual? Lien, disheveled and disoriented, found his typically immaculate hair now a chaotic veil obscuring his face. Ever since returning from the world of Demon Slayer, he had seldom experienced such a profound sense of helplessness against supernatural forces. He lacked any power that transcended reality, and no one stood by him, as Kaneo Tsuyuri once had. Even the visage of his captor morphed in his mind into that of Kaneo Tsuyuri. An inexplicable surge of anger and hatred welled within Lien. He loathed the affliction of his mind that forced him to perceive malevolence through the face of his beloved. What a cruel irony. He resented this man for committing acts that Kaneo Tsuyuri would never undertake. It was an affront of the highest order. Inosuke Yashiro raised his hands, an invisible force emanating forth, lifting the blood that trickled from the coffin like the fiery bloom of a lycoris, eerily suspended in the air. Only then did he turn to Lien and say, "There is no need to fear. I am merely bestowing upon you a mark." This was also a prerequisite for Kaneo's traversal between worlds, a means to anchor oneself. Without it, one would be lost. And in this world, Inosuke Yashiro had determined to place that anchor upon Tsukiyomi. If fate truly exists, then let me witness how it unfolds, he murmured, lowering his gaze. With a subtle wave of his hand, the blood surged towards Lien's form. His eyes, nose, and mouth were enveloped in a mist of blood. Fine droplets streamed from his 7 orifices to his limbs, ultimately converging upon his heart. Lien emitted a tortured groan, reminiscent of one drowning. How repulsive. His features felt as though forcibly inundated, rendering him incapable of breathing or swallowing, leaving him to ponder when this torment would cease. The agony rendered him utterly rigid, and the bloodied iron shard slipped from his palm, landing in the center of the totem and splattering a spray of crimson. Inosuke Yashiro observed him with a hint of perplexity. A similar scene had unfolded when Kaneo accepted his anchor, yet he had never displayed a semblance of pain. Was it possible that embracing the anchor entailed suffering? Inosuke Yashiro felt a tremor within, yet there was no turning back. His gaze shifted from uncertainty and anxiety to unwavering resolve. No one could thwart him, no one. A century of effort had been dedicated to bringing Tsukiyomi back. He could not yield. Just as the mark was about to be inscribed upon Lien, and he began to ascend towards the coffin, a sudden tempest erupted. Boom. A thunderous sound resonated as the greenhouse's entrance was forcefully flung open by the gale. Kaneo Tsuyuri, supported by his brother, stood at the threshold, having cleaved the door apart with a single stroke of his sword. Brother Kaneo Tsuyuri swallowed the pooling blood, discreetly covering his mouth with his sleeve as he coughed softly, droplets of crimson staining the fabric. His body could only remain in this realm for 3 days, and today marked the final day. Time was slipping away. Why have you come, Kaneo? Inosuke Yashiro's eyes flashed with a cold light. You promised you would not harm him. Kaneo Tsuyuri nodded gratefully to his brother and then gently brushed past him, confronting Inosuke Yashiro. Harm? I merely planted an anchor within him. How can that be considered harm? Inosuke Yashiro retorted with a laugh, then turned his icy gaze towards Akaza, saying, What of you, Akaza? Do you intend to prevent me from taking Tsukiyomi back? No. Pain and sorrow flickered in Akaza's eyes as he stepped forward, aligning himself beside Kaneo Tsuyuri. shaking his head at Kokushibo. Lord Kokushibo, Kaneo has kept something from you to prevent worry. Please, remain calm. You must not implant the anchor within Tsukiyomi. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not relent, Kokushibo declared. Uninterested in their pleas, believing their words to be mere fabrications to impede him, he hastened to implant the anchor, sealing Li Yin within the coffin. With a resounding hum, the blood solidified, penetrating the coffin and taking form in Li Yin's heart. Amidst excruciating torment, Li Yin succumbed to the weight of it all, collapsing into unconsciousness. Lying within the coffin like a lifeless corpse, Kaneo Tsuyuri, enduring his fractured body, advanced to extract Li Yin from the coffin, blood seeping from his eyes as he closed them. Neither Kokushibo nor Akaza intervened. No one understood better than they the tremendous cost this man had borne to see Tsukiyomi again. Aside from themselves, only Kaneo Tsuyuri was worthy of embracing Li Yin. The anchor served as the lifeblood of the world, akin to a radiant moon. While humanity was but a speck of dust within that realm, how could such dust contain the moon? As Kaneo Tsuyuri uttered those words, Inosuke Yashiro stood aghast. Witnessing Li Yin's body begin to fracture like a torn puppet, Akaza grasped Li Yin's cold hand, exerting all his strength to mend the life ebbing from him. A pang of sorrow choking his voice as he lamented, from the moment the anchor was inscribed, Kaneo has endured the daily agony of his body being torn apart. Traversing worlds does not harm anyone's body. That was merely to alleviate your concerns. After all, Kaneo Tsuyuri had discovered the anchor and implanted it within himself a century ago. At that time, none were aware of the consequences of such an act, and only now did Kaneo reveal the truth. Brother, even if Tsukiyomi recognizes us, it will not alter the outcome of his demise upon entering our world. Rather than this, it might be better that he does not recognize us. I can only blame my own insatiable greed for wanting to defy the rules with mere mortal strength and see him a few more times. The voice of Kagaya Yoriichi is calm and gentle, as it always has been. Yet the content of his words sends a chill down Muzan Kibutsuji's spine. He stares blankly at the nearly lifeless figure in Yoriichi's embrace, unable to accept the reality, murmuring to himself, "Impossible, you are deceiving me. Why would you deceive me? I will not be fooled by you again, Yoriichi Kagaya. It is impossible, impossible. How could I deceive you?" Akaza roars, turning his head in anger. Mitsuri is dying. Can't you see? You have brought about his demise. The flower room resembles a battlefield ravaged by artillery, wisteria petals swirling through the air as branches snap and shoot outward. As a petal lands on Mitsuri's cheek, Muzan instantly teleports to his side, trembling all over. How? How can I save him? I don't want this, Yoriichi. He lifts Mitsuri's other hand to his face, speaking with vacant eyes. Forgive me, Mitsuri, do not die. No, do not forgive me. Muzan laughs maniacally. If you die, I will make the world mourn your loss. Do not forgive me, Mitsuri. Ha 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 ha. How utterly amusing. Chapter 91, Recognition. When Mitsuri awakens once more, he feels a profound pain coursing through his body, as if his limbs had been torn apart and hastily reassembled, causing him to gasp for breath. Fortunately, the pain gradually subsides, and his tear-filled eyes begin to discern the shapes before him. Kibutsuji? He hazily gazes at the black-haired youth before him, and upon a second glance, he sees Yoriichi Kagaya, eyes closed and bleeding tears, while Muzan lies nearby, appearing as if he is in slumber. While he could accept that Yoriichi's face might be a figment of his illness, the simultaneous presence of these three figures forces him to entertain a bold hypothesis. Despite the disbelief swirling in his heart, are you truly you? Have you come? Am I dreaming? He pinches his own cheek hard, wincing in pain, confirming that this is not a dream. Strangely, neither Yoriichi nor Akaza, nor the slumbering Muzan, emits a sound. What is wrong with you? Mitsuri hesitantly kneels up from Yoriichi's embrace, anxiously touching Yoriichi's cheek. What has happened to your eyes? He then turns to Akaza, asking, Kibutsuji, why do you remain silent? How can Muzan be lying here? I remember being brought here by Yoriichi. What on earth transpired? Yoriichi, were you responsible for the previous two instances? I am sorry. I truly did not expect you would come. Why did you not inform me? Mitsuri's mind is a whirlpool of questions, his speech becoming disjointed under the weight of his curiosity and the myriad of doubts flooding his heart, leading him to wonder if he has completely lost his sanity. As everything appears to be an overly vivid illusion. I must be going mad. He stares blankly at these three familiar faces. How could this be so real? Oh heavens! You must be toying with me. He is on the brink of madness, weeping as he clings to Yoriichi, burying his head deep in Yoriichi's embrace, breaking down. Why? Why is this so real, Yoriichi? Yoriichi Kagaya is as still as a stone statue, exhibiting not a single movement, even his breath barely perceptible. At that moment, Akaza, who had remained silent, finally speaks. Mitsuri, we have all missed you. His voice is stuttered, as if he is suppressing something. Yet his expression reveals no pain, instead offering Mitsuri a radiant smile that showcases 8 gleaming teeth. I, along with Lord Muzan, cannot stay long, he states, closing his mouth. Suppressing a low cough that brings forth blood to the corner of his lips, swallowing it nonchalantly, I will return with Lord Muzan. You and Yoriichi, take care. With that, he laboriously hoists Muzan's body onto his shoulder and begins to depart. Only then does Mitsuri truly comprehend that he is not losing his mind. Yoriichi and the others have indeed come. He holds Yoriichi tightly, watching Akaza leave, his heart brimming with questions. Kibutsuji, what is wrong with you? Wait. Akaza merely waves a hand in farewell, vanishing from Mitsuri's sight in the blink of an eye. Mitsuri, I love you. The wind carries his voice to Mitsuri's ears, only to dissipate without a trace. Wait. Kibutsuji? Kibutsuji. No matter how fervently Mitsuri calls out, Akaza does not turn back. Yoriichi? The condition of Yoriichi leaves him unable to muster the energy to chase after the resolute Akaza. He can only hold Yoriichi close, filled with concern. Yoriichi, can you hear my voice? Yoriichi does not react at all. What on earth is happening? No one can answer his questions. He can only carry Yoriichi on his back, step by step, out of this garden that has become a mere ruin. Chapter 92. Not even 1% of a typical male protagonist. Sunlight lazily streams into the apartment beside the Infinity Castle bar, and Yoriichi Kagaya suddenly opens his eyes. You have finally awakened. Mitsuri, who had kept vigil beside him all night without closing his eyes, sits up in astonishment, his face bearing creases from the blanket. Yoriichi gazes intently at him, slightly parting his lips. Under Mitsuri's expectant gaze, he closes his mouth again, gently shaking his head, as if swallowing a myriad of unspoken thoughts. When exactly did you arrive? Why did you not inform me? Mitsuri clutches his sleeve, guilt flooding him as he recalls his resistance against Kaji-sensei these past days, nearly suffocating him. He pulls the medical report from the bedside and hands it to Yoriichi, apologizing. I did not mean to. I fell ill. I am truly sorry. Yoriichi embraces Mitsuri with one arm, while holding the medical report with the other, meticulously examining Mitsuri's condition, his gaze revealing a sense of compassion. It is of no consequence. It is I who failed to inform you, so there is no need for you to feel guilty. The two embrace tightly, relishing the long-awaited tranquility of the moment. In Yoriichi's arms, Mitsuri feels as if the empty half of his heart has been filled with warm water, tinged with a secret sting. Despite the absence of separation, he cannot help but weep. I am truly afraid that this is merely a figment of my madness. And tomorrow I will awaken to the doctor telling me it was just a mental breakdown. After all, he has experienced such madness countless times before. This time, however, it includes Akaza and Muzan as characters, and the experience feels all the more tangible. Yoriichi, Yoriichi. Mitsuri sobs uncontrollably. I truly miss you, and I miss everyone. This entire experience resembles a walled city. When he was surrounded by Yoriichi and the others within it, he failed to recognize their significance. Yearning to return to the present world where his loved ones who nurtured him into adulthood reside. Yet, upon truly returning to the present world, as he ages and his loved ones gradually leave him, the bonds forged within the walled city continuously tug at his heart, reminding him that he has already lost his beloved. He has no opportunity for reprieve. This was his own choice, and he must bear the consequences alone. After returning to the present, Mitsuri often reflects on whether the decisions he made in the Demon Slayer world were correct, sometimes regretting them to the point of sleepless nights, and at other times feeling such sorrow that he wishes for a fresh start. Yet, that is impossible, leaving him in a state of madness. If this were yet another illusion of his own making, he would accept it. He was utterly exhausted. A few years ago, he was merely a young man in his early 20s, yet upon traversing into the world of Demon Slayer, he found himself compelled to make countless decisions that would determine the fates of both himself and others. If his life were penned as a book, he feared he would be condemned as a fool. He had been foolish, having blundered numerous times. While it seemed he had altered certain aspects, in truth, nothing had truly changed. Even the thought of returning home filled him with regret, and he realized he had achieved none of the triumphs characteristic of the protagonists in those light novels. For someone as ordinary and foolish as he, madness appeared to be the only inevitable conclusion. I do not know who you are, nor can I hear your true words. I apologize for my rudeness, but I genuinely, desperately miss you, Kaneo Tsuyuri. I am on the brink of collapse. He seized a nearby bottle of medication, pouring out 2 pills intended to suppress his neurological episodes, and swallowed them without hesitation. With tear-filled eyes, he murmured, It's futile. I have already lost my sanity. Witnessing such anguish in him deepened Kaneo's own pain. He had never anticipated that Tsuyuri would deteriorate to this state, a suffering more profound than having his heart ripped from his chest. It cannot continue like this. Kaneo thought resolutely. Meanwhile, the voice of Akaza echoed in his mind. Master Kaneo, I can only endure for 2 more days. When the final rays of twilight fade tomorrow evening, it shall mark the moment I return to ashes. Chapter 93. Love can drive one to madness. Nurturing flesh upon flesh until it can uphold the weight of longing. Kaneo's expression darkened as he comprehended Akaza's plight, reminiscent of his own a century ago. Love could indeed cultivate a frenzy of yearning, yet the human body ultimately has its limits. Look at me, Sayuri. Kaneo tenderly wiped away the tears from Sayuri's eyes, revealing the same serene smile he always wore. This is neither a dream nor madness. I have truly come. He took Sayuri's hand and solemnly placed it over his heart. Smiling gently, can you feel it? It is your heart that beats within my chest. Thump, thump, thump. Each rhythmic heartbeat gradually soothed Sayuri's tumultuous emotions. Unable to resist, he leaned against Kaneo's chest, straining to listen. He could not discern whether this was the heart he had transplanted into this world of demon slayer. But Kaneo's words offered him a comforting sense of stability that he had long missed. He had always known that this man possessed an extraordinary power to calm him. Let me be mad, then. If I am not sent to a mental institution, I wish to believe that this is all real. Sayuri murmured sleepily in Kaneo's embrace. Kaneo, I miss you so much. I want to see you. He drifted off to sleep. Under Kaneo's gentle caresses, he fell into a dream. Experiencing a sweetness of slumber he had not known in ages, a faint smile gracing his lips. Kaneo contemplated moving him to the bed for a more comfortable rest, only to discover that Sayuri was still tightly clutching his sleeve in his sleep, as if fearful he might vanish at any moment. With utmost care, the sword of duality severed the fabric of Kaneo's sleeve, and he assisted Sayuri onto the bed, where the remnants of the sleeve remained firmly grasped in his hand. Sensing something, Sayuri stirred restlessly, his brow furrowing in discomfort. Kaneo's heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 needles, a wave of anguish washing over him. He unfastened the sword and placed it in Sayuri's hand, whispering softly in his ear, "Sleep now. I am here." At last, Sayuri lay peacefully on the bed, holding the sword as he descended into a deep slumber. It dawned on Kaneo that everything that had transpired was a misunderstanding. Sayuri still loved him, just as he loved Sayuri. Yet, the thought of only having 2 days left filled Kaneo with a tumult of emotions. No one had ever informed him of the profound sacrifices love demands, nor had anyone prepared him for the inevitability of separation that love could bring. Shamefully, he realized he knew far too little about love compared to his understanding of justice and protecting the weak. All he had done was act on instinct. He longed to be with Sayuri, and thus he would traverse through countless trials to find him. But once found, what then? Gazing at Sayuri's serene smile in his sleep, Kaneo clutched his heart, overwhelmed by the pain of impending separation, an anguish more unbearable than the knowledge that Sayuri did not love him back. If he felt such torment, how would Sayuri endure another separation? Sayuri was even unwell. Kaneo's gaze fell upon Sayuri's medical report, and he sighed deeply, as if contemplating the most complex and excruciating dilemma in existence. He wished to do something for Sayuri. He could bear this heart-wrenching pain alone. Chapter 94. Kaneo. Why must it be so? Time seemed to stretch infinitely, almost as if it were crawling. Upon awakening, Sayuri found Kaneo absent, and his heart skipped a beat. Kaneo? Kaneo! He called out in a panic, rushing outside in his undergarments, his slippers flapping against the floor. A loud crash resonated from the kitchen, where a tall man with long, dark hair and a face dusted with flour emerged. He said nothing, merely observing Sayuri with a curious gaze, as if intrigued by his disheveled state. Why the panic, Sayuri? At his words, Sayuri felt tears pooling in his eyes once more. Without a second thought, he lunged forward and embraced Kaneo, regardless of the flour covering him, and whimpered. I thought you had disappeared. Kaneo remained silent for a moment before gently poking Sayuri's shoulder with a finger, his voice firm. That is no excuse for not wearing clothes. Sayuri. Sayuri fell silent, releasing Kaneo and gazing at his face in contemplation. The familiar aura of the man he knew was unmistakable. This was indeed Kaneo. Kaneo ignored him, leaving Sayuri standing there as he returned to the kitchen, emerging with a plate of an unidentifiable yellowish substance that appeared as if it had been simmering for 3 days. Eat something, Kaneo said, folding his arms with an expression devoid of emotion. Sayuri shivered slightly, feeling a chill. Yet he paid no mind to his lack of clothing as he sat at the dining table, unwilling to leave Kaneo's side for even a moment. Kaneo, observing Sayuri's shivering form, felt an almost imperceptible tremor in his fingers as he grasped his own arm, seemingly struggling against an overwhelming urge to pull Sayuri into his embrace. What is this? Sayuri pondered, picking up a long, irregularly shaped piece from the unrecognizable dish, which promptly snapped in half under the weight of his chopsticks. Falling into the watery mixture, A drop of the yellow liquid splattered onto Tsuyuri's face, leaving him in a daze as he murmured, "What on earth is this?" "If you don't want to eat it, then don't," Kaneo said, removing the dubious dish and pushing Tsuyuri back towards their room, his tone remaining indifferent. "I will go buy some things, you stay here." The unfamiliar tone in his voice felt foreign to Tsuyuri, reminiscent of their initial encounters. There was an odd distance between them that should not have been present. "What's wrong with you?" Tsuyuri asked hesitantly as he dressed. Kaneo ignored him, turning to leave. In a moment of impulse, Tsuyuri grasped Kaneo's arm, pushing him down onto a chair at the dining table. "You don't need to go buy anything. I can cook." Upon finishing his words, he appeared somewhat apprehensive, pulling Kunekuni Yoriichi up, guiding him into the kitchen as if leading a child. The sight that greeted him was akin to a scene ravaged by a tempest, leaving him momentarily stunned. What on earth was this? The questions that had plagued Lien throughout his life paled in comparison to the barrage that surged forth today. The ceiling, the stove, beside the trash can. The floor, every inch of the kitchen was marred by a viscous, yellowish-white substance. It was dirtier than any public space he had encountered. Lien was left breathless, shocked by the chaos before him. It was not as if Kunekuni Yoriichi had never cooked before. The most he had conjured up resembled poison. Yet he had never reduced the kitchen to such utter disarray. How could this have happened? Kunekuni Yoriichi observed the scene with an unsettling calmness. Devoid of any guilt or embarrassment, his demeanor so composed that it almost incited Lien to deliver a punch, questioning if he had lost his mind. He had braced himself for Lien's inevitable inquiries, or perhaps even his wrath. Unexpectedly, Lien merely chuckled helplessly, turning to grasp his hand, asking, "Are you still upset with Dr. Fan from before? Really now? If you're angry, just say so, I will comfort you." Kunekuni Yoriichi was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, adopting a serious expression as he stubbornly replied, "I did it on purpose." "On purpose?" Lien tiptoed closer, suddenly bringing his face near Kunekuni Yoriichi's, catching a glimpse of his pupils narrowing in shock at the unexpected proximity. Lien playfully pinched his jaw, delighting in the way Kunekuni Yoriichi furrowed his brows in discomfort. "What did you say? You did it on purpose?" Lien articulated each word deliberately, gesturing towards the chaotic kitchen. "Yes," Kunekuni Yoriichi, still pinched, stubbornly affirmed, though he discreetly swallowed hard. Lien must surely be furious. To his surprise, rather than an eruption of anger, Lien sighed in resignation, rubbing his hands over Kunekuni Yoriichi's face as if to complain, though his tone bore no trace of grievance. "I never imagined that the older you get, Yoriichi, the more mischievous you become, leaving the house in such disarray." He released his grip and began searching for a cloth, saying nothing further as he methodically cleaned the kitchen, restoring order to the chaos Kunekuni Yoriichi had wrought. Kunekuni Yoriichi stood silently at the doorway, watching him without moving, a mere observer. Once the kitchen was tidied, Lien finally set about preparing a meal, whipping up a simple spread of 3 dishes and a soup, inviting Kunekuni Yoriichi to the table. "Come, it's time for dinner. Big baby, don't forget to wash your hands." After washing his hands, Kunekuni Yoriichi sat down but averted his gaze from Lien, focusing solely on his food. Lien stared at him, momentarily lost in thought, noting how Kunekuni Yoriichi's plate gleamed as if it had been licked clean by a dog. How long had it been since he had eaten? Surely, even a starving ghost wound tea behaved so absurdly. As Kunekuni Yoriichi expertly picked the last peanut from his plate, Lien sprang into action. He dashed back to the kitchen, clattering pots and pans as he prepared a large serving of cold dishes and brought out 3 large bowls of rice. "Eat. All you can eat. You won't go hungry." Kunekuni Yoriichi fell silent. He merely wished for Lien to despise him, yet he was not a true glutton. After their meal, Kunekuni Yoriichi began to act up again, fiddling with Lien's phone, engrossed in whatever he was poking at. Lien cleaned up the dishes and approached him, only to find the screen displaying 30 signs he doesn't love you. Upon noticing Lien's gaze, Kunekuni Yoriichi calmly remarked, "Why are there no photos of us in your social media?" Seeing Lien's speechless expression, Kunekuni Yoriichi felt a twinge of sadness, thinking perhaps soon Lien would truly come to loathe him. Chapter 95. Kunekuni Yoriichi was truly not a good actor. To be frank, after having played the role for so long, even if he were blind, he would still detect the odor of poor acting wafting from Kunekuni Yoriichi. Yet, he remained oblivious to Kunekuni Yoriichi's intentions and simply decided to play along. Thus, on that day, in the shopping mall, Kunekuni Yoriichi pointed towards a nearby shop, displaying exquisite samurai swords. "I want that. Buy it." Without hesitation, Lien rushed forward to procure the item. Passers-by cast curious glances at the duo, as if witnessing a robbery in progress. Lien, meanwhile, held an array of Demon Slayer-themed merchandise beside Kunekuni Yoriichi, grinning as he waved a figurine of the flamboyant Akaza in front of him. "Lord Yoriichi, you can have as much as you desire. Being with me will not leave you wanting." Despite looking up to Kunekune Yoriichi and addressing him with honorifics, Lien's tone dripped with playful mockery, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Kunekune Yoriichi was utterly unaware of the extent of his poor acting. Seeing Lien spend so much money left him feeling as though a fly were being crushed in his heart. He was indifferent to material possessions, spending his own money without a care, yet it was genuinely difficult for him to remain unmoved by Lien's generous spending on him, believing he had successfully concealed his emotions. Kunekune Yoriichi responded to Lien's teasing with a stone-faced remark, "This is what you ought to do." Without waiting for Lien's reaction, he snatched the weighty items from Lien's hands, carrying them himself. Lien, noticing the sudden lightness in his hands, said nothing more, merely smiling silently. In a clothing store within the mall, Kunekune Yoriichi stood with his arms crossed while Lien carefully selected garments for him. "I don't need any." Kunekune Yoriichi turned his head, eyes closed, feeling uncomfortable with the unfamiliar store clerk measuring him with a soft tape. Observing his resistance, Lien took the tape from the clerk, gently urging, "I'll handle this." As he measured, Kunekune Yoriichi complained incessantly, sounding like a chatty woman, but his words were limited to a few meager phrases. "It's strange. I can't accept this. I don't fit." The scarcity of his vocabulary made Lien chuckle inwardly. After nearly an entire day of this, Lien grew genuinely curious about Kunekune Yoriichi's intentions. Therefore, Lien feigned a stern expression, chiding him, "If you want to wear it, just be honest." Kunekune Yoriichi promptly fell silent. For the remainder of the outing, he ceased his antics, quietly following Lien like a large human ornament. He foolishly thought Lien had noticed nothing and that his plan was nearing fruition. Lien would soon come to detest him, leaving him with a bittersweet ache he could not express. Yet Lien saw through his turmoil, contemplating silently, as if a thought had emerged. As they departed the mall, sitting in the car parked in a somewhat secluded area of the underground parking, the silence amplified Lien's emotionally detached voice, which seemed to carry an unexpected weight. Kunekune Yoriichi jolted, as Lien rarely addressed him by name. Could it be that he was about to? He both yearned to hear and dreaded the impending words, his heart racing as he awaited Lien's pronouncement like a supplicant awaiting divine judgment. Lien scoffed coldly, deliberately intensifying the tension. "You little rascal. You really know how to stir up trouble." His expression bore 3 parts mockery and 4 parts disdain, enough to make any reasonable person frown, let alone someone so utterly concerned for him as Kunekune Yoriichi. Kunekune Yoriichi merely crossed his arms, silent and staring straight ahead, unwavering. "Did you enjoy your little antics? Are you satisfied with my attitude now? Silence will lead me to assume you are mute." Just as Lien was about to feign anger, Yoriichi suddenly blurted out 2 words like a gourd struck in the head. "None." "None of what?" Lien, interrupted mid-spell, looked at him in bewilderment, recalling for 3 seconds before realizing Yoriichi was responding to his initial inquiry about his mischievous antics. Amused, Lien forgot his ire and asked, "Then show me another one." He had presumed Yoriichi was merely trying to provoke him, but to his surprise, Yoriichi genuinely extended his palm and, tilting his head, inquired, "What did you hide on the day of our journey?" Lien momentarily faltered, recalling their travels in the world of Demon Slayer, where they had experienced so much. Yoriichi's question felt rather trivial, and he struggled to remember. Noticing Lien's momentary daze, Yoriichi added, "That day, I saw you take something from me and place it in your lucky bag." Only then did Lien chuckle, memories flooding back, teasing. Who would have thought our dear Yoriichi would be so attentive to details? "Want to know? Beg me. If you choose not to tell me, so be it." Yoriichi maintained a stern expression, seemingly brewing with anger. His impassive demeanor was quite intimidating, yet it failed to unnerve Lien. "Please, Yoriichi." Lien waved a figurine in front of Yoriichi's eyes, attempting to capture his attention. "How about we strike a deal?" Finally, Yoriichi's gaze shifted from the figurine to Lien, asking, "What kind of deal?" "You kiss me, and I will tell you." Lien pointed to his cheek, his eyes sparkling with mischief and joy. Reason whispered to Yoriichi that kissing Lien at this moment would render all his efforts futile. Yet, this Lien was undeniably enchanting. The love of his life invited him to kiss him with eyes full of affection. It was a scenario Yoriichi had never dared to dream of in a century. He gazed into Lien's vibrant, starlit eyes and lowered his own. "Forget it." Yoriichi grasped Lien's arm, which was still waving the figurine, crushing it with indifference, and coldly remarked, "You are too immature, Lien. Can't you see that I no longer love you?" The fox had finally revealed its tail. No, Yoriichi could hardly be called a fox. He was more akin to an imposing golden retriever. Yet, when he uttered those words, Lien, fully aware of their falsehood, felt a sharp pang in his heart. It was like a beautiful dream, but there comes a time when one must awaken. He understood that he was about to confront something significant. This was the reason behind Yoriichi's erratic behavior. He intended to part ways with Lien, even if it meant inflicting pain upon them both. Otherwise, something far more dreadful would occur. Yuyuki had evidently chosen to shoulder the burden alone, wishing to keep Lien in the dark. Unfortunately, his performance was woefully inadequate. Yuyuki was truly not a competent actor. Chapter 96. If life were only as it was at first sight. The atmosphere grew heavy. Lien seemed to have heard, yet remained unresponsive, sitting still without any reaction. After a brief pause, Yuyuki, seeing Lien's indifference, opened the car door intending to leave. Wait. Lien set down the figurine and grasped Yuyuki's arm. Isn't this a bit cruel to me? He asked, lowering his head. Yuyuki withdrew his arm, without even glancing back at him. Did you ever consider this when you left? Upon hearing this, Lien realized there was no turning back. Yuyuki had resolutely decided to sever ties. His heart sank. I'm sorry. Lien's voice was soft but sincere, his hands nervously intertwining, yet he blurted, that day. I saw a maple leaf fall from your hair to your shoulder. It was beautiful. Noticing Yuyuki's slight interest, Lien continued. The maple leaf does not concern itself with whether you care. It simply falls, even if its destiny is to wither away, unable to linger on your shoulder. Tears brimmed in his lowered eyes, his voice growing choked. But I found it, and I know that the maple leaf must have a connection with you. For why else would it land upon your shoulder? Kibutsuji Muzan, Akaza, anyone could have been chosen, yet it fell upon you, Yuyuki. Without giving Yuyuki a chance to respond, Lien produced a charm adorned with red cloth and golden edges, the very amulet Yuyuki had gifted him during their journey. Lien opened the charm and solemnly offered the maple leaf to Yuyuki, smiling through tears. Yuyuki, originally this maple leaf had its own fate, but now it is before you. If you turn back, its destiny will be in your hands. Do you want it? Yuyuki stared at the delicate leaf, remaining silent for an extended period. A fragile maple leaf, easily shattered upon the lightest touch, yet it was also courageous and beautiful, romantic in its unique resolve. How could he bear to grasp this leaf? Only to watch it wilt before his eyes. Yuyuki shook his head, and when he lifted his gaze again, his eyes had regained their calm, and he simply stated, let it return to its rightful fate. I must leave. Lien emerged from the vehicle, calling out to Yuyuki's departing figure, Yuyuki, what are you hiding? I know you still love me. He chased after him, but was always a few paces behind. Just those few steps felt like an insurmountable chasm, preventing Lien from touching the hem of Yuyuki's garment. Why are you unwilling to face this together? I don't even know what you are bearing, and yet you leave. Are you a fool? Yuyuki. Yuyuki. Fool. Lien clutched his chest, utterly exhausted from the chase, standing in place, devastated as he hurled the charm at Yuyuki's retreating back. To his surprise, Yuyuki caught it behind him. Lien's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He ceased running, knowing that Yuyuki wanted to depart, and no matter what he did, he would never catch up. He had to find a way to draw him back. I don't know why you want to leave, but you can tell me the reason, and we can figure it out together. His tone bore a hint of pleading, tears pooling in his eyes. Don't go. In the past, it was always Yuyuki who embraced him, professing love. Now, he too could finally speak his heart without reservation. I adore your eyes when you smile, love your anxious demeanor, cherish your silly remarks, and I even love the red string tied in your hair. Just being by your side brings me genuine happiness. Yuyuki, I love you to the point of madness. Do you know? I love you. Yuyuki, you fool. Lien took determined steps closer to Yuyuki, who remained unmoving. Finally, when Lien wrapped his arms around Yuyuki's waist from behind, Yuyuki seemed to awaken from a dream, his fingers trembling for a moment. Yuyuki's expression was always calm, occasionally holding a faint smile, his face often lost in thought, rarely revealing such a frown of melancholy. It appeared that Lien's confession was not a surprise to him, but rather a burden. Lien feared this expression. He tightened his embrace as if trying to meld Yuyuki into his very being. Please, tell me, one to you? You may leave, but at the very least, grant me an explanation. Lu Yan's tears soaked the back of Kikuchi's clothing. A single droplet fell upon the lake's surface, sending ripples cascading across the water. Kikuchi wrested himself from Lu Yan's embrace, yet in the midst of Lu Yan's despairing, tear-filled gaze, he tightly held him once more. The profound sorrows and joys of life are often encapsulated in such moments. The two embraced like love-struck mandarin ducks. Time seemed to lose its meaning as Kikuchi finally spoke in a hoarse voice. I must leave, or else Akaza will perish. He could not allow Akaza to be consumed by oblivion, and every fleeting second in this realm inflicted irreversible harm upon him. What has transpired before was not merely an illusion. My brother disguised himself as me and anchored the world's essence within your being. He was unaware that this would shatter your body. To save you, my brother sacrificed his life. Lu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, his sorrow momentarily eclipsed by urgency as he asked, and what of you? What is your connection to Akaza? Time travel exacts a toll, Kikuchi responded slowly. The price I pay for remaining in this world is the burning of Akaza's life. while Kikuchi was indifferent to the sacrifice of his own life. The thought of exchanging the time spent with Lu Yin for another's life was a torment far worse than death. This was his unwavering boundary. How could it be so? At this revelation, Lu Yin finally comprehended why Kikuchi was resolute in his departure. Then you should return and rest. We can devise a plan later, all right? Lu Yin quickly proposed a solution. Kikuchi shook his head. The cost of traversing time was not something that could be healed in a year or two. It could take a decade, or even a century. When he returned, perhaps there would be no trace of Lu Yin left in this world. Though the flow of time may differ across realms, it would neither vanish nor reverse, at least. Kikuchi had yet to discover a method to revert time and return to the past. He could not guarantee when or where he might appear in the future. It was possible that Lu Yin might never see him again until the end of his days. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yin inquired, "What must I sacrifice to accompany you?" Kikuchi smiled gently, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, his eyes forming a beautiful arc. "I wish for you to pay no price at all." He gazed intently at Lu Yin. "I hope for your safety and health." "And what of my happiness, Kikuchi?" Lu Yin pressing his face against Kikuchi's chest, listening as their heartbeats began to synchronize. Kikuchi sighed softly, a tear escaping his eye and mingling with Lu Yin's tears. He did not respond, and slowly, his form dissipated like fragile bubbles within Lu Yin's embrace. If only life could remain as it was upon first meeting. Chapter 97, the grand finale. On an ordinary night, Lu Yin wiped away his tears and drove home, no one aware of the turmoil he had endured. Kikuchi's sudden appearance and departure had been so fleeting it felt like a dream. Had it not been for the talisman he always carried, which had also vanished, Lu Yin might have truly believed it was but a figment of his imagination. He returned to his usual routine, frequenting bars, resting at home, living a simple life along a linear path. Occasionally, his parents would travel the globe and visit him, bringing local delicacies, before dashing off on their next adventure. Lu Yin envied their carefree lives. Notably, after all he had experienced, his visual hallucinations had inexplicably faded away. He politely declined Dr. Fan's confession and bid him farewell. Yet, living alone, there were afternoons when he would awaken from a nap to the sunset, staring at the empty house, lost in thought. He would imagine what Kikuchi would be like at home. Surely, he would leave the kitchen in disarray, fumble with his phone, and, in moments of frustration, gaze at him like a large dog seeking assistance. Lu Yin chuckled at his own fanciful thoughts, laughter bubbling up before gradually subsiding. He yearned for a reality where Kikuchi would awaken him, gently assuring him that he had merely experienced a solitary dream. Yet that day never arrived. Days passed in a blur, monotonously and unremarkably, as Lu Yin resigned himself to reality. Eventually, he developed a fondness for drinking. A few glasses in, feeling dizzy and lethargic, he would shout, "Kikuchi, you bastard, don't you know how to pour me some sobering soup?" It seemed as though Kikuchi resided in the house with him, allowing him to dream sweetly of their time together. Naturally, the ensuing loneliness after the intoxication was a burden he had to bear. Nevertheless, Lu Yin found solace in this new companionship with solitude, becoming inseparable friends. On yet another tedious weekend, having hung up on a friend inviting him out, Lu Yin found himself drinking at home. He leaned over the table, gazing at the wine glass, chuckling softly as he let out a small hiccup. "Kikuchi, you're such a loser." Dizzy, he climbed into bed and succumbed to sleep. Suddenly, a commotion jolted him awake, and he frowned as he rose. The raucous sounds of drums and bustling street noise blended together, making it feel as though he were not sleeping at home, but rather on the streets. "What is that noise?" Lu Yin rubbed his aching forehead, sitting up and, to his astonishment, realizing he was seated in a palanquin. A gust of wind suddenly lifted the curtain, and disregarding the astonished onlookers, Lu Yin leaned out to investigate. Familiar. So familiar yet strange. This was the Yoshiwara red light district. The very place where he first encountered Kikuchi. The nighttime lights illuminated Yoshiwara as if it were day. The golden red lanterns flickered like flames or suns, drawing Lu Yin to leap from the palanquin, heedless of the shocked exclamations from the crowd of attendants. Lu Yin, dressed as a courtesan, dashed forward. Not a moment could he spare, not a second could he wait. The cumbersome outer garment slipped off as he ran, revealing a light, flowing inner dress. The glowing lanterns in the hands of passers-by cast a continuous shadow across his cheeks. Lu Yin maneuvered through the throngs, gazing around in search of someone. Like a lost deer, a broad hand silently descended from the shadows to rest upon him. A familiar voice, laced with laughter, called out, "Miss Tsukian, would you like me to check your health?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, tears welled up, and Lu Yin held his breath, afraid to turn around, fearing it was merely an illusion. "Doctor, how am I?" he choked out, echoing the words from their first encounter. Before the man in the shadows could respond, the wind rustled the leaves, and a single maple leaf suddenly drifted down from above, spinning gracefully in the air. Luyan hurriedly reached out, attempting to catch the familiar falling leaf. Yet, it floated gently past the crowd, gliding over the lights, and landed softly in the man's outstretched palm. I am Kikuchi. He stepped forth from the shadows, smiling as he faced Luyan, extending his hand. The maple leaf resting in his palm seemed to be a silent invitation. Whispering to Luyan, no matter how far apart we may be, I will always return to your side. The end of the tale. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.